In the village of Konoha, amidst the aftermath of devastation, the inhabitants were nonetheless reveling in song and dance. For today marked the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Nearly every household in Konoha had felt the sting of loss, yet the war had finally come to an end. However, one individual felt a profound sense of unease, and that was Uchiha Ao, who observed his clan members with a peculiar expression. "This is bad time is running out. What should I do?" Ao's heart raced with alarm. Indeed, Uchiha Ao was a traveler from another world, a fan of Naruto who had been fortunate yet unfortunate enough to find himself in the Naruto universe. The fortune lay in being part of the illustrious Uchiha clan, a lineage coveted by many a traveler. The misfortune, however, was that he was not Itachi's beloved younger brother, but rather one of the countless Uchiha destined to be annihilated by Itachi himself. Frankly, it would have been better to be mere cannon fodder, as he was effectively a doomed background character. It was the first day following the end of the war, and Ao was only 5 years old. According to his knowledge, Itachi, the son of the clan leader, was also 5 at this time. This meant that he and Itachi were contemporaries. Ao recalled that Itachi would be responsible for the clan's demise at the age of 13, leaving him with a mere 8 years to live. No. I mustn't be so pessimistic as a traveler. I cannot simply resign myself to fate. What would be the point of my journey? As Ao contemplated his predicament, a small hand patted him on the back. Turning around, he found a quintessential Uchiha girl with long hair and a gentle demeanor's twin sister, none other than Uchiha Izumi, who happened to be Itachi's young love. Upon realizing he was Izumi's twin, Ao's despair deepened. According to the narrative, Izumi would meet her end at the hands of Obito, and if Itachi were to take action against her himself, it would spell disaster. Escape would be impossible. Yet, Izumi seemed oblivious to his thoughts, glancing in the direction of the returning Konoha battle forces, welcomed by the clan members. "Ah, are you watching them? Don't worry, you'll surely have your day as well," she said, affectionately ruffling her brother's hair. It was clear that her gentle nature had caught Itachi's eye, and Ao resolved to keep her from crossing paths with him again. He remembered that Izumi and Itachi truly met on the night of the Nine Tails attack, and he promised himself to protect her from encountering that harbinger of death. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "No, I've been to the battlefield before. Who would want to go back to such a terrifying place?" "I see," Izumi replied, her eyes lighting up. "Well, being a ninja who dislikes conflict is quite admirable." Indeed, Ao had been to the battlefield, albeit in a logistical capacity, transporting the wounded. The experience had terrified him, recalled activating his Tsutomu Sharingan at the tender age of 5. A testament to Izumi's prodigious genes, she had awakened her Tsutomu Sharingan by 13. Still, he felt inadequate compared to the legendary tales of his clan. His first awakening had occurred when he learned of his tragic fate as a member of the doomed Uchiha clan. The second followed his harrowing experience on the battlefield, where he had narrowly escaped death during an Iwagakure raid, prompting his Sharingan to activate once more. He kept this secret to himself, knowing that revealing it might draw unwanted attention from Konoha and Danzo. Yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment at how he had awakened his Sharingan while others had done so for noble reasons. His was born of sheer fear. Is it so unreasonable for a good citizen of the modern world to fear death? Ao reassured himself. "Shall we go then? It has been quite some time since the village was this vibrant," Izumi cheerfully suggested, taking his hand and leading him down. As he looked at his kind and gentle twin sister, Ao was struck by the desire for an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, as a modern youth, he could not bring himself to harm his sister, who had always treated him with kindness. Perhaps I shall devise a plan later, he mused. As Ao pondered, Izumi had already led him into the lively Uchiha compound, where cheers filled the air. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Mikoto, were smiling as they welcomed back their kin, particularly Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, the 5-year-old Itachi, displayed rare excitement, waving his hand in greeting. Despite his youth, his precociousness meant that he and Shursui shared a deep understanding and were already close friends. Look, that's the legendary Shursui of the body flicker technique," Izumi exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Yes. Ao couldn't afford to dwell on such matters, for merely seeing Itachi, the harbinger of his doom, made his legs feel weak as he envisioned the inevitable moment 8 years hence, when Itachi would ruthlessly end his life. Thus, he could no longer remain as Fugaku and the others approached. He took his sister's hand and pulled her away. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. We might as well practice while we can. Yeah, but we practiced from 8 in the morning until 10 last night. Can we take a break today? Young Izumi felt a headache coming on. Although Ao was a kind-hearted brother, he seemed to have an insatiable drive to train, which left their parents both proud and anxious. Besides, we did take breaks in between to, I want overexert myself. Ao replied matter-of-factly. Ah, then he'll head home to prepare lunch, or else we'll be starving. Noticing Izumi's attempt to create an excuse, Ao waited until her cheeks flushed and she lowered her gaze before he sighed. All right, be quick about it. Okay, I will. Despite feeling a bit guilty for her lack of diligence compared to her brother, she sprinted home. How wonderful it must be to live without any pressure. I too dislike feeling overwhelmed, yet the stakes of life and death are real. Ao reflected as he watched Izumi's retreating figure. He then secured his sealing scroll and ninja tool pouch before setting off to a designated area in the Forest of Death. This was a relatively small clearing, marked by a shuriken and the remnants of his training. An area about the size of 2 basketball courts was ample for practicing ninjutsu. After warming up, Ao reached into his ninja tool pouch, swiftly retrieving 4 shuriken. Activating his Tudamo Sharingan, he focused intently on 4 trees. Then, with a flick of his wrist, sent the shuriken hurtling towards the targets he had marked with a brush. Hey, let's do this again. Ao leaped into the air, executing 3 flips while retrieving more shuriken and kunai to continue his relentless practice. The sound of shuriken striking filled the air. The clang of metal echoed as each shuriken he launched struck down its predecessor, re-embedding itself in the same trajectory, repeating this relentless cycle until every last weapon in his pouch was expended. Phew! If I had possessed such skills in my previous life, the ring toss and target shooting stalls in our town would undoubtedly have hailed me as their master. Uchiha Ao remarked, breathing slightly heavily as he began to retrieve his shurikens one by one. These tools were not inexpensive. Many had been pilfered from the injured and deceased on the battlefield, a place where chaos reigned and such trifles were overlooked. He continued this rigorous throwing practice for 10 rounds, pausing only when his wrists ached fiercely. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi arrived, carrying 2 bento boxes. Today's menu features delicious eel rice. Mother specifically purchased eel. Come and eat. Gazing at his kind sister, Ao reproached sternly, it is not yet mealtime, hurry over. With a pained expression, Izumi reluctantly set down the bento. Scanning the surroundings, she noticed the fresh scars on the trees, immediately grasping how long her brother had been practicing. Come on, don't hold back. As she observed Ao assume his stance, Izumi couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety and asked, are you sure you don't want to rest a bit? Enough chatter. I'd rather shed tears than blood am coming. Uchiha Ao furrowed his brow, drawing 3 shurikens from his waist and hurling them at his sister, before launching himself towards her. Izumi seized a kunai, knocking the shurikens down one by one, but in the next instant, Ao was upon her. He swung a punch, and she hastily crossed her arms to block it. However, Ao swiftly lowered himself, delivering a powerful kick to her calf, eliciting a startled cry of ouch from Izumi as her balance faltered and she fell heavily to the ground. Leaf Whirlwind. This technique was one he had surreptitiously learned from Guy. To be honest, Guy was quite easy to talk to when Ao inquired about the training methods. The Azure Beast had generously shared his insights. Ugh, was that a bit too harsh, Ao? Izumi winced, her body aching all over as she spoke. What's this? Don't just lie there, it's not over yet. Yes, I understand. Chapter 2. The conditions for pursuing Eternal Eyes bruised all over. So was Tsong. After all, Izumi was not without the strength to resist. She had been training alongside him since childhood. Ah, grilled eel rice. How delightful. Taking a hearty bite of the eel rice, Izumi sighed with happiness. This was one of the rare moments of respite in their day, and now Izumi was eager to enroll in the ninja school as soon as possible. Tsong was also devouring his meal, being even more exhausted and famished. Observing her brother as he ate, Izumi asked, Tsong, don't you dislike fighting? Why are you working so hard? Uchiha Tsong shot her a glance and replied matter-of-factly, disliking fighting and not striving for strength are 2 different matters. Only by becoming the strongest ninja can one claim the right not to engage in conflict. A weakling has no say over their own fate in the ninja world. Oh, I see. Izumi nodded. Her brother was always so intimidating. All right, once we finish eating, let us continue. The next segment involves ninjutsu and taijutsu training. Ah no. Thus, the sound of Uchiha Izumi's lamentation echoed once more across the small training ground. We're back. Izumi and Song, exhausted, dragged their weary bodies into their home, a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, not particularly remarkable in history. Their family status within the Uchiha clan was quite low, as their mother was a nin of the Uchiha clan while their father, Shimon Kiyomi, was an outsider who was not even a ninja. Consequently, both Song and Izumi bore the surname Shimon instead of Uchiha. However, Song felt this surname was a disgrace and insisted on identifying as Uchiha. Thus, Izumi and Song often found themselves bullied by clan members who constantly flaunted their Uchiha lineage. Besides Itachi, this was also a reason for Song's relentless training. A graceful woman, embodying the typical beauty of the Uchiha clan, quickly emerged. Upon seeing the dirt-covered, tattered children, she gasped in surprise. Oh dear, have you worked so hard again today? Go wash up. I've already prepared bathwater for you. This woman was Uchiha Hazuki, their mother, a retired nin possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. Yes, thank you, Mom. Izumi wearily trudged inside, noticing the dirt and wounds on her children. Hazuki knelt down and gently patted Song's little head, saying, Song, I know you are a talented and ambitious child, but you are still too young. Your body can't endure such strain. You can truly begin your training once you turn 6 and attend ninja school. Now that the war has ended, I hope you can enjoy a peaceful life. Gazing at her mother's gentle face, which, though slightly aged, still radiated feminine charm and bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke and Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto, Song felt a pang of affection. Unlike a strict father like Fugaku, their father was more lenient. Song replied with an "oh," but inwardly thought, do you think I push myself for no reason? It's because of that headstrong clan leader's son. Our demise is imminent. I'm going to change and take a bath. As he peeled off his tattered clothes and headed towards the bathroom, Uchiha Hazuki's expression turned somber. Although she felt proud of her son's determination, she couldn't help but feel pity for his excessive efforts. Are the kids back, Hazuki? A gentleman, exuding warmth and grace, approached with a gentle smile. Uchiha Hazuki nodded, smiling at her husband. Yes, Song is always so hardworking, but it seems Izumi is quite troubled. Never mind that. I'll go help them heat up dinner. They probably haven't eaten well. Their father, destined to perish in the impending Ninetales incident, reassured his wife, it's all right. With Song around, Izumi will surely be safe. We are fortunate to have such a remarkable son, haha. Indeed, having such an outstanding son is entirely my achievement, Hazuki joked back. Rare moments of levity shared between them, as he nodded in agreement, being no ninja himself. Due to their young age, Song and Izumi bathed together. Although Izumi was beginning to exhibit the beauty of an Uchiha woman, she was still merely a little girl, so Song did not think much of it. Song, let me help you wash your back. Once inside, Izumi had already rinsed herself off. Her lovely, porcelain-like body appeared rosy from the warm water, the only discordant elements being the bruises and various small wounds adorning her skin. Thank you, sister. Song, not want to be coy, squatted down and allowed his sister's small hands to scrub his back. Wow, Song, you're pushing yourself too hard. You should take better care of yourself next time. After all, the war has ended. Izumi lamented, surprised to feel the faint outlines of muscle on her 5-year-old brother, compounded by the numerous injuries from his training. Who knows? What if another fight breaks out? You know how many lives the Uchiha lost in this battle, let alone the village. Song shook his head, refraining from mentioning Itachi's intentions to annihilate them. Really? Isn't that a bit overly cautious? Izumi muttered, shaking her head. After several minutes, she felt her arms growing sore and tapped Song's back, signaling it was time to switch. Thus, Song took the towel and began to wash his sister's back. Observing the delicate and refined figure of Uchiha Izumi, he felt a twinge of conflict within. On one hand, he understood that no matter how hard he trained, he could not catch up to Itachi, and the true power of the Uchiha lay in the Meijiki Sharingan. To attain the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, one must use the eyes of a blood relative. His mother was out of the question, but his twin sister possessed that potential. If she awakened her Sharingan at 7 and achieved 3 tomo before 13, such talent and her gentle disposition would almost guarantee the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan with minimal guidance. At that point, no, that would be too cruel. Izumi was very kind to him. Besides, there were alternative methods to achieve the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Have you stopped? Izumi turned back in confusion, noticing her brother seemingly lost in thought. Annoyed, she pinched Song's face and exclaimed, how could you daze off at a time like this? Help your sister properly. Oh, sorry. Song chuckled sheepishly. It's nearly done. Hurry up and finish your bath. Izumi nodded, and soon both 5-year-olds were submerged in the bathtub. Ah, this is wonderful. By the way, tomorrow we'll be entering ninja school. Song must be the happiest, right? Izumi emerged from the water, her small head bobbing above the surface as she gazed at her brother's youthful yet slightly heroic face. Humph. I already know most of what they teach at ninja school. The rest is just about building a solid foundation. Uchiha shook his head, acknowledging that Itachi had merely used the shadow clone technique to enter school, as there was little significance in attending ninja school. As Itachi engaged in clandestine training with Shursui, it was inconceivable for him to dutifully conform to the mundane routine of school that would be akin to waiting for death. Uchiha Shursui. The name lingered on his lips, for his Sharingan indeed possessed formidable power, particularly the unparalleled Jinjutsu, Kodo Tsukumi. Moreover, he was remarkably unsuspecting, easily parting with his own ocular prowess. How infuriating! I desire it as well. Yet, in order to attain such power, I must somehow infiltrate the intimate circle of Itachi and Shursui. The mere thought of approaching Itachi filled him with a sense of impending doom, for should he come to comprehend Itachi's current strength and potential, despair would surely engulf him. That night, Uchiha Ao, clad in his pajamas, sat upon his bed, the cheerful chatter of the girl in the adjacent room, Izumi, prompting reflections on the eternal pursuit of the Uchiha clan, the prerequisites for awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He found himself uncertain regarding his feelings towards his elder sister. Having been an only child in his previous life, he naturally held affection for this gentle sibling, yet the yearning for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan often led his thoughts astray. Never mind. Considering whether Izumi can awaken her eyes, or if he has any chance of surviving the night of the massacre, is futile. Perhaps it is best to simply sleep. With a shake of his head, Uchiha Ao formed hand seals. Neen. A puff of white smoke erupted, and an identical shadow clone appeared beside him. This was the shadow clone technique, which, despite being inferior in quantity to the multi-shadow clone technique, bore the same effects. Uchiha Ao had surreptitiously learned this technique from the battlefield with his Sharingan. It was not overly complex, as even an ordinary ninja could master it. After all, a 6-year-old Itachi had already mastered it to perfection. Please, I entrust you with this task, my clone, Uchiha Ao said, nodding at the duplicate before reclining and closing his eyes. The clone nodded in response, sitting cross-legged and beginning to cultivate chakra, remaining in this state until dawn. Chapter 3. Mastering Chidori. With the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the village of Konoha returned to a state of tranquility. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced his retirement, and the question of who would inherit the title of Hokage became the most fervent topic of discussion within the village. Undoubtedly, the most favored candidate was the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who had garnered immense acclaim during the war. His formidable strength, striking appearance, and amiable personality rendered him a far more appealing choice than the alternative candidate, Orochimaru. Even the proud Uchiha clan found themselves unable to voice any dissent regarding Minato's candidacy. As Uchiha Ao strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, he was greeted by the lively atmosphere that had been absent for so long. Posters of Minato adorned various bulletin boards, leading Uchiha Ao to speculate that Orochimaru's animosity towards the third Hokage stemmed from this very situation. However, such matters were of little concern to him. He was merely a young ninja on his way to the tool shop to purchase supplies with his allowance. The shop appeared to be owned by Tenten's parents, despite the fact that the girl had yet to be born. Ao-kun, back again today? You are truly diligent. A middle-aged woman with a bun smiled as she addressed him. Indeed, as always. I would like a box of soldier pills, 20 target papers, and 2 boxes of shuriken. Uchiha Ao replied, nodding as he stood on his toes to hand over the money. All right, just a moment. Tenten's mother beamed, turning to retrieve the items from the cabinet. The shop was filled to the brim with ninja tools, and with the end of the war, business was thriving. It was no wonder Tenten's family was so prosperous. If such a store were to open on Earth in a past life, it would surely become a sanctuary for Naruto fans. In no time, Tenten's mother returned with the items, and in addition, she presented him with a large windmill shuriken. Here you go. To support you, I'll throw in an extra windmill shuriken. Make sure to work hard. Gratefully accepting the shuriken, which was nearly as tall as he was, Uchiha Ao bowed deeply in thanks. Such an item was quite costly. He recalled it was worth 500 ryo. No need for that. My goal is to become a formidable ninja and protect everyone in the village. Protect the village? Uchiha Ao mused internally, uncertain if he would even survive long enough to do so. That was a consideration for after he had avenged his clan by eliminating Danzo. In his small sanctuary, Uchiha Ao decided to practice his ninjutsu today. He had long tested his chakra attributes and discovered he possessed a greater affinity than Sasuke. Wielding 4 elemental affinities, water, fire, wind, and lightning, second only to Kakashi's 5. Although these attributes may lose significance in the future, they would support his research into unique techniques, such as the detailed training of Chidori and Rasengan. After some contemplation, Uchiha Ao resolved to focus on training Chidori first. Given his possession of the Sharingan, Chidori involved concentrating lightning chakra into the hand, using the electricity to stimulate cells and drastically enhance speed. As he recalled the training method for Chidori from the series, Uchiha Ao began to gather lightning chakra. As sparks of electricity manifested, he felt as though countless needles were piercing his hand, Yet this pain invigorated his senses. Crackle, crackle. As the lightning chakra intensified, his hand gradually became enveloped in electric light. However, having reached his limit, Ao's strength faltered, causing the gathered chakra to dissipate. Ouch, this really hurts. It's clear this technique isn't meant for the faint of heart. He grimaced, looking at his reddened, tingling arm. Ah, what are you doing now? A voice called out, and Uchiha Izumi approached, her usual bento in hand. Upon seeing her brother's abnormal red hand, she grew concerned and hurriedly knelt to apply ointment. Given Uchiha Ao's relentless training, such supplies had become essential. Didn't I tell you? We'll be entering the Ninja Academy next year, so don't push yourself so hard. Ninja Academy? Uchiha Ao stood up, shaking his head before awkwardly forming hand seals. Snake, boar, horse, ram, monkey, tiger. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A torrent of fire chakra coalesced in his throat, and he expelled it in one breath, unleashing a massive, searing fireball that scorched the ground before him to a charred black. Wow, Ao, you can use ninjutsu. And of such a high caliber. Izumi exclaimed, jumping in astonishment as she gazed at the still melting pit of earth. You could do it too if you activated your Sharingan. Ao silently critiqued, having kept his Sharingan activation a secret. Over the past few years, he had discreetly copied many common ninjutsus, particularly the fireball jutsu, which was nearly a rite of passage for the Uchiha clan. Don't tell anyone, or I'll give them a fright, he added playfully. How childish, Izumi retorted, though she felt a twinge of envy. Unlike Ao, she had little aptitude for ninjutsu, though she was remarkably gifted in taijutsu, which made it all the more frustrating that she struggled to use her newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Ao handed her the windmill shuriken leaning against a tree. If ninjutsu isn't your strong suit, perhaps you could try this? You might excel in taijutsu. Really? Izumi accepted it, but the shuriken was far too large for her small frame. She swung it a couple of times, but lacking the strength, she returned it to him. She was a technique-oriented ninja, not one reliant on brute force. I can't handle it. It's too big for me. I'll stick with this, she said, showcasing her own shuriken, which was the only area where she outperformed Ao, despite the lack of future prospects in using tools. Today, Uchiha Ao did not ask his sister to accompany him in training, as he aimed to gradually explore the development of Chidori. After Izumi offered her encouragement, Ao resumed his attempts at mastering the technique, focusing first on allowing his body to adapt to the electric stimulation. Several hours later, Crackle, his hand, charged with lightning, struck a tree with a powerful chop, easily penetrating the thick bark due to the intense electrical force. Only after the chakra dissipated did he withdraw his hand. This isn't even Chidori. It's more like a mere three-bird technique. Uchiha Ao mused, realizing his strike could only be classified as a lightning-infused chop. While the destructive power had increased, his speed remained largely unchanged. He could aim at targets without needing the Sharingan. This was not the progress Uchiha Ao had hoped for. But considering his circumstances, such advancement was commendable. The main issue lay in his current physical condition, which lacked the resilience to withstand the stimulation of lightning chakra. Unable to endure it, Uchiha Ao pondered, glancing at the windmill shuriken. This gift from Tenten's mother was a signature weapon of early Hokage, particularly memorable from the manga when Naruto stole a forbidden book and Iruka protected him. It was a solid weapon, one that should not have limitations. Why not give it a try? After all, I understand the principles behind Asuma's chakra blades. Adapting them should pose no issue. With determination, Uchiha Ao grasped the windmill shuriken and began to channel chakra into it. Due to prior experiences, he was even more reckless this time. It became evident that his chakra had not yet reached the level required to obliterate ninja tools. The blue lightning gradually enveloped the FMA shuriken, accompanied by crackling sounds. Even the slightest touch began to strain his body. Come on, let me witness, Chidori FMA shuriken. Uchiha Ao bellowed, launching the electrically charged shuriken with great force. This colossal ninja tool spun at an incredible speed, effortlessly cleaving through several large trees before being halted by a boulder. Yet, even that rock was sliced in half. Goodness, is its power truly this immense? Gazing at the devastation, Uchiha Ao was momentarily stunned, quickly gathering his belongings to make a hasty retreat. Although the Death Forest was a communal area, excessive destruction would incur costs, and more importantly, he wished to avoid the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. While the Uchiha clan had been quite compliant under the governance of Minato Namikaze, the moment he perished, they would undoubtedly become a source of contention. It proved that Uchiha Ao's judgment was astute, for after approximately 10 minutes, several Umbu members arrived. After examining the traces left behind, they remarked, "This indicates someone is practicing lightning-style ninjutsu, but we cannot ascertain who it is at the moment. Should we report this to the higher-ups?" The Umbu captain hesitated before shaking his head. Let it be. This area likely belongs to a member of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage has instructed us not to provoke them at this time. We should refrain from causing trouble until Lord Minato takes office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had considered this wisely. For Minato Namikaze was currently too powerful. Once he assumed leadership, the Uchiha clan would not dare to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Unfortunately, Even he could not foresee the emergence of Obito as a factor. Chapter 4. An inevitable encounter soon. The village's Hokage election and the trust vote for the Jonin concluded with the undeniable and overwhelming victory of Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen graciously relinquished his position to Minato and promptly held the succession ceremony. At this significant moment, which saw the participation of the entire village, Uchiha Hazuki, accompanied by her husband Ishimori Kaiozan, brought along their children Izumi and South. According to current Japanese customs, Uchiha Hazuki, along with Izumi and So, should now be referred to as Ishimori Izumi and Ishimori South. However, So found this notion rather amusing, as Kaiozan himself felt an immense sense of guilt towards his wife. Uchiha, being the foremost clan in Konoha, contrasted starkly with Kaiozan, who was merely a small businessman. Consequently, he still addressed his wife by her Uchiha surname at home. Dressed in the Hokage's hat and a white cloak, Minato exuded an aura of vigor. His handsome visage, paired with a sunny demeanor, incited waves of enthusiastic cheers from the common folk, with just a few casual remarks from the podium. Aside from the Uchiha clan, those who fancied themselves as having contributed significantly to the village during the war were filled with arrogance, believing they would secure favorable positions. Yet, not only did they fail to achieve this, but a young prodigy like Minato had ascended to power, suggesting that the Uchiha clan would remain subdued for decades to come. Let us depart, Uchiha Fugaka stated expressionlessly as he finished attending the ceremony, promptly turning to leave, with other clan members following their leader in indignation. Wait. Dansama. Uchiha Makoto, who was expecting Uchiha Sasuke, hurriedly trailed behind. However, her pregnancy made her movements cumbersome, yet a 5-year-old boy promptly supported her. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Mother, aren't you going to greet them? Izumi inquired, noticing her mother's gaze drifting toward her clan members. Gently patting Izumi's little head, Hazuki replied, "No need. I am no longer a member of the Uchiha clan." As a woman who had married into another clan, Hazuki had faced discrimination for marrying a man who was not even a ninja. And even more so as a nin with the coveted 3-tomo Sharingan. Her departure from the ninja career due to marriage further complicated matters. "I'm sorry, Hazuki. It's all my fault," Kaiozan said, holding his wife's hand with a face full of remorse. He was acutely aware of the ridicule she faced from her own kin, yet felt powerless, for any Uchiha from the Ninja Academy could easily overpower him. "No, I have already planned my life with you in mind," Hazuki reassured him. Observing her parents' affectionate interaction, Izumi felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, So had entered a mode of playful sarcasm. "How sappy, those two lovebirds, and they are my parents. How embarrassing." After the ceremony, So's parents prepared to return, but Izumi was reluctant. Children, especially girls, often crave excitement. And the prospect of being dragged off by So for intensive training upon returning was unappealing. Thus, she pleaded with her parents to allow her to play on the streets for a while. "All right, but you must return before dinner," Hazuki admonished, grabbing So's hand. Izumi smiled and nodded in agreement. "Honestly, don't waste time," So remarked, feeling a headache coming on from Izumi's cheerful demeanor. He had finally grasped some understanding of chakra nature transformation and hoped not to be delayed. However, Izumi pouted, her face filled with indignation. "Fool. No wonder no girls like you. I help you carry your lunch every day, and you never even thank me. I'm going by myself." With that, Izumi stormed off, leaving So momentarily unsure whether to chase after her. Truth be told, there was little danger in Konoha at the moment, and with her training partner, Izumi had enough strength to not worry about safety. "Girls are troublesome. I'll look for her in an hour," So thought, fully aware of his sister's temperament. She was gentle and kind, but once angered, it was best to avoid her, lest he face her complaints all day long. Unbeknownst to him, Izumi sought out some dango to soothe her frustrations, planning to find So afterward. After all, he was her little brother, despite his sometimes unkind demeanor. She felt it was her duty as an older sister to display generosity. While enjoying her dango by the riverside, she unexpectedly encountered Itachi. As So strolled along, pondering the recent technique of infusing lightning chakra into shuriken, a group of children appeared before him, adorned with the red and white fan emblem and deep purple clan robes. For Uchiha children, approximately 7 or 8 years old, blocked his path. Back again? So frowned at the sight of them. Due to their mother's background, the relationship between Izumi, So, and the Uchiha clan was strained. Ordinary Uchiha members wore scowls, but the children from the Ninja Academy exuded an air of haughty entitlement as scions of the Konoha elite. Consequently, So had frequently clashed with them, often appearing evenly matched despite his inability to reveal his true strength. Finally caught you, traitor. Are you thrilled to see that commoner become Hokage?" One of the Uchiha children taunted. "Idiot, why would I care who becomes Hokage?" So retorted dismissively. The leader of the group, incensed by So's nonchalance, quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "What did you say? Back when I was not yet in the academy, I could only tie with you. But now that I am a ninja, do you think you can still compete with me? Let me show you my ninjutsu. Go for it, D. Show this traitor what you're made of." His companions cheered. Though it was merely a children's scuffle, passers-by immediately stepped aside upon recognizing the Uchiha insignia. Knowing better than to provoke Konoha's elite, Even members of the Hyuga clan would retreat in deference. With a puff of smoke, another Uchiha D appeared, and the two launched an assault on South. Oh, it's D's shadow clone technique, impressive. His companions cheered. In truth, so acknowledged that Uchiha D's skill in this technique was commendable, far surpassing that of Naruto, if only he weren't facing South. Having awakened his Sharingan due to intense emotional stimuli after realizing he had transmigrated, so had taken advantage of his age to replicate various ninjutsu. As a child, he had often persuaded Uchiha Hazuki to demonstrate techniques under the pretense of curiosity, later exhausting all of her ninjutsu in practice sessions. Hazuki, unaware of her son's Sharingan, believed that so was simply exceptionally gifted, attributing his mastery of basic techniques to his lineage. As the two Uchiha DS charged at him, So's keen eyesight allowed him to easily discern their movements, even without activating his Sharingan. With a swift motion, he deflected one clone's punch and delivered a powerful kick to its midsection, causing it to dissipate in a plume of smoke. Fool, I am the real one. Uchiha D laughed as he launched a kick at So's head. To his surprise, So sidestepped and struck D's back, sending the heavier child tumbling end over end across the ground until he finally came to a halt. Is that enough? I have no desire to bicker with children, So remarked, casting a threatening glance at the other three. D. The trio, lacking even the experience of the Ninja Academy, dared not retaliate and hurried to help their fallen comrade to his feet. Ugh, you scoundrel. How could a traitor like you ever hope to match a true Uchiha? So rolled his eyes, reflecting on the blissful ignorance of those who felt no pressure. Entirely unaware of their impending doom, he contemplated numerous strategies, aside from enhancing his own abilities and escaping from Konoha. He considered joining the small group led by Shursui and Itachi. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he was not even a member of the Uchiha clan, making it improbable for him to engage with the eldest son of the clan leader, a master of unparalleled prowess within the clan. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would not reveal himself while performing in front of such astute individuals. After all, he did not hail from the entertainment industry in his previous life. Do not seek me out again, fool. Song glanced at the time and decided it was appropriate to find Izumi, escort her home, and then dedicate himself to training in Chidori. Just you wait. This is far from over. Ignoring the shouts of the young ones, Song made his way toward the riverside, a place where Izumi often enjoyed lingering. There, amidst the lush tranquility of the riverbank, Song spotted Izumi's figure, her hair styled in a small ponytail, alongside a short-haired boy. Suddenly, he felt his legs weaken, and the Sharingan manifested involuntarily. That foolish younger brother, utterly lacking in gentleness. Look at this mess he has created. Izumi was still complaining to the boy, but he turned to acknowledge Song's presence upon sensing him. Quickly retracting the Sharingan, Song realized that although he had observed Itachi from a distance many times, this was their first genuine encounter, and thus he locked eyes with him. What is the matter? Ah, you idiot brother, you're just arriving? If you're any slower, there won't be any dango left for you. Indeed, Izumi remained kind-hearted and gentle, even in such circumstances, remembering to save some food for him. Yet his attention was now entirely absorbed by Itachi. Noticing Song's gaze focused on him, Itachi pondered momentarily before standing up and politely stating, "Hello, I am Uchiha Itachi. Are you Izumi's brother?" At that moment, Itachi appeared exceedingly amiable and endearing, yet in Song's eyes, he remained as intimidating as ever. To outsiders, Itachi was a hero who had sacrificed for the greater good, but for those who were the victims of such sacrifice, the perspective was vastly different. "Ah, why you?" "Hello." Song nodded and asked, "So, do you know each other?" I suppose so, we just happened to run into each other," Itachi replied. Brushing off the dust from his pants and addressing Izumi, "Thank you for the dango, I'll repay you next time." Ehe, no need to mention it after all. It's far better than dealing with a foolish brother who knows nothing about being gentle with girls. Chapter 5, The Fearful Three-Tomo Sharingan in the Evenings. Within the Stone Gate household, Uchiha Ao's shadow clone was diligently training, while the real Ao lay restlessly in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind was preoccupied with the earlier encounter with Itachi. How could it be that he had allowed Izumi to meet Itachi? Ao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, accompanied by a suffocating dread. If things progressed as they seemed, Izumi would develop feelings for Itachi, and during the night of the massacre, should Itachi decide to take matters into his own hands, Ao would have no opportunity to prepare himself. "Ah, you needn't worry too much," his shadow clone remarked. "If it comes to that, you can always take your family and flee on a mission, can't you?" Nonsense. The Uchiha massacre was perpetrated by Itachi as per the clan's lineage. Do you really think Obito won't personally hunt us down? Even if Obito is disinterested, we would become outcasts in the ninja world, unable to show our faces until Itachi's demise. After all, even the third Hokage wouldn't be able to ensure our survival. Huh, what can you do then? Perhaps consider counterattacking during the massacre? The shadow clone teased, only to be silenced by Ao's pillow. Worrying was futile. As a transmigrator, Ao believed that, within 8 years, he would devise a plan. Yet, throughout the night, visions of his meeting with Itachi plagued his dreams. One moment, he witnessed Itachi, clad in umbu attire, storming into his home and fatally striking his mother, Yiyu. After exchanging a few blows with Itachi, he was ultimately slain. And in his final moments, he saw Itachi cast Tsukuyomi upon Izumi, ensnaring her in a 50-year illusion. Awoken by a nightmare, Ao glanced at the darkened sky, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, then closed his eyes, cursing his ill fate. In this dream, Itachi was replaced by the masked Obito, who arrived with Izumi's lifeless body tethered by chains, striking Ao down once more. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had arrived. He felt the dampness of his pillow, soaked with sweat. What a stroke of bad luck. I must devise a plan, Ao muttered as he dispelled his shadow clone, absorbing the experiences and chakra it had gathered during the night. Oh, you're up early. Izumi, clad in light short sleeves and capri pants, greeted her brother cheerfully, as her room was adjacent to his. Indeed, Ao replied, lacking the energy for conversation. He proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face, only to hear Izumi puffing up with annoyance from outside. After wiping away the sweat and fatigue, Ao gazed into the mirror, activating his Sharingan once more. Observing his own eye had become a daily indulgence. It was simply too handsome. However, today felt different. His Sharingan had unexpectedly evolved into the three-tomo form. In disbelief, he traced the outline of his three-tomo Sharingan, quickly understanding the reason behind its transformation. The mental shock from last night's dream had propelled his Sharingan's evolution. Considering it. I awakened my Sharingan out of fear of the dangers in the Naruto world. The last upgrade came from being ambushed on the battlefield, and now, this evolution is simply a result of nightmares. It seems I truly have a profound fear of death, he mused with a bitter smile, shaking his head. In his previous life, he had never even encountered robbery. Fearing death was entirely reasonable, especially in such a perilous situation. After retracting his Sharingan and tidying himself up, he departed. I'm off, Ao called out, having no intention of inviting Izumi along, who was content to be left alone. Take care, but don't overexert yourself, Yu gently advised from behind. Since the previous training location had been destroyed, Ao needed to find a new practice spot. He wandered aimlessly near the Forest of Death while mentally recalling any resources from Naruto that could help him turn the tide. As he walked, he passed by the Hokage building, which appeared bustling with activity due to the recent appointment of Minato Namikaze. Observing this iconic structure, Uchiha Ao shook his head. It seems quite impressive now, Suddenly, an idea struck him. In the chaotic aftermath of the Ninetales incident, this presented the perfect opportunity to steal the sealing book. This thought led him to recall a particular girl, the Uchiha weapon sealed away at 13, Uchiha Hikari. It was still before the era of Boruto, meaning Hikari remained sealed underground. If he could rescue her, he would be secure. Even if she couldn't protect him, granting her freedom would suffice. The scroll detailing Hikari's sealing location should be stored alongside the sealing book. Yes, if he could take the sealing book. He could also research methods to unseal Hikari. Ao carefully recalled the events. The third Hokage and the entire village were preoccupied with the Ninetales, while Danzo likely hid in the root space like a turtle. If he was cautious, he should be fine. Lost in thought, he arrived at a suitable spot within the Forest of Death, spacious and suitable for training. This will do. Ao set down his F-Ma shuriken and crafted a makeshift mobile target by binding a wooden board with wire, which would move erratically as he infused it with chakra. The F-Ma shuriken was too noisy, so he retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist. Channeling the Raijin technique, he infused the shuriken with lightning chakra, causing a slight tingling in his hand, yet it was entirely bearable. The lightning chakra heightened his hand's sensitivity and strength, and he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan to track the shuriken's trajectory clearly. Here we go, Chidori, fire. The 3 shuriken, trailing lightning, accurately pierced the target and continued through several trees behind it. It seemed that attaching lightning chakra significantly augmented the lethality and penetration of his weapons. However, Ao was not entirely satisfied with the outcome. But this still doesn't feel like Chidori. It lacks the sound of 1,000 birds. Besides, the chakra gathering time is too long. He retracted the shuriken and began to experiment with the optimal amount of chakra to infuse into a single shuriken. It felt like walking a tightrope, yet his Sharingan allowed him to observe the chakra flow clearly, saving him considerable effort compared to ordinary ninjas who relied on instinct. Unbeknownst to Ao, not far from where he stood, 2 individuals were observing him with keen interest. Is this child from the Uchiha clan? I don't believe I've seen him before, remarked a gentle-looking youth with a faint smile. Standing beside him was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the very figure who haunted Ao's nightmares. The one accompanying Itachi was none other than Uchiha Shursui, currently the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. Ah, I know him. His mother is an external marriage Uchiha, living away from the clan grounds and no longer bearing the Uchiha name. Yet, I never expected he would awaken the Sharingan. And it's even 3-tomo, Itachi explained to Shursui regarding Uchiha Yu's situation. This child possesses considerable talent. He has independently mastered the transformation of chakra nature. I wonder what his personality is like. Uchiha Shursui mused. Itachi shook his head, indicating he was unsure. Very well, let us move to another location and not disturb him, Shursui suggested, maintaining his amiable demeanor. He was not irritated by this young boy occupying a space he often used. Instead, he chose to vacate it willingly. Understood, brother Shursui. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Ao had narrowly evaded death while diligently researching the optimal infusion of chakra for the Chidori technique. After several hours of relentless experimentation, he finally discovered a perfect equilibrium. Grasping the corner of a 4-star shuriken, Uchiha Ao channeled his lightning chakra, instantly transforming it into a brilliant blue projectile, resonating with the low, throaty cries of birds due to the electric currents entwining around it. As his proficiency grew, the speed at which he infused chakra accelerated, culminating in a velocity that surpassed that of ordinary ninja tools when projecting the Chidori shuriken. More importantly, his body began to acclimate to the stimulation of lightning chakra, diminishing the adverse reactions he had previously experienced. With a swift motion, 8 shurikens materialized in his hands, rapidly infused with chakra, transforming them into 8 shimmering blue Chidori shurikens. With a decisive flick of his wrists, these projectiles, accompanied by the sound of chirping lightning, struck their target with an almost imperceptible speed. The endeavor was nearly successful. Although the underlying principles were borrowed, it could be deemed an invention of my own. Henceforth, I shall name this technique Chidori Fall. Chapter 6. The Chaos of the Ninetales and the Book of Sealing. Approximately half a year has elapsed. This year, when both Itachi and I turned 5, has been marked by an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. It is the year when that spirited figure, the Golden Flash, will meet his demise at the hands of the Ninetales. Amidst the impending turmoil of the village, this may be my sole opportunity to seize the Book of Sealing. Consequently, my training has intensified. For a contemporary fan of Hokage, mastering ninjutsu, though arduous, is predominantly a source of joy. With the ascent of Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage, under the guidance of this vibrant young leader, Konoha has swiftly entered a period of development and recovery. The village's primary adversaries, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, dare not confront the illustrious Konoha, bolstered by the Golden Flash. I have been pondering the impending arrival of Kushina's child, yet this significant event remained shrouded in secrecy, leaving me in the dark. Thus, I have focused on honing my proficiency in Chidori, the only technique I have partially grasped. After a period of rigorous training, I have progressed to the point where I can not only channel lightning release chakra into my shuriken but also onto my sword. More importantly, my arm is nearing the threshold of adapting to Chidori's backlash. Once I fully acclimate to Chidori, I can commence my training in the Rasengan. With this aspiration in mind, I settled down to sleep, only to be abruptly awakened by my shadow clone. Hey, wake up, there seems to be commotion. Rubbing my eyes, I was about to inquire about the disturbance when a thunderous roar resonated throughout Konoha, shaking the very ground beneath me. Following this was a cataclysmic sound akin to cannon fire. Could it be the Ninetales? I had been preparing for this eventuality for quite some time. Yet when the moment arrived, I found that my heart was filled more with dread than with excitement. After all, I had only lived in this world for 5 years, while the memories of over 30 years of peaceful existence loomed large in my mind. As an ordinary individual who had never encountered natural disasters like earthquakes or hurricanes, the prospect of facing the Ninetales instilled a primal fear within me. Without delay, I dismissed the shadow clone and made my way outside. Remaining indoors would only lead to inaction and wasted time. I had to ensure my parents and Izumi reached safety first. While I contemplated that if my adoptive father were to survive, Izumi would unlock her Sharingan sooner. The thought of the gentle yet unassuming father dispelled any inclination to resign him to fate. There must be another way. With this resolve, I dashed outside, only to find that a powerful tremor had already cracked the walls of our home. Song, hurry outside. My mother, Uchiha Hazuki, called out to me. Fully aware of my capabilities, I will go rescue your sister and father. Do not worry about me. I hesitated. I felt capable of aiding them, at the very least to ensure their escape. However, just then, the ceiling began to collapse. Activating my Sharingan, I gained clarity of the falling debris trajectory, and the sound of Chidori echoed in my hands. I shattered the stones and wood, but soon found myself overwhelmed. Child, do not be reckless, Uchiha Hazuki exclaimed. Recognizing my stubbornness, swiftly forming hand seals, she unleashed a powerful gust of wind that propelled me out of the house and onto the street. Coughing from the dust and wind, I beheld the chaos unfolding outside. Ninjas leaped from rooftops, while civilians cried out, clutching their children and scarce possessions as they fled in all directions, unaware of where safety lay, only knowing to distance themselves from the Ninetales. No choice left. I glanced back at my crumbling home, realizing I could no longer return without further complicating matters. My chakra was already considerably drained, and if I attempted to rush back, the Book of Sealing would slip from my grasp, significantly reducing the chances of survival for my family on this fateful night. Do not assume that Uchiha Hazuki would survive simply because she married outside our clan. Of the Uchiha alive in Konoha, only Sasuke remains. This indicates that all other Uchiha who had married out were likely eliminated on the night of the massacre, the culprits unknown, be it Itachi, the 3rd Hokage, or Danzo. Father, may fortune favor you. With that thought, I resolved to head towards the Hokage's residence. The Hokage's abode, unlike those of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Minato Namikaze, has been passed down since the 1st Hokage. Though the reasons elude me, it is rumored that the Book of Sealing and numerous other scrolls are concealed within its walls. Casting a glance towards the Ninetales, I saw Minato, Sarutobi, and nearly all the village's ninjas engaged in battle against the beast. Thus, it would be perfectly plausible for me, feigning the demeanor of a frightened child to slip into the Hokage's residence. After all, who would suspect a mere 5-year-old? Along the way, I encountered countless villagers, akin to headless flies, and the unfortunate souls who perished beneath falling debris. Their frantic cries served as my best cover. Channeling my chakra, I leapt through the houses and trees with the agility of a true ninja, swiftly arriving at the ancient Hokage residence. Heart racing. I felt the adrenaline surge as I prepared to commit theft in such a crucial location. Yet, having embarked on this course of action, there was no turning back. Unsurprisingly, during this village-wide crisis, the Hokage's residence was devoid of any defenses, a circumstance easily understood given Minato's overwhelming responsibilities, protecting his wife, battling Obito, and sealing the Nine Tails. Every ninja in the village was stretched thin, with no time to guard the Hokage's abode. Truly, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The next chance would likely arise only during Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha. However, I remained cautious, utilizing the shadow clone technique. I transformed into a weeping refugee girl and approached the Hokage residence, calling out for Minato's assistance. Unsurprisingly, no one paid her any heed. After my shadow clone played its part, it ran off in tears while I stealthily maneuvered around to the back, transforming into a masked man to infiltrate the Hokage residence. Goodness, so many scrolls. Upon entering, I was greeted by the musty scent of decaying wood and ancient tomes. The majority of these relics date back to the first Hokage, with tables laden with towering stacks of scrolls. Most contained records of bygone events. Fortunately, the Book of Sealing was conspicuously marked, its title boldly inscribed. Activating my 3-tomo Sharingan, I significantly enhanced my perceptive abilities, allowing me to swiftly skin through the mountain of scrolls. Within half a minute, I located the towering scroll I sought. Extracting the Book of Sealing, my heart raced, nearly leaping from my chest. Aside from my initial thrill upon realizing I had traversed worlds, I had never felt such exhilaration. I surmised that if I had been transported not to the world of Naruto but to that of Jin Yong, acquiring the 9-Yang divine skill would evoke a similar sensation. Without further delay, I retrieved the copying tools I had meticulously prepared. Having invested my allowances in these items aside from ninja tools, channeling my chakra, I directly replicated the text of the Book of Sealing onto the scroll I had brought. A process that took approximately 5 minutes. The technique of multiple shadow clones, the 8 gates of Uchiha, the reanimation jutsu, the flying thunder god technique. As Song gazed upon these renowned ninjutsu, each one illustrious in the ninja world, he felt an overwhelming excitement that nearly pained his eyes. He even began to doubt whether his Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into a Meijiki Sharingan. However, after completing the transcription, he sensed his surroundings and was disappointed to find that he had not truly attained the Meijiki Sharingan, though extreme emotional stimuli could indeed trigger its awakening. Perhaps it was still insufficient. Placing the Book of Seals back in its original position, he immediately began searching for other valuable items. Subsequently, he recorded various scrolls on the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and secret arts from different clans until he finally stumbled upon a peculiar scroll, one adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Albeit small in size. Secret Chronicles of the Warring States? The title seemed rather thrilling. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained accounts of the entangled grievances between the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States era, along with little-known secrets. Scanning through it once more with his Sharingan, he finally encountered a name he had long yearned for. In the year XXX of the Warring States, 90 years before the birth of Uchiha Madara, the Senju clan, in alliance with the Uzumaki clan, sealed away the formidable human weapon of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Nameless. It further detailed the techniques and locations used for the sealing. Upon reflection, these sealing techniques were precisely those found in the Uzumaki sealing scroll he had just encountered. How peculiar to find the lock and key placed together. No wonder the subsequent rebellion by Zero had so easily released Nameless. Shaking his head in lament at the chaotic security system of Konohagakure, he glanced around and saw there was nothing left to collect. Thus, he swiftly leapt outside the Hokage residence, utilizing shadow clones to escape in 2 different directions for several kilometers before dispelling the transformation and shadow clone jutsu. He then took a long detour, blending into the crowd of refugees before finally returning to his street. At that moment, Minato Namikaze had likely apprehended Obito and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Nine Tails, while the Ishimori clan found themselves in a similar predicament. Since Uchiha Hazuki was also a CH Nin, she was quickly escorted away by the Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, Izumi and Ishimori Kiyomi had been rescued by Uchiha Hazuki, but Kiyomi, being an ordinary person, had been crushed beneath debris during the second earthquake while pushing Izumi forward to protect her. Izumi, go find your brother and mother. Don't worry about your father. Ishimori Kiyomi shouted his last words from beneath the rubble, and Izumi, initially inclined to pull her father out, soon lost her courage as beams fell around her. She could only cry and run out seeking help. Song, where are you? Please come out and don't make your sister worry. Izumi wept, desperately searching for her brother, terrified that he too was trapped beneath the ruins. Do not fret. Your brother is safe. Suddenly, a calm boy's voice rang out. Through her tear-filled eyes, Izumi turned to see Itachi Uchiha, cradling a baby Sasuke. Itachi-kun. How do you know? Izumi, suppressing her sorrow and fear, inquired. Itachi's serene demeanor provided her with immense reassurance. While soothing his infant brother, he recalled the day he had witnessed Song practicing Chidori. Shui had mentioned it was an advanced chakra technique, rivaling even his own prowess. Yet, unsure of how to articulate this, Itachi simply said, "I understand his strength. Please come with me. It's dangerous here." "All right, thank you, Itachi-kun." Chapter 7. The Eye of the Uchiha. In a tragic turn of events, Shimon Kyosen perished while attempting to protect Izumi, which likely explains why she awakened her Sharingan before Itachi. The family, especially Izumi, was engulfed in sorrow, gazing at the black and white photograph of her late father. She felt a twinge of sadness, though it was not overwhelmingly intense. Having anticipated this outcome, and at merely 5 years of age, she shared no profound bond with her father, who had always been a benign presence, lacking any significant impact on her life. Thus, his passing did not evoke a strong reaction from her. The remains were simply laid to rest. With the recent turmoil in Konoha, many had met their demise, particularly the fourth Hokage and his wife, leaving little opportunity for ordinary citizens to conduct proper funerals. Consequently, after attending to her husband's funeral rites, Uchiha Hazuki reverted her surname from Shimon Hazuki back to Uchiha Hazuki. After all, Hazuki was a Ch-nin level force, and the Uchiha clan needed to consolidate every ounce of strength available to them. However, it was evident that even with this acknowledgement, both Uchiha Hazuki and her children, Izumi and So, held a relatively low status within the clan. As they entered the Uchiha compound, burdened with their belongings, the two Ch-nin guards, familiar with Hazuki, did not subject her to any unnecessary difficulties, but instead greeted her amicably. "Ah, you're back, Hazuki. That's splendid. At least the clan can safeguard you," one of the middle-aged men remarked. "Apologies for the trouble," Uchiha Hazuki replied, clearly disinterested in further pleasantries as she led Izumi and So toward their old home, situated at the edge of the clan grounds. This dwelling had suffered little damage during the Nine-Tails attack, thanks to the Uchiha's diligent protection of their territory. Nevertheless, some repairs and cleaning were still required. Upon entering, Hazuki was met with a sight of dust covering the place where she had grown up. Setting down her luggage, she turned to Izumi and So, saying, "Izumi, So, why don't you both go out and play for a while? Mother will tidy up the house from now on. This will be our home, and you both will need to adopt the Uchiha surname." Seeing her sister still enveloped in grief, Izumi took her hand and nodded. "Understood, Mother. We'll return shortly." So let Izumi out. "You can't blame yourself for Father's fate. You needn't feel this way," So consoled her. "But if it weren't for me," Izumi, ever the kind-hearted soul, struggled to accept that her father had died protecting her. Over the past few days, she had been consumed by melancholy, covering her eyes once more. "How are you feeling?" So inquired, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Izumi shook her head, seemingly reluctant to burden her brother with her troubles. "It's nothing. Perhaps my eyes just hurt from crying too long. I'll be fine. Let me take a look," So insisted firmly, lifting her hands from her face to gaze into her luminous eyes. What he saw were the blood-red pupils adorned with the double tomo of the Sharingan, a sight that took him by surprise. Was it that Izumi was simply overwhelmed with grief, or was her inherent talent too great? She had awakened her Sharingan in one breath. Reflecting on this, So mused that perhaps awakening his own Sharingan would not be overly difficult, given the remarkable genes in their family. Even Itachi, a prodigy, had awakened his eyes several years after Izumi. So speculated that if any misfortune befell Uchiha Hazuki in Izumi's presence, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan would be a certainty. "No way. I certainly do not possess Itachi's penchant for bringing ruin upon our clan." "What's wrong?" Izumi asked, puzzled by her brother's expression. "Do you not realize you've awakened your Sharingan?" At this, Izumi lowered her gaze. "I know, but I do not desire it. It feels as though it was obtained at the cost of Father's life. I would rather have him back than possess this." So was momentarily taken aback. So that was it? No wonder Izumi had awakened her eyes before Itachi in their original timeline, yet lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and avoided using her Sharingan. She believed it to be a testament to her father's demise, thus shunning its use. It appeared he had a responsibility to comfort his sister, firmly grasping Izumi's shoulders. So spoke earnestly, "Foolish girl, this is not a gift derived from your father's sacrifice. Your Sharingan is a reflection of the soul, a testament to your feelings for him. If you had not awakened it, it would imply that he held no significance in your heart. Do you understand? Is that so?" "I never considered it that way," Izumi replied, momentarily stunned before realizing her brother had imparted wisdom to her. This left her, the self-proclaimed elder sister, feeling somewhat vexed, prompting her to retort. "Then what about you? Why haven't you awakened yours?" Before she could finish, she was halted by the sight of her brother's three-tomo Sharingan glowing peculiarly in his eyes. "I have long since," So began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Izumi's embrace. With her face buried in his neck, she sobbed, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, So. I thought you were unaffected by Father's passing, that you were holding it all in. I truly apologize." Feeling a bit awkward, So recognized that this was not the time for explanations, so he gently patted her back, saying, "Indeed, we must grow strong. If we had been powerful ninjas that day, we could have protected Father." Izumi nodded, her small fists clenched with determination. "I understand. I will strive alongside you to protect mother in place of father. Seeing Izumi finally willing to put forth effort brought joy to Soe's heart. After all, in the world of shinobi, solitary endeavors bore little promise. What could be more trustworthy than one's own sister? With Izumi's spirits lifted, they began to explore the Uchiha compound together, a place that felt unfamiliar to them both despite their lineage. Ah, it's you two. How did you manage to enter? A brash voice suddenly interrupted, belonging to Uchiha and his entourage. Recognizing them, Izumi frowned and stepped protectively in front of So. Pointing accusingly, what are you saying? Don't go too far. Heh, what of it? This is Uchiha's territory. You two have forsaken the Uchiha name. Yet still dare to show your faces here? So tugged at Izumi's sleeve but could not pull her away, so he raised his voice. Have you not had enough of a beating? This time, I will obliterate you. Though he spoke boldly, Uchiha felt intimidated, retreating a couple of steps. Yet quickly regained his bravado, declaring, don't get too cocky. My cousin is here. He has a real genin. If I summon him, you're done for. So rolled his eyes in boredom, perceiving the absurdity of the situation. Was this a typical narrative? So you're bringing in the older cousin after failing to defeat the younger? He did not regard D's cousin with any concern. While the Uchiha clan was known for its arrogance, they were not devoid of intellect. After all, their mother was a seasoned nin. What fool would risk offending a nin to defend his cousin? If it were a nin from the clan, they would certainly not interfere. Attacking a 5-year-old clan member would tarnish their reputation irreparably, a disgrace the proud Uchiha clan could never tolerate. With this thought in mind, So brushed his bangs aside. His 3-tomo Sharingan fixating coldly on Uchiha as he coolly commanded, scram, before I decide to end you. In an instant, the group of youngsters was utterly petrified. Those who had not attended the ninja academy trembled and fell to the ground in fright, while Uchiha Song stammered, why you cannot possibly possess the Sharingan? He declared. I will count to 3, if you do not leave. Song then formed a tiger seal, which sent them fleeing in terror. If they had previously believed that Uchiha Song's mastery of ninjutsu was merely a bluff, their perception shifted dramatically upon witnessing the Sharingan. The very existence of the Sharingan implied the potential for any form of ninjutsu. Lucky for them they ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have taught them a lesson. Izumi said proudly, pouting. Indeed. So where shall we go to have some fun? After pondering for a moment, Izumi suggested, how about we pay a visit to Itachi? I wish to express my gratitude for his protection that night. Chapter 8. An unavoidable affliction. The ill-fated connection had indeed come to pass. During the turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, Itachi inadvertently encountered Izumi, and, in turn, took her along to evade danger, thus restoring the timeline. Izumi, determined to express her gratitude to Itachi, insisted on dragging Sasuke along, who was utterly reluctant. Who would want to see that Grim Reaper? Yet, with no choice but to comply, he accompanied her. Although it was the home of the clan leader, the Uchiha household was surprisingly unpretentious, with far more relaxed customs compared to the Hyuga clan. The servants did not shoo them away but instead asked them to wait. However, while they awaited Itachi, another figure emerged. Hello, who are you two looking for? A gentle voice of a youthful boy rang out as he placed his hands on their shoulders. Turning around, Izumi and Sasuke beheld a handsome youth with short hair, whose demeanor bore no trace of the Uchiha arrogance. Instead, he exuded warmth and friendliness. Uchiha Shursui. They recognized this unfortunate prodigy of the Uchiha clan at once. Alas, he possessed the strongest genjutsu in the ninja world, yet met such a pitiful end, with his Sharingan merely serving to break the control of the impure world reincarnation. Is that you, Shursui-senpai? Izumi exclaimed with excitement, although she instinctively shrank behind Sasuke, peeking out to observe the 13-year-old genius, Shursui. Greetings, Shursui-senpai, Sasuke said with respectful poise, bowing slightly. You actually know me? It seems I still have some renown. Shursui replied, nodding in satisfaction. He recognized both Sasuke and Izumi, especially Sasuke, who had previously relinquished the training grounds for him, prompting Shursui to occasionally check on his practice. To his astonishment, Shursui learned that Sasuke was diligently trying to master Kakashi's Chidori, marveling at the boy's talent, which rivaled that of Itachi. Being of a sincere nature, he could not fathom the possibility that Sasuke was clandestinely learning. We're here to find Itachi-kun. After Izumi explained, Shursui promptly nodded, gesturing for them to wait. Before long, Shursui brought Itachi out. Upon seeing him, Izumi's face lit up with joy as she hurried forward to express her gratitude. Hey, you two? Itachi was equally astonished. Though he recognized them as members of the Uchiha clan, they had technically left the clan and should not have been allowed inside. Well, our mother has returned to the clan, and we have taken back the Uchiha surname, Sasuke stated, suppressing his fear as he introduced himself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and this is my sister, Uchiha Izumi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Itachi-sama. Itachi, aware of Izumi, was cautious and waved his hands, somewhat flustered. No, don't call me that. Just call me Itachi. We are of the same generation, and we will be attending the Ninja Academy together next year. All right. It's nice to make your acquaintance. Having 2 more friends is great for you, Itachi, Shursui remarked. And you need not call me Shursui-senpai. Just Shursui or Shursui will suffice. By the way, where are you two headed? Izumi shook her head, uncertain, but Sasuke boldly inquired. I would like to visit the Hokage building to attempt to accept some missions. Despite my appearance, I am already considered a ninja. Shursui looked at him with surprise, hesitating. Well, that might be a bit difficult. You're still too young to take on missions. Is that so? That is quite troublesome, Sasuke replied. Why are you so eager to take on missions? You should focus on building a foundation for now, Shursui asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Every jutsu in the Book of Seals requires a substantial amount of money for the necessary tools. My pocket money has long since run dry. Yet, he refrained from voicing this, instead saying to Shursui, I feel that training alone is insufficient, so I wish to challenge myself further. Despite my appearance, I have been on the battlefield. Is that so? Truly impressive, Shursui nodded, complimenting him kindly. However, it is indeed not feasible. You are still growing. And it would be better for you to train extensively rather than rush into missions. If you find yourself in need, feel free to come to me. All right, thank you. Shursui. As he watched them depart, Itachi turned to Shursui in confusion. Shursui, why are you being so friendly? Although you are usually like this. Shursui pinched his nose and sighed. Well, these two children are exceptionally talented. Moreover, they were not born into the Uchiha clan. If they can grow to become influential figures within the family, it would greatly help to alter the current atmosphere within our clan. Ever since the fourth Hokage's death a few days ago, the Uchiha clan had become increasingly fervent, with their overconfident nature leading them to believe they could meddle in the Hokage elections. As the Uchiha's top prodigy, Shursui was acutely aware of this shift in atmosphere, which troubled him greatly. Unfortunately, apart from the 5-year-old Itachi, no one in the Uchiha clan understood his concerns. Is that so? Itachi nodded, also sensing the palpable change within the clan's atmosphere. Time passed swiftly, and a month went by. The Uchiha family had settled, but to make ends meet, Uchiha Hate had to return to the life of a ninja, accepting missions to earn income. Though perilous, the rewards far exceeded the meager earnings from the small trades their father conducted while alive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke continued to refine his Chidori and its complementary techniques, with an even greater focus on the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke had not immediately pursued the multi-shadow clone technique, as his chakra reserves were currently insufficient, and the risks associated with attempting to learn it were too great. The learning curve for the multi-shadow clone technique was not overly steep. Even Naruto had managed to master it after a single demonstration. With his innate talent, Sasuke felt confident that a few attempts would suffice. The crux of his focus lay on the Flying Thunder God technique. This jutsu had a remarkable synergy with Chidori. Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with the Rasengan, achieving a formidable output, and Chidori's offensive capability was equally potent, if not superior, in terms of speed. However, as an S-rank jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique posed an extraordinarily high level of difficulty. For a novice like Uchiha Sasuke, it was an outrageous endeavor. To accommodate the cumbersome nature of the copied scrolls, Sasuke had transcribed the training methods of the Flying Thunder God technique into a notebook, reasoning that no one would bother to peruse a child's diary, except perhaps his mother and sister, Izumi. Thus, the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique was essentially akin to reverse summoning. By employing the jutsu, one could teleport themselves to the location inscribed within the technique. Therefore, Minato required a kunai to assist in its execution. Grasping a shuriken, Uchiha Sasuke formed hand seals and infused chakra into it, transforming the shuriken into a Chidori shuriken. If I inscribe the technique onto this, will it enhance the speed? However, since he lacked a summoning beast, his mother had never instructed him in summoning techniques. It appeared he would need to persuade her for assistance. Mother, I wish to learn summoning techniques. Can you teach me? Why the sudden interest in summoning techniques? Uchiha Hate, who was preparing meals in the living room, asked, somewhat perplexed but not overly surprised. Her son had always shown a keen interest in ninjutsu, learning at an impressive pace, although she remained unaware that this was largely due to his Sharingan. Please, mother, I really want to learn summoning techniques. Uchiha Sasuke unabashedly tugged at his mother's pant leg, causing Uchiha Hate to feel a bit of a headache. All right, Sasuke, after dinner, I will teach you. Uchiha Izumi, already seated at the table, cast a suspicious glance at Sasuke, sensing he was up to something. Chapter 9. Mastering the Flying Thunder God in the courtyard of her home. Uchiha Hazuki wasted no time. Clad in the traditional garb of the Uchiha clan, she began to demonstrate the summoning technique. Watch closely, Ao, as I perform this demonstration, she instructed, then proceeded to weave hand signs. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Placing one hand on the ground, a circle of black symbols emerged. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a ninja crow materialized before them. This type of crow was common among the Uchiha clan, serving as an excellent tool for reconnaissance. Uchiha Ao activated his Sharingan and instantly replicated his mother's summoning technique, executing the same hand signs with remarkable success. However, due to the absence of any object to summon, nothing appeared. You two children, honestly, Hazuki remarked, satisfied with her children's swift learning, before taking her leave, leaving Izumi in a huff. Ayo, you're deceiving Mom, aren't you? You clearly copied that ninjutsu with your Sharingan, Izumi pouted. What difference does it make? The important thing is that I learned it, Ayo replied, contemplating whether to teach his sister the forbidden techniques inscribed in the sealing book, fearing she might inadvertently expose his secrets. It was best to wait until he had sufficient strength before confiding in Izumi. After diligently practicing the summoning technique for several days, Uchiha Ayo officially began his training on the Flying Thunder God technique. The rank and power of ninjutsu were unrelated. Only the difficulty of learning mattered. As an S-rank ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God was notoriously challenging to master. Coupled with its terrifying speed, without keen eyesight and adequate defensive capabilities, even those who learned it could easily fall victim to it. Here we go, Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Ayo meticulously reviewed the training method before casting the kunai inscribed with the technique symbols. The connection between his chakra and the symbols felt tenuous, leaving Ayo feeling quite helpless. This sensation of powerlessness was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, he had ample time. Thus, he remained unhurried, gradually attuning to the chakra within the symbols. Finally, it was as if he had grasped a thread in a raging current, and Ayo swiftly initiated the chakra flow of the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh, his body felt weightless, and the scenery before him transformed abruptly. He found himself near the kunai inscribed with the technique. With a swift roll, he landed gracefully, retrieving the kunai embedded in the tree trunk. A surge of excitement welled up within him. Although it had taken a while, it was a promising start. Now he merely needed to familiarize himself with that sensation. It must be noted that the reason only the second and fourth Hokage mastered the Flying Thunder God so effectively was due to its reliance on talent and intuition. Fortunately, Uchiha Ayo possessed exceptional innate talent. If it weren't for Itachi's prodigious mindset, Izumi and he would not be inferior to him. However, they currently lacked the instinct to grasp the timing of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once more, he cast the kunai and resumed searching for that elusive feeling. After a little over a month, Uchiha Ayo could barely execute the technique with a single kunai, but when faced with multiple symbols, he would become overwhelmed by chakra, rendering him unable to perform. Ayo suspected that he could only reach a level of mastery through extensive practice. In addition to practicing the Flying Thunder God, Ayo sought out Shursui to train, as receiving guidance from the Uchiha's top genius would greatly benefit him, and it allowed him to gauge Itachi's abilities. At just 5 years old, Itachi had yet to conceal any powerful techniques. In a secluded training ground of the Uchiha clan, Shursui observed with interest as the young Itachi and Ayo stood on opposite sides, their youthful frames bearing expressions more serious than many seasoned ninjas. Izumi sat beside Shursui, her small face marked with exasperation. Itachi, Ayo, give it your all. I will provide guidance based on your performance, Shursui proclaimed, rising to his feet. Understood, Shursui and I. They both replied in unison, attentively studying one another. Currently, Itachi had yet to awaken his Sharingan. Thus Ayo's three-tomo Sharingan imposed significant pressure on the young prodigy. Itachi resolved to counterbalance Ayo's advantage and insight. Meanwhile, Ayo glared fiercely at Itachi, thinking to himself, you, the Reaper who has haunted me for 5 years. Let me show you how I handle you now. Begin. With Shursui's command, Itachi sprang into action, swiftly using his fingers to deftly launch 2 smoke bombs from his ninja pouch towards Ayo. Bang, bang. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. As expected, the Sharingan was not the Byakugan, and Ayo quickly lost the observational advantage granted by his Sharingan. Just as I expected from Itachi, he immediately resorts to this tactic. Instinctively, Ayo took a few steps back and activated the shadow clone technique, instructing his clones to weave hand signs and unleash a wind technique to disperse the smoke. Wind style, great breakthrough. His mother had mastered wind techniques, and Ayo had already learned this one. It was among his most familiar jutsu. A fierce gust of chakra sliced through the smoke, and as anticipated, Itachi emerged, not alone but accompanied by dozens of kunai aimed directly at Uchiha Ayo. Wires? With the keen vision provided by his three-tomo Sharingan, Ayo quickly discerned the glimmering wires entwined around the kunai. Even if he evaded the initial assault, those wires would ensnare him tightly. Shadow clones? No matter, I will take both of you on. Itachi noted Ayo's clones with surprise but quickly regained his composure, knowing the wires were positioned far enough to strike both targets simultaneously. Indeed, Itachi, you are quite the challenge. It seems I must unleash my trump card. Ayo grinned, tossing several shuriken towards Itachi while simultaneously gathering lightning chakra in his right hand. The blue electric arcs illuminated the smoke with a bird's cry. Effortlessly, Itachi deflected Ayo's thrown weapons with his own, and upon observing the commotion caused by the Chidori, his brow furrowed as he thought, has he mastered the Chidori already? No. It seems less powerful than Kakashi-sensei's version. He hasn't perfected it yet, but it is sufficient. Come on, let's see if you can evade this. Ayo extended his right hand, the lightning transforming his palm into a lethal blade that severed the wires connecting Itachi's kunai. Itachi, feeling the electrical heat, continued to calculate the distance in his mind. His legs were longer than Ayo's arms. As long as he could kick Ayo away at the right moment, the Chidori would not reach him. With that thought, Itachi braced himself for a counterattack, but as he approached within a meter of Ao, the latter's figure and the screeching Chidori vanished. The terrifying sound and electric light appeared directly behind him. Haha, taste this, flashing two-step Chidori. Ao laughed heartily, unwavering as he thrust the Chidori towards Itachi's back. Oh no, is that the body flicker technique? Itachi realized too late. Among the 4 kunai Ao had thrown, one was inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Even he could not hope to react to its incredible speed. As the Chidori neared, ready to scorch Itachi's clothing and pierce his body, Shirsui's hand grasped Ao's wrist firmly, interrupting the technique. All right, that's enough, Uchiha Shirsui stated, releasing Ao's hand. Uchiha Ao's audacity was hardly surprising, as his willingness to resort to lethal measures stemmed from the presence of Shirsui. Were he to eliminate Itachi under Shirsui's watchful gaze, the true culpability would rest not upon this mere 5-year-old but rather on Shirsui himself. Who would believe that the esteemed genius of the Uchiha clan, Shirsui, could be thwarted by a child? Itachi, though somewhat dejected, did not succumb to despair. He bowed respectfully to Uchiha Ao and Shirsui, saying, I have been defeated. My apologies. Shirsui, I regret disappointing you. Not at all, Itachi. You have performed admirably. Even I could not have done better, Shirsui replied with a warm smile. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Ao and inquired, what was that technique? Where did you learn it? Naturally, Ao could not divulge that he had pilfered the knowledge from the Book of Seals. However, faced with Shirsui's straightforward nature, he found it easy to concoct a premeditated excuse. Oh, I devised it while my mother was teaching me summoning techniques last month. I pondered that if summoning can bring something from elsewhere, why couldn't I summon myself to appear quickly in another location? Ah, what a remarkable talent you possess. You've intuitively grasped the principles of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, Shirsui remarked, at a loss for words, astonished by the prodigious capabilities of this 5-year-old clan member. In truth, the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique was not overly complex. In the Land of Mist, there existed a similar technique known as the Flying Thunder Array, albeit one that required hand seals. Techniques like the Flying Thunder God, which could be executed without hand seals, necessitated rigorous training methods established by the 2nd Hokage. At that moment, Izumi chimed in. That explains why you have been so engrossed in practicing summoning techniques lately, even at the expense of our sparring sessions. With Izumi's endorsement, Shirsui's doubts dissipated further. He believed this young clansman possessed the potential to become a formidable ninja, one who would safeguard both the village and the Uchiha clan, provided he harbored a passion for the village akin to that of Itachi. Chapter 10. The prerequisite for unsealing light is sealing technique. Thus, Uchiha Ao finally managed to integrate himself, albeit with difficulty, into the small circle of Shirsui and Itachi. A year later, he and his sister, Uchiha Izumi, reached the age to attend a ninja academy, although the academy held little significance for the 3 of them, as Shirsui had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the shadow clone technique and other theoretical concepts, far exceeding what the academy could offer. Come, let us take a picture, Uchiha Hazuki cheerfully urged as she snapped a photo of Izumi and Ao at the entrance of the ninja academy. Great. Izumi appeared genuinely pleased, while Ao remained indifferent. After all, he had no need for the academy. He had already resolved to follow Itachi's example and substitute his attendance with shadow clones. Since today was the entrance ceremony, it was prudent not to be overly audacious. The ceremony concluded swiftly. It was the first opening of the Ninja Academy post-war. Hence it was not particularly grand. The academy had essentially served as a breeding ground for cannon fodder during the conflict. In a tiered classroom, Izumi tugged at Ao's hand, glancing around before her eyes lit up. Itachi-kun, she exclaimed, hastening toward him. Oh, you're here too, Itachi nodded. Being quite the heartthrob, Itachi attracted admiration, while Ao, embodying the typical Uchiha allure, found other girls hesitant to approach in Izumi's presence. Being from the same circle as Shirsui, Itachi did not treat them coldly, but instead gestured for them to join him. Who would have thought Itachi would be so popular? Ao mused, shaking his head in resignation. There was little he could do to intervene. Izumi merely harbored a crush on Itachi, who, as a devoted brother, showed her little interest. If Ao rushed in to interrupt, he would likely be perceived as a madman. You've come as well, Itachi remarked, his tone as aloof as ever, yet not entirely dismissive. Yes, but I suppose we will only attend today, as our mother is still accompanying us, Ao replied. Izumi added with a wry smile. Ao claims there is nothing left for him to learn at the academy, so he plans to use shadow clones to attend classes instead, allowing him to absorb the lessons without wasting time. While Izumi, under Ao's persistent influence, possessed skills that rendered her attendance unnecessary, she still yearned for the experience of school life. More importantly, she was not adept at ninjutsu, making her own shadow clones insufficient for attending classes. Itachi nodded in understanding. Saying nothing further, as he harbored similar intentions, he preferred training intensively with Shirsui over attending school. After a brief class allocation, they returned home. To celebrate their children's enrollment at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Hazuki deliberately refrained from accepting any clan missions and prepared a sumptuous feast at home. Hiki. Mother's culinary skills are improving. Izumi exclaimed, swallowing a tempura and sweetly complimenting her mother. Is that so? Indeed. Izumi is quite adorable, Hazuki responded, affectionately patting her daughter's head before teasing her son. Ao, don't you have anything to say to your mother? Uchiha Ao winked. Ah, sister is right. The food is truly unbeatable. Honestly, such a lack of sincerity. Yet I forgive you, for you are my beloved son, Hazuki, a beautiful woman with classic Uchiha features. Playfully ruffled Ao's spiky hair. Yes, yes. Ao nodded helplessly, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such a family environment. Even his unfortunate father was a gentle man, while his mother embodied the essence of a devoted housewife. After the warm family dinner, Uchiha Ao immediately employed a shadow clone. He looked at the clone, which resembled him perfectly, and said, make sure to attend class diligently, and don't get exposed like Itachi. I'm not ready to attract the attention of the village elite just yet. The clone sighed in resignation, understood. Is it really healthy to press yourself so hard? The next morning, Izumi eyed the calm Uchiha Ao suspiciously, asking, are you the clone? Or, rolling his eyes at his sister, he replied, of course. I'm the clone. Don't let that slip, or I'll reveal your secrets about Itachi. What does Itachi-kun have to do with this? Izumi huffed, storming off in annoyance. Chuckling at his sister's retreating figure, Ao's clone shook his head and hurried to follow her. In Shursue's training ground, several shuriken were hurled, creating immense pressure on Itachi. Was this the formidable presence of the fourth Hokage? Itachi furrowed his brow, feeling a deep unease as Uchiha Ao's right hand began to gather chakra once more. Over the past year, Ao had mastered the Chidori, seamlessly transitioning between up to 3 flying thunder god techniques. Here I come, Itachi. Uchiha Ao laughed heartily, his palms converging as the lightning transformed into a lethal electric blade, cleaving through the earth with ease, leaving a deep charred trench in his wake as he charged toward Itachi at blinding speed. Should he confront head-on or appear elsewhere? Itachi, still only 6 years old, felt a wave of panic. He could not discern whether Ao was advancing directly or would suddenly emerge from another location using the flying thunder god technique. With shuriken in hand, Itachi focused intently on Ao, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, until the crackling blue lightning surged dangerously close, igniting his hair, prompting Itachi to finally strike. The shuriken aimed directly at Ao's armpit, but in the blink of an eye, Ao vanished. Itachi swiftly pivoted, scanning the surroundings only to find Ao reappearing from the technique-imbued kunai on his right, simultaneously tossing a shuriken toward him. A diversion? Itachi deftly blocked the incoming shuriken with his own, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of the one he had sent flying, its surface adorned with a web of sealing techniques. This was bad. That was also a technique. But it was too late. Ao had vanished again, now mere centimeters from Itachi's neck, the Chidori poised to scorch his skin. Stop. Uchiha Shursui intervened just in time, prompting Ao to cease his assault. Itachi's handsome face fell, and he addressed Shursui. I'm sorry, Shursui and I lost again. There's no need to apologize. Your response was commendable, Shursui chuckled, then turned to Ao. Your mastery of the flying thunder god technique is nearing that of the fourth Hokage. Even I find it difficult to discern your movements. To be honest, had I not known you were just a child, I might have believed you to be the secret disciple of the fourth Hokage. Neither Itachi nor Shursui could fathom that Ao had pilfered the sealing scroll. After all, what could a 5-year-old comprehend or achieve? Moreover, neither was aware of the forbidden techniques contained within the scroll. Shursui's honest nature would never lead him to pry into its contents. Thus, life appeared to continue unchanged, save for one clear goal set by Ao, to do everything in his power to prevent the Uchiha massacre and, secondly, to seek an escape route beyond Konoha. Presently, he had earmarked either the Land of Waves or the Land of Bears, 2 nations devoid of ninja villages, as potential safe havens. After becoming nearly proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique and Chidori, Uchiha Ao did not immediately embark on mastering the Shadow Clone technique. Instead, he turned his attention to the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Kaguya, I am striving for your sake. I must not allow you to experience regret once more, Uchiha Ao proclaimed. However, the Uzumaki and Senju clans had employed a myriad of sealing techniques, over a dozen in total, to seal away Uchiha Kaguya, making it evident that he could not resolve this matter in the short term. Chapter 11 The Uchiha prodigies graduating together. Uchiha Izumi opened her Sharingan, her Manjiki eyes fixed intently on her younger brother. She assumed a stance indicative of a taijutsu technique, prompting Uchiha Ao to shake his head. It was evident that his sister lacked proficiency in ninjutsu. I'm coming. Izumi furrowed her brow and sprang forward, launching a flurry of punches aimed at his shoulder, heart, and abdomen, each strike targeting a vital point. Although her technique was somewhat juvenile, it was sufficiently adept for someone her age. Unfortunately, to Ao, there was little threat. On one hand, he had trained under Shursui and Itachi, and on the other, Izumi's current physicality rendered her taijutsu ineffectual. He effortlessly deflected her punches and, seizing her wrist, executed a shoulder throw that sent her sprawling. Ouch! Izumi landed with a thud, exclaiming in surprise, yet Ao had not exerted force, allowing her to quickly rise again. Enough already, you can't possibly defeat me, sister, Ao taunted, his mocking grin irking her. After all, it stung to acknowledge that her younger brother was so much stronger. Where lay her dignity as the elder sibling? Idiot brother, Izumi huffed, brushing off her backside in irritation as she turned to leave. Hey, why not train with Shursui like I do? Otherwise, you'll never stand a chance against me, Ao suggested, believing Izumi ought to acquire some skills to be of assistance in the future. Do you think I can? Izumi questioned, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. She had always looked up to Shursui and Itachi, and despite her talent being on par with Itachi's, her mindset held her back. Nevertheless, she remained hopeful, for she knew that Itachi excelled at shadow clones and was among the most popular in the academy, leaving her little opportunity to interact with him. Naturally, Ao, the quintessential Uchiha heartthrob, was also one of those popular figures. However, unlike Itachi, who was more reserved and stoic, Ao's reputation was that of a formidable and merciless fighter. To avoid his shadow clones being easily shattered by careless onlookers, he had never held back against provocateurs, even besting older students during his time at the academy. Thus, this Uchiha became the feared bully of the school, though he never sought trouble without reason. During a ninjutsu class, under the watchful gaze of a Nin instructor, the two 6-year-olds standing together evoked an unsettling sense of fear. Is this really possible? They are merely children of the Uchiha clan, the Nin mused, shaking his head. He then announced, the duel will be between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ao. Remember, do not go too hard on your classmates. Itachi nodded, acknowledging the instructor's directive. Understood, sensei. Begin. With the instructor's command, Itachi swiftly unleashed a flurry of shuriken. The sheer skill of his shuriken jutsu astonished the other children, and the Nin was equally taken aback. Such technique. Even a standard Nin might struggle to replicate this. Ao remained calm, aware that he could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique in the academy and recognizing that he was merely a shadow clone. Itachi was similarly limited. Thus, Ao began to knock away the incoming shuriken one by one. Then, with a body flicker technique, Itachi appeared behind Ao, attempting a kick. However, having fought Itachi countless times under Shursui's tutelage, Ao anticipated the move. He swiftly turned, grasped Itachi's ankle, and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. Yet, Itachi skillfully rolled and landed on his feet. Phew. As Itachi looked up, he saw Ao rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. With no other option, Itachi resorted to his own great fireball technique to counter the attack. The two blazing fireballs collided, dissipating until their chakra was exhausted, causing the other children to retreat in fear. Enough. Stop. The Nin instructor interjected loudly, halting their fierce exchange. As for the results, Itachi, who had never intended to fight, nodded at the instructor. Glancing at Ao, who was also looking back at him, the instructor swallowed hard and declared, you two are tied for first place. Thank you, sensei. Itachi bowed and stepped back, and Ao returned to Izumi's side, flashing her a victory sign. Don't get too cocky, Izumi admonished, pinching her brother's cheek. While she had always known of his strength, it was only in school that she grasped the true value of such prowess. Meanwhile, an Umbu ninja stationed outside the academy was equally astonished. Although the Nin and children appeared unremarkable, he recognized that the techniques and combat skills of these two Uchiha children would easily qualify them for the Umbu. I must report this to Lord Third immediately. Within minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resuming his duties as Hokage, received a detailed report. Are these truly the prodigies of the Uchiha clan? He pondered, inspecting the document with a pipe in his mouth, his aged yet bright eyes scanning the information. The report detailed Uchiha Ao and Uchiha Itachi with a third name, Uchiha Izumi, appearing somewhat lackluster in comparison. Why must they all come from the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen lamented, finding himself in a difficult position. While he would have welcomed geniuses from other clans, the emergence of two more Uchihas was concerning. In light of the recent death of Minato Namikaze, the Uchiha clan had already begun to stir restlessly, and the village maintained a delicate balance with them. The introduction of two more prodigies, alongside the already formidable Shursui, posed a significant risk. Lord Third, what should we do? The Umbu asked, sensing the Hokage's unease. No need for concern. They are merely children. Once they graduate, we can integrate them into the Umbu, Hiruzen replied, exhaling smoke with his eyes closed. Enrolling them in the Umbu would allow the village to exert greater control over their actions. Why are there so many prodigies in the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi sighed, shaking his head. If one of them were not from the Uchiha, perhaps I could have trained them as a successor, like Minato. Initially, I believed Minato's strength would overshadow any Uchiha threat, but the situation has changed. With Shursui and these two talents, they might soon turn against us. Chapter 12. The dark side days passed monotonously, and soon Uchiha Ao had reached the age of 7. During his time at school, where he utilized shadow clones, he diligently studied the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Although he had not mastered them completely, he had at least grasped some significant techniques such as the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Ao continued to spar with Itachi under the guidance of Shursui. After more than a year of interaction, he had largely desensitized himself to the presence of this Reaper. Judging by the current training results, even if he could not defeat Itachi, escaping was entirely feasible. He landed a kick to Itachi's left rib. But Itachi retaliated with a punch to his waist, sending both of them several meters apart. Impressive, Itachi. You truly live up to being the son of the clan leader. Uchiha Ao remarked, observing Itachi's consistently calm demeanor. No, you are equally formidable, Itachi replied calmly. The two resumed their duel, a flurry of ninjutsu, shurikens, and taijutsu flying between them. Suddenly, they both halted. What's wrong? Are you injured? Shursui inquired, his brow furrowing as he leaped over to them. Ao and Itachi exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. No, during our ninjutsu class, we unintentionally dispersed each other's shadow clones. Huh? Shursui was taken aback. Being an honest person, he was still just a teenager and was unsure how the village would punish them for using shadow clones during class. Nevertheless, he resolved to shoulder the responsibility himself. Let us go. I'll explain this to them. At the Ninja Academy, numerous Jonin and Chunin had gathered. Even the third Hokage was present. Uchiha Izumi appeared frightened, prompting the others to console her, as she was merely a 7-year-old child. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai, only a few years older, offered her kind words of comfort. For Kakashi, skipping class at the academy was trivial as long as one could become a competent ninja. I'm so sorry. I knew all along that I would make him attend school obediently when I got home. Izumi sobbed, leaving Kakashi and Kurenai speechless, only able to comfort her while sweating nervously. The third Hokage displayed no discernible emotion, calmly smoking his pipe. Soon, Shursui hurriedly brought Itachi and Ao into the room. Upon entering, Shursui appeared extremely nervous, as the Uchiha prodigy was still just over 10 years old and naturally anxious. I sincerely apologize, Lord Hokage, this is all my fault, Shursui said, immediately taking the blame. No, this has nothing to do with Shursui. It was my decision, Itachi interjected. Izumi then tugged at Ao's clothing, urging him to apologize as well. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, I knew about this beforehand. Please do not punish him, I can take his place. Uchiha Ao humbly accepted his fault, knowing that the third Hokage would perceive him as a threat rather than be angry about skipping class. However, it was essential to express his stance. As expected, the third Hokage's demeanor softened as he said, Really, what are you two doing? It is my responsibility for not recognizing the talents of the village's children. The fact that you both managed to maintain your shadow clones for over a year without detection while achieving the top level in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu speaks volumes of your excellence. Therefore, I will grant you special permission to graduate early. This matter is not significant. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Izumi quickly expressed her gratitude, with Shursui echoing her sentiments. However, Ao knew that the third Hokage had ulterior motives as he continued, but you are still quite young. How about this? Are you interested in joining the Umbu? Lord Hokage? Not only Uchiha Shursui, but even Izumi and Kakashi were astonished. Was it not absurd to recruit 2 7-year-old children into the Umbu? Itachi and Ao exchanged glances and simultaneously stated they needed to consider it, given their youth. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Uchiha Ao looked at Itachi, suspecting he would return home to inform Fugaku and then become a double agent. As for himself, he was reluctant to join the Umbu, fearing it would hinder his progress. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste it, especially since, at best, he was evenly matched with Itachi. If Itachi were to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan after Shursui's demise and continue the clan's extermination, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, with Obito aiding him, although he could mimic the fourth's method to attack Obito, the risks were too great. For someone as fearful as Ao, it was better to avoid unnecessary risks. On the way home, Izumi proudly clutched his hand. Although she didn't explicitly boast, her triumphant expression was evident. Mom, today, Lord Hokage visited the Ninja Academy, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. And, oh, Lord Hokage wants Ao to join the Umbu. Is that so? Has Ao become so impressive? Uchiha Hazuki, who was cooking, appeared unfazed, rather content as she wiped her hands with her apron and approached to gently ruffle the hair of both Izumi and Ao. Seeing his mother so composed, Ao immediately understood. After all, his mother was an experienced Nin. Had she not missed the Jonin promotion ceremony due to marriage, she would undoubtedly be at the Jonin level and aware of her son's capabilities. So I wanted to ask you, Mom. Ao began, gazing at Hazuki. Noticing his expression, Hazuki understood that her son did not wish to join the Umbu, and she found it perplexing. Though the Umbu operated under strict control, its high status and promising future were quite appealing. You can talk to me about anything, Ao. I know you've always been very intelligent, and I will support any decision you make, she assured him. As a nurturing mother, Uchiha Hazuki had an exceptionally kind disposition, embodying the benevolent nature of the Uchiha clan, which undoubtedly influenced Izumi's gentle character. I cannot grow stronger within the Umbu. I need more time to enhance my skills, Ao expressed fervently. But the Umbu could help you too, Hazuki replied, bewildered. However, Ao understood that he needed ample practice with sealing techniques to unlock Uchiha Kageme's seal. He aimed to confront this formidable ancestor with the utmost certainty. The Umbu had far too many missions, leaving him little opportunity to prepare. If Konoha still intended to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he would be utterly doomed. Yet, he could not voice this reasoning. So, Uchiha Hazuki, thinking her son was merely frightened due to his youth, nodded understandingly. All right, I will help you decline Lord Hokage's offer. Thank you, Mom. Ao replied gratefully. When Uchiha Hazuki respectfully declined the third Hokage's invitation on her son's behalf, he appeared somewhat displeased but said nothing further. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku believed Itachi could assume the role of a double agent, yet Itachi still joined the Umbu. The next day, Itachi was fully clad in the Umbu uniform, looking remarkably composed despite his youthful appearance. Itachi looks quite impressive, Ao noted. Jisue praised and then turned to Song. Although he was not part of the Umbu, it was only natural for him to graduate and become an esteemed Konoha genin. As for his subsequent promotion to Chunin and even Jounin, Jisue deemed it equally deserved. He patted Song on the shoulder, grinning as he spoke. This is quite good. Progressing step by step poses no significant danger, as long as we contribute to the village. It matters not whether we serve in the Umbu or elsewhere. Thank you, Brother Jisue, Song replied, lightly touching the brand new Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. It was far more substantial than the cosplay prop he had purchased in his previous life, genuinely capable of withstanding attacks. Chapter 13, The Uchiha Guard Soon. The village was abuzz with the news that two prodigies from the Uchiha clan had graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7, sending shockwaves through Konoha. Subsequently, the academy conducted an assessment of Izumi's abilities and discovered that she indeed possessed the strength necessary for graduation, particularly excelling in taijutsu and shuriken techniques, which could rival some jonin. However, being a modest girl, Izumi declined early graduation. Having just made new friends, she was reluctant to leave them behind. Nevertheless, the Ninja Academy had little left to teach her, rendering her attendance optional. Song was quite content with his promotion to genin, as ordinary ninjas primarily survived by undertaking missions from the village, which afforded them a significant degree of freedom. However, immediately upon acquiring his genin status, the first to take notice of him was the Uchiha clan. For the Uchiha, who were currently preparing for a coup, nurturing their clan's prodigies was of utmost importance, especially since Song had grown up outside the clan's territory, raising concerns about his potential allegiance to the village. Song, don't be nervous, your mother is here. Uchiha Hazuki reassured her son Song and Izumi as they entered the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, at his summons. Is that the prodigy who graduated alongside Itachi? One of the clan members remarked. Though he hails from an outside marriage, he still bears the Uchiha bloodline. As they made their way to the clan leader's residence, the chatter among Uchiha clansmen exemplified their tradition of valuing strength above all. It was well known that Song often faced disdain and bullying due to his mother's outside marriage to an Uchiha, but he had awakened his Sharingan at an early age, which had somewhat shielded him from the taunts of his peers. Before long, they reached the front of the clan leader's estate, where several ninjas clad in Uchiha guard uniforms halted them. Wait, one of them commanded. I am Uchiha Hazuki, summoned here by the clan leader, she replied, her heart racing as she eyed the trio of guards, each possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. We know, that is your child. The one who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7 alongside Itachi? One of the guards acknowledged, casting a glance at Song, whose dark hair and eyes unmistakably marked him as an Uchiha. While they had no desire to bully a child, they were compelled to obey the clan leader's orders and were curious to test his skills. Two jonin approached Hazuki, while a nin moved toward Song. Mom. Izumi clutched her mother's hand tightly, fear evident in her eyes, whereas Song recognized this as an opportunity for the Uchiha to provoke him. He freed himself from his mother's grasp and stepped forward to meet the nin. Song, don't worry, Mom. He merely wishes to assess my abilities, Song replied, flexing his wrist. Not bad, little one. That kind of courage is enough for me to acknowledge you partially. The nin laughed heartily, ostentatiously revealing his 2-tomo Sharingan. But let me see if you truly have what it takes. Song squinted, contemplating whether to reveal his 3-tomo Sharingan to intimidate the nin. Ultimately, he decided it was unnecessary for dealing with the nin. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and threw several shuriken at him. Oh, so you're not just boasting. The Uchiha nin evaded the shuriken, realizing that Song's throwing technique was already on par with nin level. Suddenly, a surge of blue lightning illuminated the vicinity. Even Hazuki and the other two jonin were taken aback as a vast amount of lightning chakra gathered in Song's palm, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping. The electric current surged forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Chidori, that technique belongs to the Hitaki clan, doesn't it? Alas, you haven't activated your Sharingan, so you can't unleash its full power. If I weren't restricted from revealing my Flying Thunder God technique, I would have already dispatched you. Song scoffed at the nin's laughter, observing as he attempted to grasp his wrist like Itachi did with Sasuke. However, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Song's perception surpassed that of the nin. At the moment the Nin lunged for his wrist, Song swiftly altered the trajectory of his hand, evading the grasp, and thrust the Chidori straight towards his heart. Fear of death engulfed the Nin, who screamed in terror upon sensing the acrid smell of burnt fabric and the undeniable impact of the technique. "You're not dead yet," Song remarked, playfully flicking his fingers at the Nin, who finally opened his eyes and exhaled in relief. Impressive, this level of skill and combat awareness. One of the Jonin, clearly satisfied, turned to Hazuki. "Tell me, at what age did your son awaken his Sharingan?" Hazuki hesitated, aware that Song had kept this secret from her. Though Izumi had already informed her, she had long suspected that her son had awakened his eyes early. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It was on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, when Izumi and Song's father." "I see." The Jonin nodded. The loss of loved ones often catalyzed the awakening of the Sharingan. While the early activation of the three Tomo was somewhat extraordinary, it was not beyond comprehension. "You may enter. The clan leader awaits inside." "Thank you, Song. Come here." Hazuki hurriedly beckoned her children as they entered Fugaku's residence, surrounded by the Uchiha guard. Upon entering, they found Uchiha Fugaku kneeling at the forefront, flanked by Uchiha Jonin bearing various expressions. Izumi appeared frightened, seeking refuge in her mother's embrace. While Song recognized two familiar faces, Shursui and Itachi. They seemed to be listening to orders, turning to acknowledge the commotion. Troubling, they've indeed summoned Song, Shursui thought, his composure wavering as he sensed the unease in the air. Recently, Fugaku had approved Itachi's entry into the Umbu as a spy, but had refused to allow Song the same, indicating that he had other plans for him. Clan leader. Hazuki urged her children to kneel and bowed respectfully to Fugaku. Hazuki, I've heard of your recent endeavors. You have made significant contributions to the clan. In our next Jonin recommendation, we plan to endorse you for promotion." Fugaku spoke in a rare moment of warmth, before turning his attention to Izumi and Song. This was the main event. He first assessed Izumi, whose timid demeanor left him dissatisfied. "I've heard you've awakened a two-tomo Sharingan. But such a disposition will not forge a strong warrior." He then shifted his gaze to Song, who sat unflinchingly before him, calculating Fugaku's potential Manjiki abilities, pondering if they were indeed the rumored powers of foresight, and who might inherit them after Fugaku's demise. In Fugaku's eyes, Song exhibited remarkable courage for daring to meet his gaze, furthering his satisfaction. "Your name is Song, correct? Despite your mixed heritage, you have not shamed your Uchiha lineage. Well done. I've heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes for you to join the Umbu. What are your thoughts?" Fugaku's penetrating gaze bore into Song, eager to hear his response. As a seasoned ninja, Uchiha Hazuki immediately discerned the implications of Fugaku's words. Should Ao express a desire to join, it was likely that Fugaku would swiftly confine him under the guise of special training on the island, subsequently indoctrinating him to ensure his loyalty to the Uchiha clan. Thus, she promptly interjected, "Ao has already stated his disinterest in joining the Umbu. He is a child of the Uchiha, having proudly identified himself as such since childhood, reveling in his Uchiha bloodline. I have already resolved to decline the invitation to Lord Sarutobi tomorrow." "Is that so? Well, it is indeed commendable to remember the source of one's lineage," Fugaku replied, his expression softening slightly. "In that case, I shall speak to Sarutobi on this matter. As for this child, let him not be neglected. He shall first learn with the Uchiha police force, and once his strength is grown, he can join the ranks." "Yes, we shall adhere to what the clan leader has decreed," Hazuki replied hastily. Ao contemplated this arrangement, finding it seemingly beneficial. The Uchiha police force was not the Umbu, which required missions across distant lands, but rather a role akin to that of police officers. Moreover, as a non-formal member, his activities would be considerably more flexible than those in the Umbu, thus he acquiesced. Seeing his objectives achieved, having his own son serve as a spy while also securing another prodigious talent akin to Itachi, Fugaku was elated and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Excellent. To celebrate this remarkable event for our Uchiha clan, let us partake in a drink." At that moment, Makoto, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to Hazuki, emerged carrying several pots of sake. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, clan leader." The attendees were filled with exuberance, clearly buoyed by the promising future of the Uchiha. With the unparalleled genius Shursui and the infiltrator Itachi alongside Ao, a talent of equal caliber, the village would no longer dare to underestimate them. However, Hazuki internally scoffed at the delusions of these excessively arrogant Uchiha. Did they not realize that both Shursui and Itachi, whom they relied upon, were external factors? As for herself, should she fail to prevent the night of the massacre, she would undoubtedly flee. At 13, hoping to surpass Obito was indeed a mere fantasy. Chapter 14. Entering the circle after becoming a candidate member of the Uchiha police force. It's safe to say that the status of Song, along with Izumi, has significantly risen within the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas, upon seeing him, would hastily lower their heads and walk past, fearful of inciting trouble. However, Song had no time to contend with the petty squabbles of children. He directly reported to the Uchiha police force. "You're here early, welcome, greeted none other than Shui, who was merely 4 or 5 years older than Song. The first genius wore a warm smile as he welcomed him. Brother Shui, what are you doing here? Aren't you part of the Konoha police force? Song asked, genuinely surprised. Knowing well that Shui was affiliated with Konoha. Don't worry, I still have plenty of time. The clan leader instructed me to guide you, though I was doing that before as well. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Shui, Song replied with a nod. Realizing the intent behind Shui's guidance. Unlike Itachi, who knew him well, Shui aimed to steer him towards protecting the village rather than aiding the Uchiha's rebellion. It was evident that the third Hokage was aware of this arrangement and had consented to it. One must admit, in terms of insight, the third Hokage surpassed the entire Uchiha clan by 100-fold. All right then, let us get started, Shui said enthusiastically. He was truly dedicated to his role, exhibiting an astonishing maturity for someone so young, around 12 years old. For the time that followed, Shui primarily took Song around the village for patrols. Seeing the Uchiha police force insignia on their uniforms, villagers would instinctively avoid them. Song, did you see that? Despite being part of the village. Why do they fear us so much? Shui inquired. Song understood that Shui was testing him to see if he could earn his trust. He nodded, feigning empathy, and responded. I completely understand. The Uchihas have indeed been too arrogant. When Izumi, my mother, and I lived outside, many Uchiha children called us traitors and bullied us. That's why I strive to become a powerful ninja to protect my mother and Izumi. Shui appeared taken aback, his body stiffening as he gazed at Song in astonishment. And he softly murmured, I apologize, it was inconsiderate of me. That has nothing to do with you, Brother Shui. Why apologize? Song waved his hand nonchalantly. However, I do recognize that the Uchiha's reputation in the village is rather poor. You're right. As you can see, the Uchiha are becoming increasingly estranged from the village. I hope for peaceful coexistence, but the clan's ambitions are growing ever larger. Shui nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Song's understanding. Therefore, for the sake of both the village and the clan, I beg you not to assist the clan against the village. Song was surprised that Shui would confide such matters to a child like him. Shui, reading Song's expression, spoke earnestly. I know you are a precocious child like Itachi, but Itachi is the clan leader's eldest son, and I cannot speak such words to him. Even though you are young, I can see that you are not narrow-minded like most Uchihas. While Shui's words carried a sense of righteousness, Song was aware that it stemmed from Shui's poor judgment of character. Although Itachi admired him deeply, his youth made Shui hesitant to place his hopes on him. Thus, he believed Song, who had grown up outside the clan, would be different from the typical Uchiha. Song, certainly not foolish enough to deny this, promptly nodded and declared, yes. I am well aware of the Uchiha's reputation in the village. If possible, I hope to do my utmost to integrate the Uchiha as a part of the village, just like any other ninja clan. Upon hearing this, Shui's face lit up with joy. He felt he had found a comrade with a shared goal. That's wonderful. I think the same way. Let's work hard together, exclaimed the 12-year-old Shui with excitement. Thus, Uchiha Song and Shui, the first genius, became reluctant companions. Though Song's true focus was on safeguarding himself, Izumi, and his mother, followed by other considerations. As for Konoha, it honestly didn't hold much appeal for him. Upon entering the Uchiha police force headquarters, they were met by members wearing Konoha uniforms. 3 individuals, clearly a team, approached curiously as they saw Shui escorting Song. So you're the little prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy in just a year. Although born from outside the clan, you haven't tarnished the Uchiha lineage. The leader of the trio, Uchiha Iga, stated, I am Uchiha Iga, the leader of the 3rd squad. Now that you've reclaimed the Uchiha name, serve the clan well and stop dreaming about other villages. What are you talking about? We are not only Uchihas but also ninjas of Konoha, Shui retorted, clearly displeased. Everyone knew Shui was aligned with the village, but his status as a prodigy deterred others from opposing him. They mistakenly believed he would choose the clan over the village, which only highlighted the Uchiha's lack of discernment. All right then, let us see your strength. I hope you aren't a disappointment to the village, Uchiha Iga challenged, ostentatiously revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Without that eye, all your actions would be meaningless. Before he could finish, he was astonished to see the same 3-tomo Sharingan flickering in Song's eyes, while blue lightning crackled in his left hand, accompanied by the sounds of chirping birds. Isn't that the kid from the Hitaki clan? Before he could fully process his surprise, Song's figure blurred, and the blue lightning surged towards him in an instant. Though the Sharingan could barely perceive the movement, his body could not keep up due to the close distance, leaving him utterly unprepared as the lightning struck him squarely in the face. Wait, no. Shui rushed forward, attempting to intervene. However, Song had no intention of killing. He merely wished to demonstrate his prowess to these arrogant Uchihas. Thus, the lightning hand strike merely penetrated Iga's vest without causing any harm. Despite this, Iga broke out in a cold sweat. Song, adopting an indifferent tone, remarked, that should suffice. I hope such troublesome matters occur only once, as my patience is not boundless. That damn kid. Iga glared at his singed vest, gritting his teeth in frustration but dared not retaliate, knowing he had been sent by the clan elders to assess Song's abilities. Come in. The clan leader is waiting for you. The clan leader? Shui was somewhat taken aback. He had thought he was merely bringing Song to familiarize him with the Uchiha police force. Inside the headquarters, a square-faced middle-aged man sat among 4 or 5 elderly Uchihas with white hair. Upon seeing Shui and Song enter, Uchiha Fugaku spoke, "Not bad. It seems Saratobi did not deceive me. You truly possess talent comparable to Itachi." "You flatter me, clan leader," Song replied respectfully. Aware of his own mortal fears and realizing that needless bravado would lead to his demise, Fugaku was evidently pleased with his attitude, and thus nodded, saying, "Regardless of what circumstances you previously mentioned, you are now a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan. I hope you will dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to your lineage, and the clan will make every effort to nurture your talents." Song nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, esteemed clan leader. Now, let me see your Sharingan," Fugaku instructed. Song activated his Sharingan once more, and even Fugaku, who was already aware, was astonished by the vivid crimson of the Three Tomo. At merely 7 years of age, he had already awakened the Three Tomo, while Itachi, who was heralded as the most gifted prodigy since Shui, had yet to do so. It was only natural. Itachi's awakening was far behind Song's, and certainly less impressive than his own. Indeed, awakening the Three Tomo at such a tender age, even Shui cannot compare. Remarked an elder who appeared to be in his 50s, his previously dormant ambitions reigniting. The Uchiha's greatest hope for rebellion had rested upon the ambiguous stance of Shui. Although it was known that Shui leaned towards the village, those Uchiha leaders, whose minds had been clouded by thoughts of insurrection, stubbornly believed that, for the sake of kinship, Shui would inevitably side with the clan rather than the village. However, the emergence of a new prodigy, seemingly more reliable than Shui, instilled them with renewed confidence. "Rest assured, the clan shall not allow your talents to languish in obscurity. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Uchiha Guard, and in addition, I can grant you the opportunity to learn the secret arts of our clan." The secret arts of the clan, Song murmured to himself, contemplating. Presently, the Uchiha's secret techniques likely included forbidden arts such as Izanagi and Izanami. While undeniably powerful, he certainly did not wish to sacrifice his eyesight. Chapter 15. Integrating Izumi into the rescue plan. It must be said that while his ability to judge others is virtually non-existent, the strategies of the clan leader are commendable. Having his son infiltrate the Umbu as a spy and allowing himself to join the Uchiha Guard through inter-clan marriage serves to both consolidate and monitor alliances. A delicate balance indeed. Unfortunately, his lack of discernment is apparent. At merely 7 years of age, the uniform of the guard tailored for S is adorably oversized on his small frame. However, Izumi is far from pleased. Her expression reflects the turmoil within as she gazes at her own matching attire, lamenting the abrupt end to her nascent year at the Ninja Academy. "What's wrong? If you wish to continue your studies, you can always discuss it with mother," S suggests as he tidies up. Due to S's prowess, the instructors at the academy assessed Izumi's abilities. Although she does not possess overwhelming strength, her skills significantly surpass the graduation standards, prompting Uchiha Hayatsuki to decide that Izumi should join S in the Uchiha Guard. Despite the third Hokage's discontent regarding S's inheritance from Fugaku, viewing it as a potential incitement to rebellion, Izumi's talents, while notable, do not provoke much concern. No, it's unnecessary. Besides, Itachi and ISNT at school, so let my sister take care of you," Izumi insists, waving her hands. Still thinking about Itachi, S sighs and rises. "Let us go, it's time to depart." Since they are within the Uchiha compound, the distance to the guard's headquarters is minimal, and soon Izumi and S arrive at the entrance of the building. Izumi feels a twinge of fear. After all, they previously regarded the guards with trepidation as outsiders. S, however, remains unfazed and pulls her inside. "Pardon the intrusion," Izumi murmurs, curling into herself, but mustering her courage as she steps forward, considering herself the elder sister. Inside the Uchiha Guard, akin to the police of Konoha, they are met by a man appearing to be in his 40s, whose fierce demeanor intimidates them. "Don't disgrace the Uchiha name. Though they boast of genius, they are merely children, and you've brought another with you." "I am sorry," Izumi stammers, clearly intimidated by this imposing figure. Yet S shows no inclination to coddle her. He unveils his 3 Tomo Sharingan and retorts, "Senior, let us not overstate things. It would be far more embarrassing if a mere child were to defeat us in the future." The man frowns but refrains from further comment, tossing them 2 name tags bearing their photographs and guard serial numbers, identification for the guard. "Let us go, audacious little brat." The Uchiha Guard's duties are akin to those of the police, although they occasionally engage in firefighting tasks. They patrol, ready to confront any suspicious individuals with a certain ruthlessness. Yet if one seeks to avoid trouble, the work can be quite leisurely. Thus, on the streets, one may observe 2 petite children, around 7 years of age, adorably clad in guard vests, patrolling with an air of innocence. Ignoring the gazes of passers-by, S casually inquires, "Izumi, how has your taijutsu training been progressing?" Aware that Izumi struggles with ninjutsu, he has taken a particular interest in her physical training. After their last discussion, she no longer harbors resistance towards utilizing the Sharingan. But as a young girl, she has yet to fully master its operation, though she has improved significantly. I've been working hard. Izumi quickly affirms, nodding enthusiastically. Honestly, S expresses, reaching out to grasp her wrist. Izumi, perplexed, does not resist but questions, What's up? After feeling the slight muscle tone in her small hand. He shakes his head slightly. The existence of the 8 gates technique in the sealing book leads him to consider passing down this forbidden technique to Izumi, recognizing her potential in taijutsu. However, as a girl, she is at a disadvantage in physical aptitude, making it more suitable for her to learn Tsunade's sealing in the Byakugan technique, though regrettably, Tsunade is currently outside of Konoha, engrossed in gambling. It's nothing. But as your older brother, don't you think the gap in our abilities is a bit embarrassing? I'm not weaker than you, Izumi retorts. Her eyes wide as she assertively challenges her younger brother, only to quickly lower her voice, adding, but you are a boy so it's unavoidable. S. Feeling a twinge of concern, realizes that Izumi is far too young for him to entrust her with the forbidden techniques from the sealing book. What if she impulsively told Itachi that her brother had bestowed upon her remarkable ninjutsu? If Itachi reported this to the Hokage, it would spell disaster, prompting an immediate flight rather than waiting for the clan's downfall. After contemplating, S proposes, how about I teach you sealing techniques? Sealing techniques? Izumi asks, intrigued, as she only knows that S has some knowledge in this area, typically associated with their mother. S, of course, is preparing to unlock light, as his time to study the various forbidden techniques in the sealing book is limited. He must release light before the impending tragedy, otherwise, danger looms. Yes, I'll write down the training methods for you shortly. Let us see how well you grasp sealing techniques. Their patrol yields no significant encounters, and by evening, they return to the Uchiha guard. Upon arrival, Shursui is already waiting. This benevolent Uchiha greets them with enthusiasm. You're back. Come here quickly. I still need to teach you today as special training. Shursui-senpai? What about Itachi-kun? Izumi inquires, instantly thinking of Itachi, knowing he would be nearby. Instantly, her fatigue from the day seems to dissipate. Why is it always about Itachi? Am I not handsome too? S grumbles, feeling slighted, as this is the very person responsible for their clan-esque strife. He resents being overshadowed, especially when he believes he is no less attractive than Itachi, despite a slight resemblance to Madara. Jealous are we? Hee that's what you get for being the younger brother. Izumi beams, planting a kiss on his cheek. How is that? Aren't you over it now? TCH, that's not what I meant. S shakes his head and turns to Shursui. Let us go, Shursui and I. Indeed. You all share a wonderful bond, Shursui observes, interpreting their interaction as typical of childhood camaraderie. Before long, Itachi returns from his time in the Umbu. Although there are no fixed hours for the Umbu or the guard, when Itachi appears clad in his incongruously youthful Umbu vest, Izumi's eyes light up as she stands and greets him. Itachi-kun. Ah, Izumi. Itachi seems surprised, not at the sight of S and Shursui, but at Izumi's presence. Ah, Izumi now falls under my care, Shursui clarifies. Is that so? Well, I'll follow Shursui and I, Itachi replies. Subsequently, Shursui diligently instructs the trio in ninjutsu and combat techniques, though he refrains from discussing the clan's dire circumstances, given Izumi's innocence. However, it is evident that Shursui aims to influence the decisions of the Uchiha's future through these 3 promising youths, albeit he is unaware that time is not on his side. Chapter 16, Task Assignment. Thus, a week passed. The Uchiha clan did not deceive him. Aside from allowing Shursui to instruct him, they also permitted Song and Itachi to study the clan's secret techniques together. Primarily, this encompassed Izanagi and the transcription seal, which could inscribe ocular techniques into another's eyes, just as Itachi had once embedded an automated Amaterasu into Sasuke's gaze in the original timeline. Other secret techniques had either been taken away by Uchiha Madara long ago, or stealthily appropriated by Danzo. Pay attention, this is the training method for the transcription seal. You must strive diligently, understood? Uchiha Song said to his visibly disgruntled sister. Although the world of shinobi was one of maturity, it was evident that Izumi was not suited for the rigors of ninja life. Consequently, she expressed her grievances, exclaiming, how absurd. A younger brother commanding an elder sister to work. While speaking, she glanced at the transcription seal Song had given her, resting her chin on her hand, and lamented. But this would be more suited to my ninjutsu than sealing techniques. I'm not inclined toward sealing arts. As a taijutsu-oriented ninja, Izumi had little aptitude for sealing techniques, which could only be described as mediocre at best. Sighing, Song felt helpless regarding his sister's plight, recognizing that she was still a child. Perhaps he could share the tale of Uchiha Hikari with her? He sat down, feigning a sorrowful demeanor, and began. The reason I want you to learn these techniques is for a pitiable soul. Izumi was skeptical. Although she was kind-hearted, she knew her brother well, determined yet timid. Indeed. While she acknowledged Song's tireless efforts in training, she could sense that it stemmed not from diligence, but rather an underlying fear that propelled him forward like a prod at his back. Song, unaware of his sister's thoughts, recollected a moment and told Izumi that while practicing Uchiha's secret techniques, he had inadvertently discovered a forgotten scroll containing the story of a tragic figure from over a century ago. He proceeded to narrate the tale of Uchiha Hikari to her. He would never have divulged this to anyone else. Shursui and Itachi, although sympathetic, would prioritize the village's safety and would not only refrain from assisting, but might even seek to eliminate Hikari. Other Uchiha would naturally wish to use Hikari as a mere puppet and weapon. Only Izumi, with her genuine innocence and kindness, could offer any help. As expected, under his vivid recounting, Izumi's expression shifted from disbelief to tearful compassion. "Wah, is this real? If you're deceiving me, I shall never forgive you," she sobbed. "It is indeed true. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself," Song vowed earnestly. "Very well, in that case, I shall assist her." Izumi nodded, coming to believe him. "By the way, remember not to speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise, not only could she be in danger from the villagers, but we could be at risk as well." Song emphasized this with urgency, prompting Izumi to nod repeatedly. Thus, through coaxing and deception, Song managed to make Izumi take the matter seriously. Observing her somewhat clumsy hand seals yet rapid progress, Song finally recognized the extent of Izumi's true talent. After all, these were the remarkable eyes that even Obito had praised. Her aptitude was indeed formidable, akin to his own. It seemed they could expedite the process, yet it would not be achieved swiftly. The combined sealing techniques of the Shinju and Uzumaki clans were capable of imprisoning Hikari underground for over a century without aging or dying, a testament to the sealing's formidable strength. Song lamented that despite the Uchiha clan's exceptional talent in ninjutsu, their proficiency in sealing arts was rather average. The vast array of sealing techniques was more than enough for two 7-year-old children to research. Initially, Song worried that revealing Hikari's plight to his innocent and kind-hearted sister might lead to a disastrous outcome. For instance, if the current frenzied Uchiha clan members discovered it, they might forcefully unseal Hikari, turning him back into their weapon, risking Hikari's sanity in the process. However, it became apparent that Izumi would not betray this secret. Just as Itachi was determined enough to bring about the end of his own clan, Izumi resolutely chose not to disclose this matter to anyone. Once the Uchiha's will was set, it became extraordinarily obstinate. Yet, this pursuit of sealing arts required resources, particularly the special scrolls, which strained Song's finances. Coupled with the expenses incurred from his ninjutsu training, including food pills and other necessities, it was only natural for a 7-year-old to seek assistance from his mother. However, to his surprise, his usually gentle and kind mother pointed to the forehead protector he wore. "Song, you are now a genin of Konoha. You are capable of undertaking missions to earn money, and if you do not meet the required number of missions, I cannot recommend your promotion to Chunin," Uchiha Hazuki said, patting his head. "You don't know that genin are the strongest in Konoha?" Song inwardly scoffed, yet he acquiesced, realizing that under the circumstances, his mother would not provide him with pocket money. "Don't worry, we will go together," Izumi declared, raising her thumb with a confident demeanor. "If you give up, I shall not let you off easily." TSK. Her excessive kindness only heightened her concern for Hikari, didn't it? Since they had resolved to act, they might as well proceed. Members of the Uchiha Guard could indeed accept missions, as Konoha village thrived on undertaking commissions for survival. Arriving at the mission center, although they had never taken on a mission before, they had accompanied their mother many times. Standing at the counter, Song, being somewhat shorter, stood on tiptoe and said, "I am Jinin Uchiha Song, and this is Jinin Uchiha Izumi. Please provide us with tasks suitable for our level." The staff member, unfazed, seemed accustomed to these young prodigies. They casually handed over the mission scrolls, which contained only D and C rank tasks, essentially benign activities such as finding lost kittens, driving away wild boars, or delivering messages. All without any risk involved. Song sighed. I, the illustrious wielder of the 3-tomo Sharingan, equipped with Flying Thunder God and Chidori, am reduced to accepting such tasks. He murmured these words so softly that Izumi did not catch them. Without hesitation, Izumi selected a D rank task to find a lost kitten. Her excitement palpable, as it was her very first mission. Let us go, she exclaimed, clutching the photo of the target cat with uncontainable enthusiasm as she dragged him along. Ultimately, they spotted the plump cat perched high on a tree. Izumi sprang up. But as soon as she reached the branches, the cat bolted in a frenzied panic, appearing ready to fall at any moment. "What do we do, Song?" Izumi asked anxiously. Despite being the elder sister, she held a deep trust in her younger brother. "My Flying Thunder God is not meant for this." Song shook his head, casually tossing a shuriken that landed beside the cat, startling it into a loud yowl as it attempted to flee. "What are you doing, Song?" Izumi cried out in fear, preparing to scold him. Just then, Song vanished, reappearing beside the shuriken, swiftly capturing the cat in his arms. "Done," he declared, one arm cradling the cat while the other retrieved the shuriken, leaping down with ease. "Wow, that was amazing. Was that body flicker technique?" Izumi took the kitten. Her interest piqued more by Song's impressive maneuver than the task itself. Yet, even Shursue's body flicker technique was not executed in such a manner. It left no trace whatsoever. "Enough chatter, let us move." Song playfully pinched his sister's cheek. It wasn't that he did not wish to teach her. It was simply that given Izumi's current talent in ninjutsu, even if he endeavored to instruct her, she would struggle to grasp it, making her an easy target for discovery, especially by the third Hokage and Danzo. He kept it a secret out of his own understanding, fearing that the village might misinterpret his intentions. Chapter 17. B-level mission after a week of assisting others in delivering letters and catching cats. When Uchiha and Izumi returned to the mission center to report their tasks, the staff were astounded. Truly, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan had completed 23 D-level missions and 11 C-level missions in such a short span. As the staff member examined the completion certificates brought back by Uchiha, he could not help but express his admiration while counting the rewards. Although C-level missions might involve combat, they typically did not engage ninjas, thus posing no challenge for So and Izumi. They executed a C-level mission without even employing ninjutsu, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 robbers along the way. Despite it being So's first experience of taking a life, having served as logistical support on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, it was hardly a concern for him. This is your reward. Please accept it, the staff member said with a smile, handing So 200 ryo. After all, it was merely a letter delivery task, and the compensation was not substantial. The sole benefit might have been the enhancement of his Flying Thunder God technique. However, when Uchiha prepared to undertake another task, he found the staff member looking exasperated. I'm sorry, but there are no suitable missions available for you. Thanks to you both clearing out the D and C level tasks in the village, we now only have B level missions and above left. Unfortunately, mission commissions were not infinite. Someone had to pay for them. Izumi, however, was unfazed. Having already earned a fair amount, she tugged at So's sleeve and said, "It's about time. Let's head back. Hee, I can buy some dango for Itachi now." Listening to his sister's innocent and cheerful voice, So felt a surge of frustration. He did not wish to hinder Izumi's interactions with Itachi, but there was little he could do. Izumi simply adored him. Whenever he expressed concern, she interpreted it as jealousy. Moreover, at their age, how could a boy and girl be separated by mere words? They were merely at the budding stage of their emotions. It was impossible to deny them communication. Currently, they were all still learning from Shursui, and he could not possibly obstruct their relationship. Sighing, he thought perhaps Izumi would eventually understand Itachi's true nature after witnessing his actions. By then, she would inevitably awaken her Sharingan. Uchiha nodded, yet he had no intention of allowing her to rendezvous with Itachi. Instead, he addressed the staff member. Although we are still genin, our abilities should suffice to undertake a B-level mission. Ahaha, of course, it's not that I doubt the talent of the Uchiha clan. The staff member replied with a chuckle, but the village regulations dictate that B-level missions must be undertaken by Chunin. If you can find a Chunin to lead you, that would be ideal. Chunin. What a hassle. Uchiha scratched his head in frustration. His devotion to training and concealing his sealing book had left him with little interaction with others. Although Shursui was a jounin, he was part of the Umbu, making it quite rare for him to carve out time to train them. At that moment, Izumi tapped him on the head and offered a very sensible suggestion. How about asking Mom? Suddenly, Uchiha felt somewhat foolish. Likely due to his experiences as a protagonist from another world, he had unconsciously regarded his understanding mother as a mere background figure, reluctant to involve her in his plans. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yayue was indeed a legitimate Chunin now, and she had recently participated in the Jounin selection exam. While not extraordinarily powerful, she was certainly competent. Right. I initially thought Yayue would refuse, advising us against taking B-level missions, but to my surprise, she simply glanced at me and readily agreed with a smile. So and Izumi have grown up. How wonderful. Uchiha Yayue exclaimed, embracing her children with joy. Mom, you're not going to stop us? Uchiha asked. Surprised. His mother had always been attentive to him and Izumi, especially after the passing of Shimon Kiyoshi, balancing her roles as a ninja and a mother with great difficulty. Upon hearing her son's words, Uchiha Yayue flashed a confident smile and patted her well-fitted attire, declaring, "Of course not. You are my children, and I know your abilities well. You will be just fine. Hooray. Long live Mom." Izumi cheered, laughing joyfully as she embraced Yayue. For Izumi, embarking on a mission with her mother felt more like an adventure. "Thank you, Mom," So nodded in agreement. At the Konoha Mission Center, the staff greeted. "Ah, Miss Yayue, have you brought your children to undertake missions?" "Indeed. They are my proud children," Yayue replied with a smile, expertly selecting tasks. At that moment, So turned to the staff member and asked, "May I see my mother's mission records?" "Certainly. Take a look," the staff member responded, not minding the unusual request since he was Yayue's son. Uchiha examined Yayue's mission statistics. D level, 95, C level, 85, B level, 17, A level, 2, S level, 0. So was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his nearly anonymous mother had completed 2 A-level missions. "Don't underestimate your mother," Yayue said proudly, pointing to a task and instructing the staff member. "We'll take this one." "Ah, understood. The employer is already waiting. I'll go notify him." The staff member nodded before swiftly turning to summon the employer. "Mom, let me take a look," So said, taking the task slip and examining it closely. It was an escort mission, somewhat akin to Naruto's first task. with the individual to be escorted named Shinnong. Shinnong. Uchiha so pondered the name for a moment before recalling that it belonged to the leader of the Akatsuki who had unleashed the Zero Tails. What was he doing in Konoha? Of course, Shinnong's mischief occurred during Naruto's teenage years, and at present, Naruto was just over a year old. Thus, Shinnong was likely still amassing power following the collapse of Konoha. The Zero Tails, indeed an excellent source of chakra, which could compensate for Sozo's shortcomings compared to the Uzumaki clan and figures like Kisame. However, the Zero Tails were far too unstable. Ultimately, the ancient dragon vein of the Lulan kingdom was a more suitable option. While contemplating these matters, Uchiha so swiftly followed Yue and Izumi to meet Shinnong. Greetings, are you the ones assigned to my mission? Shinnong appeared considerably younger than So remembered, being in his 30s and looking quite robust. Yes, rest assured. We will fulfill your request, Yue assured him with a smile. Well, it's not that I don't trust you, but these two children. Shinnong hesitated, glancing at So and Izumi. Although they both bore the Leaf Village ninja headbands, indicating they were at least genin, their youthful appearance raised doubts. Is this a family outing? His incredulous gaze could certainly not escape the watchful eyes of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, Song and Izumi exchanged glances, and their figures vanished. Huh, Shinnong gasped, only to find two cold shuriken poised at his throat. Do not underestimate us, Izumi admonished, while Song remained silent. My apologies, my apologies. Truly, you are worthy of the title of Konoha ninja. Heroes indeed emerge from youth, and from maidens as well. Shinnong naturally conceded and offered his praise. As a physician accustomed to traversing various nations, his eloquence was second to none. Izumi, flattered by his compliment, felt a surge of pride, while Song completely disregarded Shinnong's words, instead contemplating whether he could extract some advantage from him. It appeared that this man possessed formidable forbidden medical techniques, namely, bodily activation and terrifying regeneration. It was uncertain if he had mastered them yet, and Song resolved to seek an opportunity to acquire them. As for whether Shinnong would pose a threat to Konoha, Song was indifferent. For once the night of extermination commenced, even if he survived, remaining in Konoha would be impossible. The third Hokage and Danzo, those two old men, would not allow him to escape unscathed. Chapter 18. Task. After a brief preparation, Yue set off with her two children, as Shinnong feigned ignorance of ninjutsu. Necessitating a slow walk to accommodate their employer, they departed from the gates of Konoha and embarked upon the winding path. It was Izumi's first journey away from home, and her excitement was palpable, her large, glistening eyes wide open as if eager to absorb every sight. In contrast, Uchiha Song was preoccupied with thoughts of how to evade potential dangers. Since his arrival in this world, he had prioritized survival above all else. However, Uchiha Yue, a seasoned ninja, remained composed as she engaged Shinnong in conversation, inquiring about the task's particulars. You are a physician, yet why are you being pursued by the mist? Yue asked nonchalantly, having sensed that his identity was not as ordinary as it seemed. Shinnong, of course, had no intention of revealing his true circumstances, instead offering a wry smile as he explained, it's merely a misunderstanding. As a physician, unfortunate incidents do occur with patients, leading to unjust accusations against me. Yue nodded, not pressing further, and agreed. Indeed, the land of water has become quite perilous of late. They conversed for some time until Shinnong's gaze turned towards the two children carrying their belongings. With a hint of trepidation in his voice, he remarked, these children are remarkable. At such a tender age, they possess formidable strength, truly a testament to the prestigious lineage of Konoha. Naturally, Yue felt a swell of pride as a mother upon hearing praise for her children, and she smiled affectionately at them, saying, it's still early. These little ones have only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Such early graduation is indeed impressive. And so they exchanged compliments and humility as they continued their journey, eventually arriving at the border between the land of fire and the land of rice. Along the way, Yue endeavored to impart the essentials of task execution to Izumi and Song. Occasionally, some petty thieves crossed their path, and both Izumi and Song were encouraged to take them down. As a mother, she bore no qualms about her children taking lives at such a young age. Such was the way of the ninja world. Let us rest here. Having left the borders of the land of fire, enemies may approach at any moment, Yue stated. Though they were cloud ninjas, she doubted a mere physician could provoke any formidable adversaries. Generally, she was confident in her ability to confront ordinary jonin, trusting that her opponents would not recklessly press the issue. Mom said to set up camp, exclaimed Izumi, who was already exhausted from their travels. After days on the road, the initial excitement of their adventure had dissipated, leaving her yearning for rest. Song, too, felt fatigued due to his current physical condition. Yet he found value in honing his chakra usage throughout the journey. While Izumi set up the tent, Song busied himself laying traps around the campsite, placing bells nearby, and setting explosive tags on wires at the perimeter. He quickly learned the skills Yue had imparted to him. Truly the child of a noble lineage, Shinnong remarked, before inquiring, by the way, I have heard that the Uchiha clan possesses a D-jutsu known as the Sharingan. Might you have it? Though it was somewhat intrusive, Shinnong's curiosity was understandable given the Sharingan's widespread renown in the ninja world. Yayue, not one to refuse, casually showcased her Sharingan. The crimson eyes with black tomo evoked admiration from Shinnong. Indeed, the foremost jutsu in the ninja realm, merely gazing upon it is utterly breathtaking. He applauded, wisely refraining from asking about the children, lest it seem as if he were coveting the Sharingan. While Yayue and Shinnong engaged in discussion, Song focused on his usual survival tactics, burying his flying thunder god Kanai beneath a thin layer of soil around the campsite. This ensured that, should an ambush occur, he could swiftly escape with Izumi and their mother in any direction. As they kindled a fire, Shinnong and Yue delved into the intricacies of medical ninjutsu. Though this tacitly acknowledged Shinnong's proficiency in ninjutsu, neither party expressed an intention to broach the subject directly. Shinnong, possessing knowledge of forbidden medical techniques that even Orochimaru envied, displayed a mastery of healing arts rivaling that of Tsunade, diligently explaining concepts while seemingly eager to cultivate connections with the offspring of distinguished clans. Izumi displayed little interest in medical ninjutsu, but Song regarded it as invaluable. He retrieved his notebook and began jotting down notes, even requesting Shinnong to inscribe tips and diagrams of human chakra pathways. Such information was not taught at the Ninja Academy, nor was it prioritized by the Uchiha clan. Only the Hyuga clan held it in high regard, making it an invaluable resource for Uchiha Song. As they entered the land of rice, the atmosphere shifted ominously. The pursuers of Shinnong dared not enter the land of fire, revealing the true difficulty of their B-rank mission. After 2 more days of travel, they became the targets of a group of rogue ninjas. Clearly, even the presence of a Konoha forehead protector failed to deter these desperate individuals. After all, seasoned ninjas often possessed valuable items, and a middle-aged man accompanied by a woman and 2 children seemed a prime target for robbery. Having just departed a small town, the astute Uchiha Yayue sensed the danger immediately. Without revealing her awareness, she discreetly moved behind Shinnong and quietly warned Izumi and Song. Izumi, Song, retreat to the sides and guard our flanks to prevent being encircled by the enemy. Drawing her shuriken, she instinctively sought to protect her children. I can fight too, Mom, Izumi protested, but Song, understanding the gravity of the situation, pulled her aside, recognizing that their adversaries would likely focus on Yayue, leaving them exposed as prime targets. In an instant, the 5 rogue ninjas sprang into action, with 2 of the strongest charging at Yayue, while the remaining 3 circled around her, heading straight for Song and Izumi. Be careful, you two, Yayue cried out, her urgency palpable as she rushed to assist. But the 2 attackers were determined to thwart her intentions. Humph, Song scoffed. Though their techniques appeared ruthless, their raw strength was severely lacking. Activating his Sharingan, he swiftly analyzed their movements. Izumi, you handle that one. I'll take care of the others. Without waiting for her response, he dashed forward, employing his Sharingan to pierce one assailant's heart with a shuriken, then swiftly turning to incinerate another with a fireball jutsu. The execution was swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Izumi brandished the wind-style shuriken gifted to her by Song, engaging her opponent in a fierce exchange before using a chain to ensnare his neck, severing his spine and ensuring his demise. On Yayue's end, as a ninja worthy of competing for the rank of Jonin, she swiftly dispatched her 2 attackers. Without pausing to celebrate their victory, she hurried to her children, concern etched on her face. Are you both all right? Hee, I'm already a genin, so of course I'm fine, Izumi replied proudly. Song, however, remained silent, the 2 lifeless bodies standing as evidence of their capability. Yayue nodded with satisfaction, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, her children were formidable. Chapter 19. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan awakens, but not me. Since entering the land of rice fields, the prevalence of bandits and rogue ninjas has surged. Occasionally, when these poorly skilled rogue ninjas, whose ninjutsu is lacking, attack him, Uchiha Ao feels a sense of fortune. Although he now strives daily for survival in the years to come, at least he can rely on Konoha and his family to be a normal ninja, avoiding the bloody peril faced by these others, who risk their lives for mere survival. Suddenly, he sensed several powerful chakra signatures, distinctly different from those of the rogue ninjas. For figures moved with remarkable agility, adorned in peculiar, ancient Japanese-style attire, dressed in flowing white garments. Oh, could they be from Konoha? Huh. You best flee before we make a move to eliminate you. The leader, a middle-aged man, grinned savagely, clearly dismissing the Konoha ninjas. This attire, is it from the Kagaya clan? Uchiha Ao instantly recognized the 4 individuals before him. The Kagaya clan style is most akin to that of the Otsutsuki and is known for their brutality. When they recklessly rebelled against the Mist Village, their entire clan was annihilated, leaving only Kimimaro. Considering the timeline, Kimimaro is roughly the same age as Naruto, indicating that the Kagaya clan's rebellion is still 4 to 5 years away. Kagaya clan members? Izumi, Ao stepped back. Uchiha Hazuki clearly understood the formidable nature of this deranged clan. While ordinary individuals might deter them with the name of Konoha-s ninja, the Kagaya clan would not be so easily frightened. These lunatics could resort to any extreme. What have you done to attract the Kagaya clan? Uchiha Ao immediately turned to question Shernon, clearly realizing this situation exceeded the scope of a B-rank mission. Nothing. They covet my medical skills. I simply refuse to serve them. Shernon hurriedly explained. Hee. This old fool really doesn't know when to quit. Once we've dispatched these unfortunate souls, I'll bring your limbs back as trophies. The leading Kagaya clan member licked his lips, laughing maniacally, likely fixated on Shinon's dark medical techniques. It appeared they were preparing for rebellion. Regardless, Konoha ninjas would not abandon their mission. Ao, take Izumi and retreat. Uchiha Hazuki activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and shouted loudly. Clearly, she intended to use herself as bait to protect her children. Her hand dove into her ninja tool pouch, hurling several shurikens at them. Clang! The sharp sounds echoed as the Kagaya clan members conjured white bone spikes to deflect the shurikens. Sharingan, so you are Uchiha. Excellent, splendid. I didn't expect an unexpected windfall in addition to this old fool. The Kagaya clan member declared to the other three, I'll handle this one. You go after the others. Understood. With a flash, the three figures charged toward Ao and Izumi. You'll face me. Hazuki shouted urgently, her anger flaring as she hastily formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball directly at her opponent's face. However, predictably, the fireball was swiftly blocked by a bone shield. Haha, such eagerness. It seems victory is assured. Kichibo, capture those two brats. The three Kagaya clan members laughed maniacally as they rushed toward Uchiha Ao and his companions. Although Izumi felt fear, she did not retreat. Instead, she activated her double Tomo Sharingan, allowing her to calmly observe their movements. Without looking back, Uchiha Ao addressed Shernon. We can't protect you now. Take care of yourself. You know ninjutsu, right? Yes, I understand. Shernon nodded vigorously. What? Another pair of Sharingan. The three Kagaya clan members were taken aback, yet their aggression intensified as bone spikes sprouted from their limbs, their bodies swaying like willow leaves. Willow dance. The three Kagaya clan members unleashed the willow dance, an attack nearly impossible to evade. Consequently, Uchiha Ao resolved to eliminate one swiftly. He hurled 5 shuriken imbued with techniques toward them. One of the Kagaya clan members, confident in his prowess, laughed mockingly. Ha! Ridiculous. But commendable bravery, soon. I'll sever your limbs and let you witness your own eyes being plucked out. Suddenly, Uchiha Ao's figure vanished before him, and a surge of blue lightning accompanied by the crackling sound of Chidori erupted behind him. Ah, this is bad. The Kagaya clan member, appearing to be in his 20s, widened his eyes in alarm, hastily sprouting bone spikes from his spine to retaliate. Yet, he was met with Chidori, one of the most destructive techniques in the Hokage's arsenal. Only Ao's 3-tomo Sharingan could keep pace with the speed, and although this Kagaya clan member excelled in taijutsu, he could not match the swiftness of his opponent's eyes. Die! Uchiha Ao bellowed, and Chidori cleaved through the bone spikes, swiftly severing the clan member's neck. Blood sprayed forth as the Kagaya clan member let out a furious roar before collapsing lifelessly. The remaining 2 Kagaya clan members howled in rage, charging at Uchiha Ao. Tsubaki dance. This is bad. Uchiha Ao thought grimly. He had evaded successfully, but the Kagaya clan's Tsubaki dance increased their attack speed exponentially. He was struck by a bone spike, sent flying backward. Ao! Izumi gasped in shock, shouting loudly while retrieving the wind-released shuriken that Ao had given her. Rushing to his aid. Ouch, this hurts. For the first time since my journey began, I've sustained such a severe injury. Uchiha Ao crashed against a tree, unable to assess the bleeding wound, as the 2 Kagaya clan members closed in, intent on skewering him. Not good. Time for Flying Thunder God again. Uchiha Ao activated the technique once more, swiftly returning to the kunai he had just thrown. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The Kagaya clan members seethed with fury upon witnessing Uchiha Ao's sudden disappearance. However, having regained distance, Ao noticed Izumi rushing forward. He shouted urgently, "What are you doing? Get back." Izumi hadn't expected Ao to return so suddenly. Her initial excitement to protect her brother was engulfed by fear. She attempted to retreat, only to feel a sharp pain in her thigh, her body ensnared uncontrollably. Iron wire flower dance, fine. She looked down to see a white bone vine entangling her calf. Sharp spikes drawing blood. Haha, caught you, you brat. The Kagaya clan members, suspecting Izumi possessed similar elusive techniques, ensnared her, a bone blade poised at her neck. They turned to Uchiha Ao, revealing malicious grins as one declared, "Little brat, use that strange ninjutsu again, and I'll gut this girl. Kichibo, go? Haha, meet your end." The clan member named Kichibo charged forward, indifferent to whether his threat would succeed, prepared to kill the girl regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Ao immediately snatched 2 shuriken, hurling them toward Izumi's direction, hoping for a split-second ambush to rescue her. However, Kichibo erupted in bone spikes, his body spinning at high speed, effortlessly deflecting Ao's shuriken. Timatsu dance. In that moment, Uchiha Ao's mind went blank. He was torn between ensuring Izumi's safety by enduring this attack, or using Flying Thunder God to eliminate Kichibo. At present, Quan finds himself devoid of shuriken. and it is utterly improbable that he could slay one individual and immediately assault another. A mere flick of an arm could sever his head. Such is the plight of modern individuals, their combat awareness woefully inadequate. Currently, Song perceives himself as no more than an elementary scholar, possessing only the semblance of martial prowess, akin to the likes of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just then, the voice of Uchiha Hazuki resounded as she rushed in using the body flicker technique. No mother could remain indifferent upon witnessing her children in peril, especially after the demise of her husband. Song Quan. Alas, it seems they have underestimated us. The Kagaya clan member, grasping Quan, merely let out a sinister laugh upon seeing Uchiha Hazuki approaching, and with a casual swipe, he slashed Quan's throat. Mother, Quan's eyes widened in horror as she felt a chill at her neck, her gaze locking onto that of her mother, mere meters away, whose eyes mirrored her own overwhelming terror and sorrow. The three black tomo began to whirl, forming a pattern reminiscent of a hexagram. Quan. Uchiha Hazuki emitted a heart-wrenching cry, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of formidable ocular power. Chapter 20. The eye technique of Hazuki in the next instant. Izumi felt warmth returning to her neck, while Uchiha Hazuki, enveloped in an aura of terrifying killing intent, charged directly at the Kagaya clan member who had taken her daughter hostage. The assailant appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why this little girl was still alive. At that moment, Izumi reacted swiftly, throwing a shuriken that struck the Kagaya member's shoulder, causing him to loosen his grip momentarily. Hazuki's eyes, filled with the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan, glimmered once more. With a sickening sound, a gash appeared on the man's neck, precisely mirroring the wound inflicted on Izumi earlier. What is happening? He clutched his neck in disbelief before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, evaded the man's clumsy assault and unleashed 8 shurikens imbued with lightning chakra, Chidori drop. The shurikens, now enhanced by the lightning element, possessed formidable penetrating power. The Kagaya member attempted to defend with his bones, but was swiftly pierced through, body and all, by the Chidori-infused shurikens. Ah, you little brat. Without granting him the opportunity to utter further threats, Uchiha Ao understood all too well that villains often meet their demise due to excessive chatter. Consequently, he cast a great fireball technique, reducing the entire Kagaya member to ashes. Are you both alright? Hazuki, her eyes streaming with blood, hurried over to Izumi, cradling her in one arm while inspecting Ao with the other. I'm fine, Mom, but your eyes, Izumi exclaimed, her voice trembling as she rushed to wipe away the blood from her mother's face. It's alright, I'm fine, Hazuki replied with a smile, feeling a wave of relief upon realizing her children were safe. Mom, let me see your eyes, Ao said, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. At that moment, the black patterns resembling a hexagram within her crimson eyes appeared strikingly beautiful. Yet, he pondered, shouldn't the kaleidoscopic Sharingan be a power reserved for protagonists like himself? Why had his mother, a character only mentioned in novels, awakened it first? Well, I can't quite explain it, but suddenly, a peculiar force manifested, and it was thanks to that I could save Izumi, Hazuki explained. Before Ao could inquire further, she continued, this eye seems to be called the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I don't know why, but I just know that's its name. Izumi, not fully grasping the concept, remained confused, while Ao nodded in comprehension. It made sense. No wonder Shursui, at a mere 12 or 13, was aware he had awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan despite being oblivious to any news. Such knowledge must be inherent to their bloodline. So what happened just now, Mom? I remember Izumi was clearly. Ao hesitated to directly ask about his mother's abilities, opting for a more subtle approach. Evidently, Hazuki had no intention of concealing her ocular powers from her children. After explaining, Ao learned of the 2 techniques stemming from her kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The left eye, named Amano Awado, and the right eye, named Amano no Furuhashi. The ability of Amano no Furuhashi was to transfer the current state of another to oneself, or vice versa. It was as if the injury inflicted on Izumi had been transferred to Hazuki and then redirected elsewhere. The second technique, Amano Awado, allowed her to maintain her current state for a period, effectively stabilizing the lethal injury she had assumed from Izumi, preventing it from worsening. Wow, Mom, you're amazing. Though Izumi didn't understand what the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was, the sheer strength of her mother's abilities thrilled her, prompting her to leap into Hazuki's embrace. Is this power truly so formidable? Especially when these 2 abilities combined seem almost overpowered. Ao marveled, suspecting that Hazuki's awakening stemmed from her profound desire to shield Izumi from harm. Thus, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested to enable her to absorb the attack meant for her daughter, while Amano Awado ensured she would not succumb to her grievous wounds immediately. In other words, even someone like Obito would find his Kamui ineffective against Hazuki, unless he could eliminate her in an instant. Feeling despondent, Ao remained contemplative, while Izumi radiated joy. After disposing of the bodies and securing evidence, Hazuki approached the hidden Shunan behind a rock and said, let us go. Although your mission has escalated beyond B rank, we will still see it through. Oh, thank you. I owe you so much. Shunan nodded appreciatively, having witnessed the full might of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Although he couldn't decipher Hazuki's words, he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ao glanced at Shernan, wrestling with the idea of eliminating him, but ultimately deciding that his medical forbidden techniques and the Zero Tails were too tempting. Should they fail to capture the Dragon Vein, Zero Tails would serve as a suitable alternative. Following the cleanup, the trio proceeded with heightened caution, opting for nocturnal operations. It seemed the Kagaya clan had not anticipated their own being captured and thus had not dispatched a second wave. After 3 more days, they arrived at the capital of the Land of Rice, home to the feudal lord. Shernan's pretext was to treat the lord's ailments. "Thank you so much for your assistance, Leaf Ninjas," he said, promptly turning to leave. Watching Shernan hastily retreat, Ao realized the man feared they might reconsider and eliminate him to safeguard the secret. He then turned to his mother and inquired, "Mom, are we truly not going to dispose of him?" After all, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan could be troublesome if exposed. Hazuki squatted down, grasping his cheeks, and teasingly replied, "What nonsense are you speaking? We are Leaf Ninjas, not rogue ninjas." After playfully pinching her son's cheeks, Hazuki, in an upbeat mood, surveyed the bustling streets of the Land of Rice and remarked, "All right, this is your first adventure outside of Konoha, so with your earnings, buy whatever you desire." "Really? Can we?" Izumi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she embraced her mother tightly before dragging Ao into the unfamiliar shops that starkly contrasted those of the Land of Fire. Observing her children's exuberance, Hazuki touched her eyes, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation regarding her newfound powers, which were part of the Uchiha legacy. For her, the protection of her children and family was paramount. Yet, she knew that such legendary abilities would inevitably disrupt their peaceful existence. Nonetheless, she had no intention of concealing this matter from the village, as she had always been a Seichnin and an outsider from the Uchiha clan, completely unaware of the true nature of Konoha's higher-ups. "Come on, look at this. It's so beautiful." Izumi laughed joyfully, embodying the spirit of a carefree traveler. While Ao merely nodded along, his gaze fixed on Hazuki. He grappled with his disappointment that neither he nor Izumi had awakened their powers first. Rather, it was their mother. Simultaneously, he worried that she might indeed report her kaleidoscopic Sharingan to the clan. If that were the case, then Fugaku would likely become overconfident with the presence of 3 kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his own, Shirsue's, and Hazuki's, despite his reluctance to rebel. This was something he needed to discuss with Shirsue. Hopefully, he could convince their mother to reconsider. Ao muttered softly. Chapter 21. The schemes of Konoha's higher UPS. The journey back was remarkably smooth, devoid of any mishaps. This time, the Uchiha family, unencumbered by Shinnon, advanced swiftly, returning to Konoha village in just a week. Uchiha Hazuki approached to report back on the mission, handing over the mission log. Upon glancing at it, the staff member was taken aback. "For members of the Kagaya clan? How did you survive?" In the current shinobi world, the corpses of the Kagaya clan are notorious. It is said that even a J-nin accompanied by 2 genin, or 3 J-nin, might struggle to return unscathed. To this, Uchiha Hazuki refrained from revealing her Manjiki Sharingan and casually brushed it off. Although the staff was perplexed, they did not dwell on it, promptly upgrading the mission from B rank to A rank, though the reward remained unchanged. "Mother, you didn't mention anything about the Manjiki Sharingan, did you?" Uchiha Ao asked anxiously as his mother emerged. Hazuki, exasperated, patted Ao on the head. "Do you truly think so little of your mother? Even I understand the severity of this matter." Uchiha Ao was aware that once this Manjiki appeared, the balance between the Uchiha and the village would be disrupted. Although Hazuki had not studied the situation in depth, she understood that the current Manjiki Sharingan posed a considerable inconvenience. "Come, let us return home and prepare dinner." After dinner, it was time for Izumi to practice her sealing techniques, which she did in the very spot where Hikari had once been sealed. This ancient battlefield, while not far from Konoha, was seldom trodden by foot, yet for ninjas, it posed no issue. After countless hand seals, Izumi once again exhausted her chakra, and the little Uchiha girl lay on the ground as if conversing with herself. "Hikari-ne, I'm working so hard. You mustn't give up too." Seeing Izumi's demeanor, Uchiha Ao paused his own training in sealing techniques. He could not ascertain whether Hikari could hear Izumi's musings, and if she could, it was perhaps best if she did not. Moments later, the appointed time arrived. Shirsue and Itachi appeared. "Itachi-kun," Izumi exclaimed, scrambling up to snuggle beside him. "Oh, Izumi." Itachi nodded, a rare hint of a smile gracing his features. He appeared quite shy but did not push her away. It seemed that at this juncture, Itachi accepted Izumi as his girlfriend, much to Uchiha Ao's displeasure, though he refrained from intervening. "Very well, let your relationship unfold. When you betray Izumi, this affection shall surely become the catalyst for her awakening the Manjiki Sharingan." Ao thought coldly to himself as he approached Shirsue. Shirsue, ever amiable, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Did you summon me here for something of significance?" Ao nodded, his expression grave as he divulged to Shirsue the news of his mother awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. He chose to confide in Shirsue due to his honesty, despite the risk of leaking information to Konoha's higher-ups. He trusted that Shursui would keep the gravity of the situation confidential. What? Senior Hazuki has awakened the Manjiki. This is troublesome. Indeed. Upon hearing that Uchiha Hazuki had also awakened her Manjiki Sharingan, Shursui grew visibly anxious. This matter must not reach Fugaku's ears, for the already arrogant Uchiha clan would become even more unruly. With this thought, Shursui bowed to Ao, despite being older, and said, Ao-kun, you are aware of the village's current situation. Please ensure that Senior Hazuki does not disclose this to the clan leader. If that is unavoidable, at the very least. Do not side with the clan. Such blatant remarks? Uchiha Ao was taken aback, yet he promptly helped Shursui to his feet, earnestly assuring him, rest assured, I shall protect the peace of the village. Though he himself barely believed these words, he had mastered the essence of acting. Shursui nodded gratefully in response. Shursui-kun, Ao-kun. What are you two up to? Itachi asked, perplexed as he observed Shursui bowing to Ao. Shursui then explained the situation to Itachi and similarly bowed to Izumi, pleading for her understanding. At the Uchiha household, Shursui accompanied Ao and the others home. As it was quite late, Uchiha Hazuki, engaged in household chores, was astonished to see the prodigious Uchiha visiting. Shursui, welcome. Please, have a seat. I appreciate you looking after these two lately. Haha, not at all. Ao and Izumi are both wonderful, Shursui replied, unable to conceal his feelings. He then addressed Hazuki directly. Senior, I one tea beat around the bush. May I inquire if you have awakened your Manjiki Sharingan? Hazuki paused, then glared at Ao and Izumi with annoyance. Honestly, it was you two who said not to tell anyone, yet here we are. It was Teamy, mother. It was Ao. Izumi quickly threw her brother under the bus. Meanwhile, Shursui activated his own Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing this, Hazuki furrowed her brow and closed her eyes, reopening them to reveal her own six-pointed star pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, Senior Shursui murmured, poised to speak further, but Hazuki interrupted him. I apologize, Shursui, but I do not wish to become embroiled in the clan and village disputes. I have effectively retired from being a ninja, but I cannot abandon these two. All I desire is to watch them grow up safely. Therefore, I kindly ask that you do not disclose this matter to anyone else. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. He had intended to persuade Hazuki not to inform Fugaku or support the Uchiha clan, but was unexpectedly thwarted. It seemed that Senior Hazuki was not just any Uchiha. Suddenly, Shursui smiled. Yes, Senior Hazuki, please rest assured. I guarantee that no one else will learn of this. Drawing Ao and Izumi into her embrace, Hazuki playfully pinched her children's cheeks with her fair hands, which seemed uncharacteristically youthful for a mother. And you two must not boast to outsiders. Okay, mama. But this was Ao's idea. Izumi stammered, her cherubic face being squeezed. Haha, I'm not doing it for bragging rights. Looking at this blissful family. Shursui felt an increasing sense of purpose in his actions, and soon he rose to take his leave. However, Shursui's formidable strength was countered by his excessive trust in Konoha's higher-ups, rendering him rather myopic. Thus, the following day, as part of the Umbu, Shursui was summoned to the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and other elders of Konoha awaited him. Shursui knelt on one knee, puzzled as to why the Hokage had called for him. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened with, Shursui, have you seen the mission report from Uchiha Ao and the others yesterday? Given the intensity of their combat, it is improbable that they sustained no losses. Furthermore, you visited their home yesterday. Did you learn anything? Uchiha Shursui was instantly startled, becoming conflicted. Had Hazuki not asked him to keep it a secret, he would not have informed Fugaku, but he would have divulged it to the third Hokage. However, the current situation was precarious. Ultimately, Shursui upheld his promise and did not disclose Hazuki's Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, after he departed, the ever-silent Danzo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, remarked, he is lying. Taking a puff from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, and so what? Regardless of any hidden truths behind this mission, we have no grounds to investigate. Are you a fool? Sarutobi. Tuanzong reprimanded without reservation. Ever since that cowardly Fugaku declined to allow that young lad to join the Umbu, you should have been more vigilant. Furthermore, according to that individual named Itachi, the refusal to join the Umbu was indeed the young one's own desire. It is evident that Fugaku intends for this boy to become the next pillar of the Uchiha clan after Shursui. Yet he lacks Shursui's wisdom. Do you truly wish to witness the growth of such a threat? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. After all, the Uchiha clan had not truly rebelled. And Ao was also a ninja of Konoha. If he were to act without provocation, it would not only tarnish his long-standing reputation, but also hasten the Uchiha's rebellion. As if anticipating Hiruzen's thoughts, Tuanzong rose, leaning on his cane, and declared, just like before, you need not concern yourself with anything. Leave it to me. I will seize this opportunity to have my root operatives bring those two youngsters in for interrogation, ensuring that the Uchiha clan's prodigy is rendered useless. Hiruzen wished to voice his objections, but found himself silenced, his mouth opening without sound. The third Hokage had never been a paragon of mercy. Otherwise, he would not have consented to Itachi's extermination of his own family. including those Uchiha who were not even ninjas and the members who had married out and changed their surnames. Leave no trace. Ensure the Uchiha have no grounds for complaint. The third Hokage ultimately stated, "Rest assured, you need not worry." Chapter 22. The Flying Thunder God captures the root ninjas the following day. Uchiha Ao accompanied Izumi as they made their way to the Uchiha police force. Suddenly, two masked individuals appeared before them. Both exuded a chilling and malevolent aura. They're tall, slender figures imposing. The one leading, adorned with a mask resembling a leopard, extended his hand and said, "You two, come with us." What do you want? Izumi, unfamiliar with such masks, recognized that the Umbu wore masks but had learned enough about them through her relationship with Itachi to be aware that these masks were different. However, Ao recognized them as root ninjas. Why would Danzo's henchmen come here? Had his mother's Manjiki Sharingan been exposed? Had Shisui leaked any secrets? Confusion clouded Uchiha Ao's mind. He could hardly believe Shisui would act in such a manner. Feigning ignorance of the root ninjas, he stepped back and assumed a combative stance, declaring, "You are not Umbu. How dare you intercept members of the Uchiha clan? Prepare to spend some time in the police force's prison." The root ninjas clearly regarded the two 7-year-old genin with disdain. The leader coldly retorted, "Do you wish to resist? I advise you to surrender, otherwise." The root organization operated in secrecy within Konoha, known only to a few elite shinobi, and they had no intention of revealing their identities. Their mission was simply to capture these two as per Danzo's orders. Unfortunately for the leader, his warning was cut short as Ao executed a body flicker technique, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful leaf whirlwind kick to his abdomen. "Curse that little brat." The other ninja attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Izumi, who had thrown several shuriken his way. Her large eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Fixated on him as she declared, "Don't even think about attacking Ao. Your opponent is me." With that, Izumi retrieved a wind-release shuriken from her ceiling scroll and charged at the root ninja. It seems this sister has made considerable progress," Ao remarked with a smile, glancing at Izumi before turning his attention back to the adversary before him. Despite lacking in combat experience compared to these root ninjas, he reasoned that if he could not overcome such expendable foes, he would have no hope against stronger opponents. "Whoever you are, you shall spend the next few days in the Uchiha police force's prison," Ao asserted, forming hand seals as a fire dragon, thick as an arm, surged forth. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fierce flames approached, prompting the root ninja to erect a water barrier in defense. As water and fire clashed, steam erupted, catching the root ninja off guard. He had not anticipated such powerful ninjutsu and chakra from this child. Amidst the steam, he heard a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing, followed by a flash of blue lightning. Utilizing the steam as cover, Ao enhanced his speed with the Chidori technique, launching a counterattack with a precise strike aimed at the root ninja. "This is bad," the root ninja exclaimed in alarm. The three-tomo Sharingan allowed Ao to perceive every movement clearly, prompting a triumphant smile from him as the Chidori pierced the root ninja's body, blood spilling forth. Ao refrained from delivering a lethal blow. After all, he had no intention of confronting Danzo directly. However, to his surprise, the injured root ninja ignored his wounds and seized Ao's arm, while 3 additional root ninjas emerged from the shadows. "Water style, water prison technique," they declared in unison, swiftly ensnaring Ao within their powerful binding jutsu. "Damn it, I was careless," Ao realized, understanding that they were not merely two, but rather a coordinated team. He refrained from using the Flying Thunder God technique, fearing it would provide Danzo with leverage against him. "We have one target captured, and another to secure," the wounded ninja remarked, showing no concern for his injury as they turned their attention to Izumi. "Who are you to target the Uchiha clan?" Ao demanded, though he genuinely lacked insight into Danzo's motives for capturing him. "In due time, you will find out," the root ninja replied coolly, indifferent to his own bleeding wound. With a scoff, Ao ceased his inquiries. The root's tongue-binding technique ensured no information would be divulged, and he had his own means of escape. He had hidden his kunai with unique seals throughout the village, allowing him to teleport away when necessary. Thankfully, Konoha's relatively small size meant he had only concealed a few kunai in strategic locations, enough to facilitate his escape. Soon, Izumi was also subdued. Captured with relative ease given her lesser strength compared to Ao, she was likely only at the level of a newly promoted chunin. "Ao, are you alright?" Izumi, though bound, expressed concern for her brother, glancing at him from within the water prison. "I'm fine. The one in trouble is this guy," Ao responded, causing the root ninja before him to spit blood. Although trapped, the water prison technique restricted movement, and he was confident he could escape if granted the opportunity. Recognizing this, one of the root ninjas pressed a kunai to Izumi's throat, threatening, "Surrender immediately, or your sister will pay the price." Ao sighed, contemplating the predicament. Was Izumi destined to be a perpetual hostage? The last time she had been taken, it was only thanks to their mother's Manjiki Sharingan that she was rescued. Did he now have to resort to using his own Manjiki to save her? Seriously, Ao shook his head, realizing he had no choice. Observing Ao's resignation, the other root ninjas exhaled in relief. Given their recent skirmish, they recognized the 7-year-old's formidable strength, had it not been for his inexperience. the outcome might have been drastically different. Suddenly, Ao vanished from the water prison. The ninjas froze in disbelief. How could anyone escape such a binding technique? In a flash, Ao reappeared behind the ninja holding Izumi, delivering a swift Chidori strike that severed the ninja's arm before rolling away with Izumi in tow. Ao, how did you escape? Izumi asked, rising and preparing for battle, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Ao remained silent, but internally noted that he had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto the shuriken he had thrown. This time, you won't be taken again, he declared confidently. The ninja he had struck with the Chidori crumpled to the ground, but the remaining three advanced towards them without regard for their fallen comrade. In the presence of these eyes, your every move is laid bare. Ao grinned, resembling a line from a typical middle schooler-esque bravado. Yet, with the power of the Sharingan, he could indeed discern every action of the three approaching ninjas. Drawing several shuriken infused with lightning chakra from his pouch, he hurled them to disrupt their formation before charging towards the lead assailant. Little brat, don't get too cocky. Upon witnessing the audacity of the little imp charging towards him, the enraged root ninja unleashed a torrent of invectives while hurling his shuriken. Unfazed by the verbal onslaught, Uchiha effortlessly evaded the attack and, with a swift maneuver, plunged the shuriken into his assailant's abdomen. In a seamless motion, he turned and unleashed the piercing cry of Chidori from his right hand, shattering another opponent's ninja blade along with his ribcage. As for the final adversary, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Izumi, appearing evenly matched. However, once Tsang intervened with a lightning release technique, the lightning ball jutsu disrupted the opponent's movements, allowing Izumi to deliver a decisive leaf whirlwind kick to his chin, rendering him unconscious. Puffing with satisfaction, Izumi remarked to herself, finally, we won. Is this truly a victory on your part? Uchiha replied, shaking his head. He then attended to the injured, applying a touch of the medicinal ointment carried by ninjas. Before escorting them all to the Uchiha police force, he understood that by merely stating the facts, whatever intentions Danzo harbored would inevitably bring him into direct conflict with the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 23, The Showdown Indeed. When Uchiha Ao brought these individuals to the security team, the entire Uchiha clan's immediate reaction was a palpable sense of alarm. Someone had attacked their kin, particularly the prodigious talent they held in high regard. Upon hearing the news, Fugaka quickly recognized these individuals as members of the root organization. Danzo. Although Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat reluctant to rebel, that did not mean he would allow Danzo to bully them into submission. The Uchiha clan was not like the Hyuga clan. Ao, Izumi, are you both alright? Uchiha Hazuki rushed over, embracing her two children and scrutinizing them anxiously. We're fine, Mom. We're really strong, Izumi exclaimed proudly, while Ao unhesitatingly revealed the truth. Upon discovering that her daughter had narrowly escaped a grave threat, Uchiha Hazuki felt a surge of anger and fear. Though she was a kind-hearted Uchiha, her love was fiercely protective of her two children, just as she had awakened her Mangeki Sharingan for Izumi. Do not worry. I shall ensure you receive justice, Fugaka stated as he approached Hazuki, his demeanor somewhat haughty. After all, while Hazuki was the mother of two prodigies, she was still merely an ordinary ninja. Of course, this was under the assumption that they were unaware of her newly acquired Mangeki. Thank you, clan leader. Uchiha Hazuki nodded gratefully at Fugaku. Observing Hazuki's expression, Fugaku felt a swell of satisfaction, realizing that the family had previously lacked a sense of belonging to the clan. Although they intended to nurture Ao, the clan's resources were limited, only allowing him to join the security force early. Just as he pondered how to unite the clan, the village presented him with an excellent opportunity. The four root members were bound tightly, serving as a demonstration of power. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the scheming Danzo appeared on the scene. Danzo's expression was grim, while Hiruzen appeared somewhat irate, seemingly displeased with Danzo's actions, though in truth, he was blaming him for the ensuing chaos. Their objective had not been achieved, and the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village had grown even more strained. In a bid to assert dominance, Fugaku pointed accusingly at the root members. Hokage-sama, may I inquire why members of the root would assault our security team? Regardless of circumstances. Taking action without consulting me, the clan leader, is rather inappropriate. Would you not agree? Seeing this, Hiruzen's face darkened further. He appeared eager to distance himself from the situation. Yet it would seem as though the village had yielded to the Uchiha. Although he had tacitly accepted Danzo's actions, he was unaware of precisely when they would strike. At this moment, Danzo's audacity became evident as he replied coolly, I merely sought to clarify some uncertainties regarding their recent mission. As a village elder, I believe I possess the authority to do so. It is you who has harmed my subordinates. That is the real crime. Fugaka nodded. If that is the case, please elucidate the matter at hand. Should there be no justifiable reason, Hokage-sama, I trust you will provide us with an explanation? Fugaku's words were laced with veiled threats, prompting the other Uchiha to activate their Sharingan to bolster their stance. Although they understood the Uchiha would not immediately rebel, Hiruzen was reluctant to let matters escalate further and cast a glance at Danzo. However, Danzo merely regarded the root ninjas with disdain before stating, I simply wish to verify the events of their recent mission. I did not anticipate such a strong reaction, which only deepens my suspicion that you are concealing something. Oh. I am quite curious as to what issue could warrant the capture of our Uchiha prodigies by 4 root members, Fugaku retorted with a laugh, evidently unperturbed. Regarding Hazuki, who was reportedly attacked by members of the Kagaya clan, elevating a B-ranked mission to an A-ranked one was trivial. It was merely an excuse for the village to target the Uchiha. In truth, this was indeed a pretext. However, it also reflected Danzo's and Hiruzen's shared concerns. After all, according to mission reports, Hazuki and her team should not have returned unscathed. Yet, Danzo's malice towards the Uchiha was greater, as he sought to seize Ao and Izumi to weaken the clan while simultaneously enhancing his own Sharingan arsenal. A smirk crept onto Fugaku's lips. He finally had the opportunity to turn the tables. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances Hazuki might disclose, he would stand justified. After all, the ambush on 2 7-year-old children from their clan could never be excused. Mom Izumi looked at Hazuki with concern. Do not worry, I can protect you both. Uchiha Hazuki assured her children, then stood resolutely to face Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Though she was not well versed in the village's affairs, she was acutely aware of Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha, recognizing that this was merely a pretext for him to act against her gifted children. Fully aware of her children's talents, she resolved to shift the village's scrutiny from Ao and Izumi to herself. She closed her eyes, and everyone awaited her explanation. However, when she opened her eyes once more, gasps of astonishment erupted around her. Your eyes, how is this possible? As the leader of the Umbu with Shursui under his command, Hiruzen was intimately familiar with the Manjiki Sharingan. Upon seeing the 6-pointed star pattern within Hazuki's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Meanwhile, Danzo, filled with astonishment, was also tinged with avarice and longing. This is why I can protect my children. During this mission, I awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. I trust this does not violate any village regulations, nor does it warrant the removal of my children. Does it? Hazuki, when did you? Fugaku stammered, rendered speechless by shock, yet his heart brimmed with overwhelming joy. He had anticipated that it would be Uchiha Ao who awakened the Manjiki, which would have allowed him and Shursui to stage a coup with Ao's support. However, he had not expected this woman, who had married into another clan, to awaken first. The other Uchiha were equally elated, erupting into fervor. Hazuki, no. Lady Hazuki has awakened this legendary eye. It seems the heavens favor the Uchiha. Should we allow the village to bully our Manjiki? They declared. Certainly not. If previously the Uchiha had merely been indignant, now they were fervent. This woman, who had married into another clan, was suddenly regarded as a lady among them. With this legendary Uchiha power, dealing with a few Kagaya clan members would be a trivial matter. If there are any other matters, do not lay a hand on my children, Hazuki stated, her gaze firmly fixed on the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Both displayed grim expressions, especially Danzo, who lamented internally, this inconspicuous woman has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan I so covet. Hearing his mother's resolute and powerful voice, Uchiha Ao felt a wave of tragic foreboding. If they could seize Shursui, who had been so compliant, how much more likely would they be to take his mother's eyes? Meanwhile, Izumi, unfamiliar with such a scene, clutched his arm anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. Should Danzo insist on continuing the capture, the Uchiha would undoubtedly retaliate. Though it might not be outright rebellion, it would certainly be an open resistance. Thus, the 3rd Hokage, adopting a seemingly relieved demeanor, chuckled and remarked, well, since it is so, you can certainly explain the situation to the village. You are aware that Danzo oversees the village's security. And considering it has only been a little over a year since the 4th Hokage's tragic demise, he must remain vigilant. Let us put this matter to rest. As a form of recompense for these 2 children, since they have proven capable of handling 4 root ninjas, granting them the status of Chunin should pose no issue. Observing the 3rd's concession, the other Uchiha refrained from taking action and instead turned their gaze towards Hazuki. Yes, I sincerely appreciate your understanding, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Hazuki nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. I shall also take responsibility for the matters that were concealed from the village. Chapter 24. Refusal. The news of Uchiha Hazuki awakening the Manjiki Sharingan swiftly spread throughout the village, undoubtedly uplifting the morale of the Uchiha clan and emboldening their demeanor. Those who had previously looked down upon Hazuki now transformed their disdain into admiration. Even Uchiha D, along with his subordinates, found themselves compelled to humbly address Hazuki as Big Brother, apologizing for their previous arrogance. Such is the power of the Manjiki. However, it also revealed the clan's increasingly unhealthy obsession. Uchiha Ao observed the respectful demeanor of the members of the security team towards him and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Izumi remained blissfully carefree, preoccupied with thoughts of bringing dumplings to Itachi, and their bond continued to strengthen. Hihi mother looks so impressive. Izumi was genuinely delighted, as witnessing her previously underestimated mother now being revered as an adult filled her with joy. Uchiha Ao, growing weary of referring to his sister, stood up and took Izumi's hand, stating, let's go. Are we starting training again? Aren't you afraid of being attacked again? Izumi asked. Her spirits slightly dampened. Haha. As long as Lord Hokage has any sense, he wouldn't dare make a move now, considering it was not us who awakened the Mangeki. Ao replied, maintaining a nonchalant attitude, emphasizing that the enigmatic Mangeki was a coveted prize for both sides. Presently, it seemed Hazuki leaned more towards the clan, especially after Danzo had recently attempted to capture her 2 children. Is that so? Alright. Upon arriving at their training ground in the Forest of Death, they were surprised to find Shisui already waiting for them. Brother Shisui? Ah, you've arrived. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed as he leapt towards them. This Uchiha prodigy, with his prominent nose, immediately bowed to them, apologizing loudly. I sincerely apologize. I didn't disclose anything about Senior Hazuki. I don't understand why Lord Danzo would act against you. Upon hearing this, Izumi's face turned puffed with anger. Ah, so it was you. You made me a hostage again. I thought Ao would awaken his Mangeki like mother. Ao shot his sister a look of disapproval. Recognizing that it was Root, he didn't feel particularly threatened, after all. The pressure from these expendable pawns was less than that from the young Itachi. Nevertheless, he said to Shisui, it's not your fault, Brother Shisui. I suspect Lord Hokage must have deduced something. Perhaps you simply cannot lie. Shisui's face flushed at this remark, recalling his stuttered response due to his embarrassment in front of Hokage, especially when Danzo hinted at the Mangeki Sharingan, causing him to tremble. Although his strength might not be what it once was, Danzo's ability to read people was undoubtedly among the top in the ninja world. The Shisui's behavior had been readily picked up by Danzo. However, he mistakenly believed that the one who had awakened the Mangeki was another genius like himself, namely Ao. Never expecting it to be Hazuki. Rubbing his forehead, Ao sighed. Brother Shisui, thankfully you are the Uchiha's foremost genius. Otherwise, your temperament is truly ill-suited for being a ninja. Rather than being offended by his younger peer's admonishment, Shisui continued to apologize profusely, stammering, I truly apologize. However, I must say, while Lord Danzo may have attacked you indiscriminately, he likely only wishes to protect the village. Could you please convey this to Senior Hazuki and refrain from harboring resentment towards the village? Upon hearing Shisui's words, Izumi appeared furious, ready to strike him, but Ao intervened. Maintaining a calm demeanor, of course, I will inform Mother. The peace of the village is hard-won, and I wish to protect it alongside Brother Shisui. Really? Of course not. Uchiha Ao merely noted this down, for Danzo must perish. As for Sarutobi, Orochimaru would deal with him. Thank you immensely. Uchiha Shisui bowed in gratitude, adding, by the way, tonight the clan leader will summon Senior Hazuki. Please ensure she does not express support for the clan leader, or else a betrayal from within the clan could be imminent. Just as Shisui had predicted, Uchiha Hazuki received a summons from Fugaku, arriving at the heart of the Uchiha territory, the clan leader's residence. At that moment, the spacious hall was filled with Uchiha elites and Jainin, their faces displaying pride and expectation as they gazed at their leader. Leader, 2 pairs of Mangeki are sufficient for us to launch a lethal strike. Indeed, no matter how strong the 3rd Hokage is, 2 pairs of Mangeki are enough to eliminate him and seize control of Konoha. The crowd clamored, genuinely believing that Shisui, who constantly addressed the Hokage with such reverence, would assist them. In the original narrative, Shisui's death postponed the Uchiha coup by 2 years, indicating that these fools truly believed Shisui would support their cause. Alright, everyone. Quiet down. Uchiha Fugaku, rather displeased, wore a serious expression as he stared at the entrance. After several minutes, the door swung open, revealing a young woman in a Jainin vest, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. It was none other than Uchiha Hazuki. Leader. Ah, you've arrived, Fugaku nodded, gesturing for her to sit. Now that you possess the Mangeki Sharingan, you should be aware of certain matters. Regardless, I hope you can keep this confidential. Uchiha Hazuki furrowed her brows and nodded. Yes, please proceed. Fugaku then divulged the clan's intentions for a coup. Although she found the atmosphere within the clan peculiar, Hazuki was taken aback upon learning of their plans. She had not believed her son when he had spoken of it, considering him overly sensitive, and had even tried to comfort him. This is far too rash. Hazuki exclaimed. What are you saying? We have been planning this for quite some time. A man appearing to be in his 40s retorted loudly. Hazuki, do not forget we are your kin, and just yesterday the village acted against your children. Do you believe they will spare you if you refuse us? This remark struck a chord within Hazuki. Given the Uchiha's extreme emotions, even Hazuki, who was typically kind-hearted, felt a surge of discontent. Nevertheless, she did not yield easily. Standing up, she declared, I'm sorry, leader, but I cannot decide at this moment. I cannot allow my children to be threatened, whether by the village or the clan. I will protect them until they grow up safely. Hazuki, are you refusing? The others, who had initially believed victory was assured with the Mangeki, were taken aback by her outright refusal, considering even Shisui had not dared to refuse them directly. As the atmosphere shifted from reverence to anger, Uchiha Hazuki stood unafraid, her eyes opening to reveal the 6-pointed star of the Mangeki Sharingan, instantly silencing the crowd. This is the Uchiha clan's treasure. How infuriating. Why must these unworthy individuals be the ones to possess it? Among all, only Fugaku remained indifferent. For he possessed the Mangeki himself and was reluctant to engage in a coup, merely being swept along by the desires of his clan. He even felt a sense of relief regarding Yatsuki's rejection, though he did not express it outwardly. Then, Chief, I shall take my leave, Uchiha Yatsuki said, bowing to Fugaku. Wait, I have something to discuss with you, Fugaku unexpectedly interjected. Chapter 25, The Uchiha's Path Forward. All had withdrawn. Believing that the clan leader intended to persuade Hazuki to reconsider her stance and rejoin the family's ambitions. Hazuki shared this thought. Thus she knelt before Fugaku and began. Esteemed clan leader, Yet, before she could finish, Fugaku interrupted her. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed that the stern and formidable expression he usually bore had been replaced with one of hesitation and fatigue. I do not seek to persuade you. Logically speaking, you have already married, and I should not compel you to wade into these troubled waters. Fugaku spoke, his head bowed. However, I find myself in a precarious situation as the clan leader. Given the current circumstances, the Uchiha may one day vanish, much like the Senju clan did in the past. Hazuki remained silent, patiently awaiting the clan leader's next words. To be honest, I lack confidence in our future, which is why I wish to request your assistance. This is not a command. If possible, I hope you can safeguard the name of Uchiha. Esteemed clan leader? Hazuki observed that Fugaku's sincerity was unmistakable, prompting her to voice her concern. If you hold such beliefs, why continue this path? Fugaku merely shook his head and sighed. You do not understand, Hazuki. As clan leader, I cannot disregard the overwhelming opinions of our people. Even if I refuse, they may privately declare me unworthy of my position, leading them to act independently and jeopardizing the entire clan. I see. I am truly sorry, esteemed clan leader. Hazuki nodded in understanding. It is nothing. By the way, what are your thoughts on the matter I mentioned? What should I do? Over the years, I have discreetly gathered the scattered remnants of the Uchiha lineage. Although there are not many, they are sufficient to ensure the continuation of our bloodline. Rest assured, no one has noticed. After all, who says the Uchiha cannot perform good deeds? Fugaku asserted with determination. If our uprising succeeds, it will be a great triumph. If it fails, you must leave the village with your children. I trust you understand that once the Uchiha initiates a coup, neither you nor your children will remain unscathed. Hazuki was well aware of this, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Yes, please rest assured, I will protect them. Hazuki understood that Fugaku had the strength to shield them in the shinobi world due to his Mangeki Sharingan, while she contemplated that, given the inevitability of the clan's rebellion, she must secure a refuge outside the village for Ao and Izumi. Also, do not inform Shursui. He has long since distanced himself from the clan. If he divulges this to the village, our fragile bloodline will surely be lost. Understood, esteemed clan leader. Upon returning home, Hazuki found not only Ao and Izumi, but also Shursui present. Notably, Shursui appeared anxious, and as soon as he saw her, he asked, Hazuki-senpai, did the clan leader ask you? Please do not agree. Observing the young prodigy, who was only a few years older than her children, Hazuki smiled and waved her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, I will not agree. As she spoke, she removed her shoes, revealing her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. With a maternal smile, she nestled between her daughter and son, embracing them both. After all, with such adorable children, I would never undertake such a perilous endeavor. Ah, mother. You're too close. I'm not a child anymore. Izumi protested, perceiving her mother's actions as overly childish and pushing against her. Ao, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. With his mother's Mangeki Sharingan not actively involved, the Uchiha coup would not be hastened. What he needed most at this moment was time. The greatest relief, however, came to Shursui, who exhaled deeply. That is wonderful. With your assurance, I can relax. I will promptly inform Lord Hokage to set his mind at ease. At this moment, Shursui had finally begun to regard them as comrades. Will you not stay for a while, Shursui? Hazuki inquired as he prepared to depart. No, I have already imposed upon you long enough. I have duties to attend to. Farewell. As Shursui's figure vanished, Hazuki looked at her two children. Her daughter Izumi remained blissfully carefree. Indeed, it was best not to mention Fugaku's words to her for now. However, Ao had always been mature beyond his years and had repeatedly reminded her regarding the impending coup. Reflecting on this, Hazuki smiled subtly. Who says the clan's top prodigy is Shursui, followed by Itachi? Clearly, my child Ao is the true talent. After allowing Ao and Izumi to bathe, she sent Izumi to bed but kept Ao with her. Hazuki sat upright, regarding her son seriously. You must have known by now, haven't you? Though unspoken, the implication was clear. Ao nodded with a smile. Isn't it obvious? Moreover, Shursui and I had mentioned it before. Child, who do you think your mother is doing all this for? Hazuki asked, appearing somewhat vexed yet smiling. The clan leader has indeed spoken to me, but I have conditions for refusing to join this plan. Your abilities are more than sufficient to qualify as a CH Nin or even a J Nin. And since you have always been mature, I believe you can handle this matter. Thus, Hazuki divulged the clandestine details regarding the Uchiha orphans to Ao, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Such a thing exists? Upon hearing that Fugaku had already devised a plan for preserving the clan's bloodline in the event of a failed coup, Ao was taken aback. Could it be that his Mangeki truly predicts the future? If that is the case, aside from Shirsue's Mangeki, I must also prepare for Fugaku's, after all. He never revealed his Mangeki until his demise. Perhaps that pair of eyes was consumed as ordinary Sharingan by Danzo. Hazuki, of course, was unaware of the multitude of thoughts racing through Ao's mind. She noticed his astonishment, yet was pleased that he did not appear lost or bewildered like an average child. She absent-mindedly touched her eyes. As a target of the clan, her Mangeki would undoubtedly attract the village's attention. Thus, she resolved to ensure that her eyes would be safeguarded for Ao to protect Izumi. Tomorrow, the clan leader will assign you a false long-term task. You should go to that location and make contact with them. It will also offer me some peace of mind. Is that to say I will be taking care of children? Well, that works. I have been contemplating how to secure an escape route for the family outside. And this provides a ready-made foundation. As for the home, she would simply leave flying thunder god seals along the way, enabling her to return at great speed if necessary. He nodded in agreement. Understood, mother. Leave it to me. With various forbidden techniques at his disposal. And given that this contingency plan for the Uchiha had never surfaced in the original story, it was probable that Danzo had eradicated it entirely. Or perhaps after the Uchiha's demise, it faded into obscurity, becoming merely an orphanage lost to the annals of the shinobi world. Chapter 26, The Handover of the Uchiha Orphanage. To Tsong's surprise, the Uchiha Orphanage was not hidden deep within the mountains as he had imagined, but rather situated in a bustling little town. Such towns were plentiful in the Land of Fire, to the extent that one of this caliber could rival the entirety of a small nation like the Land of Stone. Tsong and Izumi donned civilian attire, appearing as ordinary children as they entered. Of course, these seemingly youthful yet attractive children would inevitably attract the attention of nefarious individuals, such as human traffickers. Even in the mightiest of nations, such individuals were never in short supply. Fortunately for them, they encountered two formidable children, both of whom possessed the strength of a Chunin and, in Tsong's case, were unafraid of revealing forbidden techniques after leaving Konoha, capable of unexpectedly dispatching even jonins. After dispatching 3 or 4 groups of bandits along the way, they arrived at their destination without incident. Is this the place? Tsong mused, glancing at the town. He then pulled out the map his mother had given him and began searching. The Uchiha orphans could not continue to be called the Uchiha Orphanage. Instead, they resided in a place known as the Ishida Orphanage. Within its walls were approximately 100 orphans, of which only a dozen or so belonged to the Uchiha clan. Upon reaching the seemingly aged but intact entrance of the Ishida Orphanage, Tsong knocked, and soon a man in his 50s emerged, dressed in ordinary attire. He immediately recognized Tsong and Izumi's appearance and inquired, Are you sent by the clan? At your age, if not for young Itachi, then you must be the other prodigy rumored within the clan, Tsong, correct? I am the administrator here, Ishida Aishu. Though you may also refer to me by my true name, Uchiha Aishu. Tsong nodded nonchalantly and presented the token given to him by Fugaku, stating, Indeed. This is the emblem from the clan leader. Please take a look. A casual glance was all it took for the man to nod and permit their entry. You have finally arrived. To be honest, although I am but a useless person, caring for children is not the Uchiha specialty. Surely the clan leader believes that as a prodigy, you will be better able to interact with them. As Aishu rambled on, Tsong found himself understanding why the Uchiha's contingency plans had all but vanished. How could such a lax security escape Danzo's notice? Has the clan leader truly entrusted this place to me? Tsong inquired. Of course, the clan leader has made it clear that everything here is now your responsibility, Aisha replied. His enthusiasm palpable as he added, After all, your mother possesses the powerful Mangeki Sharingan. Keeping you here is also to ensure that Lady Hazuki has no worries. What does he mean by no worries? Mother wouldn't undertake any dangerous missions, would she? Izumi asked with concern upon hearing his words. Unfamiliar with clan matters, Tsong reassured her. Do not fret. Mother is a Mangeki. What could possibly happen? Well, that is true, Izumi nodded, believing that with such power, her mother would be safe. Having calmed Izumi, they finally entered the facility, which was spacious enough that the sounds of children chattering could be heard from afar. Upon entering, they saw a group of children, aged between 3 and 8, engaging in playful antics, indicating that Uchiha's management of the orphanage was rather lax. Silence, you little rascals! Aisha bellowed, and instantly the children quieted, their attention shifting between the burly Aisha and the newly arrived Uchiha Tsong and Izumi. Is that a ninja headband? Wow, are they ninjas? They look so small, almost our size. The little ones murmured in excitement, but Aishu continued, addressing Tsong. These children were brought back from the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, meant to conceal their identities. We will not teach them ninjutsu, but we will impart basic techniques like the substitution jutsu. Tsong nodded, understanding that these children were merely fodder. Observing them, he felt a sense of relief. Although he bore the weight of a looming sword, there was still hope for him. As for them, they were truly powerless. Aishu then pointed to a young girl, instructing, You go and call them out. Yes, director. The girl dashed off and soon returned with a dozen Uchiha children. all bearing expressions of defiance. The other children cowered in fear, evidently having been bullied often. Director, we were practicing ninjutsu. Why did you call us? The leader among them, a boy of about 8 or 9, asked impatiently. This is the person sent by the clan to manage you. Do not be deceived by his age. He and this Miss Izumi are renowned geniuses within the clan. Aishu stepped back, introducing Song and Izumi, before turning to them and explaining, this boy is Uchiha Jin. 9 years old, the most gifted child here, capable of mastering advanced techniques like the fireball jutsu. However, since he arrived here at the age of 3, he has not seen any ninja other than me, so his personality is. I understand, he needs some discipline. Children are like that. They won't listen unless you set them straight. Song responded nonchalantly. Aishu, recognizing the truth in Song's words, refrained from arguing, having dealt with unruly children himself. However, Jin merely glanced at Song, his brows furrowing in dissatisfaction as he retorted, I expected the clan to send a Jonin to teach us. Am I supposed to look after this little brat? Or is he meant to look after me? The other Uchiha children joined in, clearly accustomed to Aisha's lenient approach. Ugh. These guys are so annoying, Izumi muttered, finding the children far less agreeable than her classmates at the Ninja Academy. I'll make them behave. With that, Song's figure suddenly vanished. Reappearing before Uchiha Jin, he swiftly delivered an elbow strike to Jin's abdomen, causing the boy's expression to shift to one of pain before he doubled over. Ugh. Song disdainfully raised his head, pinning Jin's chin with a hand to prevent him from retching, shouting, you better swallow that down. He then delivered a punch to Jin's face, sending him flying several meters away, leaving visible swelling on the boy's cheek. Rather than intervene, Aisha clapped in approval, exclaiming, oh, is that the body flicker technique? Almost on par with Shursui. Modesty, this is merely what brother Shursui taught me, Song replied. Jin? Despite being knocked down, Jin's status as the leader among the children remained, as the others rushed to assist him, their eyes filled with fear and caution as they regarded Song. Jin's face was already swollen, compounded by the mess covering half of it, rendering him a pitiful sight. Let go of me. I'll kill you. Jin sputtered, rising with difficulty as he formed hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball, half the size of his body, shot toward Song, igniting cheers from the Uchiha children and gasps of fear from the ordinary ones. Fool, gazing upon Uchiha Jin is akin to witnessing a deluded youth in the throes of a midlife crisis, constantly threatening to extinguish your life with mere words. It is imperative that he be educated. After reaching this conclusion, Uchiha Ao vanished once more. Such a modest fireball could not possibly harm him. Thus, Uchiha Ao effortlessly evaded the blazing sphere and closed the distance to Uchiha Jin. Ah, you perish. Startled, Uchiha Jin bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Leaf Village Whirlwind. A formidable kick struck his chest, silencing his cries before another blow landed upon his abdomen, expelling nearly all the air from his lungs. In a flurry, he was met with 7 or 8 brutal kicks, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly unconscious as he crumpled to the ground. Jin brother. Wearing Leaf Village sandals that revealed his toes, Uchiha Ao casually placed his foot upon Uchiha Jin's face. A mere glance from him sent the previously proud or wary children scurrying away in fear. From this moment forth, I am the ruler here. You shall heed my every command, even if it means facing your demise. Do you comprehend? As he pressed his foot down on Uchiha Jin's countenance, the unconscious boy inadvertently emitted a pain cry. The Uchiha clan possesses an unwavering admiration for strength, and the children of Uchiha are no exception. Witnessing their once esteemed leader on the brink of death without recourse, they began to tremble in fear. Yes, boss. Observing their near submission, Uchiha Ao merely smirked, turning to Izumi and Aishu, and remarked, all done. The transition of power has proceeded quite smoothly. Uchiha Izumi, what on earth? You were merely bullying him. Chapter 27. Let Izumi learn the 8 gates. The following day, Uchiha Jin had nearly fully recovered, though he could still faintly sense some lingering pain. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of his usual entourage, only to be met with the sounds of jubilant cheers from outside. What could be happening? Jin's thoughts drifted to the formidable individual from Konoha who had fought him the previous day, someone of similar age but with extraordinary strength and ruthless tactics. Despite his own brash nature, Jin found himself inexplicably harboring a sense of admiration for that individual. Damn it, I'll remember this. One day. As he muttered to himself, he stepped outside and encountered a charming young girl with shoulder-length black hair, her delicate features adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, lending her an air of enchantment. Ah, you're awake. Your body has healed nicely. It seems their medical ninjutsu is quite impressive, Uchiha Izumi said, her gentle and lively smile directed at the disheveled boy. You're with that guy? Jin asked, his wariness evident. Yes, my name is Uchiha Izumi. Pleased to meet you, she said with a slight bow. That fellow is my brother, Uchiha Ao. He may have a temper, but he is genuinely kind-hearted. Just be cautious not to provoke him. Izumi's adorable demeanor caused Jin to flush slightly, but he maintained his pride, responding, No. It's just my own inadequacy. I'll train harder and improve. That's the spirit. Come quickly. Today Ao seems to be in a good mood, and is actually teaching ninjutsu to everyone. Ninjutsu? Jin pondered. The only one in this shelter who practiced ninjutsu was the lazy Uchiha Aishu, who only taught basic techniques limited to the Uchiha clan, showing no interest in the other children. Meanwhile, in the spacious play area of the shelter, Uchiha Ao, clad in a Konoha Chunin vest, observed the group of children as they practiced chakra control. Contrary to the notion of excluding others from training, Ao felt fortunate that Aishu treated them differently. Much like Zabuza and Haku, or Sasuke and Sakura, these children, bullied by Uchiha clan members yet envious of ninjutsu, would be easily won over with a little kindness. Especially since Ao was close to their age. Speaking of which, wasn't Haku and Sakura just born? He thought, I need to find Sakura in the grass village soon. But as for Haku, I seem to have forgotten where she is. Ao began to gather his memories of his contemporaries. Realizing that relying solely on the eccentricities of the Uchiha clan wouldn't suffice, he needed some loyal, ordinary supporters, and even contemplated selecting individuals to practice forbidden techniques from the sealing scroll in the future. I'm here, Ao, Izumi cheerfully announced as she approached. Ao cast a casual glance at the boy behind her, and his Sharingan captured the fear and surprise on Jin's face. Is that the Sharingan? And it's a Manjikyu, Jin exclaimed, astonished, as he had only ever seen Uchiha Aishu's double Tomo Sharingan. Shut up. Do you even count as an Uchiha? Pathetic, Ao retorted bluntly, feeling it necessary to crush the pride of such arrogant Uchihas who only recognized strength. Once someone surpassed them, they would turn on you faster than a page in a book and might even stab you in the back. As expected, Jin shrank back at Ao's reprimand, glancing at the serious children diligently refining their chakra. He muttered to himself, why are you teaching these non-Uchiha kids ninjutsu? However, this time he wised up and kept his thoughts to himself, silently beginning his own training. The non-Uchiha children, having been bullied since childhood, were quite astute in recognizing a new leader. Seeing Jin, the new arrival, being treated with deference by even Director Aishu, they resolved to cling to this newfound ally. While training the younger ones, Ao did not forget to continue practicing alongside his sister. Izumi donned the Uchiha clan's short-sleeved robe, her appearance reminiscent of her original self, albeit a touch more youthful. Here I come, Izumi declared, activating her double Tomo Sharingan as she confidently brandished a shuriken, launching herself at Ao with incredible speed. Admittedly, Izumi's aptitude in ninjutsu and genjutsu was average, but her prowess in taijutsu was exceptional, evident from her athletic physique. Her powerful legs executed a flurry of strikes with her shuriken, leaving the younger children momentarily awestruck. However, this display would only impress novices, as Ao effortlessly evaded her attacks with minimal effort. Ya! Izumi shouted, landing a kick on his shoulder, immediately following up with a shuriken aimed at his neck. She had no concerns, trusting that her attack would not harm him. Indeed, Ao caught her wrist, neutralizing her strike, as she prepared to kick him again. Ao swiftly formed a shadow clone with one hand, immobilizing her movements instantly. Wait, one-handed hand seals? Izumi exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Ao. Is that surprising? Practice makes perfect, Ao replied with a grin. While one-handed seals seemed intimidating, with enough familiarity with chakra flow, they were not too difficult to master. Let alone those like Haku, who could execute seals with a mere clap of their hands. Izumi pouted, conceding, fine, you're a genius. It's not surprising that I can never beat you. Chuckling at her playful antics, Ao felt as though she truly viewed him as an older brother. After a moment's thought, he said, all right, I can teach you a very powerful taijutsu technique. Huh? Izumi regarded him skeptically, unsure of what formidable ninjutsu he could possess. After all, the leaf whirlwind was merely a technique he had borrowed from others due to his age advantage. However, given their distance from Konoha, Ao believed it was time to impart the forbidden techniques contained within the sealing scroll, the most potent taijutsu, the 8 Gates. With a slight smirk, Ao produced a handwritten copy of the 8 Gates manual. Izumi received it with a mixture of skepticism and trust in her brother's character. Upon examining the training methods detailed within, she gasped, this ninjutsu looks incredibly dangerous. Am I really capable of mastering it? Though she recognized Guy, she was unfamiliar with the 8 Gates. In truth, even those aware of its existence often misunderstood its implications and principles, which is why the young guy remained a mediocre chunin in the village. Feigning indifference, Ao remarked, if you don't want to learn, that's fine. But when Itachi becomes immensely powerful, don't blame me for your inability to keep up. At the mention of Itachi, Izumi hesitated. As Itachi joined the Umbu, their time together diminished. If only she were strong enough, things would be different. Thus, she took the 8 Gates and nodded resolutely, saying, I understand. I will train diligently. Uchiha Ao nodded slightly. Although the 8 Gates of Duinjia inflict considerable damage upon the body, there are still viable solutions. One option is to seek the dark medical techniques from Shernan, while another is to learn the sealing technique from Tsunade. If all else fails, he still has his mother's kaleidoscopic ocular technique at his disposal. Chapter 28, Transforming Izumi into a Muscular Woman. It must be said that Uchiha Izumi is indeed a martial arts-oriented Uchiha. Although she did not receive direct training from Might Guy, as a longtime viewer of Naruto, Ao shared with her the training methods of Rock Lee, which fundamentally consist of rigorous physical exercises. Consequently, Izumi affixed heavy lead plates to her thighs and arms. Although she currently possesses only 2 or 3 of these weights, time remains ample for gradual increases in burden. Nevertheless, even with these encumbrances, Izumi's pride in her martial prowess found it challenging to contend even with Uchiha kin. Had it not been for her considerable battle experience, she might have struggled further. This observation starkly highlights the extraordinary nature of Rock Lee. And it is no wonder that after Lee's overwhelming victory over Gaara during the Ch-Nin exams, he garnered such a formidable reputation. One evening in the bathhouse, Izumi still had not removed her burdens. The black lead plates, tightly bound to her slender limbs, appeared discordant against her pale, delicate physique. Uchiha Ao was already inside. Casting a casual glance at his sister, noticing her slight growth, he turned away and remarked, "Aren't you joining those other girls? There's a bath designated for you." Truly, the Uchiha household has adequate facilities even in this modest refuge. Izumi, rinsing her body with warm water, retorted somewhat awkwardly, "I'm not accustomed to being around others. There are too many people." She then glanced at the lead weights and added, "Isn't it possible to remove them while bathing or sleeping? They're unbearably heavy. If it weren't for these, I could defeat that guy Ken in just 2 moves." Ao shot a sidelong glance at his sister, momentarily distracted by her developing form before responding. Of course, while the 8 gates technique is formidable, it demands exceptional physical conditioning from the user. Without such training, the technique is merely ornamental. "Is that so? Why did you look away?" Izumi seemed to detect something, her large, dark eyes glinting with mischief. "Are you shy?" "Hee, my little brother has grown up. TCH, you're the one acting like a girl. Why should I be the one to feel bashful?" Ao retorted, "Be careful, or Itachi might find out and you won't have any suitors." "Impossible. Itachi isn't that kind of person. Plus everyone is like this," Izumi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. She changed the subject. "Brother, honestly, where did you acquire this seemingly powerful forbidden technique? Mother would never have such jutsu." Seeing Izumi's puzzled expression, Ao pondered for a moment, deciding he could share this knowledge with her. Despite her kindness and understanding, she was also intelligent. After the attack by the Root organization, she had developed a sense of awareness. Now that she had matured, she understood what was appropriate and what was not, which could help her remain vigilant. "I can tell you, but you must not speak of it or reveal to anyone that you know the 8 gates technique. Otherwise, we would be branded as rogue ninjas of Konoha," Ao stated. Upon hearing this, Izumi was immediately struck by a chill. At merely 7 years old, she had no concept of rogue ninjas, and she quickly regretted her inquiry. "Ao, you haven't done anything to the village, have you?" "Of course not. What I have done poses no danger to the village. However, if it were to be discovered, it could lead to complications," Ao replied, observing her reaction. "Do you still wish to know?" After a moment's consideration, Izumi decisively shook her head, unwilling to delve into such precarious matters. She trusted her brother would not harm anyone, so it was best to feign ignorance. "But if I cannot use it or tell anyone, what is the point of training this technique?" Izumi asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as she practiced the 8 gates technique to keep pace with Itachi. "Do not worry, in just a few years, you will be able to utilize it. And by then, you will likely be capable of mastering 4 or 5 gates," Ao reassured her. Izumi had always found it difficult to decipher her brother's intentions, so she fell silent, even wishing she could forget the conversation altogether. Soon, a week had elapsed. Uchiha Izumi had grown accustomed to her added weight. In the open space of the shelter, she faced Uchiha Kin's fierce attacks and ninjutsu with the composure she had regained. With agile movements, she dodged a strike and landed a blow to his chin, following up with a leaf hurricane that sent him flying several meters away. Well, as expected of big sister Izumi, the onlookers cheered, thrilled to witness her easily triumph over the usually arrogant Uchiha Kin. Even the other Uchiha children were caught up in admiration. They could only revere someone more formidable. "You all need to work hard too, or else I want to hold back," Izumi declared proudly, having returned to her former level of skill in just a week. She was confident that if she shed the lead plates, she could defeat Kin in the blink of an eye. Even her brother, who had always acted mature, was not beyond her reach. Unbeknownst to her, Ao was oblivious to his sister's slight superiority complex. As a multitude of young children, each beginning to practice ninjutsu, charged at him from all directions. "Ya! Attack!" Standing amidst the chaos, Uchiha Ao finally experienced a semblance of the pressure that Madara must have felt in his youth. Perhaps it was akin to how Madara perceived his own challenges. Armed with shuriken, ninja blades, or even their bare hands, the children began to develop some coordination and combat awareness through their relentless assaults. However, they were still rather naive. Ao swiftly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, clearly tracing the trajectories of the shuriken and blades. With a slight movement, he seized the wrists of 2 attackers, using their own weapons to deflect their assaults. He then executed a sweeping kick that sent the unfortunate duo crashing into the group behind them, toppling several more. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Upon witnessing the most physically adept among them being swiftly defeated, the others, especially several Uchiha hastily formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of elemental ninjutsu, wind, fire, and water, upon Ao in an attempt to overwhelm him. Success. Did we actually succeed? The children paused, momentarily stunned, believing they had triumphed over Uchiha Ao. Fools, who told you to let your guard down? Ao's voice echoed from behind them, followed by a chilling gust of wind. With a swift kick, he struck the back of their heads, sending them sprawling to the ground in despair, yet none dared to voice a complaint. For the past week, the consensus had been formed. Izumi's kindness and Ao's cold resolve were well acknowledged. None of these children were geniuses of the caliber of Kimimaro, nor did they even reach the early cannon fodder level of Maki. If Fugaku were to place the continuation of the Uchiha legacy in their hands, it would simply affirm his lack of discernment, Ao mused to himself. However, it mattered little, for soon he would no longer be responsible for them. The week granted by Fugaku had come to an end, and he must return to avoid raising suspicion within the village. Chapter 29. Time to seek Tsunade as a mentor. In the past week, although it was not openly discussed, Uchiha Hazuki had been plagued by nightmares every night. She often dreamed of her two children being captured by Danzo, who threatened her to hand over her Sharingan, ultimately resulting in the demise of both herself and her children. One night, upon witnessing her children Izumi and Ao lying in a pool of blood in her dream, Hazuki jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. She glanced at the bright moonlight outside and furrowed her brow. Surely, nothing will happen. The clan leader has no reason not to protect them, and given the current circumstances, the village should not act against us. Though somewhat slow to grasp the situation, Hazuki had finally come to a realization following recent events. She assessed that the village was currently incapable of handling a rebellion from the Uchiha clan, and they would likely have to wait for Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai's generation to mature before taking any action. This implied that for the next few years, their safety was not a pressing concern. However, in just 2 to 3 days, Uchiha Ao and Izumi returned to Konohagakure. "Mom, I missed you so much," Izumi exclaimed, spotting Uchiha Hazuki waiting at the village gate, and immediately sprang into action. "Izumi, come here and let me see you," Hazuki called, unaware of the heavy lead plates that Izumi had forgotten she was carrying, which now pinned her mother down. "Ouch! Izumi, why are you so heavy?" I'm sorry. Mom, it's all Ao's fault." Izumi quickly helped her mother up and briefly explained her training. Hazuki was indifferent to it. Given the current situation, the stronger Izumi became, the better. Uchiha Ao, shaking his head with a smirk, chimed in, "What a clumsy girl." "Mom, we're back." As Hazuki observed her son, who approached her with an unflappable demeanor that belied his age, she recognized that he had the potential to become a formidable force in the ninja world. If only he possessed a Manjiki Sharingan. "You too, Ao. Have you missed your mother?" Hazuki concealed her thoughts, displaying the same warm and kind expression as usual as she embraced both her son and daughter. Ao playfully twisted Izumi's arm, prompting her to glare at him in annoyance. However, she quickly recalled something and spoke up. "Mom, can I learn from the legendary Sannin Tsunade?" Izumi's inquiry left Hazuki momentarily bewildered. She couldn't fathom why her daughter suddenly desired to apprentice under Tsunade, especially since Tsunade had seemingly retired from active duty. Why do you want to study under Lady Tsunade?" The little girl stammered, unable to fully articulate Ao's reasoning, casting a frustrated glance at him instead. Immediately, Uchiha Hazuki discerned that this was her son's suggestion. Curiosity piqued, she turned to Ao and asked, "Did you encourage Izumi to seek out Lady Tsunade as a mentor?" "Why? Of course, it's because of the Ein sealing and the strength of 100 technique. We have this opportunity in these few years, and once the village regains its strength, it will be unattainable." He then offered a more conventional rationale. "Mom, since you know the village has begun to suspect us, it would be beneficial for Izumi to train under Lady Tsunade, a disciple of the Sannin, to help ease the village's vigilance. Moreover, no matter how brazen the village may become, they would hesitate to act against Izumi. Given that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage." Uchiha Hazuki's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly before asking, "But Lady Tsunade has distanced herself from village affairs for a while. How would she agree to take Izumi as a disciple?" Uncertain if her mother was testing him or genuinely unaware, Ao merely smiled and replied, "Now, Mom, you have a Manjiki, so go speak with the Hokage. I'm sure she will agree." With that, Hazuki exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "I truly wish to know how you came up with these ideas, my child." After a moment, she cast a glance towards the depths of the village where the Hokage's office stood. "Rest assured, while I sense you have more reasons than just this, leave it to me." At that moment, Tsunade, stricken with hemophobia and devastated by the loss of her brother and lover in battle, had completely lost the aura of the Sannin. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had set out to pursue the rogue Orochimaru, and Tsunade was preparing to depart from Konoha for her own adventures. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought her out. You can't possibly be unaware of my situation, right?" Tsunade regarded the request with some confusion, aware that this old man should know she had no intention of taking in any disciples. "I know, but this is a special circumstance." Sarutobi sighed and explained the situation to her, despite her hostile demeanor. Though Tsunade was indifferent to village matters, she was not entirely uninformed. Listening to Sarutobi, she hesitated before responding. So, that child is the offspring of the new Manjiki Sharingan user from the Uchiha? Exactly. Since they have proactively requested this, why not seize the opportunity to align that child with the village? Tsunade, I implore you. Sarutobi bowed deeply, disregarding their age difference. You this old man, always making me do such trivial things. Although Tsunade was reluctant to involve herself in village affairs, she felt a sense of obligation and sighed, saying, fine. But I will only be her teacher for 2 to 3 years. Don't expect me to be tied down here forever. Yes, I understand. Sarutobi nodded. Given that the Hokage himself had personally advocated for Tsunade to accept Izumi as a student, Uchiha Ao anticipated this outcome. The following day, Uchiha Hazuki brought Ao and Izumi to seek out Tsunade. Uchiha Ao surveyed the surroundings. Tsunade's residence in Konoha was quite decent, though not particularly lavish. There were no truly extravagant buildings in the village. At the entrance of Tsunade's ancestral home, they were greeted by the young Shizen, who was merely a teenager at this time. Upon spotting them, she approached with a somewhat juvenile tone, asking, "Excuse me, are you Lady Uchiha Hazuki?" Seeing the youthful niece of the late Dan Kato, Hazuki responded warmly, nodding and taking Izumi's hand. "We apologize for the trouble we're causing Lady Tsunade." No. Please come in. Lady Tsunade is waiting for you inside." Shizen bowed and led the way. Upon entering, they were met with the scent of alcohol. Revealing a visibly intoxicated Tsunade, her face flushed. She glanced at Uchiha Hazuki, clearly recognizing her, as Hazuki was a contemporary of Minato Namikaze. "Lady Tsunade," Hazuki said, guiding her 2 children forward to pay their respects. All right, I understand. That old man has already informed me, despite her drunken state." Tsunade's keen gaze focused on Ao and Izumi. Izumi appeared innocent and timid, visibly intimidated by the Sannin, while the young boy stared back at her and Shizen without a hint of fear. Tsunade remarked, "I hear these 2 children managed to take down a root team? Truly impressive for the Uchiha clan, renowned for producing geniuses." "Not at all, you flatter us," Hazuki replied, though her pride was evident. She nudged Izumi forward, saying, "Izumi, come and greet Lady Tsunade." Lady Tsunade, hello. I'm Uchiha Izumi. I look forward to your guidance." Izumi's demeanor was typical of an ordinary child, excited yet somewhat apprehensive. Tsunade curled her lips in disdain, yet chose to remain silent. She then turned her gaze toward the impassive Ao and, with a hint of curiosity, exclaimed, "Hey, you little brat, don't you wish to become my apprentice?" "No, I don't believe medical ninjutsu is quite suited for me," Uchiha Ao replied, shaking his head. "In any case, I entrust Sister Izumi to you." Chapter 30. The Undying Duo. Upon hearing that the root had attacked his beloved girlfriend, Itachi found himself torn between concern for her safety and apprehension regarding her potential involvement with the coup, especially considering that she was the only kind-hearted individual he recognized as a worthy rival, aside from Shursui. However, when Izumi became Tsunade's disciple, Itachi felt an immense sense of relief. After all, being selected as Tsunade's prodigy, a staunch supporter of the village, assured him that both her safety and loyalty were no longer in question. Amidst his busy schedule, Itachi seized a rare opportunity to step away from his duties in the Umbu to meet with Izumi. "Itachi-kun." Izumi greeted him cheerfully, having been waiting for his arrival. Itachi was increasingly taking on the handsome features of a true gentleman, which only endeared him more to Izumi, as he expertly accepted the bento she offered. Itachi expressed his gratitude before they settled into a comfortable silence, one they had both grown accustomed to, as Izumi appreciated Itachi's cool demeanor. Eventually, Itachi broke the silence. "Izumi. About Lady Tsunade." "Oh, Lady Tsunade?" Izumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Although she can be a bit straightforward, she's incredibly kind to me. And truly, as the legendary Sannin, she is remarkably impressive." As Izumi spoke of Tsunade, Itachi felt a glimmer of hope that his friend had indeed found a suitable mentor. While Tsunade had accepted Izumi as a disciple primarily due to the request of Hiruzen Sarutobi and for the sake of the village, her character ensured that she would devote herself fully to the task. After all, Izumi was a ninja of the village, and if there was a chance to bring the Uchiha clan back to the right path, Tsunade would undoubtedly make every effort. "That's good to hear." Itachi replied with a rare smile, as the sight of villagers coexisting harmoniously was his greatest wish. "By the way, where is Sokuin? I haven't seen him around lately." "Oh, him," Izumi said, cheeks stuffed with sushi like an adorable little hamster. "I haven't seen him much either. I suppose he wanted me to be Tsunade's disciple to distance himself from me." "It's likely not that way," Itachi remarked, nodding with a smile. Though he held a different perspective, he viewed Uchiha So as a rational individual with ideals akin to his own and Shursue's, believing that So's intentions were to resolve the rift between their clan and the village. After all, everyone knew that Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, was undoubtedly a true member of the village. By having Izumi as her disciple, it not only eased the tensions caused by the root's previous attacks, but also implicitly aligned her with the village. If So were to learn of Itachi's thoughts, he would surely be grateful to Itachi for his kindness, as his sole wish was for Izumi to acquire as much knowledge of the Hidden Leaf's secret techniques as possible during her formative years. Should Itachi not conspire with Obito to annihilate their clan, all would be well. However, should such a tragedy occur, no matter how much Izumi admired Itachi or respected Tsunade, she would undoubtedly fall into darkness. Such is the nature of the Uchiha. Meanwhile, within a currency exchange in the Land of Fire, several individuals clad in black robes and donning theatrical masks discarded a lifeless body onto the ground. The attendant at the exchange, unfazed by the diminutive stature of the corpse, inspected it briefly before handing over the payment. This was, of course, Uchiha So, who had ventured into the promising career of a bounty hunter after leaving Izumi in Tsunade's care. On one hand, after Fugaku entrusted the Uchiha refuge to him, he had effectively withdrawn from the matter, leaving So to manage it independently. On the other hand, after returning from a long-awaited duel with Itachi, So was astonished to discover that Itachi's combat experience and talent had fully blossomed during his time in the Umbu. Had it not been for the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and Chidori, he might have found himself outmatched. Thus, So resolved to undertake external missions to bolster his combat experience. Remarkable. Truly worthy of the recently acclaimed bounty hunter, Shana, remarked the attendant at the exchange, his smile broad and unreserved as he watched So count the money. Shana was the alias So had adopted, as his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, body flicker technique, and Chidori rendered him exceptionally swift during missions. Consequently, he had chosen the name Shana, which the exchange staff found fitting. After tallying the funds, So calculated the expenses of the refuge. Although there were approximately 100 children within, most were of little promise, should they ever distance themselves from the village. Those children would likely become mere fodder. Thus, he had begun contemplating the future of potential strong allies, such as Haku and Karen. Finding such future powerhouses scattered across the ninja world would require substantial resources, especially considering that he would need to contend with Orochimaru and Zabuza for recruits everywhere he turned. Expenses loomed. Are there any more missions available for me? So inquired, his voice deliberately lowered as he accepted the payment. The attendant, unable to discern his identity beneath the mask, flipped through the task briefings. In recent months, with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, So had completed missions at an astonishing pace, leaving little work for the currency exchange to offer. After a brief search, the attendant retrieved a final task sheet, chuckling softly. This is the last one. Do you wish to accept it? Without hesitation, So took the sheet and discovered it involved tracking down a rogue ninja from the mist. Given the current state of the ninja world, rogue ninjas from the mist were rampant. All right, I accept, So nodded. This particular rogue ninja, a special jonin in his 30s, appeared experienced but lacked a bloodline limit, making him an ideal target for someone seeking to enhance their combat skills. Just then, two individuals entered the exchange, both adorned in striking black robes with red clouds. Recognizing the distinctive attire of the Hokage, So's eyes widened beneath his mask. Hey. How many places have I been? Don't waste my time with your trivial matters, complained a young man with a stylish slicked-back hairstyle, wielding an enormous scythe. The other individual, his face obscured by a forehead protector, raised collar, and mask, was similarly clad in black. The Undying Duo. So immediately recognized them as the infamous members of the Akatsuki, Haiden, and Kakuzu. Why are they here? Oh, this is a currency exchange. It's likely they're here for business, he mused silently to himself. Ignoring Haiden's complaints, Kakuzu's deep voice resonated. Lately, it's been quite bothersome. Many of my assigned tasks have been completed by a bounty hunter named Shana. Should I encounter him, I will surely claim his heart. His tone was resolute for Kakuzu. Anyone who competed for his earnings was a formidable foe. As he spoke, Kakuzu's gaze fell upon So, who was shrouded in black robes and a menacing mask. Clutching a mission scroll, the attendant, evidently familiar with Kakuzu, called out, "Apologies, Lord Kakuzu, but recently, this gentleman has accepted the available missions." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized So, his emerald gaze sweeping over him, then settling on the scroll in his hand. A newcomer, but judging by your appearance, you must be that recently emerged bounty hunter named Shana, correct? As he spoke, the threads of his jutsu began to writhe ominously. It seems you've amassed quite a fortune. Allow me to assist you in collecting it. In the past month, a bounty hunter who referred to himself as Shana emerged and swiftly seized numerous tasks, leaving Kakuzu with an indelible impression of this previously unknown competitor. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao found himself bewildered. Was he truly expected to engage in combat? The staff of the exchange merely observed, offering no intervention. Their sole concern was the exchange of currency, indifferent to the rivalry among bounty hunters. Hey, do you need my assistance? Haiden exclaimed with exaggerated laughter. No, you are forbidden to intervene, Kakuzu immediately retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Ao. Uchiha Ao felt the weight of being targeted by the infamous immortals, although his anxiety regarding the ninja world had significantly waned over time. The sight of these two renowned figures harboring murderous intent rekindled the mix of exhilaration and fear he had felt upon his arrival in the world of Naruto. He sensed the presence of his Flying Thunder God technique nearby, a potential means of escape, yet he was equally tempted to engage. Should he fight? The immortal duo lacked the means for displacement or tracking ninjutsu, so fleeing was certainly an option. However, he pondered, when would he ever awaken the Mangeki Sharingan if he chose this path? Memories of his mother's Mangeki surged within him, accompanied by an overwhelming desire. Without the Mangeki, he could not hope to ascend to the level of a Kage, nor could he contend with figures such as Obito or, subsequently, Madara, and even the Otsutsuki clan. Gently caressing his eyes, he recalled that his own Sharingan had awakened in moments of fear, prompting Uchiha Ao to resolve to take a gamble. After all, he could not truly risk his fate on the night of his clan's annihilation, could he? His goal was to defeat the individual who had been bested by Shikamaru and Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, aiming to claim one of Kakuzu's hearts as his prize. Opportunities to battle against adversaries of Kakuzu and Heiden's caliber were rare, after all. Hey, Kakuzu, that guy isn't even attempting to flee. You've been underestimated. Haiden chuckled gleefully at the sight of their opponent standing resolutely before Kakuzu. He will soon regret his decision, Kakuzu declared. His earth grudge feared tendrils writhing and poised for action. Chapter 31. J. Goku. Due to the fact that Kakuzu was a regular at the exchange, he refrained from initiating combat within its confines. Instead, he waited until Song exited before taking action. To his surprise, Song did not flee. He had underestimated the boy. Kakuzu gestured for Haiden to keep his distance, then suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Entangled by the black threads of his Doton no Jutsu, his fist shot forth like a cannonball. If Uchiha Song recalled correctly, that punch penetrated Haiden directly. Consequently, he drew a ninja blade to block the blow. However, being only 7, nearly 8 years old, the immense force left his hands numb. Hand over your money, kid, Kakuzu stated, unfazed by his attack being thwarted. He immediately swung his second fist in an arc aimed at Song's back. In that instant, his Sharingan activated, keenly tracking the trajectory of Kakuzu's fist. He deftly deflected the punch with a flick of his blade, then spun rapidly, kicking away another fist that came from behind. Kakuzu was genuinely astonished. Such reflexes and perceptive acuity were not typical. Yet, as an old fox, he refrained from idle chatter and launched 2 masks from his shoulders, unleashing countless black threads that surged toward Uchiha Song. These threads, as numerous as hair, were nearly impossible to evade with ordinary agility. Yet Uchiha Song was no ordinary ninja. Aside from his flying Thunder God technique, his body flicker technique was learned from Shursui. In a series of rapid flashes, Kakuzu's Doton threads found nothing but air. Kakuzu was taken aback, murmuring, body flicker technique? Such speed. Hey, Uncle Kakuzu, could it be that you're actually losing? Haiden jeered gleefully, entirely unconcerned with the ninjutsu of others due to his immortal constitution. Since Song was so swift, Kakuzu decided to employ a wide area attack. With that thought, his 2 masks targeted the general direction of Uchiha Song and unleashed flames combined with wind pressure. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaos. This technique, a combination of fire release and wind release, both of which had extensive ranges, merged together, allowing the flames to ride the wind, engulfing a vast area in scorching heat and obliterating Song's silhouette. However, Uchiha Song, sensing the high temperature, immediately deduced the nature of Kakuzu's expansive ninjutsu and swiftly moved to the surrounding kanai, teleporting away from the inferno. Feeling the pressure of heat, even from nearly 1,000 meters away, Uchiha Song exhaled. No wonder it's Kakuzu. He then formed hand seals, gathering lightning chakra in his right hand. Could it be? Has he been reduced to ashes? Haiden, with his scythe slung casually over his shoulder, peered at the ravaged landscape, entirely devoid of any human traces. Impossible. It can't be that simple, Kakuzu whispered, perplexed by the boy's escape. Just then, a flurry of shuriken imbued with lightning chakra soared through the air with a shrill cry. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black cloak, moving like lightning, appeared, striking the ground with a lightning-infused hand, carving a deep gash aimed directly at Kakuzu. What? Kakuzu hastily formed an obstruction with his Doton threads. Yet the shuriken pierced through the barrier of threads with alarming speed. In an instant, Uchiha Song stood before Kakuzu. Oh no. Kakuzu realized too late. With his abilities, evasion was futile. The lightning-infused shuriken effortlessly ripped through the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak and pierced Kakuzu's body. Instantly, one of his masks shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Song's face lit up with triumph. He had accomplished the task he set for himself. Hey. No way, Uncle Kakuzu. Did you really lose? Haiden exclaimed, his disbelief exaggerated. Naturally, Uchiha Song did not take Heiden's theatrics seriously and quickly retreated. Sure enough, Kakuzu, prone on the ground, convulsed momentarily before rising once more. Damn it, bastard. You've ruined one of my hearts. I'll rip out yours to replace it. Kakuzu was utterly enraged, his Doton threads fully unfurled, appearing utterly terrifying. Time to run, Uchiha Song thought, witnessing Kakuzu's furious transformation. The pride he felt moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Hey, Uncle Kakuzu, do you want me to help? Haiden inquired cheerfully. No need, his heart is mine, Kakuzu declared as the threads surged forth, enveloping him like a demon. Kid, prepare to die. Having caught Kakuzu off guard with the speed of his flying Thunder God and Raijin techniques, Uchiha Song knew the next encounter would not be so easily won. For as a first-generation ninja, Kakuzu would not fall for the same trick twice. Thus, he swiftly retreated. His current physical state was too weak to contend with Kakuzu's Doton in a physical confrontation. Instead, he unleashed a wide-area fire release to obscure Kakuzu's vision and fled in various directions. What's wrong, kid? What happened to that strange ninjutsu? Why aren't you using it? Kakuzu's Doton threads relentlessly pursued him, his voice dripping with venomous disdain. All right. Then let us see how you fare against my flying thunder god, Uchiha Song thought to himself, then turned to throw several kunai, which were, without a doubt, ensnared by the threads. Kakuzu dismissed them as mere death throws and casually discarded them. Fire release, ash pile burning. Song pulled a handful of smoke bombs from his ninja pouch, placing one in his mouth. After forming hand seals, he exhaled, releasing a vast plume of smoke and flames, creating a thick fog. This technique was learned from Asuma, who was more than willing to teach Song during the Fourth Great Ninja War, even sharing the most effective tobacco for the purpose. Though Uchiha Song never smoked, he always kept tobacco on hand in his ninja pouch. Cough, 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 Uncle Kakuzu. Could you hurry it up? This kid is truly annoying, and I don't like the smell of smoke. Kakuzu remained silent, disdainfully releasing his wind release mask, intending to dispel the smoke. Wind release, pressure damage. A gust of wind powerful enough to rip through boulders burst forth from the mask, instantly clearing away the thick smoke. Damn it, that kid has vanished again. As the smoke dissipated, Kakuzu found himself unable to locate Song, realizing it was yet another instance of the unexpected ninjutsu. Haiden stroked his chin, muttering to himself, a spatial ninjutsu? How rare. Where is he? Kakuzu scanned the area, fearfully anticipating another lightning-based attack aimed at his heart. In his distraction, he neglected the kunai that had fallen beside him. In that moment, Uchiha Song's figure, crackling with blue-white lightning and the sound of Raijin, reappeared. What? When did this guy? With the combined speed of Raijin and the body flicker technique learned from Shursui, Kakuzu once again failed to defend himself and was pierced through the body, collapsing once more. I can kill Kakuzu twice? Am I truly some ultimate genius? As he withdrew his hand from Kakuzu's body, he couldn't believe it, his heart racing wildly. However, the Doton threads did not vanish as Uchiha Song had anticipated. Instead, they moved with lightning speed, ensnaring Uchiha Song's body directly. Haha at last. I have caught you, you cunning little flea. Kaku, panting heavily, spoke with a fierce demeanor. As a seasoned veteran in the shinobi world, Kaku was far from inept. Upon first encountering this unfamiliar individual, who exhibited suspicious spatial ninjutsu and exceedingly terrifying lightning techniques, he realized that relying solely on his earth grudge fear would not suffice to ensnare him. Thus, he resolved to use one of his own hearts as bait to capture him. Surrender your heart. Chapter 32, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. When Uchiha Ao was ensnared by Kakuzu's earth grudge fear, his inherent fear of death resurfaced. A remnant of his sheltered life as a well-behaved youth who had never encountered calamity. Over the years in the ninja world, he had honed his skills, acquiring formidable jutsu through his innate foresight. Thus, despite the apparent danger, he had seldom been in peril as grave as this moment. Gripped by the earth grudge fear, Uchiha Ao's expression hardened as he internally resolved, my chakra is running low. I must retreat immediately. He had, of course, previously set up his flying thunder god technique in the distance, and he was poised to activate it and flee. However, several tendrils of earth grudge fear had already pierced his clothing, leaving painful lacerations across his back. The sharp pain jolted him into alarm, and his thoughts drifted to Haiden, who seemed unconcerned. No, Kakuzu must be aware that I possess space-time ninjutsu. He surely knows that earth grudge fear cannot capture a ninja adept in such techniques. What a cunning old man. It dawned on him that Kakuzu was feigning death to extract his blood, ensuring that even if he escaped, Haiden could still claim his life through the curse of the Jashin. With a sinister chuckle, Kakuzu relished in his success. Haiden, wielding his scythe, laughed heartily, indifferent to the mysterious figure's potential escape. After all, his blood had already been drawn by earth grudge fear. Enough talk. Watch me slay him. Kakuzu roared, transforming the tendrils into needle-like weapons, intent on extracting Ao's heart. This is bad. If this continues, I will surely perish. Uchiha Ao struggled desperately, yearning to utilize the flying thunder god to escape, but regret surged within him as he recalled the blood still present. Cursed be my own carelessness. I underestimated these two undead adversaries, previously subdued by Naruto and Shikamaru. Uchiha Ao lamented, wishing he had fled earlier, realizing that his chakra was insufficient to prevent Haiden from invoking Jashin's curse. No, it cannot end like this. I have meticulously planned for survival in this cruel world. How foolish to have grown complacent, assuming the flying thunder god would suffice. If I hadn't been ambushed by Kakuzu and had my blood taken, I could have made my escape. As despair consumed him, the pain from the piercing tendrils only heightened his terror. If only there were a way to reverse my choices, I would have fled the moment I sensed danger. In this turmoil of emotion, a powerful surge coursed through his mind, awakening a unique chakra that influenced his optic nerves. The tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly beneath his mask, converging into a new form as the tendrils threatened his heart. In an instant, a pair of eyes resembling 3 fan blades manifested before him, his kaleidoscope Sharingan, overwhelmed by an influx of information. Uchiha Ao instinctively grasped the nature of this newfound power. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had emerged precisely when he feared for his life. From utter despair to elation, he realized that if this kaleidoscope Sharingan could evolve, the intensity of his emotions had already catalyzed the transformation from a basic Sharingan to this extraordinary form. In the fraction of a second, just as Kakuzu's grasp neared his heart, he suddenly vanished. Humph, another space-time ninjutsu, Kakuzu scoffed, reluctant to summon Haiden, knowing the latter would incessantly prattle about his dark god. Haiden, it's your turn. Huh, you still need me? Very well, let us see what I can do. Haiden, unconcerned about Ao's whereabouts, licked the blood from the earth grudge fear and invoked a ritual, brandishing a spear toward his own heart, exclaiming, Yahoo, perish. Suddenly, Kakuzu let out a cry of agony and collapsed, his third mask shattering in the process. Haiden was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was he that the blood of the mysterious bounty hunter? Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Uchiha Ao retracted his robe and mask, pressing his hand against his bleeding eye as he sprinted toward a more populated area. That was perilous. Yet, the kaleidoscope Sharingan truly lived up to its reputation. It manifested precisely what he desired in that critical moment. Wiping away the blood tears from his eyes, he withdrew the kaleidoscope Sharingan, only to discover it possessed merely one technique. A disappointment, indeed, for even his mother had too. He sighed, shaking his head, but in his mind, the name of his kaleidoscope technique emerged, Hachijbaimai, akin to Izanagi, capable of rewriting the reality of specific past events. Though it appeared similar to Izanagi, this technique could not alter the inevitability of death. To change such a fate, one must already be deceased. Uchiha Ao understood that a dead man could not activate his ocular powers. However, he could rewrite the event of Kakuzu extracting his blood into a mere illusion of Kakuzu's own blood being drawn. Of course, he could also alter the narrative to suggest he possessed the power of the Tsutsuki. But the mere thought of such a drastic change triggered an instinctive warning from his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Attempting such a feat could lead to his own demise. It seemed that even in the realm of rewriting reality, the magnitude of the change mattered. Something as substantial as this was beyond his current capabilities. Poor Kakuzu, having lost 3 lives in a day. Yet, why did I continue to regret his acquisition of my blood? I should have focused on survival. Uchiha Ao sighed, recognizing that his immediate priority was to recuperate his chakra. This ocular technique could only alter one event at a time, thus depleting both his chakra and ocular power. As a traveler from another world, he understood that each use of the kaleidoscope brought him closer to blindness, and thus he resolved to conceal this power whenever possible. Where am I now? He glanced around the unfamiliar town and then noticed the peculiar symbol he recognized from Kakuzu's homeland, the land of waterfalls. Good heavens! How far have I run? In his panic, Uchiha Ao had sprinted for an indeterminate length of time. At least the land of waterfalls is a neighboring nation to the land of fire. With that thought, he ventured into the town and found an inn to rest. As a child, he attracted the attention of some local ruffians who sought to bully him, but the outcome was predictable. They were swiftly dispatched. However, these minor skirmishes did not dampen his spirits. The awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan filled him with exhilaration. Yet, he soon began to reflect on the series of missteps that had led to his predicament. On one hand, he had underestimated Kakuzu's vast combat experience. On the other, his chakra reserves had proven insufficient. Uchiha Ao shook his head in dismay, although he yearned to seal the dragon vein within himself. He felt such an endeavor was currently beyond his reach. Then, a thought struck him. Aside from the earth grudge fear technique that had been stolen by Kaku, the land of waterfalls also held the Hero's water, known for exponentially increasing one's chakra. Though this substance came at the cost of life, he reasoned. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could use Hachijbaimai to alter the reality surrounding the consumption of the Hero's water. Upon this realization, his heart raced wildly. He then stood up to don the mask and robe once more. The Hero's water is a treasured secret guarded by the village of Takigakure, and thus, it is impossible to seize it in its true form. Therefore, you must adopt this false identity. Chapter 33. Seizing the Hero's water and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. The village of Takigakure is a hidden gem nestled within a waterfall, boasting a geographic advantage. Logically, with their secret technique, the earth grudge fear, and the presence of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki along with the Hero's water, they should possess formidable strength. Unfortunately, they have been rather disappointing. The earth grudge fear has been taken away, and despite having the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki and the renewable resource of Hero's water, the current village leader's son, Shomu, has exhibited an astonishing timidity since childhood. Frankly, while watching this OVA, one might feel that Shomu's characterization has been exaggerated for the sake of the plot. His cowardice surpasses that of a modern-day traveler. However, Shomu now seems to be of a similar age to myself, and his father is still the village leader. Uchiha Ao, donning a mask and draped in a black cloak, spoke. Although the village is concealed, as a chunin from Konohagakure, he was still familiar with the area. After resting for 2 days at an inn to recover his chakra, he set off immediately. After approximately 3 hours of travel, the sound of rushing water heralded the sight of the immense waterfall. At last I've arrived. I must make a checklist, Uchiha Ao murmured to himself. Within half a minute, 2 young ninjas wearing Takigakure forehead protectors burst forth from the waterfall. Who are you? If you are here to commission a task, you may submit it at the reception outside. Entry into Takigakure is prohibited. A young man in his 20s, likely a chunin, declared loudly, his expression stern and his posture alert. Oh, it seems someone has emerged, which saves me trouble, Uchiha Ao said, altering his accent with chakra to adopt a voice reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, deep and magnetic. I am not here to commission a task. Rather, I seek certain items in your village. Furrowing his brow, the young man inquired, what items? The hero's water and the 7 tails Jinchuriki. Could you inform me of their whereabouts? Upon hearing this, the 2 ninjas immediately recognized him as an enemy and wasted no time in attacking. Water release, lightning release, unfortunately. Their hand seal speed could not match the quickness of Uchiha Ao's eyes. Within his masked visage, a pair of crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan flared to life, instantly ensnaring them in a genjutsu. All wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan possess such overwhelming power. Even Obito, with Hashirama cells, could control the Mizukichi with a single eye, while Itachi could effortlessly manipulate Orochimaru and Deidara with his Manjiki. Thus, Uchiha Ao's control over these 2 Takigakure Chunin was effortless, silencing their cries for help as their eyes lost all luster. No wonder Haruno Sakura, initially depicted with talent in Jinjutsu, later shifted her focus to Taijutsu. The power of the Manjiki Jinjutsu is simply too formidable, Uchiha Ao reflected, a sense of pride swelling within him as he successfully executed Jinjutsu for the first time against 2 Chunin. It is noteworthy that he had previously focused on ninjutsu and some taijutsu, never even touching on Jinjutsu. After all, should he awaken the Manjiki, his Jinjutsu would instantly ascend to T1 level in the ninja world, making further study unnecessary. Do you know where the 7 tails Jinchuriki and the hero's water are? Uchiha Ao pressed. The 7 tails Jinchuriki is keyed. She was implanted with the 7 tails 2 months ago and is currently in the village leader's home. Only the village leader knows the whereabouts of the hero's water. The voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, divulged all the information Uchiha Ao sought. I see. It appears I have arrived at the perfect moment, Uchiha Ao nodded. Fortunately, he had just managed to intercept Kid before she could be used by the previous 7 tails Jinchuriki. Although Kakuzu and Haiden could subdue a peak Kid, he had just evaded the attacks of the immortal duo using his Manjiki Sharingan. Consequently, Uchiha Ao entrusted a handful of kunai inscribed with flying thunder god seals to the 2 ninjas, instructing them to place these weapons at strategic locations throughout Takigakure. Given that Takigakure is a small village, Chunin represent a considerable combat strength, and he had full confidence in their capabilities. We understand, they replied, turning to enter the village. While Uchiha Ao remained outside the waterfall, musing about his ocular technique, no wonder the Uchiha clan instills such fear. Awakening the Manjiki grants such power that even a mere child like me, with a bit of patience, can effortlessly dismantle a small ninja village. Approximately 2 hours later, Uchiha Ao sensed that the flying thunder god seals had been effectively dispersed across various locations. He then teleported directly in front of the 2 Chunin. Very well. Proceed to execute your true mission. Cause a ruckus in your village. Understood. With that, the 2 dashed away, followed by the sounds of water release, the destruction of buildings, and the anguished screams of civilians. The names being shouted were unfamiliar to Ao. They were likely the names of the 2 ninjas. Meanwhile, within the home of the village leader of Takigakure, the leader himself sighed as he cared for Kid, the recently implanted 7 tails Jinchuriki, who was just over a year old. He looked despondently at his 6-year-old son, Shomu. His son was exceedingly timid. Although he performed well in the ninja academy, he lacked the courage to engage in sparring. The village's protection relied heavily on the 7 tails Jinchuriki. Lost in thought, a sudden tremor startled 6-year-old Shomu, causing him to drop to the ground in fear. While his father stood and shouted, "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" Village leader. Takumi and Fujimura have gone mad, wreaking havoc throughout the village. The voice from outside abruptly ceased, triggering a sense of foreboding in the village leader. He instructed Shomu to hide Kid in their room and armed himself with a shuriken before stepping outside. Though Takigakure had never been invaded, he felt the need to be cautious. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of his bodyguard, a jonin from the Umbu, lying lifeless on the ground, a gaping charred hole the size of an arm in his chest. Sanzo, who are you? Shoma's father exclaimed, panic rising as he scanned the area for the enemy. Are you looking for me, village leader? A raspy, cold voice echoed, causing Shoma's father to stiffen and turn around, only to be captivated by the gaze of a masked figure. Though his mind was alert, his body remained paralyzed. Who are you? My apologies, village leader, for the inconvenience, Uchiha Ao said, using a modified voice. Might I kindly request that you hand over the hero's water and the 7 tails Jinchuriki? I assure you, I mean no harm to your village. You, how do you know about the hero's water? No matter how you learned, you are merely dreaming. Do not even think about the 7 tails Jinchuriki. The village leader struggled to move, but his body betrayed him. His strength paled in comparison to that of a typical leaf ninja, rendering him helpless against the genjutsu of the Meijiki Sharingan. Is that so? Yet I perceive you as someone who speaks contrary to your true intentions, Uchiha Ao remarked, a smirk hidden beneath his mask. Why not simply hand it over? What a foolish dream. He cursed vehemently, but Ao intensified the genjutsu, and the village leader fell into a complete stupor, mechanically repeating, I understand. As he stepped inside, Ao heard a child's terrified voice calling for his father. It was likely Shomo. Moments later, the boy emerged, cradling a water bottle and a 1-year-old child with green hair and wheat-colored skin. So this is Keed. Very well, I shall take her. Uchiha Ao accepted the hero's water and Keed, who remained blissfully asleep amidst the commotion. He embraced foam within his long robe, then took the hero's water and drank it in one decisive gulp. Instantly, a sharp pain surged in the vicinity of his heart, yet simultaneously, he felt his chakra multiply exponentially, increasing by dozens of times. He was utterly convinced that this newfound chakra was sufficient to rival that of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, a chakra level that had soared by dozens of times could be equated to that of an Uzumaki. It is worth noting that from a young age, Song had diligently practiced chakra manipulation every night using Naruto's shadow clone technique. While it may not be said that his chakra was extraordinarily vast, it was nonetheless considerable among the Chunin. However, that piercing sensation in his heart must surely be a side effect consuming my life force. With this thought, he promptly activated the Meijiki Sharingan technique, Eightfold Mirror. Blood tears streamed down within his mask as the formidable Meijiki Sharingan once again altered reality, nullifying the side effects of the hero's water. With the heart's pain abated, he let out a sigh of relief. Incredible. If only I could merge with Hashirama's cells. Wiping away the blood tears, he mused silently, then dispelled the genjutsu cast by the village elder. Ah, what have I done? You. The elder gazed in disbelief at Feng in his arms and the now empty bottle of hero's water. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder, and farewell. Wait, who are you? If you have the ability, tell me. Realizing that the other could silently control him, he understood he was no match and could only cry out in despair. Originally, Uchiha Song had no intention of revealing his identity. But now that he possessed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly come after him frantically. Thus, it would be wiser to leave them with a misleading piece of information unrelated to Konoha. Remember this. My name is Shana, a mercenary ninja. Chapter 34, Preparation. The hidden waterfall village was besieged by a bounty hunter named Shana, who not only absconded with the hero's water but also kidnapped the newly implanted Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. This incident rapidly spread throughout the ninja world within a matter of days. As a friendly neighboring nation, Konoha swiftly received the news. While the attack and the theft of the hero's water were of little concern to them, the abduction of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki sent shockwaves through all the ninja villages. After all, if someone could seize the Seven Tails, could the tailed beasts of other villages also be at risk? Of course, they were overthinking the situation. Uchiha Ao's act of taking the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was merely opportunistic. He felt it was a pity that Keed had died and sought to prevent the Akatsuki from acquiring the tailed beasts. After all, Madara's foolish plan appeared utterly nonsensical upon learning the truth. Within the Uchiha shelter in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Ao gently placed Keed down. It was quite common for a shelter to take in infants. Ah, welcome back, sir. A girl from the Uchiha clan, roughly his age, exclaimed upon opening the door. She was momentarily startled before quickly bowing. As a child orphaned by the battlefield, this girl was devoid of the usual whims of ordinary children. After all, children of the impoverished often mature early. Observing the girl with her delicate features and shoulder-length black hair, Uchiha Ao recalled her name, Uchiha Rin. Her proficiency in ninjutsu seemed adequate, as she had already mastered the body flicker technique to the level required for ninja school graduation. This child is? Uchiha Rin inquired, gazing at the green-haired infant in Ao's arms. She is a child I rescued and will stay here from now on. Please do not bully her. Understood? Uchiha Ao instructed. Yes, leave it to me. I am quite good with children. Rin replied eagerly, beaming with a smile. Indeed, she had been responsible for caring for many younger children. Ao chose not to disclose that Keed was the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, as it would only serve to heighten danger and uncertainty. He nodded, opting to remain silent. After all, Keed was gradually becoming a perfect Jinchuriki through training, and the sealing of the tailed beast in the hidden waterfall village posed no issues. He swiftly performed a hand seal, incorporating a tracking seal from the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, ensuring he would be immediately alerted if anyone attempted to harm Keed. Wow, this is sealing technique. How impressive. Uchiha Rin exclaimed as she watched the seals form around the infant, her eyes sparkling with wonder, oblivious to any potential harm. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Ao suggested, glancing at the girl. Rin eagerly nodded in response. All right, if you take good care of this child, I will teach you some powerful ninjutsu. Rin swallowed hard, quickly agreeing. Aside from the body flicker technique, Uchiha Yoshihide had not instructed them in any other ninjutsu. And Uchiha Kin had only learned the great fireball technique due to her considerable talent, with Yoshihide having returned to the Uchiha clan. The shelter was now essentially under Ao's control, leaving them relying on him for the acquisition of more advanced ninjutsu. Very well, I shall teach you the shadow clone technique. Once you master it, I will teach you a B-rank fire release technique. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rin immediately knelt, expressing her gratitude with fervor, her face reflecting both relief and pride. She felt fortunate to have aligned herself with someone of influence. Grateful that she did not disdain the role of caregiver, as it had proven advantageous for her. However, the children in the shelter were not united. They were typically divided between Uchiha orphans and ordinary children. Within the Uchiha, there were factions led by kin, who looked down upon and bullied the Uchiha orphans. Rin, tasked with watching over the children, found herself among these orphans. Uchiha Ao remained oblivious to this division, or perhaps he simply did not care. Competition breeds motivation. And the methods employed by Orochimaru often produced elite individuals. After spending 2 to 3 hours teaching Uchiha Rin the fundamentals of the shadow clone technique, he left behind a clone and hurried back to Konoha. The hero's water had granted him a significant boost in chakra, enabling Ao to finally learn the crucial ninjutsu from the sealing scroll, the multiple shadow clone technique. Previously, he had refrained from learning it due to the immense chakra consumption required, which would have quickly depleted the already low chakra reserves of the Uchiha clan. Sir? Uchiha Rin hesitantly addressed Ao's remaining clone. You need not concern yourself with me. I will instruct you and see if you can surpass Uchiha kin. If you cannot, the clone stated coldly. Yes, I will not disappoint you, sir. Rin replied, kneeling resolutely. Having received benefits from the Uchiha clan, and having spent time within the main family even before becoming an orphan, Ao held a degree of distrust towards Uchiha kin. This individual constantly clamored for a return to the main family, seeking to establish Konoha as the foremost clan. Such a character, akin to a foolish second-rate person, would likely become a nuisance once he detached from Konoha to forge his own path. Although Ao had seemingly subdued kin for the time being, he was acutely aware that, just like the temporarily compliant Orochimaru, kin would not hesitate to betray him if he gained sufficient strength or was enticed by someone more powerful. In contrast, Uchiha Rin, having grown up in this environment, harbored no emotional ties to the Uchiha clan and lacked the arrogance and rebelliousness that often accompanied such connections. Thus, Uchiha Ao resolved to cultivate Rin as his confidant. Whether she could rally others among the younger children to stand against Uchiha kin was of no concern to him. If she could not even manage that, there would be no need for her cultivation. Leaving a shadow clone at the shelter as a precaution, Ao raced back to Konoha. Due to Fugaku entrusting the shelter to him, he could publicly claim to be on a long-term mission, such as hunting down wanted criminals or gathering intelligence. As for whether he had apprehended any criminals or uncovered any intelligence during his absence, that was a matter for the Uchiha guard to handle internally, to be reported to the Hokage when necessary. At Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Ao knocked on the door. It wasn't long before Makoto, Itachi, and Sasuke's mother opened it. Upon seeing Ao's youthful face, reminiscent of Itachi's, she immediately donned a warm and gentle expression. Oh, it's you, Ao-kun. Are you here to see Itachi? Unfortunately, he hasn't returned yet. No, I am here to see the clan leader, Uchiha Ao replied with a childlike smile. I wish to report on my mission. May I come in? Of course, please come in. Thank you very much. Ao removed his shoes and stepped inside, where he spotted a small, wriggling creature crawling out from one of the rooms. Sasuke, around 1 year old, was beginning to take shape, crawling on the tatami mat and babbling adorably. Abba Abba. Sasuke babbled as he crawled to Ao's feet, grasping his ankle and gazing up with his chubby face and bright eyes. Uchiha Ao smiled at the reincarnation of Indra and remarked, Is this young Sasuke? How adorable. It seems Sasuke rarely gets close to others, which must be due to the fact that both you and Itachi-kun are geniuses, Makoto explained tenderly while lifting Sasuke. Hiki, you flatter me. Itachi is the truly exceptional one. Uchiha Ao scratched his head, feigning a look of embarrassment, before stepping into Fugaku's chamber. Inside, Fugaku was evidently already aware of his impending arrival as he sat cross-legged, awaiting him. Clan leader, Uchiha Ao entered and knelt down. Your chakra, it seems to have strengthened immensely. What exactly have you done? Fugaku inquired, furrowing his brow. Surprised, Uchiha Ao glanced at Fugaku and replied directly. I infiltrated the hidden waterfall village to seize the hero's water and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. What? You are the bounty ninja who attacked the hidden waterfall village. Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly lowered his voice. Why? While I permitted you to act with discretion, I did not authorize you to create enemies indiscriminately. Rest assured, I did not reveal my identity. As for my reasoning, Ao paused, gazing intently at Fugaku. The mission you assigned me was to secure a future for the Uchiha clan, but without formidable strength, can we truly protect those young ones? Perhaps you do not believe me, but I have already encountered several waves of root ninjas near that small town. Your plans may have been compromised. What? How is that possible? Is there a traitor among us? Fugaku gasped, nearly rising from his seat. Noticing Fugaku's anxious demeanor, Ao smirked inwardly. In truth, he had not encountered any root ninjas, at least not yet. Danzo was likely preoccupied with other matters and would probably eliminate them quietly only after the clan's annihilation. Eventually regaining his composure, Fugaka sat down, his expression grave as he addressed Ao. So, you have resolved to take the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki to serve as a future deterrent for the village? That makes sense, if it comes to that. The village will not spare them. Seeing how easily Fugaka was swayed, Uchiha Ao could not help but roll his eyes. However, he was unaware that a week prior, Fugaku had foreseen the future with his Mangeki Sharingan. His escape route had indeed been attacked by unknown ninjas, which led him to believe Ao's words without hesitation. So, do you wish for the clan to assist you in nurturing the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki? Fugaku inquired. No, I seek your assistance in drafting a warrant for our exile, Ao replied. Fugaku looked astonished, having assumed Ao would request help in nurturing the Jinchuriki. Why? The village will not spare you simply because of this warrant. I understand. But I implore you to write it for me, and thereafter, do not allow any other clan members to contact the shelter, Uchiha Ao stated resolutely. Though I do not comprehend your intentions very well, your abilities surpass even Shursui and Itachi. I place my trust in you. Fugaka nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ao's determined gaze. He was not overly concerned about Ao leading the children in the shelter to defection, for Fugaku himself had not invested much in the shelter. Furthermore, as clan leader, he would face certain death should the coup fail. Ao's potential defection bore no relevance to him. If the coup succeeded against all odds, what need would Ao have for defection? Chapter 35. With chakra comes arrogance. Forbidden techniques learned at while holding the sternly worded defection and wanted declaration handwritten by Fugaku. Uchiha Ao naturally chose to conceal it rather than distribute it underground. This had nothing to do with the shelter, but was specifically prepared for one individual, Uchiha Hikari, who remained sealed underground. As a tool exploited by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, Hikari was subjected to discrimination and ultimately cast aside mercilessly. The resentment that had brewed during his centuries of confinement was undoubtedly intense, rivaling that of Obito regarding Rin's death. Thus, before unsealing Hikari, Ao needed to secure evidence of his non-Uchiha origins, otherwise, Hikari might immediately turn against him. Upon returning home, although it was still the same single-family dwelling, it appeared significantly more luxurious. Whether it was the clan members or the villagers, none dared to offend the kaleidoscope Yatsuki, regardless of their feelings of distrust or anger towards her. Especially after Izumi had taken Tsunade as her mentor, the village adopted a more conciliatory attitude towards Yatsuki, which altered the Uchiha clan's perception of her to be akin to that of Shursui, aligning her with the village's interests. In his long-standing training ground within the Forest of Death, Ao formed hand seals, channeling chakra within his body, and called out multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of resounding bangs and the emergence of smoke, over 100 clones of Uchiha Ao appeared, each exchanging bewildered glances. Although it is an A-rank ninjutsu, I have mastered the shadow clone technique, so it poses no challenge, he mused. However, he was simultaneously grateful that he and T learned the multiple shadow clone technique from the outset, as he could feel his chakra depleting significantly from just this one use. Had he been the version of himself before drinking the hero's water, this exertion would have likely caused him to faint from chakra exhaustion. Indeed. The clones nodded in agreement, but these free laborers were soon to be exploited by their original. Since that's the case, don't just stand around. Look at Naruto, who possesses the Nine Tails and still utilizes shadow clones to train his chakra. You all should diligently practice the jutsu from the Sealing Scroll, especially the Edo Tensei and Rasengan techniques. Don't slack off. What about you, original? You shameless capitalist. The clones protested in unison. As for me, I am doing this for our lives. Although I possess the kaleidoscope, do you think we can rest easy after the night of the Uchiha? You must understand that Itachi and Danzo are merely tools used in this massacre. The real threats are Obito, Madara, and even Kagaya. Do you wish to test the power of Kamui? The original Uchiha Ao stated matter-of-factly, I have more significant matters to attend to, preparing our escape route. Exploiting his clones was no burden for Uchiha Ao. Although managing over 100 clones exerted considerable pressure, especially when their collective fatigue was felt by the original. He had no choice. Time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate a power that could stand toe-to-toe with the Akatsuki before the plot unfolded. Is that why you intend to nurture those little ones? One clone inquired knowingly. Go. Hurry and practice, especially the Rasengan. Don't come to me until you can master the Rasengan, Ao declared, shooing them away as if they were flies. Che, do you think mastering the Rasengan is so simple? The clones retorted with derisive hisses as they dispersed, the vast forests of Konoha providing ample cover for their training. For a considerable time thereafter, Uchiha Ao found himself shuttling between the shelter and the village, scarcely finding moments to train alongside Shursui and Itachi. Mom, I'm off, Izumi exclaimed, finishing her breakfast in one breath, wiping her mouth, and darting out the door. Ao observed her movements and noted that she had nearly acclimated to the lead plates she wore, deciding it was time to add more. Mom, I'm also setting out. I may not return for several days. Sigh, these children. And you too, barely 8 years old and already so busy. I never had such a hectic schedule at your age, Uchiha Yatsuki expressed her discontent. During the day, aside from her visits to Tsunade, she also had afternoon meetings with Itachi. Well, Tsunade-sama's expectations are certainly more stringent. After all, she is one of the legendary Sannin, Uchiha. Ao chuckled. However, he felt a strange sense of curiosity, although Itachi had largely acknowledged Izumi as his romantic interest in the narrative. How could the less than 8-year-old Itachi have such a significant change of heart? At that moment, it dawned on Ao that as a member of the Hokage Zanbu, Itachi could have been ordered to monitor Yatsuki through his relationship with Izumi. Given Itachi's mindset, this was entirely plausible. Haha, there's nothing I can do right now. But at least for the time being, there is nothing pressing, Ao mused inwardly. Mom believes you will surely surpass even the legendary Sannin, Yatsuki remarked. Although as a wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, her power could easily contend with the Sannin, she had accustomed herself to the role of a chunin for half her life. Upon exiting their home, Ao sensed the Uchiha clan's attitude toward him was markedly complex. On one hand, it stemmed from Yatsuki's disapproval of the coup plan. On the other, it was due to Ao adhering to Fugaku's directives. Consequently, many clan members deemed their family spineless fence-sitters, asserting that if Yatsuki were to agree, their 2 pairs of kaleidoscope eyes would suffice for a successful coup. Hey, wait a moment. A young man in his 20s approached Ao, saying, I am Uchiha Tetsuhan. You are Ao, correct? Considering your actions for our family, I implore you to persuade Lady Yatsuki not to support the village. Casting a glance at him, Ao recalled that this individual was one of the members of the security team who had come to confront Itachi after Shirsui's suicide. He glanced around. Although others refrained from stepping forward, they regarded him with equally serious and complex expressions. Apologies, but that is my mother's sentiment. I have tasks to attend to, so please do not disturb me. Ao shook his head, unwilling to engage with this pawn. Uchiha Tetsuhan furrowed his brows and gripped Ao's shoulder. Wait, I am your senior. Is this how you treat your seniors? He activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos swirling ominously. Huh, are all Uchiha so foolish? Ao thought exasperatedly. He considered demonstrating his strength by retaliating, but upon turning around, he noticed that Uchiha Tetsuhan was firmly grasped by a hand that was significantly more delicate and fair than his own. A pair of resplendent kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly subdued him. Accompanied by a cold voice, what are you doing to my child? This was, of course, Uchiha Yatsuki, her face a mask of icy rage. Upon seeing her kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Tetsuhan broke into a cold sweat but mustered his courage to retort, You traitor, is this how you repay your family? I ask again, what are you doing to my child? Uchiha Yatsuki's kaleidoscope eyes flared, instantly ensnaring Uchiha Tetsuhan in a genjutsu, rendering him frozen in place. With a swift kick, she sent him flying several meters away, dispelling the illusion. Tetsuhan's brother, Uchiha Tuka, rushed to his aid, exclaiming with a venomous glare, You dare use Uchiha's treasure against your own kin, you scoundrel. However, after uttering those harsh words, he could only flee in disgrace, unable to confront those piercing eyes. Mother, this will surely strain your relations with the clan even further, Uchiha Ao observed, feeling a mix of helplessness and gratitude towards his mother, realizing that she had always been watching over him. So what? It's not as if I haven't moved away from the clan grounds before, Yayue casually remarked, adjusting her ponytail. And do not be too complacent. While mother can protect you in Konoha, outside of it. She leaned closer to Uchiha Ao and whispered, Do not heed too much of that fool's words. Uchiha Ao mused silently, How could you not perceive the unreliability of that scoundrel, Fugaku? Then he smiled broadly and replied, Of course, I am well aware. Chapter 36, Fiziko Village. Due to the defeat of the immortal duo by the doppelganger of Uchiha Ao, coupled with the abduction of the 7-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, the incident stirred considerable upheaval in the ninja world. Consequently, for an extended period, Uchiha Ao refrained from undertaking missions under the alias of Shana, particularly after discovering that his head was valued at a staggering 60 million ryo in the bounty market. Such a bounty was typically reserved for renowned ninjas of great repute in the shinobi world. It was indeed a cruel twist of fate for one so young. Scarcely 10 years of age, despite possessing numerous secret techniques, his physical limitations rendered him inferior to even the average chunin when deprived of the speed and surprise of the flying thunder god and Chidori, as well as the prowess afforded by his Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Ao chose to lay low for a while, dedicating himself to mastering the forbidden techniques contained within the sealing scrolls studied by his shadow clones, venturing out only sporadically under the guise of Shana to earn bounties. However, he soon realized that his efforts were akin to the myth of Jingwei attempting to fill the sea. Establishing a ninja village required not only strength, but also an abundance of wealth and connections. As his power grew, so too did his ambitions. Initially, he sought merely a sanctuary for himself and his family, a refuge from the prying eyes of the Akatsuki and Danzo. Yet, with the mastery of the Manjiki Sharingan and the consumption of hero water, which augmented his chakra to rival or even surpass that of the Senju clan, his aspirations expanded. A mere shelter would not suffice. He yearned to emulate Orochimaru and establish a formidable ninja village, one that even Konoha and the Akatsuki would regard with caution. Should the Akatsuki discover that he possessed the 7 tails, or if Konoha recognized him as Uchiha, they would be compelled to negotiate with him on his terms. A prospect he found exhilarating. However, The establishment of a village was no simple feat. Beyond financial resources, an extensive network of relationships was indispensable. Orochimaru's success stemmed from his status as one of the legendary Sannin, endowed with wealth and connections. Among the children in the orphanage, while a few exhibited talent, none possessed the potential for significant contribution. Rather than attempting to reconstruct a ninja village from scratch, it would be more pragmatic to seize one by force. Much like Nagato and Konan had assassinated Hanzo to claim Amigate Cure, oblivious to the fate of Hanzo until Jiraiya infiltrated the area, indicating that neighboring ninja villages were indifferent to the affairs of these minor nations. Thus, he resolved to take over an existing village. In contemplation, 3 villages caught his eye. The first was Star Hidden Village, renowned for its unique training methods involving meteorite techniques and possessing the only flight ninjutsu, Peacock Method, apart from the Tsuchikage. The second was Fiziko Village, characterized by its predominantly female populace. The third was the Air Hidden Village, which he had encountered previously. The lair of the Air Hidden was situated underground within its ancient grounds, and he presumed that Shinnong had not yet completed his preparations. Thus, a surprise attack could easily subdue both Shinnong and the Air Hidden. After much deliberation, Uchiha Ao settled on Fiziko Village as his target, not merely because it was inhabited solely by women, but because it presented the most straightforward opportunity for him to assert dominion. In the animated series, a certain perverse character believed he could control Fiziko Shizuka through the puppet technique known as 100 Puppets Binding Soul, thereby ruling over the village. The rules of this village were quite uncomplicated. Defeating the village chief would grant one control over the village, a remarkably safe and simple endeavor. In contrast, Star Hidden Village posed complications with its aerial tactics, which would vex Ao, while the Air Hidden posed an additional challenge in the form of Shinnong, who could potentially become a significant counterbalance to Konoha. Moreover, his Zero Tails plan had likely not even commenced research. How could he risk disrupting it? Thus, Uchiha Ao promptly returned to the Uchiha orphanage, accompanied by Uchiha Rin and the 1-year-old seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu. He felt an overwhelming sense of unease about leaving Fu in the orphanage, particularly given the impending conquest of a village. To conserve chakra, Ao dispelled his shadow clones. For the village chief was a formidable opponent, capable of holding his own even against Jiraiya. The last thing he needed was for the children in the orphanage to inadvertently provoke Fu's Seven Tails into rampage, which would spell the end of the Uchiha orphanage. Carrying Fu on her back, Uchiha Rin appeared as a dutiful younger sister, though her eyes betrayed her anxiety, for this was her first journey away from home. How much longer, adult? She inquired. Over the past 3 months, Rin had caught Ao's attention with her calm demeanor, in stark contrast to the brash personalities of her peers, earning his special mentorship. Just as Sasuke had admired Orochimaru before surpassing him, Rin now looked up to Ao with reverence. Are you tired? But we are not far now, Ao replied, as the 2 peaks of Fiziko Village came into view in the distance. Rin quickly shook her head. No, I'm not worried about that, adult. I'm just concerned about this child. As she spoke, she gently rocked the small Fu, who occasionally exhibited uncontrollable bursts of chakra, a fact well known among the children in the orphanage. Once, Fu had suddenly unleashed her tailed beast cloak and attacked, but thanks to Ao's timely intervention, the situation was quelled. Although Rin was unaware that it was the power of the Manjiki, it did not diminish her admiration for Ao. There's no need for concern. Continue onward, Ao reassured her, having already lulled Fu into a slumber with his Manjiki Genjutsu, thus preventing any tailed beast rampage for the time being. After a brisk 30-minute trek, he finally arrived at this village of female ninjas, which had only been mentioned once in the entire series. Halt. Who are you? As predicted. Upon reaching the first of the 2 mountains, 2 young female ninjas, clad in attire akin to Fiziko Shizuka, revealing their figures in tight-fitting pants, leapt out in their teens or early 20s. However, upon observing the unusual pair of intruders, a masked figure draped in black and a young girl carrying a green-haired infant, they regarded them with suspicion. The masked figure spoke, surprisingly. In a youthful voice, is this Fiziko Village? After exchanging wary glances, the 2 female ninjas responded with heightened caution. Indeed, this is Fiziko Village. Outsiders are forbidden entry, especially men. Growing weary of the exchange with mere subordinates, Uchiha Ao swiftly tossed a kunai. Intruder. The 2 female ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically as they dodged the thrown kunai, preparing to rush at the peculiar duo. Yet, in an instant, Ao vanished from sight, only to reappear beside them with a powerful gust of wind. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding thuds, Uchiha Ao exhibited no mercy as he utilized the Flying Thunder God to teleport between the 2, executing a split kick that left imprints on their faces, sending them flying several meters away. Now, return and inform your village chief that Shauna has come to challenge your village. Why you wait? The 2 female ninjas, clearly unaware of Shauna's reputation, scrambled away, covering their faces as they retreated towards the village. The rules of Fiziko Village were stringent, although the current chief was relatively open-minded. The village largely consisted of traditionalists who adhered to established customs when dealing with challengers. After all, Fiziko Shizuka had endured countless harassments without resorting to violence. Chapter 37. I am not Jiraiya's disciple. Upon receiving the news, the villagers of Fiziko promptly gathered under the leadership of their village chief, who, as expected, was a short-haired kunoichi appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, the very individual who had once engaged in a duel for the title of Jiraiya's apprentice. Beside her stood a petite girl, seemingly of a similar age to Uchiha Ao, her curious and serious emerald eyes fixed upon him. With long legs already evident from a young age, and a future physique that could rival Hinata Hyuga's, one could only chuckle at Jiraiya's choice of partners for his disciples. However, this was not the moment for contemplating Fiziko Shizuka's allure. Uchiha Ao addressed the village chief, inquiring, "Are you the leader of Fiziko village?" The village chief nodded. Her once robust physique now diminished, yet still commanding respect. "Since you have come seeking us, you must be aware of the customs of Fiziko village. If you win, you may join our village. If you lose, fret not. We shall give you a sound beating and send you on your way, without taking your life." After a brief pause, she continued, "As you have come to challenge us, we would appreciate the opportunity to witness your true abilities." The villagers had noted Ao's company, an infant and a small girl, but their interest lay not in appearances but in the strength he possessed. With a grin, Uchiha Ao shed his long robe, revealing his true form beneath. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the sight of a young boy with spiky black hair, exuding an aura of youthful charm. "Are you playing a game, little brother?" The village chief's tone shifted, tinged with disappointment. Uchiha Ao, uninterested in idle chatter, raised his right hand, summoning a surge of lightning that propelled him forward towards the village chief with unrestrained intent. Startled by the sudden attack, she drew her blade to defend herself, only for it to shatter like glass under the force of his chidori. "Is this a jest, chief?" he remarked, shaking his hand. At that moment, the villagers finally regarded him with seriousness, recognizing the formidable strength emanating from the young boy. "Impressive indeed," the village chief conceded. "Your speed and timing surpass many elite genin. However, it would not be appropriate for me to engage you in battle, for even if I were to win, I could not marry you and allow you to join our village." She called out to the girl beside her, "Shizuka." Thus, the petite Fiziko Shizuka approached, her expression serious. "I am Fiziko Shizuka. I look forward to our encounter." Observing her graceful demeanor, one could see she was indeed more mature than Naruto. Although Shizuka placed immense trust in her mentor, the village chief understood all too well that Shizuka was no match for the young Uchiha. Nonetheless, with the village lacking seasoned fighters save for her own ailing self, she hoped to recruit this remarkably powerful youth into their ranks. Her gaze flickered towards the girl cradling a green-haired infant, pondering their origins. Regardless of where they came from, Fiziko village needed strength. With utmost seriousness, Shizuka focused her gaze on Uchiha Ao before leaping into action, her slender legs propelling her skyward as she summoned a powerful wind chakra to descend with force. Fiziko style, roaring wind kick. In an instant, Uchiha Ao's Sharingan activated, discerning the essence of her technique, which bore a striking resemblance to Chidori, both relying on chakra concentration. Albeit hers in her legs and his in his hands. He raised his hand, unleashing Chidori to intercept her strike. While Ao was confident in the potency of his technique, Shizuka's ability equaled his own, and their clash resulted in a stalemate. Undeterred, she retreated briefly before spinning in midair, unleashing a flurry of shuriken. Fiziko style, vacuum dance. Second form. Uchiha Ao smirked at the familiarity of her technique, reminiscent of the Rain Ninja's Rain of Needles. However, he paid it no mind, activating his three-tomo Sharingan to pinpoint each shuriken's trajectory, deftly eliminating them one by one. Though he could have evaded, he regarded this as a valuable exercise, akin to his training with Itachi. The Sharingan. The village chief recognized the legendary ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, immediately suspecting a hidden agenda from Konoha. Yet, Fiziko village had always been a peaceful haven, primarily a sisterhood. The last encounter with Konoha involved Jiraiya gathering materials, culminating in a fleeting duel agreement. Was Jiraiya too proud to approach directly, sending his disciple in his stead? Though unaware of the chief's misconceptions, Uchiha Ao remained unfazed, for his objectives remained unchanged. As Shizuka descended, he executed a body flicker technique, swiftly positioning himself before her. As a taijutsu specialist, Shizuka launched a fist imbued with wind chakra. Fiziko style, roaring gale fist. Her strike was formidable, with a radius spanning several meters. Yet, within the clarity of the Sharingan, her movements were easily discernible. Uchiha Ao, eschewing flashy techniques, merely grasped her wrist, delivering a swift kick to her abdomen that sent her hurtling backward. Cough, cough, cough. Shizuka's tenacity shone through as she clutched her stomach, wincing in pain while attempting to weave hand signs for a wind technique. However, she was promptly halted by her mentor. "Enough, Shizuka. You are not his match." "Why, master? I still can fight," Shizuka protested, though she ultimately relented. Glaring defiantly at Uchiha Ao, the village chief approached with a smile, declaring, "You have triumphed, and I can see you are hardly serious in your efforts. Truly remarkable." A member of the legendary Uchiha clan and a disciple of Jiraiya, Uchiha Ao shot her a bemused glance, realizing her misunderstanding. He replied dismissively, "I am not Jiraiya's disciple. If anything, I am a disciple of the body flicker technique." The village chief raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her expression, yet she refrained from arguing. He had won, and the specifics mattered little. According to Fujiko village's customs, should one lose, they would join the village and adopt its name. However, since he had won, he was now the one to choose a bride. With Shizuka being the only suitable peer in the village, they could become engaged and marry upon reaching adulthood. Upon hearing these words, the cherubic face of the 7-year-old Fujiko Shizuka flushed a deep crimson, rendering even the discomfort in her abdomen nearly insignificant. Glancing at the young Fujiko Shizuka, who in the future would rival Hinata in beauty and surpass her in grace, Uchiha so felt little stirrings within. His aspirations were solely directed towards acquiring the resources of the entire Fujiko village. It seemed that Uchiha So's gaze had rendered Fujiko Shizuka bashful, prompting her to declare loudly, "Before that, I will defeat you and compel you to join our family." With a smirk, Uchiha So retorted, "I expected you would aim to banish me instead." Rolling his eyes, he continued, "You, the strongest in this village, do not wish to challenge me?" The village chief chuckled, "Of course not. Regardless of victory or defeat, I could never marry you. You must simply defeat the next village leader." With that, she pointed towards Fujiko Shizuka. Chapter 38. First to gain a long-legged bride. Regarding the matter of Fujiko Shizuka becoming the next village chief, no one had ever questioned it. Thus, they regarded Uchiha So, who had triumphed over her, as the next leader as well, preparing a separate room for him. "Wow, this place is so spacious," exclaimed Uchiha Rin. Gazing in on the lavishly decorated abode, her admiration for Uchiha So growing. Of course, it wasn't merely because an individual could defeat Fujiko Shizuka that such privilege was granted. At the very least, it had to be someone of the same age group. With the current village chief, only those with considerable strength and potential could earn such treatment. This was the advantage of power, so you ought not to be complacent. Sitting cross-legged, Uchiha So detected the lingering fragrance left by the women who had tidied the place, mingled with a hint of rust. "Yes, my lord." Just then, a figure entered, the very one with straight bangs at the front and a ponytail at the back, Fujiko Shizuka. The future village chief wore a serious expression, devoid of the vivacity exhibited by the young ninjas at the Leaf Village Academy. Clad in a neatly arranged plain kimono, she approached Uchiha So with small, measured steps, a large bundle cradled in her arms. Kneeling before him, she declared, "Ahem, I am Shizuka. It is a pleasure to meet you. From today onward, I shall live here with you and undergo training as your bride." A faint blush graced her slightly chubby cheeks, yet her voice was firm and unwavering. Her gaze resolutely fixed on Uchiha South. Rin cast a puzzled glance at her, while Uchiha So quickly interjected, "Wait a moment. What do you mean by training as a bride? And how old are you to be undertaking such training?" Fujiko Shizuka replied calmly, "It is the custom of Fujiko village. If I were to defeat you and find you suitable, you would be taken in to help propagate our village and to nurture the next generation. However, since you have come to me and bested me, I shall hold myself to the standards of the Fujiko clan. Training as a bride is merely one aspect." Pausing, her emerald eyes sharpened as she continued, "Though this is temporary. Should you lose to me before our marriage, you will still be taken in." What a joke. "We Uchiha would never lose to the likes of you small ninja village folk." Rin protested vehemently, rising to voice her dissent. However, Fujiko Shizuka paid her no mind, focusing intently on South. "Then you are surely at a disadvantage." So mused inwardly, assessing that Fujiko Shizuka's future abilities would likely remain at the level of a J-nin. If he couldn't handle a J-nin, he might as well contemplate self-termination in the face of the Akatsuki and the Leaf Village. Yet, it was evident that she was rather stubborn and lacking Naruto's verbal prowess, so addressed Fujiko Shizuka, who had already placed her belongings in her chosen room. "Do you truly believe you can keep pace with me while training as a bride and practicing ninjutsu simultaneously?" A moment of hesitation flickered across Shizuka's face as she realized the challenge of managing both tasks. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha So proposed, "How about this? I want to take advantage of you. For now, focus solely on your ninjutsu training. You can pursue bride training later." Clearly reluctant to be reduced to a mere ornamental figure of the Fujiko clan, she stuttered, her eyes filled with expectation, "But that would break tradition. You need not worry about me. I possess decent talent, and I can manage both." So waved his hand dismissively, "Stop with the prattling. If you continue this way, I might genuinely agree to let you train as a bride for life." Upon hearing his words, Fujiko Shizuka quickly acquiesced, rushing over to kneel properly and bow her head. "Well, if you insist, I don't understand your reasoning, but I am grateful. As compensation, I shall prepare dinner from now on. And the household chores can be temporarily delegated to Sister Kumi and the others. Suit yourself." So shrugged, feeling he had done his part. With Uchiha So's response, Fujiko Shizuka's demeanor brightened, and she promptly settled down beside him, attempting to serve tea with a novice's awkwardness. "You certainly have changed your attitude swiftly. I recall you were rather competitive before," Uchiha So remarked, observing her constrained yet attentive demeanor. "Humph, that is because you defeated me. I shall adhere to the rules." She retorted lightly, yet inwardly, she felt quite pleased with Uchiha South. He was not only exceptionally handsome, harboring the potential to be a great man. But he was also powerful. Most importantly, he was personally approved by her master, leaving her with little room for criticism. It must be said that Uchiha individuals, unless particularly peculiar, were invariably strikingly handsome or beautiful. As Fujiko, being an Uchiha beauty herself, naturally had an appealing brother. Stealing a glance at Uchiha Fujiko Shizuka, still a child at heart, couldn't help but feel fortunate, her admiration growing with each glance. Currently, as Fujiko Shizuka was not yet the village chief, sending the Uchiha orphans from the shelter was ill-advised, as it might alert the Leaf Village and Obito prematurely. However, compared to the orphanage, entrusting the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu, to the Fujiko village, known for raising young girls, seemed far more suitable. Thus, Uchiha solemnly addressed Fujiko Shizuka, "Shizuka, I have a favor to ask of you." Fujiko Shizuka, momentarily interrupted from admiring her fiancé's endearing yet handsome facial contours, quickly composed herself. "What is it? My fiancé?" What fiancé? Just call me South. It seems everyone in your village has the surname Fujiko, so calling you Shizuka is perfectly fine, right?" Uchiha raised an eyebrow. "Yes, of course, that is fine, Sokuin," Fujiko Shizuka replied, lightly bowing. "Well, I'd like to entrust this child to your care," Uchiha said, gently lifting the sleeping Fu and presenting her to Shizuka. Upon seeing the green-haired child, Fujiko Shizuka did not hesitate. She cared little for the child's identity. After all, so was her fiancé, and that was the only distinction that mattered. "Yes, of course, Sokuin," Fujiko Shizuka eagerly accepted Fu, unfazed by the child's darker complexion. For children from the land of lightning were not uncommon in their village. Uchiha felt no immediate concern about the Seven Tails going berserk, for his Mangeki Sharingan's Genjutsu was sufficient to suppress it temporarily. Furthermore, Fu was far too young for the Seven Tails to tempt her into a rampage. After receiving Fujiko Shizuka's assurance as the future village chief, Uchiha departed with Rin. Once he had left, Fujiko Shizuka cleared her throat. Listening to the report from the Umbu regarding Uchiha's departure, the child previously referred to as Shana. Correct, the one who stole the hero's water and the bounty on the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails? She mused, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Indeed. The child he brought should be the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Takigakure. What shall we do? Asked the Umbu. A girl dressed in a form-fitting outfit that revealed her thighs and cleavage, her calm voice contrasting with her stylish attire. Inwardly, she hoped to keep the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails in Fujiko village, as it would provide their inconspicuous village with a powerful trump card. After a moment's contemplation, Fujiko Shizuka declared, "Let us act as if we are unaware. After all, that is Shizuka's fiancé. How could my master possibly betray my apprentice's husband? That would be a betrayal of my own." After a brief pause, a trace of coldness emerged on her somewhat aged face. "Who else, besides you, heard that child refer to herself as Shana?" "Only Mizuho and Chihaya did." The Umbu reported that after the intrusion, the Umbu of Nakatsukasa village immediately alerted the village chief. Let's erase their memories of this incident using Jinjutsu, and ensure they remain as gatekeepers without venturing outside. Otherwise, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Nakatsukasa Shizuka's face. This Kunoichi village has never been gentle. Shizuka's lover was merely a merchant, yet even so, he was assassinated under her leadership as village chief. Yes, Lady Chief. Chapter 39. 3 years later, after assessing that there was no longer any opportunity for him to exploit in the ninja world, Uchiha began to settle into a quieter routine. Aside from occasionally undertaking missions under the alias Shana to earn some money, he focused on methodically enhancing his combat experience while waiting for the village chief, Fuko, to pass away, which would allow his fiancée to ascend and thereby grant him the legitimacy to seize control of the village. Through the keen observation afforded by his Mangeki Sharingan, he discerned that Fuko was suffering from hidden injuries, her chakra having weakened considerably. Uchiha took out his small notebook inscribed with Chinese characters, a veritable vault of confidential information in this world. Although there were some kanji in the ninja world, comprehending lengthy passages in simplified Chinese was virtually impossible. He decided to bide his time, planning to seek out Karen during the Nin exams, as she was still quite young and had yet to experience the harsh realities at the hands of the Grass Village. With a decisive stroke, he marked the end of her entry and noted that he would execute a few tasks during the Nin exams. It could be said that aside from the elusive dragon vein, Uchiha had successfully gathered all the resources he could exploit within the ninja world. After meticulously reviewing his notebook, he felt he had accomplished everything within his power, thus beginning a routine of half the time masquerading as a bounty ninja and the other half completing missions as a Nin within the village. While acting under the identity of Shana, he inevitably encountered organizations eager to recruit the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, including agents from the Akatsuki. Fortunately, the Akatsuki was currently in a low-profile phase, refraining from bold actions, and without the likes of Haiden, Kakuzu, or Pain making their presence felt. Itachi was still engaged in daily sparring with Ao and Konoha, leaving the Akatsuki unable to develop effectively and incapable of retaining him. Thus, he spent the most comfortable 3 years since arriving in the ninja world. Before he turned 7, He had been consumed with anxiety over the impending Night of the Nine Tails and the potential theft of the sealing scroll. Now, he had nearly mastered the scroll, and his Mangeki Sharingan had been perfectly concealed as his secret weapon. Having ensured the collaboration between Konoha and Obito to eradicate the Uchiha clan, he was thoroughly prepared, including matters concerning Fuko's village. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, dozens of clan members gathered to witness the duel between two nearly invisible figures. Chidori surged forth, striking Itachi's body with astonishing speed, but as expected, Itachi instantly transformed into a swarm of crows, scattering in all directions. As expected of Itachi. His crow clone technique is executed with an expertise surpassing that of AJ Nin and Ao's Chidori. Even the likes of Kakashi would have to concede. The onlookers cheered and commented with fervent pride. Although the confrontation between these two 11-year-old prodigies lacked earth-shattering spectacle, their exchanges of attack and defense were nothing short of exquisite, maximizing their objectives with minimal chakra expenditure. Despite possessing chakra several times that of an ordinary ninja, Uchiha Ao was eager to learn from Itachi's mastery of chakra control. Itachi sure enjoys showing off. Ao mused as he observed the flurry of crows cawing and then converging back into Itachi's form at a distance, prompting a grin to break across his face. He had once thought the crow clone technique to be impressively stylish and wished to learn it himself. However, upon realizing that mastering the crow clone required not only precise chakra manipulation but also a contract and the nurturing of numerous crows, he promptly lost interest. While summoning contract beasts had many uses, flaunting was certainly not among them for Ao. He had come to understand that although Itachi possessed a mature mindset, he also exhibited tendencies of a typical adolescent, such as favoring the ostentatious crow clone technique and being willing to sacrifice his entire family to protect their honor. His fears regarding Itachi had nearly dissipated, for through years of sparring, Ao had discerned Itachi's growth trajectory. Come on, Ao-kun. Itachi's half-visible form continued to engage, while the other half remained as a crow flitting about in the sky. He formed hand seals with one hand and released a burst of sparks from his mouth. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Ao effortlessly evaded Itachi's fire jutsu, which was, of course, anticipated by Itachi. Immediately, he flashed his hands and unleashed a flurry of shuriken, ensnaring Ao in an intricate net of throwing stars. This guy's shuriken technique has become even more refined, Ao observed with his three-tomo Sharingan, scrutinizing the shuriken for any flaws but finding none. Thus, he had no choice but to form hand seals in response. Wind style. Gale fan wind. With cheeks puffed, Ao unleashed a miniature storm, a technique from Fuko's village known for its powerful area of effect capabilities, easily dismantling a multitude of Naruto's shadow clones. Itachi's fire jutsu was blown back, and his crows were thrown into disarray by the tempest, forcing him to relinquish control over them as they descended to the ground. Awaiting him were a flurry of star-shaped projectiles crackling with lightning. Chidori drop. Itachi's expression shifted as he quickly raised his kunai to fend off the darts imbued with Chidori energy. Despite his exquisite swordsmanship and agility, coupled with Ao's somewhat lackluster throwing technique, Itachi sustained only a superficial burn on his arm. How about it? Care for another round? Ao inquired, observing Itachi's furrowed brow as he pressed a hand against his wound. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi shook his head in concession. He was not overly competitive and recognized that Ao had refrained from using his more advanced jutsu, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, to avoid raising suspicions. Well done. Truly remarkable, our Uchiha prodigies. The enthusiastic applause and cheers reverberated around them. While Ao basked in the glory of the compliments, Itachi's expression grew increasingly troubled. Over the past 3 years, although Shursui had developed a stronger inclination towards rebellion, under Ao's mother's insistence, Yatsuki had remained largely silent regarding village and clan matters, treating Shursui as a mere junior when he sought her out. Consequently, the clan members grew increasingly arrogant, believing they possessed a pair of Mangeki Sharingan that belonged solely to their family, along with 2 undeniably talented individuals in Ao and Itachi who would never defect. Sighing softly, Itachi reflected on the situation. At that moment, Ao approached and extended his hand. Get up. Sasuke is watching his big brother. Itachi paused, then turned to see the 4-year-old Sasuke, his face a mixture of defiance and concern. The doting older brother smiled at Sasuke, assuring him he was fine, then turned to Ao with a heavy heart. The clan is becoming increasingly radical, and our relationships with others in the village are deteriorating. Ao-kun, do you truly believe we should risk shattering the village's peace to attain that position of Hokage? Here we go with your Hokage ideology again, Ao thought to himself. Though he merely replied, of course not. We are not yet qualified to become Hokage. It is not those who seek the title that earn the village's recognition, rather, it is by gaining the village's endorsement that one can ascend to the role of Hokage. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes brightened, his tone resolute. Yes, precisely. As expected of you, Ao-kun, you are as wise as me in Shursui. It's a pity there are too few clan members like you. As they conversed, little Sasuke scampered over and leaped onto his brother's back, his worried and eager voice ringing out, Oni-san, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't need to be concerned about me. Itachi, upon facing his younger brother, instantly adopted a demeanor filled with profound affection as he gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Oh, Sasuke-kun, are you still so attached to your brother today?" Uchiha Ao remarked with a smile, observing one of the protagonists of the Hokage. As he squatted down and reached out to pat Sasuke's head, Sasuke swiftly evaded, glaring at Ao with the wary eyes of a small, alert beast. Deep within, he held a sense of resentment towards this individual who stood on equal footing with his remarkable brother at this moment. Sasuke's affections were solely reserved for Itachi and their father, Fugaku. Don't think that just because you managed to ambush and injure Oni-san, you've won. When I grow up, I will team up with my brother to teach you a lesson, Sasuke declared loudly, his youthful bravado shining through as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ao. Sasuke, how can you be so impolite? Apologize to Ao-kun at once. Itachi furrowed his brow and firmly pressed down on Sasuke's small head, reprimanding him. He then turned to Ao, bowing slightly. My apologies, Ao-kun. Sasuke has become somewhat spoiled by my indulgence. I hope you won't take offense. Naturally, Sasuke would not back down, struggling under Itachi's hand. He protested defiantly, why should I apologize? It's true. Once I grow a bit older, I'll defeat him alongside Oni-san. Can he truly defeat both of us alone? Oh, how could I possibly pretend I didn't hear that? A vivacious voice, brimming with youthful exuberance, chimed in from behind. Both Itachi and Ao turned to find. As expected, a girl with neatly groomed black hair cascading over her shoulders and a charming beauty mark at the corner of her eye, approaching them with a mischievous smile. This was none other than the 11-year-old Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, have you already seen off Lady Tsunade? Ao inquired as he rose to his feet. Yes. Lady Tsunade is truly something. I wanted to gift her some presents, but she wouldn't accept them. Although I understand it was because of mother that she initially accepted my gifts, it still feels a bit disheartening, Izumi lamented in a light-hearted tone, her graceful form conveying a sense of youthful elegance. Today marked the conclusion of Tsunade's 3-year mentorship with Izumi, as she prepared to leave Konoha for her legendary adventures. Both Itachi and Ao were acutely aware of the implications. Tsunade understood the inevitability of the Uchiha rebellion and, to shield herself from sorrow, was resolute in maintaining a distance from Izumi in their teacher-student relationship. Noticing the cursed seal upon Izumi's forehead, Uchiha Ao chuckled inwardly, despite Tsunade's cold demeanor towards her. She had indeed shown no reluctance in sharing her knowledge. Izumi, oblivious to their thoughts, crouched down to grasp Sasuke's soft cheeks, saying, What were you just saying, Sasuke-kun? Ao is my brother. You know, it's rather audacious of you to think of teaming up with Itachi-kun against him. Brat, so what? When I grow up, I will be the strongest alongside my brother. Chapter 40. Meeting Kakashi and others. The presence of Sasuke's audacious demeanor did not go unnoticed by anyone present, as his character had been apparent since he first learned to speak. Uchiha Ao remarked that Sasuke had indeed been in need of discipline since childhood. However, as long as Itachi had not rebelled, he would continue to clean up after Sasuke, seemingly enjoying the role. Well, I shall take my leave now. Izumi, Ao-kun. We shall meet again, Itachi said gently, bending slightly as he carried Sasuke on his back. Ao discreetly glanced at the rather displeased Izumi, but felt powerless. Having just graduated from Tsunade's tutelage, she desired to spend quality time with Itachi, but with Sasuke as an unwelcome presence, that was impossible. Sensing Izumi's perceived threat towards her brother, Sasuke displayed the worst attitude towards her. Humph, it's not as if I don't have a younger brother, Ao said. Come on. Let us go. I'll treat you to some dango. Izumi, fuming, glared at Itachi's retreating figure and abruptly took hold of Ao's hand, leading him away in another direction. TSK. Getting mad over a 4-year-old, Izumi, you really are something, Uchiha Ao teased, allowing her to pull him along. Honestly, I could also strive harder. Izumi exclaimed, I should be quite beautiful, right? And I always bring gifts for Sasuke-kun and play with him. Ao chuckled, heh. Claiming to be beautiful, and you're trying to steal someone's older brother. How could he possibly treat you kindly? What do you mean? That sounds rather ambiguous. While casually bantering with Izumi, Uchiha Ao stepped out of the Uchiha compound, where the atmosphere transformed drastically. Inside the compound, they were fervently revered, but outside, both passing ninjas and ordinary villagers regarded them with apprehension, fear, and resentment. This was likely due to Danzo's instigation, as the entire village began to spread rumors that the Ninetales incident was a conspiracy by the Uchiha clan, aiming to assassinate the 4th Hokage to usurp the position. Although this was a complete fabrication, many had indeed witnessed the Sharingan in the eyes of the Ninetales, thereby lending credence to the rumors. Alas, it seems our Uchiha name has become utterly tarnished within the village, Izumi sighed, shaking her head. Uchiha Ao remained silent, merely nodding as villagers instinctively averted their gazes from him, only to glare at their retreating figures once he looked away. Danzo, that scoundrel, truly is a master of politics, effortlessly transforming the Uchiha into figures of disdain. Such blatant discrimination and hostility could not be tolerated by the self-proclaimed foremost clan of Konoha, resulting in increasingly brutal and merciless enforcement by the Uchiha police force. Just then, after a brief stroll with Izumi, they spotted 2 members of the Uchiha police force apprehending a long-haired ninja clad in white, who appeared to belong to the Hyuga clan. Is this the second most powerful clan? Humph, how pathetic to be associated with us, the Uchiha, who were renowned for our dojutsu. Stop. Do not insult the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga member, clearly incensed by such public humiliation, activated his Byakugan in retaliation. Despite the numerical advantage of the Uchiha police force, the Hyuga ninja was evidently outmatched and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Hey, Ayo, look, Izumi exclaimed, noticing the commotion. Being inherently kind-hearted and having grown up outside the clan, coupled with her recent training under Tsunade, she could not tolerate the Uchiha's arrogance and was determined to intervene. Uchiha Ayo, recalling that if not for Shusui's suicide, a coup d'etat would have occurred this year, did not object. With Yatsuki's Mangeki Sharingan and his own renowned talents, they could act swiftly. Now would be an opportune moment to challenge the Uchiha's arrogance. However, before they could approach, several individuals arrived at the scene to halt the confrontation. Is that Kakashi Hitaki, Guy, and Kurenai, along with Asuma? Uchiha Ayo recognized them instantly, though he seldom interacted with these prominent figures from the Hokage's lineage. He was somewhat familiar with them. Kakashi swiftly intervened, blocking one of the police members. What is going on here? We are all ninjas of Konoha. There is no need for violence in the streets, he spoke in a lethargic tone. Guy, standing resolutely in front of the Hyuga, declared with youthful vigor, exactly. We are all friends and rivals from the same village. Let us discuss things civilly. He even gave a thumbs up, his pearly white teeth shining with confidence. You're a bastard. The restrained Uchiha struggled, soon realizing he could not escape Kakashi's grip. Facing the elite of Konoha, he lacked confidence in victory. And fleeing would tarnish the Uchiha name, so he maintained his stance. Yet, while his body was immobilized, his mouth was quite active, hurling insults at Kakashi. Kakashi, you're not that impressive. Your Chidori was created by our Uchiha genius, and it's even superior to yours. At this, Kakashi's expression darkened, though he remained silent. He felt disheartened, acknowledging that while the Uchiha genius had indeed derived inspiration from him, it was not worth making a fuss over. Oh, are you referring to those two Uchiha geniuses? I recall that the one named Itachi works under Kakashi as an Anbu. He is far more courteous than you. But I hardly know the other one. Guy exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if struck by a sudden realization. Uchiha Ayo felt a wave of embarrassment. He had indeed pilfered their techniques in his youth, but he was merely a child of 3 at the time. Asuma and Guy likely perceived his curiosity as that of a young child, dismissing it entirely, especially since he was known as Shimon Ayo back then. Itachi, working as an Anbu under Kakashi, while Ayo, under Fugaku's orders, frequently roamed the village and its outskirts. With the third Hokage wary of confronting the Uchiha clan, he allowed Ayo to come and go freely. After the demise of several root ninjas, the village dared not pursue him any further. Indeed. I am a genius like Itachi, perhaps even stronger, Ayo proclaimed, reveling in his own abilities, aiming to force a retreat from the opposition. Ah, such talent stirs my fervor. Guy, oblivious to the underlying tension, simply saw a new target ahead, even though he realized the other was 6 or 7 years his junior. Please, cease this. A calm voice interjected, prompting both parties to turn toward its source. A girl with long black hair cradled a bag of dango, her large, dark eyes sparkling with life. Accompanied by a striking figure with a classic Uchiha hairstyle, handsome and elegant, reminiscent of Itachi. More Uchiha. Kakashi sighed beneath his mask. If this continued, he would find it difficult to extricate himself from the situation, as he represented the Anbu of the Hokage's faction. The Uchiha police members, upon spotting the duo, immediately grew excited. Ayo, hurry over and help us take these rebels against the police force away. Hearing the excited voices, Kakashi and his companions turned their gaze towards Ayo and Izumi. Asuma scrutinized them for a moment before murmuring, is this the genius that the Uchiha clan has kept hidden? And the other girl, is she Uchiha Izumi, the one who has taken Tsunade as her mentor? I've heard that Tsunade just left the village today. It seems she has graduated. Although it was said that he had been concealed, Ayo had accomplished numerous missions within the village. Yet he never sought companions outside the Uchiha family, rendering his reputation and abilities rather enigmatic. 5 A-rank missions, 48 B-rank missions, and 15 C-rank missions. For his age, this is quite impressive. Should we perhaps invite Itachi to mingle with him later? Despite feeling downcast, Kakashi still possessed his skills. Hence, he muttered to be cautious of any sudden moves from the opponent. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Ayo was the first to speak, sternly addressing the members of the security team. I witnessed you provoking this member of the Hyuga clan. What was the reason for your actions? This statement left everyone dumbfounded. It appeared that this Uchiha genius was not as unreasonable as the others. Well, we just thought this guy seemed a bit suspicious and wanted to take him in for questioning. If there is no issue, of course, we would let him go. The leader of the security team stubbornly replied. What nonsense. He is a member of the Hyuga clan. How could he possibly be suspicious? Uchiha Ayo reprimanded loudly. Then suddenly executed a body flicker technique, dashing forward and kicking the argumentative individual to the ground. This body flicker technique, almost comparable to Shusui's, although it wasn't directed at himself, it startled everyone, as even Kakashi, without activating his Sharingan, failed to react in time to Ayo's speed. His afterimage lingered in the air, showcasing the prowess of Shusui's technique, which created illusions solely through speed. Seemingly unfazed, Uchiha Ao pushed aside the frightened members of the security team and sincerely addressed the Hyuga clan member. I apologize. It was the security team's reckless behavior. Please allow me to extend my apologies on their behalf. The Hyuga member was evidently taken aback by his body flicker technique, stammering as he gasped, "It's fine. Just don't cause trouble for others like this in the future." After watching both parties depart, Kakashi and his companions turned to Ao and Izumi, saying, "So you are Uchiha Ao? Indeed, you are the same age as Itachi. How enviable." Glancing at these renowned figures of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Ao warmly responded, "Indeed. You must be Kakashi-senpai. This is my sister, Uchiha Izumi. I have long heard of your esteemed names. I look forward to your guidance." Pulling Izumi forward, he embodied the demeanor of a respectful junior, prompting even the most cautious of Kakashi's group to relax, especially as Guy exuberantly exclaimed, "Aha! Is it true that all geniuses are this humble? I am Might Guy, Kakashi's lifelong rival. I look forward to your guidance, Ao-kun." Chapter 41. The preparation for the Uchiha Ao's courteous demeanor toward Kakashi and his companions stemmed not only from his fondness for them during his earlier days of watching Naruto, but also from the understanding that, as potential Hokage and key ninjas of Konoha, Kakashi and his team placed significant value on camaraderie. Establishing a positive rapport with him would undoubtedly mitigate future complications when he eventually led the remnants of the Uchiha clan towards independence. Furthermore, should Asuma and others discover that the third Hokage had tacitly authorized Danzo's annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the principled heir of the Sarutobi clan would likely confront the third Hokage with indignation. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Ao's attitude grew increasingly amiable. Recently, the family's animosity had intensified, making everyone appear as if they had consumed gunpowder. "I cannot help it," Kai remarked generously, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We are all comrades. Although misunderstandings exist, there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved." While Kai's optimism was not surprising, even Asuma and Hong nodded in agreement, having been privy to many circumstances within the villages. For instance, the Uchiha clan lacked the capability to control the Nine Tails assault against Minato Namikaze, as they too were under attack. With their strongest members, Shursui and Fugaku, engaged in battle simultaneously. Had the Uchiha truly controlled the Nine Tails, there would have been no need for them to fight desperately. With the shared understanding, the atmosphere lightened, and they engaged in casual conversation, refraining from questioning Ao's mysterious behavior over the years. Instead, they inquired about each other's training in ninjutsu. "I apologize, Kakashi-senpai. I have inadvertently replicated your technique and created Chidori. I am truly sorry," Uchiha Ao sincerely expressed. Kakashi quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, please do not concern yourself with it. I am delighted that our village has such an outstanding ninja like you. If needed, we can exchange insights on our ninjutsu." Where there was Kakashi, there was Kai, the perpetually spirited blue beast, who eagerly interjected, "Absolutely. I have always aimed to aspire to your level of genius. Let us motivate each other and ignite our youth, Ao-kun." "Honestly, you're something else," Kai Hong sighed helplessly, then took Izumi's hand and said, "Let us ignore these fools. By the way, Izumi-chan, you have been studying under Lady Tsunade for the past 3 years, right? Have you graduated yet?" At this time, Hong was only 17 or 18, in the prime of her youth, allowing her to address the 11-year-old Izumi in an affectionate manner. Izumi nodded earnestly, "Yes, although Lady Tsunade may seem somewhat indifferent, she is a great teacher. Just looking at her Ine seal shows that she has not treated me as an outsider." 3 years was just enough time to gather the chakra necessary for the Ine seal. Izumi's success was attributed to both her talent and Tsunade's unreserved guidance. Tsunade likely harbored a small hope that her disciple would survive. To receive the genuine teachings of Lady Tsunade is truly enviable, Hong sighed. Since Orochimaru's defection and Jiraiya's pursuit of him, Tsunade had become despondent, leaving the students of the legendary three either isolated and scrutinized like Akane or deceased like Minato Namikaze. Before long, they parted ways. After all, they were not on the same path. Observing Kakashi and the others depart, Izumi curiously inquired, "Why do you seem so familiar with them? You haven't spoken to them, yet you are so polite. You have never been this courteous to Itachi-kun, have you? Come on now. You're 11 years old and have been with Lady Tsunade for 3 years. How could you still be in the dark?" Uchiha Ao glanced at Izumi. Izumi fell silent. Her kindness did not stem from ignorance, but rather a reluctance to engage in clan affairs. Even if Tsunade refrained from speaking, the now 17 or 18-year-old Shizune had let slip some information regarding the current state of the village and the Uchiha, dispelling any notion that Tsunade was devoid of compassion. "I understand. I can't be of any help. After all, to you, I have always been like a little sister, right?" Izumi pouted, her spirits dampened. She was aware that someone was targeting the Uchiha, but she had never considered the intent to annihilate the clan. So you do know," Uchiha Ao acknowledged without denial, reaching out to ruffle her silky black hair, which felt delightful to the touch. I'm going to get angry now." After a round of playful antics, Izumi returned home, needing to discuss with her mother, a jonin, about promoting her from a jinin to a chunin in the upcoming exams. However, given the current tensions among the ninja villages, a joint chunin exam like the one during Naruto's time was highly unlikely. For instance, 2 years ago, Cloud Village attempted to infiltrate Konoha to abduct 2-year-old Hinata, only to fail and suffer casualties. Consequently, Cloud Village pressured Konoha for compensation, or else they threatened war, leading to the death of Hayashi Hyuga at the hands of his brother Izashi. This situation illustrated Konoha's weakened state, where both Cloud and Rock villages could confront them independently. Uchiha Ao contemplated his next move and promptly left the village. Upon reaching the village gate, he found that Nara Shikaku and others had grown accustomed to his presence. Upon seeing Ao, they did not even require him to present Fugaku's special pass and allowed him to pass freely. This must be a benefit of the pass given by Fugaku, Ao remarked, glancing back at the village gate, recognizing that the pass was not as powerful as it appeared. After sprinting through the forest for half an hour, he arrived at a desolate clearing, the site where the ancient battlefield sealed the Uchiha's light. Kneeling down, he formed hand seals and pressed his palms against the ground, feeling complex chakra coursing through him. The feedback from hundreds of sealing techniques was overwhelming. These powerful and intricate seals ensured that the light remained eternal, a prospect that would surely incite envy from Orochimaru, who would desperately seek to study it. Alas, it seems you must remain here for a while longer. Light, Uchiha Ao mused. After all, the Uchiha clan has yet to be extinguished. If you were to emerge now, you would undoubtedly attack me first. So, once that brat Itachi extinguishes his own family, I will introduce you to a new Uchiha who will accept you. Consider it a form of retribution for you. He also harbored a personal motive. Light appeared to be around 12, and he had no desire to release Light at the age of 11, only to engage in a sibling-like romance. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed. And a perfect copy of himself materialized. You are aware of the situation this year, so I entrust you with watching over Shursui, Uchiha Ao instructed his clone. In the anime, Shursui had approached Danzo without even informing Itachi, leading to the loss of his eyes. Thus, it was improbable that Shursui would give Ao any prior warning about his actions. With the strongest genjutsu and eyes in the ninja world, Shursui's judgment was regrettably poor. Understood. I will also preserve his corpse, apart from his eyes. The clone nodded. After all, we can always utilize the Edo Tensei. Chapter 42. The death of water stopping Uchiha Tsukuyami's calculations were indeed accurate. The Uchiha clan, which had originally plotted a coup in the world of the original work, became increasingly restless with the emergence of Hazuki and her additional Sharingan. Inside Fugaku's residence, the Uchiha elite clamored with indignation and impatience for a rebellion. Faced with the relentless pressure from his clansmen, Fugaku was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hazuki sat silently, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. It appeared that, following the recent attack by the root on Tsukuyami and Izumi, Hazuki's trust in the village had reached its limits, rendering her indifferent to the clan's atmosphere. In a flurry, Shursui rose to dissuade them. Everyone, please listen to me. Must we truly resort to war to resolve our issues? Konoha is already exceedingly weak. Even if we triumph, we lack the strength to confront the likes of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Shursui asserted loudly, if we explain ourselves to the third Hokage now, we may still have time. However, Shursui's words fell on deaf ears. Uchiha Tetsuhiko from the security team retorted sharply, so what? It is clear that if we do not resist, we will be annihilated. Konoha has never been ours to begin with. Why should we care about losses? You should be contemplating how to assist our clan. Lord Clan Leader, do you share this sentiment? And Hazuki-senpai, Izumi is Lady Tsunade's disciple. Tsukuyami would never wish for such a fate to befall us. Hazuki opened her eyes and glanced at Shursui, hesitating before responding. Shursui, do you truly believe that even if I refuse, the village will spare us? For Hazuki, her own fate was of little consequence. She had long since made her peace with it. Previously, when she had encountered a root operative following her, she had used her Sharingan Genjutsu to subdue him, compelling him to divulge Danzo's schemes. The darkness within Konoha had conspired with the third Hokage to eradicate the Uchiha, and while she had initially intended to rebel immediately, she had observed Tsukuyami's actions closely, fully aware that her exceptionally gifted son was making preparations outside. Thus, she felt that even if she were to rebel instantly, the odds were against her. At the very least, she could not allow her son's preparations to go to waste, enabling him to safely escort Izumi away. If her impulsiveness squandered her son's efforts, it would be a regret she would carry for a lifetime. Hence, she maintained an attitude of non-commitment. Shursui fell silent, not because he believed Hazuki's words were correct, but rather due to a sense of despair. Hazuki-senpai also possessed a Sharingan. After all, she was Tsukuyami's mother. He thought to himself that perhaps they could use Kodo Amatsukami to sway the clan leader's mind. Ignoring the clamor of his clansmen, Shursui resolved that he must promptly confess to the third Hokage and employ Kodo Amatsukami to prevent the coup. After the meeting adjourned, Shursui took advantage of the Umbu's presence and hurried to the Hokage Tower. Ever since he had disclosed to the Konoha hierarchy that his ocular technique was Kodo Amatsukami, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo dared to appear before him alone, for such a technique was undeniably formidable. Shisui was acutely aware of this. Yet it did not hinder his loyalty. Surrounded by other Umbu members, Shisui encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knelt before him, delivering news of the imminent Uchiha rebellion and expressing his desire to use his Sharingan to thwart the coup. Yes, I am aware of your loyalty. You may proceed, Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions, honed over years in high office to conceal his true feelings. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will fulfill my mission. Shisui affirmed, watching Hiruzen sigh as he departed. Hiruzen understood Shisui's loyalty, yet the threat posed by Kotoame Tsukumi loomed too large. He could not place the village's safety in the hands of Shisui's personal sentiments. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Fugaku himself did not wish for the coup. The entire Uchiha clan was merely leveraging Fugaku. Should Fugaku be controlled, he would simply be ousted, and someone else would lead the rebellion. Therefore, the only way to ensure safety was to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan. Consequently, Hiruzen dismissed the Umbu, and soon after, a root member emerged, speaking in a low voice. Lord Danzo is ready to act. Understood. You may leave. Shisui first notified Itachi through a messenger crow, hoping to explain his actions regarding Itachi's father before the operation commenced. He thought twice and decided not to inform Tsukuyami, considering that his mother also possessed a Sharingan, and had yet to reveal her ocular technique. If Izuki were to uncover it, he would be left with no recourse. Just after the crow had been dispatched, Shisui was intercepted by a rude operative. The masked member stated, Shisui, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. A flicker of doubt crossed Shisui's eyes, but he did not hesitate. After all, it was reasonable for Danzo to have some counsel regarding his actions. Yes, I will go at once. Before long, he followed the root member to meet Danzo, who appeared as a grim figure, half of his head bandaged, leaning on a cane with an impassive expression. Only after Shisui knelt before him did Danzo speak. Shisui, are you truly prepared to utilize your Sharingan? Yes, Lord Danzo, Shisui nodded obediently. I have already communicated with the Hokage, and he has consented to my plan. Humph. Sarutobi is indeed foolish. How could he entrust such power to a mere child? Ah, what do you mean? Shisui furrowed his brow, perplexed. Only to see Danzo draw closer, causing him to lower his gaze in fear. Do not be alarmed. I have something to tell you, Danzo suddenly declared. What? Confused, Shisui looked up, only to have Danzo strike with lightning speed. This was undoubtedly the most serious Danzo had been in years. In an instant, Shisui's left eye was seized, blood gushing forth as he flew backward. Why, Lord Danzo? Shisui exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his eye with his remaining one. Danzo leisurely picked up the eye he had just extracted, unwrapping the bandage to place it in his vacant socket. Truly, this was a testament to the ruthlessness of the ninja world, as the procedure required no surgical intervention. It was evident that Danzo had made ample preparations. How could such power be entrusted to you, young Uchiha? Do you traitors require me to explain further? Danzo's indifferent visage could not conceal his smugness. Hand over the Sharingan to me, and I shall bring true peace to Konoha. This is impossible. You cannot achieve peace in this manner. Then allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Danzo declared, wind release, vacuum sphere. Without further ado, he formed seals and unleashed an invisible column of vacuum wind. Other root members surged from all directions. Even in such a situation, Shisui showed no intention of resisting. He hastily formed seals to cast the great fireball technique, obscuring their line of sight before fleeing at high speed. To be honest, for Shisui of the Uchiha clan, this was akin to surrendering, even now. He could have swiftly turned the tables using Kotoame Tsukumi to seize control of Danzo. However, at this moment, having been backstabbed by Danzo, he understood that the village had betrayed him. Yet, rather than feeling rage, he was fearful that this information would reach his clan, exacerbating the conflict. Thus, he immediately sought out Itachi. Itachi, what happened? Uchiha Itachi stood by the banks of the Nanha River at their agreed meeting place when he suddenly caught sight of Shisui, who was approaching with his eyes covered. Itachi was taken aback. No, do not make a fuss, Itachi, Shisui gasped. It seems I can no longer stride towards peace with you. One of my eyes has been taken by Lord Danzo. However, it is of no consequence. I wish to entrust my remaining eye to you, hoping you can help fulfill our shared aspiration. With that, Shisui walked to the riverbank, his expression serene as he extracted his sole remaining eye and handed it to Itachi. Ignoring Itachi's horrified protests, he plunged into the river, choosing to end his life. As one who possessed the power of the eyes, Shisui understood precisely how to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, he deliberately perished before Itachi's mother to provoke him into awakening his own eyes. As for Uchiha Ao, Shisui sighed, recognizing that while his bond with Ao was strong, it paled in comparison to the selflessness he shared with Itachi. Even in death, he doubted he could inspire Ao to awaken his eyes. Witnessing the demise of Shisui, whom he regarded as an elder brother and his only true confidant, Itachi was struck by profound emotional turmoil. In a surge of agonizing sentiment, his three-tomo Sharingan swiftly coalesced into a veritable Manjiki Sharingan. Brother Shisui, I will surely fulfill your wish, Itachi vowed, clutching Shisui's eye, while the latter's lifeless body was swept away by the torrent of the Nanha River. Unbeknownst to Itachi, downstream, Several clones of Uchiha Ao had intercepted Shirsue's corpse. Ah, we have finally awaited this moment, but alas, Dia has been taken by Itachi, the clones murmured to themselves. They swiftly transported Shirsue's body to a pre-prepared hiding place within an ice casket. Now, they awaited Uchiha Ao to employ reverse summoning jutsu to conceal Shirsue's body in Yuzushiogakure, a location that would attract no attention, save for Jiraiya, the resourceful sage. Chapter 43. Enlightening Shirsue with Reason and Emotion in the Village of Yuzushiogakure. Uchiha Ao received news from a shadow clone and sighed. Indeed, Shirsue had fallen so easily into Danzo's clutches. Shirsue, you truly squandered your trump card. He shook his head in dismay, prompting the young Fuzi Shizuka, who stood nearby, to inquire with curiosity, Lord Ao, what troubles you? At 11. Shizuka was beginning to exhibit her potential as a tall beauty, her long legs accentuated by form-fitting leggings that showcased her graceful curves. Her black, princess-style hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail. Over the past 3 years, she had devoted herself tirelessly to training, seeking to alter their respective standings. Yet the more she challenged herself, the more she felt the widening gap between them. As her strength grew, Shizuka began to comprehend that Uchiha Ao had never taken their battles seriously, and thus she started to embrace her role as a traditional bride of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Shizuka's voice, Uchiha Ao shook his head and replied, "It is nothing. The preparations I requested from you can now be utilized." A year prior, he had enlisted the villagers' help in constructing a hidden chamber. Within this sanctum, Uchiha Ao employed the vortex sealing technique to prevent Shirsue's body from being stolen by Zetsu. Yes, I will inform Sister Kumiko and the others right away, Shizuka nodded, completely unconcerned about his intentions. With the village leader gravely ill, she had effectively begun to assume the responsibilities of the village head, acting as a de facto leader. During these 3 years, Uchiha Ao had not only integrated Yuzushiogakure into his domain, but had also transformed the Uchiha shelter into an organization akin to Akatsuki. However, as the Uchiha clan still existed, he could not openly allow these orphans to adopt new identities. Soon, they arrived at the hidden chamber, which was not located in a cave, but rather in a storage-like building. Since Zetsu could traverse through the earth, Uchiha Ao utilized this secluded space to store the deceased. Upon entering, various sealing mechanisms activated, and Uchiha Ao formed hand seals, striking the ground with force as he proclaimed, summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a rectangular ice coffin materialized before him. Leaning in, he beheld Shirsue, whose expression remained serene despite his vacant eyes, reflecting the resolute demeanor he held before his demise. "I truly cannot discern whether you drowned or fell," Ao murmured. "But Shirsue, I shall show you what true peace entails." He then employed sealing techniques to bind both Shirsue and the chamber together. There was no alternative should Orochimaru or Kabuto acquire Shirsue's body. Their combat prowess would multiply exponentially without the need to restore Shirsue's consciousness, allowing them to wield his Koto Amatsukami. For symbol seal, 8 trigram seal, 5 wheel seal, diamond seal, 100 calamities seal. He executed a series of seals, leaving behind a mechanism that would obliterate Shirsue's body unless released with his own chakra. Only then did he feel a modicum of relief, carefully storing a fragment of Shirsue's remains in a small container before departing. Upon exiting, Shizuka approached him eagerly. "Have you completed your task?" "Indeed, this will serve as a secret weapon for Yuzushiogakure. Ensure the village safeguards it well," he instructed. "Understood," Shizuka replied. Casting a brief glance at the small chamber, not overly concerned, for the village already possessed a secret weapon. Precisely, do remember the order of the hand seals. In a separate training ground within Yuzushigakure's ninja academy, the 4-year-old Jinchuriki, Fu, was diligently practicing ninjutsu under the stern guidance of a jonin from the village. Among Jinchuriki, Fu's talent was considered considerable. In the original narrative, she had formed a partnership with the Seven Tails at a young age, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Now, under Uchiha Ao's watchful eye, the Seven Tails had become notably compliant. At 4 years old, Fu still sported green hair, yet her movements were remarkably agile. "Ha! Too slow," the jonin exclaimed, observing her sluggish hand seals. With a swift kick, he sent her flying several meters, halting her progress. Training within Yuzushiogakure was unyielding, and even a 4-year-old like Fu was not spared from rigorous discipline. "Ouch, that hurt," Fu whined, clutching her chest, her eyes darting around in search of an opportunity to slack off. Then, she spotted Uchiha Ao and Shizuka approaching, their striking figures standing out. Instantly, Fu dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Shizuka's leg. "Lady Shizuka, Lord Ao." The female jonin, upon witnessing this, bowed respectfully. "Lord Ao has come to observe Fu's training, has she not?" Shizuka inquired. "Indeed, she shows considerable talent," Uchiha Ao replied nonchalantly. He did not concern himself with Fu's current progress in ninjutsu. Instead, he knelt beside her and asked, "How is your relationship with your great beast?" Fu nodded, her expression conflicted. "Sometimes it gets a bit noisy, but we can manage well enough now." The Seven Tails, Shomei, was known for its relatively gentle temperament, thus not harboring the same disdain for Jinchuriki as the Nine Tails or One Tail. Coupled with Fu's innate talent, Shomei lent her chakra from time to time. Well done, Uchiha Ao acknowledged, pleased. For a Jinchuriki, the perfect harmony between ninja techniques and their tailed beast was paramount. Akin to the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, Hiifu giggled, delighted by the praise, hoping to negotiate a less grueling training regimen. However, Uchiha Ao activated his Manjiki Sharingan and initiated a genjutsu to converse with the Seven Tails. Hey, what are you doing? I've been behaving. Stop glaring at me with those eyes. The Seven Tails exclaimed, alarmed. The Seven Tails lamented its misfortune. The Manjiki Sharingan had once been employed against the Nine Tails, and it felt undeserving of such treatment. Hearing its voice, Fu couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Uchiha Ao remarked, do not be ungrateful. I am, in fact, saving you. The Seven Tails scoffed inwardly, questioning how being subjected to the Manjiki Sharingan constituted salvation. Nevertheless, it refrained from arguing, recognizing Uchiha Ao's superiority. Seems you don't trust me. Do you think being a tailed beast grants you immunity to death? Uchiha Ao challenged. What else could it be? The Seven Tails retorted nonchalantly. But what if someone were to merge you back into the Ten Tails? What? The mere mention of the Ten Tails sent the Seven Tails into a panic. Not merely due to its lethal reputation among the nine-tailed beasts, but because this 11-year-old human seemed to possess knowledge of such secrets. No one in the shinobi world can underestimate the Uchiha clan, for our eyes are the source of all possibilities, Uchiha Ao hinted, suggesting that his Manjiki Sharingan had revealed this information. The Seven Tails begrudgingly accepted this. The capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan depended entirely on the host, leading the Seven Tails to inquire in a subdued tone, is it true that someone could do that? You're not deceiving me, are you? Hey, if you do not believe me, I shall hand you over when the time comes, and you along with your siblings shall become mere fertilizer for the Ten Tails. No, I believe you, all right? The Seven Tails, Shomei, immediately responded, I have faith in this little one. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for her. That is correct. Uchiha So nodded in satisfaction. The temperament of the Seven Tails is relatively amiable and receptive, unlike the One Tail, whose fiery disposition would likely lead to chaos, shouting, and causing havoc without a second thought. The illusion has ended. Take good care of Fu. Now is the time to lay the foundation. Uchiha So instructed Shizuka. Yes, Sokoin. Hey, do we have to continue? Can't we take a break? Fu lamented pitifully. At that moment, the Seven Tails, Shomei, sternly chimed in from within Fu, foolish child. I shall assist you. What you must do now is to strengthen yourself and ensure that I am not captured and forced to resurrect the Ten Tails. Chapter 44. The impact of turmoil through threats and a few terse words. The collaboration between the Seven Tails and Fu was significantly expedited. For Uchiha Ao, this was an unexpected fortune. More importantly, it was reassuring that the Seven Tails had come to trust him and was willing to cooperate. Next, he would likely need to seek collaboration with Shinra, an individual he had encountered years ago. The Dragon Vein, as the national treasure of the Queen of Lulan, could be easily seized, but its transportation posed a challenge. He had two options, either become the host for the Dragon Vein or seal it within an object, transforming it into an external chakra supply device. With no expertise in this area, Uchiha Ao could only think of Shinra, who had the ability to create the Zero Tails. Crafting a vessel capable of sealing the Dragon Vein should not be beyond his capabilities. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Ao returned to Konoha. By this time, the news of Shirsue's suicide had spread throughout the village. Most villagers dared not show any signs of joy, fearing retribution from the increasingly unstable Uchiha clan, who might find an excuse to drag them into the police force for punishment. Yet, in their hearts, they were elated. Shirsue had taken his own life? How could this be? When Itachi reported this news to the third Hokage, even Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe. Danzo had clearly informed him that he had failed, and Shirsue was supposed to defect, prompting an immediate issuance of a warrant for his capture. The unexpected report of Shirsue's suicide left the third Hokage with a pang of sorrow. Undoubtedly, Shirsue had proven his loyalty to Konoha with his life. But it would do little good. I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You may leave now, the third Hokage said, nodding for Itachi to depart. He knew Itachi understood the truth, but chose not to reveal it. Thus, the third Hokage saw Itachi as a potential ally. Therefore, when faced with Danzo's suggestion to have Itachi surrender Shirsue's other eye, he merely said, Danzo, your efforts are commendable. Please do not overexert yourself. Take some time to rest. Although his tone was calm, Danzo sensed the finality in his words and, unwilling to oppose Sarutobi, could only nod in resentment as he withdrew. As expected, Itachi did not disclose the reason behind Shirsue's suicide, stating only that he had jumped into the Nanha River before him, which incited dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan. Under the pressing inquiries of Uchiha Tei and others within the police force, Itachi remained resolutely silent. There was only one person with whom he could share this burden, Uchiha Ao, his comrade who had grown alongside him under Shirsue's guidance, sharing the same dream. Ao, are you home? Uchiha Ao entered the clan leaders' hall, greeted immediately by the forced smile of Itachi's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. This gracious yet still charming housewife exhaled in relief upon seeing Ao. Ah, you've come, Ao. Itachi is at home. she said, ushering him inside. Itachi had already been questioned by several groups that day, and Mikoto felt great concern for her son. Unfortunately, even Fugaku was too intimidated to speak out, leaving Mikoto unable to shield Itachi from the insults hurled by others. If anyone could offer Itachi even a modicum of comfort, it was Ao. "Thank you, Aunt Mikoto," Ao replied. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of thumping footsteps as little Sasuke bounded out, shouting, "You guys dare to disturb my brother? I will kill you." Ao couldn't help but smirk at the child's defiance. However, as he had come to devise a way to deceive Itachi into relinquishing his Sharingan, he maintained a pleasant demeanor and said, "Sasuke, I'm here to see your brother, not to scold him. Where is he now?" "I'll protect Oniai-san," Sasuke declared, not answering but instead brandishing a shuriken, ready to attack Ao. Naturally, Ao swiftly subdued him, pinning the 4-year-old to the ground. Despite the boy's status as a Jinchuriki, he was no match for Ao. "All right, if you're done playing, let's not cause any trouble. I have no desire to bully a child." Sasuke, firmly held down, continued to struggle, proclaiming loudly, "Once I get up, you're dead." Just as Ao contemplated whether to teach Sasuke a lesson, Itachi's voice interrupted them. Itachi appeared, his handsome figure emerging in the corridor, calmly observing the two before speaking. "Sasuke, don't act like that. Aokuin is not one of those people." "Oniai-san," Sasuke called, but Itachi ignored his brother and turned to Ao with a complex expression, saying, "You've come, Haven to you? Please, come in." He understood that Ao was surely here to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Shirsue's death. And as a lifelong rival and companion, Itachi had no intention of concealing the truth. After all, at just 11 years old, he still required someone to share his burdens. "Very well," Ao replied, nodding. He smiled at Sasuke, adding, "You better not come in, or your brother might spank you." "I won tea. Oniai-san never spanks me," Sasuke retorted, sticking out his tongue before running off to find their mother. Upon entering, Itachi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "If you wish to know why Shirsue died, I will tell you, but Ao-kun, please don't act impulsively." Internally dismissive, yet visibly serious, Ao nodded. "All right, I will listen to your explanation." Itachi then recounted how Danzo had ambushed Shirsue to steal his eye and how he entrusted his dreams and remaining eye to Itachi. Instantly, Ao's acting skills kicked in. He clenched his fists, seemingly ready to rise in anger. Itachi, startled, contemplated activating his Manjiki Sharingan to prevent Ao from losing control, knowing that by conventional standards of combat, he was not yet Ao's equal. However, Ao forcibly calmed himself, still brimming with suppressed rage as he questioned. "I can comprehend Shirsue's intentions for the peace of Konoha, but what about Danzo? Is he not going to demand Shirsue's other eye from you? Will you sacrifice yourself for peace, leaving me to bear the burden alone?" Seeing Ao's reaction, Itachi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ao did not exhibit greed for Shirsue's eye or concern for his own safety, which comforted him greatly. He then softly replied, "It's all right, Ao-kun, your strength surpasses mine. If that day ever comes, I will entrust Shirsue's eye to you. With your power, you can surely protect it. How curious that you still harbor some wariness." Ao mused internally, realizing Itachi only wished to transfer the burden of the eye from the crows to himself. Yet, now was not the time to pressure Itachi. This clever boy could not be allowed to perceive any vulnerability from him. Throughout their conversation, Itachi showed no intention of handing over the other eye just yet. Nor did he disclose that he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Clearly, after the incident with Shirsue, Itachi was beginning to transition into the cold, ruthless figure destined to annihilate their clan. Ao had a premonition that to ensure Sasuke's survival, Itachi had begun to view both himself and Izumi as expendable. After leaving Fugaku's residence, Ao cast a glance behind him, contemplating. "If that is the case, then I shall not be blamed. Izumi, it is cruel to watch your childhood friend, who is but 5 years old, take your life, yet it is far better than dying without reason. Is it not merely a matter of annihilation? I shall assist you in this endeavor." Chapter 45. Investing in early Naruto is the most profitable venture in the ninja world, although the death of Shirsue incited profound indignation within the Uchiha clan. None dared to rebel immediately. Besides possessing the formidable Manjiki Sharingan, Shirsue himself was a master of body flicker technique, while Uchiha Hazuki, despite his lineage, was merely an ordinary nin. Uchiha Ao, who had anticipated this situation, found no surprise in it. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Izumi hurried to find Itachi, not to cast blame but to offer solace, fully aware of Itachi's deep feelings for Shirsue. He could never be the cause of Shirsue's demise. Itachi's demeanor towards Izumi remained warm, as she was one of the few individuals he felt he could trust without reservations. If not for Sasuke, Itachi would have certainly wished for a way to ensure Izumi's survival, but alas, he was overly protective of his younger brother. After comforting Itachi for a while, Izumi took her leave, only to be summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. However, it was not due to any petty grievances about her being unworthy of associating with his son. Though Fugaku appeared stoic, he was indeed a caring father. Instead, he knelt before Izumi, pleading with her to stay by Itachi's side and not abandon him, leaving her astounded and frightened by the emotional display from the esteemed clan leader. "Rest assured, clan leader, I will do my utmost to support Itachi, she exclaimed, helping Fugaku to his feet. Following this encounter, Izumi felt a surge of joy as it signified Fugaku's acknowledgement of her, even allowing her to fantasize about marrying Itachi in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Itachi, from the confines of his room, peered through a slightly ajar window, his Mangekyou Sharingan reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he watched Izumi skip away. With a resigned sigh, he decided to formally accept the third Hokage's and his father's request to become a double agent for both the clan and the village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ao was contemplating an alliance with the ambitious Shin, despite the latter's unpredictable nature. Although Shin was somewhat of a fool, his forbidden jutsu for physical rebirth and medical techniques proved exceptionally useful. This technique could enable a person to open the 8 gates without succumbing to death. And with sufficient chakra, one could achieve a form of immortality. Regrettably, as a boss of a theatrical arc, Uchiha Ao was unaware of the precise location of the Sky Ninja base, and even if he knew, finding Shin would be another challenge. After all, Orochimaru had long coveted his medical techniques, yet failed to locate him, highlighting the difficulty of the task. 3 years prior, Ao would have had to gather information painstakingly. But now he was not alone. Perhaps he could enlist Shizen's help. The peaceful village of Nadeshiko would likely not raise suspicions in their pursuit of Shin. Just as he was about to send a message via Shinobi Crow, the raucous voices of children interrupted him. Monster! Monster! The one with white eyes. A group of mischievous children was taunting a little girl with a watermelon hairstyle, surrounded by 4 boys. The pale-eyed children belonged to the Hyuga clan. And despite the Uchiha's dominance, only this little girl seemed to be the target of their mockery. As Ao contemplated whether to intervene on Hinata's behalf, a blonde boy leaped forward, shouting, "Stop it! Who are you?" One of the boys retorted. The blonde boy, none other than Naruto, despite being only 4 years old, exuded a defiant spirit. "I am the future Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." Unfortunately, despite his bravado, Naruto was merely a toddler and was quickly overwhelmed by the 4 older boys. "Please, don't hit him. Don't hurt him." Hinata's concern only intensified as she rushed to assist Naruto, only to be pushed aside and fall to the ground. Though it was a mere skirmish among children, Ao felt compelled to intervene, reminiscing about his own childhood aspirations of becoming Hokage. With that thought in mind, he approached the scuffle. "Hey, what are you little rascals doing?" At 11 years old, Ao towered over the 4 to 6-year-olds, and his reputation from years of bounty missions lent him an intimidating presence. "Why you? That is Uchiha." The boys began to stammer, recognizing his clan emblem. At this time, the Uchiha were at their zenith, and these children, often bullied by their peers, likely just witnessed their parents being taken down by the Uchiha security. "Scram! You little brats!" Ao dismissed them with a voice as commanding as one would use to shoo away insects, prompting the boys to flee in terror. Hinata, witnessing the arrival of this unexpected savior, felt a mix of gratitude and fear as she beheld the cold, fierce countenance of Uchiha Ao. She thought perhaps she would have preferred the previous bullies. However, Naruto, ever bold, brushed off his dirt-streaked face and grinned at Ao. "Hey, thanks, but I could handle them myself." Ao mused to himself that Naruto was far cuter than Sasuke at this age. "Is that so?" he replied, observing Naruto's dusty attire and smeared face in silence. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Naruto forced a smile. "I just wasn't trying hard enough, but thanks anyway." Seeing Naruto's exuberance, Ao recognized a promising investment opportunity he could not overlook. Currently, Naruto faced ostracism from the villagers. Yet the third Hokage was merely looking after Minato's child. A small investment could yield significant returns in the form of the future Hokage's goodwill. Don't mention it. Protecting the weak is the duty of the Uchiha security team. With that, he turned to leave, conscious not to appear overly eager and attract the third Hokage's attention. "Hey, what is your name?" Naruto called out behind him, impressed by the older boy's ability to scatter several others with just a word. It was the first time someone had shown him kindness, igniting his desire for friendship. Ao paused, not looking back as he replied, "Uchiha Ao, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Remember that. I'll become as strong as you and become Hokage." Ao nodded, waving a hand over his shoulder. "I believe in you. Keep working hard, future Hokage." As he watched Naruto's excited figure fade around the corner, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him. It was the first time he had proclaimed his dream of becoming Hokage without facing ridicule, but rather with acknowledgement. Naruto-kun?" Hinata timidly spoke up, still gazing at Naruto. "Ah, you're still here. Are you okay? You should head home." Naruto, oblivious to Hinata's presence, scratched his head and grinned. "Did you hear? That big brother said I'm the future Hokage." With trepidation, Hinata looked in the direction Ao had departed, murmuring, That big brother seems to be from the Uchiha clan. My father says Uchiha are very fearsome." "Huh? It is not terrifying at all, in fact. It is exceedingly handsome," Naruto exclaimed, shaking his head in excitement. He then took off running, while not forgetting to tell Hinata, "You should hurry home as well. I must strive to become Hokage." Chapter 46. Double Agent and Secret Squad. Although Naruto's initial encounter could be described as brief, it was sufficient. Given Naruto's character, any act of kindness bestowed upon him during his childhood would be eternally cherished. regardless of how much Naruto might engage in verbal sparring and garnered his favor. He certainly surpasses Sasuke in this regard. Song released the Ninja Crow, enlisting the assistance of Shizen to search for the whereabouts of Shin. The feeling of delegating trivial tasks to others while merely issuing casual instructions was indeed delightful, even without the matter of the clan's extinction. He yearned to establish a presence akin to the Akatsuki. After all, who among the people of the Heavenly Empire does not aspire to be an emperor? Days passed, and the tide of criticism against Itachi began to recede. During the clan meeting, Itachi utilized his position within the Umbu to bring intelligence from the village. Song, who typically abstained from clan meetings, was invited by Fugaku, likely due to Itachi's attendance. Naturally, as another child of the Manjiki, no one opposed his presence. Seated beside Hayatsuki, Song observed the unfriendly glances directed at Itachi, but chose to remain silent. After all, being the son of the clan leader and a renowned genius, everyone temporarily suppressed their thoughts of demanding accountability for Shirsue's death in light of Itachi's current standing. Itachi, with a calm and composed voice, finished his remarks and knelt beside Fugaku, closing his eyes in contemplation, lost in thought. Fugaku's expression was complex, yet he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "As expected of Itachi, well done. This increases our chances of success. However," he added, "if Shirsue were still with us, combined with Lord Hayatsuki, our 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan would surely provide us greater security. Enough, be silent. This is not Itachi's fault. We must unite." While some were pleased with Itachi's current demeanor, others could not move past the specter of Shirsue's legacy. It was undeniable, Shirsue was exceptional. And even with his overt alignment with the Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan stubbornly clung to the belief that Shirsue would come to their aid. As tensions threatened to flare again, Fugaku's voice thundered, "Enough. Silence." The authority of the clan leader still held sway, and everyone fell quiet. After exhaling a deep breath, Fugaku stated, "Shirsue's death has disrupted our plans. The clan must now regroup. It seems we must postpone the coup." At this news, Itachi's expression revealed a fleeting glimpse of joy, quickly suppressed. "Why?" he pondered. "Though Shirsue is gone, we still possess Lord Hayatsuki's Manjiki. Uchiha Tika." Looking towards the elevated seat of Uchiha Hayatsuki, inquired, "Your Manjiki's ocular technique should not be inferior to Shirsue's, correct?" To this, Hayatsuki shook her head, stating, "No. My ocular technique is not as potent as Shirsue's. I am merely a fortunate woman who obtained the Manjiki." Hearing this, Tika fell silent, yet Itachi noted this response, pondering whether her technique was not illusion-based. Investigating the nature of Hayatsuki's ocular abilities was one of the tasks assigned to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet he had to proceed cautiously to avoid raising suspicions. Initially, Itachi had intended to inquire directly with Izumi and Song, but he found no compelling reason to approach them. Should Izumi inadvertently divulge information, it would expose him concerning Song. Based on years of interaction, Itachi believed that if exposed, Song would likely turn against him for his mother's safety. This reluctance to share the news of Shirsue's eyes and the awakening of his own Manjiki was rooted in the understanding that, despite Song's mimicry, he would never embody the same blend of familial loyalty and village allegiance exhibited by Shirsue and himself. Fugaku nodded in understanding. In truth, he had not disclosed to anyone the awakening of his own Manjiki Sharingan. His ocular technique was one that could foresee destiny. He had already envisioned an alarming likelihood of his cherished son, Itachi, leading to the downfall of their entire clan, with his chances of resistance being less than 40%. Then he turned his gaze to Uchiha Song, whose ocular technique suggested that this equally gifted youth could perpetuate the Uchiha bloodline and even usher in a new era of glory. With a nod, he addressed Song-kun. "Although you are not in the Umbu, I have another request for you. I recall entrusting you with the orphanage for war orphans. I am concerned that you may lack sufficient personnel. Please select some individuals from the clan to form a special team as our trump card." Uchiha Song was taken aback. What was Fugaku's intention? Did he believe the dozens of Uchiha orphans were insufficient and desired to gather more? Or perhaps his Manjiki truly allowed him to foresee fate, prompting him to build a reserve for the eventual restoration of the Uchiha? However, such a benevolent request was not something Song would refuse. Kneeling, he respectfully replied, "Yes." "Esteemed clan leader." "Wait, esteemed clan leader, while Song possesses considerable strength, he is merely 11 years old. Perhaps we should reconsider?" Another discontented voice piped up. Fugaku remained silent, observing Song closely, evidently curious to see how he would respond. With a smile, Uchiha Song thought, how does one deal with a disgruntled Uchiha? The answer is simple, through combat. Was there any other option? Even Naruto had never bested the Uchiha through mere words. He settled onto the ground, channeling chakra to create a dozen or so shadowy figures, not mere shadow clones, but Shirsue's body flicker technique. What is this? The individual suddenly recognized the technique, springing to his feet in an attempt to retaliate. However, the myriad of figures swiftly surrounded him, their right hands crackling with the sound of Chidori. Which one is the real body? His mind raced as he could only guess and swung blindly at one of the figures, his blade slicing through nothingness. The figure vanished, but he felt a searing heat and chill at his back. The Chidori had singed his clothing. Uchiha Song scoffed, "You must be Uncle Ao." Have you forgotten that Shirsui's body flicker technique allows each shadow to be both a clone and a real entity? Shirsui's technique enables the real body to interchange with these figures. As long as one remains, the opponent can never pinpoint my location, hence the name body flicker of Shirsui. Releasing his grip, Uchiha Song surveyed the gathering, until Hayatsuki's soft voice called, Song, refrain from being disrespectful. Please return to your seat. He nodded, complying. Phew. It seems Shirsui's legacy is secure. Is there anyone else with objections? Fugaku boomed, and upon seeing no further dissent, he decisively concluded the matter. Chapter 47. The youngsters of the Uchiha clan. Although it was said that he could freely select individuals, it was evident that he would not choose proud and unpromising veterans such as Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito to add to his troubles. Therefore, his selections were predominantly comprised of promising youths who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. As the clan leader overseeing the security force, Fugaku had the authority to determine whether these individuals would join the guard or remain ordinary ninjas. Is this Lord Ao, who graduated early from the Ninja Academy in the same year as Master Itachi? Indeed, he was just as handsome as Master Itachi. Uchiha Ao glanced at the chattering but still standing youths. There were over 20 of them. This was the largest assembly of promising individuals from the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Should anything happen to them, an entire generation of Uchihas would be lost. Very well, you should be aware that, by the order of the clan leader, I am now your commander. Uchiha Ao waved his hand to quiet them down. Judging by the numbers, it seemed that Fugaku was indeed inclined to maintain a balance between genders. Those with objections may step forward now, otherwise I shall not be lenient later. The youngest of the Uchiha, aged between 8 and 13, exchanged glances, and then a 12-year-old boy stepped forward, asking, Ao-senpai. I heard you have received the true teachings of Shirsui-senpai. Is that true? Would you like to test it? Uchiha Ao asked with a grin. The boy did not respond, but his gaze remained resolute. He was evidently one of those typical Uchiha who idolized Shirsui, and it was due to the support of such individuals that Shirsui was perceived as favoring the Uchiha clan. All right, let us see. With a wave of his hand, dozens of afterimages surged toward the newly graduated Uchiha. The sound of impacts echoed. There was no need for exertion, merely employing Shirsui's body flicker technique in conjunction with basic taijutsu. Ao swiftly knocked the self-important young Uchihas off their feet. Those chosen by Fugaku to be the seeds of the Uchiha's future revival were certainly not inept. Even those who were traditionally at the bottom, like Obito, would not have been selected. A 12-year-old Uchiha girl, her fair and delicate face, was mercilessly trampled underfoot by Ao, who glanced around and remarked, Heh, ever since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the ninjas in the village have only grown weaker. What Ao stated was a fact. He recalled being pulled into the fray at the age of 4 to assist in transporting supplies, honing his chakra and physical abilities during that time. Now, does anyone have any objections? Uchiha Ao surveyed the younger generation, who trembled in fear and hastily shook their heads. Very well, since there are no objections, you may return and bid farewell to your parents. The boy who had initially remained silent and wished to challenge him struggled to rise and resolutely declared, No need. For the Uchiha, we have already cast aside everything. Indeed, senpai, your strength is unparalleled. You will undoubtedly surpass Shirsu-senpai. It was well known that the Uchiha clan was prone to delusions of grandeur, and consequently, after Ao demonstrated his prowess, they not only bore no grudges but began to pledge their loyalty, expressing their willingness to forsake all for the great cause of the Uchiha. Observing these youths whose expressions closely resembled that of Sasuke, all eager to join the ranks of the saviors of the Uchiha, Uchiha Ao merely smiled. Ao-senpai, Lord, what will our organization be called? Inquired a boy of about 10. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Ao replied, The clan leader did not inform me of our organization's name. We are merely the Uchiha Sambu. Lord, why don't you name it? The 10-year-old boy, displaying a strong inclination towards sycophancy, suggested. Not a bad idea. What is your name? Shota, Uchiha Shota, my lord, the boy hastily replied, his face alight with admiration, as if the swelling bruise on his cheek were a badge of honor. Ao nearly laughed aloud. That name was perilous in his original world, often belonging to those who suffered betrayal, but here, he need not worry, for his entire family was destined for annihilation. It is still too early for you. Your current abilities do not qualify you to become true ninjas. Uchiha Ao chuckled. Wait until you can withstand 10 strikes from me, then we shall see. Otherwise, a group of talentless trash deserves to be called a garbage heap. And the Uchiha do not accept refuse. Yes. In the Hokage building, Itachi knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting on the clan meeting's intelligence. Upon hearing that Fugaku had chosen Ao to form a secret organization, Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Had his plans been discovered? However, Fugaku was not particularly astute. Perhaps Itachi had let something slip? Quickly shaking his head, the third Hokage dismissed the thought. His ability to gauge individuals far surpassed that of Fugaku, and he did not believe Itachi would betray him. Can you provide me with the list of selected individuals and their whereabouts? Itachi promptly replied. I will send you the list of names, but I do not know where Ao has taken them. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, refraining from pressing him further. Although both the Umbu and Root reported that Uchiha Ao was undertaking a secret mission for Fugaku, that young man was exceedingly cautious. Each time, those sent out either went missing or were lost. In truth, Ao prioritized his survival, often veering in another direction before using kunai buried at specific locations to execute the Flying Thunder God technique for his escape. The missing individuals had fallen victim to Uchiha hate. This could potentially become a hidden danger, Itachi, for the peace of the village. I hope you can swiftly ascertain information regarding this matter. Did you not say that Ao is a good child who, like you, wishes for peace in the village? We cannot allow him to lean towards us. This way, hate may also support the village. Closing his eyes, Itachi seemed to ponder how best to express his thoughts before finally speaking. Please trust me, Lord Hokage. Although I do not know why, I sense that Aokuin. His ideals differ from mine and Shirsue's. Even you say so? Hiruzen nodded. Then I must trouble you with this. You may leave now. Once Itachi departed, another door swung open, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane, his tone icy as he stated, I told you those individuals harbor malice. Leave hate to me. I know how to handle him. Are you not satisfied yet? Hiruzen, of course, was aware that Danzo was fixated on Hayate's Mangeki Sharingan. But after acquiring a powerful weapon like the Kotoeme Tsukumi, he would never agree to Danzo's continued quest for power. No, now is not the time to turn against the Uchiha. Moreover, I recall that the leave I granted you has yet to conclude, correct? You, Hiruzen, your indecisiveness will only harm Konoha. Danzo erupted in anger, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. However, the third Hokage remained unmoved. I am the Hokage now, Danzo. I have my own plans. Utter nonsense. You wish to monopolize the Mangeki Sharingan for yourself. He cursed inwardly, but with no recourse, Danzo could only leave in disgruntled silence. Chapter 48. Schemes in Fiziko Village. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, who was unaware that Ao had covertly claimed Fiziko Village for himself, the esteemed clan leader naturally assumed full responsibility for assembling and training this new young team. Although there was no need for Ao to undertake bounty missions to earn money, he still had to personally train them. He relocated everyone to the southern headwaters of the Uchiha clan's territory, a place so obscure that even many clan members were ignorant of its existence, making it an excellent site for training these newcomers. Thanks to the shadow clone technique, it posed no difficulty for Ao to instruct dozens of individuals at once. After all, these were to be the foundation of his future endeavors. And training each person with a shadow clone was a simple task. Indeed, those chosen by Fugaku exhibited commendable talent. Although the relative tranquility following the Ninja World War had deprived them of opportunities to awaken their Sharingan, Uchiha Ao mused that his original plan was to have those loyal to him awaken their Mangeki Sharingan. Believing that the power of multiple Mangeki would see him through any instability during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he left a shadow clone behind to teach them while his true self departed from Konoha, employing the same method he had before, vanishing into a concealed corner with the Flying Thunder God technique. This left the Umbu trailing behind in a fit of frustration, scouring the area for any trace of Ao. But to no avail. Could it be that Itachi's claims were true? Had this boy truly invented a space-time ninjutsu? How could that be possible? A day later, he arrived at Fiziko Village, and one could not overlook the advantageous geographical conditions of this ninja village within the Land of Fire. Upon his arrival, the gatekeepers recognized him. And as the future village chief's fiancé, they treated Uchiha Ao as if he were the master of Fiziko Village. Welcome back, sir, they greeted with deep bows, entirely disregarding the fact that Ao was merely 11 years old. While they were tall, striking women in their 20s, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Thank you for your hard work. Ao replied graciously, nodding at the beautiful, rule-abiding Kunoichi before making his way into the village. Upon his return, he spotted Fuziko Shizuka engaged in practice with Fu. It was evident that even at just 4 years old, Fu was capable of utilizing some of the chakra from the Seven Tails. It appeared that the Seven Tails, Ch. Mei, was indeed not jesting when it promised cooperation. Fuziko Shizuka caught Fu's chubby little hands, flipping her over and pinning her small body between her long, powerful thighs. Ah, all right. I concede, Fu exclaimed, struggling for a moment before ultimately tapping out. After all, this was merely training, and given that Shizuka had grown up alongside her, Fu could not possibly retaliate with her tailed beast chakra. How enviable. Fu sighed. Ah, Aokuin, you've arrived. Why have you awakened your Sharingan? Have you encountered danger? Fuziko Shizuka, hearing his exclamation, hurriedly scrambled to her feet and approached him, her expression shifting to one of concern upon seeing the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. Shizuka, having a somewhat romantic disposition, had previously withdrawn into herself after her lover was assassinated by their own kin. No, it's nothing, Ao quickly shook his head, closing his Sharingan. He could never admit that he had been using it to admire her legs, as that would tarnish his image. In Shizuka's eyes, Uchiha Ao was a formidable and mature warrior. Have you located the base of the Sky Ninjas and that doctor named Shernan? Shizuka nodded and replied, yes. The village has dispatched someone to find the former base of the Sky Ninjas, but nothing was discovered. It was merely a desolate ruin. However, we did find the doctor named Shernan. He is a renowned physician currently residing in the Wind Country. and I have invited him to come on behalf of Fiziko Village. Excellent, Ao nodded. He had already decided that Shinnon would be the first victim of his Edo Tensei technique. After all, this individual had witnessed his mother awaken her Mangeki Sharingan. Currently, with the Akatsuki still in the shadows and Obito preoccupied with his own plans. The foolish leader of the Sky Ninjas, believing he could dominate the ninja world through the Zero Tails, was of little concern. However, that could change in the future. And if Obito learned of it, it could prove dangerous. After discussing matters of state, Shizuka resumed her composed demeanor, saying, Ao-kun, my teacher wishes to speak with you. Could you stay for dinner? I have also been honing my culinary skills. Upon hearing Shizuka mention her teacher, Ao immediately thought of the short-haired former village chief, who, despite being in her 40s, appeared to be in declining health. He was surprised that her condition had deteriorated so rapidly. He wondered what injury she had sustained. All right. I have no pressing matters, Ao agreed with a nod. Shizuka beamed with delight, gently linking her arm with his, exuding an air of closeness akin to a bashful first love, yet still maintaining her modesty. Although she didn't seem particularly old, the pallor of the former village chief's face indicated that her chakra was nearly depleted. Nonetheless, she sat composedly, observing as Shizuka, embodying the role of a dutiful wife, served Ao food with a satisfied expression. However, she suddenly spoke up, Ao-kun, you previously claimed you were not Jiraiya's disciple. I initially found that hard to believe. But now I am convinced. Uchiha Ao looked up, puzzled. After all, Fiziko Village has its own sources of intelligence. It seems that your Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha has been rather tenuous lately, the former village chief remarked softly. To his astonishment, word of the Uchiha's discord with Konoha had spread beyond their borders. It seemed that not only Obito but also the major ninja villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure were waiting for Konoha to implode so they could seize a piece of the pie. Unfortunately, they had not realized that the downfall of the Uchiha had come from within, allowing Konoha to navigate this crisis unscathed. Indeed, esteemed village chief, I have never been a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. I have never even met him, Ao admitted candidly, nodding in affirmation. What are your intentions, teacher? I won't allow it. Shizuka interjected, eyeing her teacher warily while leaning against Ao. What are you thinking? Do you believe I would disrupt the rules of Fiziko Village for that promise? The former village chief laughed, patting her disciple's head before turning to Ao with a serious expression. We cannot interfere in matters concerning a major village like Konoha, but please, do not involve Fiziko Village in this. Before Ao could respond, Shizuka stood up abruptly, her kimono swaying elegantly as she declared, Teacher, Ao-kun is my fiancé. I cannot stand by and watch him fight alone. Even if Fiziko Village does not intervene, I will. The former village chief appeared taken aback by her normally obedient disciple's outright defiance, but did not express anger. Ao then spoke, please do not worry. The affairs of the Uchiha and Konoha will not implicate Fiziko Village, nor should they involve any outsiders. Chapter 49, The Arrival of Shinnon for years. Shinnon has traversed the shinobi world, tirelessly pursuing his Zero-Tail project. Thanks to his esteemed position as a healer and his exceptional medical skills, he has navigated through various nations with ease, allowing him to clandestinely pilfer confidential ninjutsu. 3 years prior, the mission of Uchiha Ao was ambushed by members of the Kagaya clan, largely due to Shinnon's remarkable medical prowess drawing unwanted attention. Reflecting on this, Uchiha couldn't help but think that it was about time the Kagaya clan made a foolish move. Contemplating this matter led him to consider the Kagaya clan and the enigmatic Kimimaro, concluding that this clan was either cursed with brevity or possessed a lack of intellect, truly unfortunate. As he awaited Shinnon's arrival from the Land of Wind, Ao lingered in Fuzi village for several days. Fuzi Shizuka was elated. She felt that her new bride's training had finally found its purpose, and she had the opportunity to personally train Fu, the lively Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. With her dark skin and green hair, was indeed a spirited individual, daring enough to seek autographs and handshakes from formidable foes as she grew older. I'm going for it, Fu exclaimed with a mischievous grin before darting away. Although she had yet to enter her tailed beast transformation, her chakra was bursting with vitality. Uchiha Ao observed her with interest. Unlike himself, a time traveler endowed with the Sharingan and profound analytical capabilities, Fu's proficiency in ninjutsu was still quite elementary, requiring considerable thought even to execute a B-rank technique. In the original narrative, Fu had only utilized the abilities of a Jinchuriki without any knowledge of her elemental techniques. However, Ao had discovered that she possessed both earth and wind chakra. Here it comes. Wind release, gale palm. Fu leapt into the air, spinning a brief moment forming seals, and unleashed a powerful gust from her palm. Uchiha Ao remained unfazed, allowing the C-rank technique to strike him. Yet, in an instant, his form transformed into a wooden substitute. Utilizing the body replacement technique, he swiftly grabbed one of Fu's arms from behind and chuckled. That won't he do. Ninjutsu should be intertwined with your attacks to restrain or eliminate your opponent, not deployed directly like that. Taken aback for a moment, Fu quickly regained her composure and retaliated with a kick, which Ao effortlessly dodged. Even without activating his Sharingan, Ao completely read Fu's movements, evading her attacks without countering. After several minutes of this playful exchange, Fu was panting and had yet to graze Ao's clothing. Frustrated, Fu collapsed onto the ground, pouting, "Humph. Lord Ao is picking on me." "Huh, how could that be?" "You're simply still too young. A bit more practice, and you'll improve," Ao replied, feeling a tinge of pride in being able to spar with the formidable Jinchuriki, akin to how he relished Naruto calling him big brother and teasing Sasuke. Watching the scene, a 20-something kunoichi named Kumiko sighed and remarked to the village chief, "Indeed, as expected of a Konoha ninja, just now, I couldn't even discern Lord Ao's movements." However, the village chief shook her head. "No, this has nothing to do with Konoha. This child is simply extraordinary. It seems we've stumbled upon a treasure in Fuzi village, especially since Shizuka also adores her." Though the chief was a leader of a small ninja village, she was well versed in the current state of Konoha, understanding that they were truly in a transitional phase. If every ninja possessed Ao's caliber, the once arrogant Kumogakure would never have dared to challenge the Hyuga clan. After a brief moment of complaint, Fu rose to her feet at the urging of the Seven Tails. Though she still struggled to touch Ao's clothes, her movements were gradually becoming more adept. Soon, dinner time approached, and Fuzi Shizuka entered with her homemade bento. Time for lunch. Dressed in a sleeveless top and black trousers, she embodied the essence of youthful exuberance, her neat high ponytail complementing her appearance. "Ah, is it finally time to rest?" Fu exclaimed, racing over to Shizuka as if liberated from a great burden. "Has the master left?" Shizuka glanced around, not spotting her mentor. But she wasn't surprised. Given his frail condition, he likely returned to rest. "Probably. What are we having today?" Ao inquired nonchalantly, glancing at Shizuka's backpack. "Just some ordinary dishes," she replied, retrieving a scroll and producing a small table to place on the ground. Observing Fu's ravenous demeanor alongside Ao's calm disposition, Shizuka began to fantasize as if Fu were her own daughter, despite the tradition in Fuzi village forbidding retirement upon having a child. Unbeknownst to Ao, she was lost in thought, and even if she had known, he would likely scoff at the notion. In the realm of Hokage, whether it be Madara, Kagaya, or the Otsutsuki clan later introduced for plot development, one could hardly find a reason to envy those who wielded immense power. Thus, after 3 days of residing in Fuzi village, the elusive Shinnong finally arrived. "Stop. Who goes there?" The two female ninja at the gate immediately adopted a vigilant stance, brandishing shuriken and kunai at Shinnong. "I am Shinnong, invited by your village," he replied, presenting the letter for their inspection. After a cursory glance, the two female ninja nodded. "Apologies, please enter." "Thank you," Shinnong responded with the demeanor of a cordial healer, donning his hat as he stepped inside, though internally he wondered why this secluded village, known for its strict exclusion of outsiders, had suddenly summoned him. Yet, he dismissed any hesitation, having successfully completed his objectives in places like Kumogakure. He held little regard for this small village. Upon entering, a Jonin escorted Shinnong to meet the village chief. Although the purpose was for Uchiha Ao to capture Shinnong, healing the village chief would also be a commendable endeavor. "Lord Ao, the individual you sought has arrived," Shizuka announced. In a hidden chamber, a captured rogue ninja from Kusagakure knelt vacantly on the ground, ensnared in a genjutsu of the Mangeki Sharingan. "Understood. You may leave now, Shizuka," Uchiha Ao replied, nodding. Shizuka cast a glance at the captured ninja but said nothing before departing. "Now, this impure world reincarnation, though not an improved version by Orochimaru, will suffice. I truly lack a research assistant, and Shinnong will perfectly fill that gap," Uchiha Ao mused aloud as he began forming seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. He completed the 4 hand seals and clapped his hands together. "Impure world reincarnation technique," Uchiha Ao called out. Immediately, the rogue ninja was enveloped in a flurry of white paper, and as the paper fell away, the shattered form of Uchiha Shursui emerged, his porcelain-like skin displaying the remnants of his former self. "It has been a while, Shursui," Uchiha Ao remarked, gazing at the familiar yet slightly naive visage with a sense of nostalgia. Ao did not wish to face Shursui's incessant inquiries. Thus, the current Shursui lacked any semblance of will, possessing only about 60 to 70% of his former strength, making it impossible for him to respond. Ao beckoned Shursui to open his eyes, revealing the iconic Sharingan. "No wonder I had to seal both Shursui's eyes and his body. His Kodo Amatsukami is far too overpowered." Uchiha Ao chuckled. "Now, let us commence the demonstration of your true prowess, Shursui." Chapter 50, the heavenly god Shinnong examined the injuries of the village chief of Fiziko. His brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, although he had his own motives, he still dedicated himself to his clients. Otherwise, his reputation would suffer, and he would lose the opportunity to steal ninjutsu from various places. "I can alleviate your pain, but your injuries have reached a cellular level, and I cannot cure them," Shinnong stated. The village chief of Fiziko nodded calmly. "Thank you for your assistance." Naturally, Shinnong could not use forbidden medical techniques to treat him, as that would expose his true self, and conventional methods were insufficient to heal the village chief's wounds. For some reason, Shinnong felt an ominous air in this small village, and perceiving it as devoid of value, he wished to depart immediately. The villagers of Fiziko did not obstruct him. Just a few kilometers outside the village, several shurikens suddenly embedded themselves in front of Shinnong. "Who goes there?" Shinnong exclaimed in surprise, yet he did not immediately resort to ninjutsu. Instead, he He shouted like an ordinary person, both to conceal his abilities and to catch his assailants off guard. Long time no see, Shinong. It seems you have been doing well. A youthful yet teasing voice echoed. Who? Shinong turned to see two figures standing on a tall tree trunk, both clad in the gray high-collared robes of the Uchiha clan. Their Sharingan eyes gleaming ominously. Uchiha? Please wait. What business do you have with me? Shinong inquired. Do not be afraid. We are acquaintances, Uchiha so replied. Stepping out from behind Shui and smiling at Shinong. Shinong's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the two individuals. One had a skin that appeared as fragile as shattered porcelain, exuding an eerie lack of vitality, while the other seemed strikingly familiar. You're from Konoha. Shinong suddenly recalled. Logically, a mission from 3 years ago should not have left such a profound impression on him, yet that particular assignment was etched into his memory. Not because of the members of the Kagaya clan, but due to his first-hand experience witnessing the awakening of the legendary Meijiki Sharingan. Since then, he had embarked on a quest to study the Sharingan, albeit with only theoretical knowledge due to the lack of practical experimentation. Oh, it seems your mother's eyes have inspired you greatly, Mr. Shinong, Uchiha so remarked, his Sharingan keenly observing Shinong's subtle expressions. Realizing the implication, Shinong understood they intended to silence him regarding the events of that time. Foolish mortals, do they truly believe I am defenseless? However, this could also serve as an opportunity. Capturing these two would yield living subjects for my experiments on the Uchiha. Resolute in his decision, Shinong feigned innocence and exclaimed, You must be Lord So. Oh dear. I had almost forgotten. I swore to keep my mouth shut, and your mother was indeed a formidable wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha so rolled his eyes, dismissing the statement as redundant. After all, the fact that Yatsuki possessed the Meijiki had already spread throughout the ninja world since he confessed before the third Hokage and Danzo. Much like Shui. As he spoke, Shinong approached Shui, attempting to persuade himself that the 11-year-old Uchiha was not a significant threat, while the more peculiar Uchiha was the real powerhouse. Calculating his steps, he moved closer to Shui, and when he was within striking distance, he suddenly unleashed his attack. 8 gates, open the death gate. With a thunderous shout, Shinong's once elderly form surged with youthful vigor, his muscles bulging, tearing through his garments. Well, you learned the 8 gates so early? Unfortunately, your foundation is lacking. If you were of Guy's caliber, I would have taken to my heels, Uchiha so remarked nonchalantly. Shinong, as a character from the early stages of a film, exhibited a rather rudimentary grasp of the 8 gates, to the extent that even early-stage Sasuke could seal his chakra points with shurikens, thus countering his 8 gates. The film also explicitly stated that Sasuke's Tsutomu Sharingan could discern the chakra pathways of the 8 gates. With a surge of chakra, Shinong launched a punch at Shui. But even at only 60 to 70% of his strength, Shui exhibited remarkable agility. In a swift motion, he evaded the blow and transformed into multiple afterimages. It seemed his skills had indeed diminished. Shui could now create dozens of afterimages. Uchiha so observed with amusement as the reanimated Shui toyed with Shinong, who resembled a colossal gorilla, possessing formidable physical strength akin to a Kage, yet lacking the finesse of a genin. Shinong soon realized that Shui's techniques far surpassed his own. He would never land a hit. In that case, capture that boy first. I refuse to believe he will remain indifferent. With that thought, Shinong turned and charged at So, exclaiming, Boy, seeking me out is the gravest mistake of your life. Come here. Uchiha so calmly shook his head, snapping his fingers, causing Shui to appear between him and Shinong. This was precisely what Shinong anticipated. He thrust his fingers forward, aiming to penetrate Shui's body. However, to his astonishment, he felt no viscera, nor did blood splatter. Even Shui's expression remained unchanged. Having never encountered the reanimation jutsu before, Shinong froze momentarily, watching as Shui's 3-tomo Sharingan rapidly morphed into a 4-blade shuriken-shaped Meijiki Sharingan. Another Meijiki Sharingan. Could it be Shinong? Consider yourself fortunate. You are the only ninja, aside from Mitsuba and the reanimated Itachi, to experience the true power of Kodo Amatsukami firsthand. This is something you can boast about for 3 lifetimes. Uchiha so laughed heartily, commanding, Shui, use Kodo Amatsukami on him. Though unaware of the specifics of Kodo Amatsukami, Shinong instinctively sensed impending doom. He immediately severed Shui's arm with the power of the 8 gates, closing his eyes to evade the ocular technique. In the ensuing darkness, he heard a phrase, hatched by my. To his dismay, he found himself locking eyes directly with Shui. What is happening? I distinctly closed my eyes. Alas, his futile screams could not alter reality. Kodo Amatsukami invaded his mind, implanting an unalterable illusion. Oh, Uchiha So's hatched by my can alter this reality. His body trembled slightly before settling into a calm state. Shinong gazed at Uchiha So, who was covering one eye and bleeding, and mused, Is this the power of the Uchiha's Meijiki? Quite astonishing. I distinctly remember everything, including my ambitions and resentments. Yet I cannot help but obey your command. How is this possible? I must admit I greatly admire you, Dr. Shinong. Otherwise, today I would not be using Kodo Amatsukami against you, but rather ensuring your demise, Uchiha So replied, having closed one eye. This marked the 3rd time he had utilized his ocular technique since awakening it. There is no other reason. I simply felt a bit constrained and wished to showcase my ocular prowess. He understood that the more reality he altered, the greater the consumption of his ocular power. Merely changing the fact that Shenong had closed his eyes would not deplete much of his strength. As Shenong's 8 gates dissipated, he reverted to his previously benign appearance. Albeit more weakened, had it not been for the forbidden medical technique that revived him, he would have perished upon opening the death gate. So, this incident in Fizika was part of your plan? Shenong inquired, his tone purely inquisitive. Uchiha so nodded, nonchalantly admitting, indeed, I invoked the reanimation jutsu for the first time. Just for you. I see. So this is the reanimation jutsu of the second Hokage? It is my first encounter. Shenong nodded and remarked that this was the first time he had witnessed the legendary malevolent ninjutsu, and it became clear to him why Shui was so peculiar. Please impart your forbidden medical techniques to me. In return, I can offer you the secrets of the impure world reincarnation for your study. By the way, have you had any dealings with Orochimaru? Inquired Uchiha Ao. Shenong naturally nodded and replied, yes, I have had interactions with Orochimaru. But I am aware that he seeks my forbidden medical techniques, so I have refrained from engaging with him extensively. Ah, it matters not. The Manjiki Sharingan is Orochimaru's nemesis. You may continue your collaboration with him, as his research skills are truly exceptional. Understood. Shenong said as he handed over the scroll containing the forbidden medical techniques to Uchiha Ao, subsequently receiving the scroll for impure world reincarnation in return. Proceed with your work. I will notify you of our next steps. Curiously, Shenong inquired, what are our subsequent actions? Aren't you studying the Zero Tails? In addition to the impure world reincarnation, assist me in researching how to safely seal a vast amount of chakra. Do you wish to become a Jinchuriki? That is exceedingly perilous. Shenong expressed with genuine concern for Uchiha Ao. Of course not. I aim to seal a tailed beast-like entity using other tools, allowing me to extract its chakra like pulling a battery, Uchiha Ao elucidated. I see. I can certainly attempt that. But could you inform me of the target's number of tails? Shenong asked. Lu Ran, Dragon Vein. Chapter 51, The Rejection of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan at last. Uchiha Ao comprehended the reason behind the reincarnation technique, which had sufficiently enabled a single individual to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War. This jutsu was indeed a game-changer, allowing Uchiha Ao to acquire a research expert on par with Orochimaru and Himiko in the field of scientific inquiry. The reincarnated body of Shui had already reverted to a corpse due to the termination of the technique, and Uchiha Ao was poised to exchange it for a bounty, achieving 2 objectives at once. Medical forbidden techniques, such as bodily regeneration, activation, and reincarnation. Uchiha Ao scrutinized the scrolls. Realizing that the reincarnation technique was only a preliminary version, he recalled that the complete form required the assistance of the dark chakra of the Zero Tails, which was currently unattainable since Shernan had not yet finished his research on it. Thus, the technique relied solely on his own chakra. No wonder that individual appeared so fatigued after exiting the 8 gates. However, the dark chakra could potentially be supplemented by the 7 tails or harnessed after acquiring the dragon vein to complete the jutsu. Uchiha Ao was eager to master these techniques. But given his lack of experience with medical ninjutsu, he knew it would require considerable time to learn. Therefore, he resolved to entrust these scrolls to Izumi, who had trained under Tsunade for 3 years. While her medical skills might not rival those of Shizen, she was nevertheless among the elite medical ninjas. Just as Sakura, who had also started her journey late, had not spent significantly more time learning than Izumi, she had still emerged as a prodigious genjutsu user. Her dual personality rendering her immune to genjutsu, including Ino's mind transfer technique. After meticulously transcribing the scrolls, Uchiha Ao presented the copies to Izumi. Medical forbidden techniques? Could there possibly exist medical ninjutsu superior to Lady Tsunade's? In Uchiha Ao's residence, Izumi sat cross-legged on the sofa, clad in a breezy sleeveless top and shorts. Her arms crossed defiantly, a look of skepticism etched on her face. Although she acknowledged her brother's prowess as comparable to Itachi's, medical ninjutsu remained one of the few domains in which she took pride. Uchiha Ao remained silent, allowing her to examine the scrolls. Moments later, she gasped in astonishment. Her long, fair legs propelling her to her feet as she exclaimed, "Is this really that powerful? Where did you acquire this?" Izumi's surprise was entirely warranted. Even the techniques Tsunade had taught her, such as the Yin Seal, creation rebirth, and bodily regeneration, paled in comparison to these medical forbidden techniques, which appeared almost trivial in their potency. Bodily regeneration could even restore a body shattered into pieces, truly a game-breaking ability. Uchiha Ao had anticipated her reaction, but merely cleared his throat and remarked, "What do you think? This secret technique took considerable effort to obtain, so please refrain from spreading it around." Izumi swallowed hard and nodded, hurriedly retreating to her room to delve into her studies. What happened to Izumi? Hagatsuki inquired curiously as she emerged from the kitchen. Even as a formidable wielder of the kaleidoscope, most of Hayatsuki's time was devoted to her family. Initially, she had returned to the fray to support the household, but now, with her children achieving success at their tender ages, she began to embrace a semi-retirement as a homemaker. Oh, nothing much. She just acquired an exceptionally powerful medical forbidden technique, Uchiha Ao replied with a smile. By the way, mother, how are matters within the clan lately? So what else can be said? Since Shirsue's passing, the family's anger has remained unabated, but their lack of strength has kept them in check, Uchiha Hayatsuki said, wiping her hands on her apron with a hint of self-deprecation. It seems I am still not on par with Shirsue. They only value my eyes. Uchiha Ao shrugged and replied, Mother simply dislikes conflict, but that is all right. I am here, after all. Ah, my son. How wonderful it is to know you will protect me. Hayatsuki beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescents as she embraced her child, affectionately ruffling his hair. Uchiha Ao did not resist. After all, in a world where protagonists often lacked parental figures, relishing maternal love was indeed a remarkable achievement. After a moment of playful hair-tousling, Hayatsuki lowered her gaze, her expression resolute yet gentle. You know, Ao, as you mentioned, I do not favor fighting. All I wish is to witness you both grow. Keeping these eyes of mine is a waste. Perhaps I should bestow them upon you to safeguard yourself and Izumi. As she spoke, the mesmerizing six-pointed kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested in her eyes, its enchanting allure locking onto Uchiha Ao's gaze. In an instant, his heart raced. After 11 years of companionship, Ao had developed profound affection for his gentle mother. Yet, how could he remain unmoved before those kaleidoscope eyes? He knew that if he acquiesced, he would possess the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a power only achieved by Madara and the formidable Sasuke. He would become an unparalleled force within the entire ninja realm. And it might even lead him to match Madara after acquiring the first Hokage's cells. However, after deep contemplation, he shook his head. No, mother, I cannot accept it. I am still young. How can you be certain I won't awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Moreover, if you were to part with your eyes now, it would be difficult to explain to the clan. Hayatsuki discerned her son's hesitation but did not press him. Such power could drive anyone to madness. She straightened her posture and said, Very well, I shall safeguard them for now. After all, without these eyes, I might still find myself inferior to you. And fret not. My dear, the eye transplant procedures are so advanced now that giving you my eyes will not leave me blind. Once you receive my eyes, you must take on the responsibility of protecting me and your sister Izumi. This is no mere gift. That's why I'm reluctant to assume such a weighty responsibility so soon. I still wish to enjoy a few more years under the esteemed name of Lady Hayatsuki. Uchiha Ao playfully threw himself against her, feigning innocence. You rascal, then help the illustrious Lady Hayatsuki with some household chores. The atmosphere in the home returned to its harmonious state. Uchiha Ao refrained from accepting Hayatsuki's eyes. Partly because her current status demanded she retain the deterrent power of the kaleidoscope, and partly because if the eyes fell into his possession, he would risk being overwhelmed during the clan extermination night. After all, aside from Itachi, the other principal perpetrator was Obito, whose Kamui could be elusive, making it difficult for him to capture him. Uchiha Ao also understood his mother's motivations for wanting to bestow her eyes upon him. He had not concealed the truth about Shirsue's demise from her. Although Hayatsuki kept this information secret, she had grown wary of Danzo, fearing that the old fox might seize an opportunity to take her eyes. She was determined to reserve these eyes for her children, hence her desire to transfer them to Ao and replace them with ordinary Sharingan to deceive Danzo. Should Danzo make a move against her, it would inevitably lead to a complete fallout between the Uchiha and Konoha, at which point Ao could simply leave with Izumi. Alas, it was unfortunate that he could not take them away in advance. Otherwise, Izumi would struggle to awaken her eyes without witnessing Itachi's attempt on her life and the slaughter of their family. Uchiha Ao shook his head, pondering that perhaps according to the plan, both Hayatsuki and he would need to face death at Itachi's hands once. Witnessing her beloved child murder her own mother and brother would be an emotional trauma for someone as kind-hearted and innocent as Izumi. One that could rival even the most potent of genjutsu, and bodily regeneration was prepared as a contingency for such a moment. Chapter 52. The reversal of the Heavenly Gang and the acquisition of the Zero-Tail technique upon his return. Shinnong naturally ascended to the esteemed position of chief scientist and physician under Uchiha Ao. His impressive aerial base and the remnants of the Sky Ninjas became part of Ao's domain. However, Uchiha Ao had yet to formally assign Shinnong any tasks. Instead, he had sent forth a request regarding the Zero-Tail technique. My lord, I require the Zero-Tail technique from Konoha. Could you assist me in obtaining it? A parrot mimicked Shinnong's voice with remarkable accuracy as it perched on Ao's shoulder, clearly his summoned beast. Goodness, if I didn't know better. I might think I was the one under the influence of the heavenly god, Uchiha Ao remarked, rolling his eyes but ultimately acquiescing. After all, he too had a keen interest in the Zero-Tail, which, despite being composed of dark chakra, was merely an immense volume of in-released chakra that was difficult to control. It was evident that the Zero-Tail technique was still housed within the Hokage residence, a place that had transformed into a repository for various forbidden jutsu and unused trinkets over time. Shinnong was indeed impressive. It indicated he had successfully infiltrated the Hokage residence in the original narrative and emerged unscathed, unnoticed. The security of Konoha was indeed lacking. Uchiha Ao mused. Though the times had changed, in the past, he had to take advantage of the chaos brought by the Nine-Tails incident. But now his strength was sufficient to forcefully seize what he desired, regardless of the identity he might assume. From pain. He had learned that the entirety of Konoha was enveloped in a large spherical barrier that could detect invading foes. Thus, to obscure his identity, Uchiha Ao promptly dispatched a flying thunder god Kunai from the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's compound. He owed this convenience to the third Hokage, who had pushed the Uchiha clan's already marginalized territory further to the village's outskirts following the Nine Tails incident. Sensing the flying thunder god technique, Uchiha Ao donned the attire of a bounty ninja from his scroll, a demon mask, cloak, black gloves, and the grand armor of Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period. After all, the bounty ninja Shana had already stolen the Seven Tails Jinchuriki in the hero's water 3 years prior. It was unlikely that a few secret techniques from Konoha would pose a challenge. All set, flying thunder god, he vanished from his room, leaving behind a shadow clone diligently training chakra. Glancing at the Shuiken lodged in a tree trunk, Uchiha Ao adjusted his mask and leapt directly into Konoha. In the surveillance room of Konoha, the duty ninja, a sensory-type jonin, was taken aback and muttered to himself, "An individual has illegally infiltrated. Is it an assassin or a spy?" He promptly alerted the on-duty ninjas to search for the intruder, including Asuma, Kurenai, and even Mitarashi Anko, who was under quarantine for interrogation. Though Anko was now publicly cleared, the scrutiny behind the scenes had not diminished. "Ah, you all have come out too? Who could it be, intruding into Konoha at such a late hour?" Asuma yawned. Anko, irritable from prolonged examination, snapped, "Stop the chit-chat and find that intruder and eliminate them." "Haha, eliminating them is out of the question. We need to ascertain their intentions first," Asuma replied. Meanwhile, as the ninja scoured Konoha, Uchiha Ao had effortlessly approached the Hokage residence. "Halt. Who goes there?" 2 elite chunin clad in green vests guarded the entrance. Upon spotting the suspicious figure in a demon mask, they immediately grew vigilant and assumed a combat stance. Uchiha Ao lowered his voice. "I'm here for my target. Move aside if you wish to avoid death." "Enemy, notify," the 2 chunin gasped, preparing to signal, but in the next instant, the masked figure lunged forward with nearly imperceptible speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent them crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Chunin truly are lacking," Uchiha Ao remarked, striding confidently into the Hokage residence to search for the zero-tail technique. This time, Uchiha Ao found the zero-tail technique with remarkable ease. Why? Because, akin to the sealing book, the title zero-tail technique was prominently inscribed on the cover, making it impossible to overlook. "Konoha. Thank you." Uchiha Ao acknowledged the village's lack of security with a thumbs up. He chose not to leave a duplicate this time and directly placed the scroll into his storage scroll, then ambled leisurely toward the exit. As expected, although this area was not under intense scrutiny, the Konoha ninjas were not fools. "Halt. Who goes there?" Mitarashi Anko was the first to arrive, her voice laced with anger. "Bounty ninja Shana," Uchiha Ao replied coolly. Anko, having heard the name, shifted her expression to one of determination. "I've heard of you. I thought after you stole the Seven Tails Jinchuriki 3 years ago, you had gone quiet. But now you dare target us in Konoha. Cowardly? I simply have a penchant for wealth," Uchiha Ao stated nonchalantly. "Enough talk. If you wish to obstruct me, be prepared to pay the price." "What an arrogant fellow. Then you shall perish." Anko leapt forward, forming hand seals and shouting, "Snake hand." Poisonous snakes emerged from her sleeves, lunging at Uchiha Ao, but such an attack was far too slow and primitive for him. F-Tunt, Gelpalm. Uchiha Ao, hindered by his mask, could not employ fire release directly, so he concentrated a significant amount of wind release chakra in his arm and unleashed a powerful punch towards Anko. The strength of a fist delivered by a 17 or 18-year-old Shizen was sufficient to affect several meters ahead, and Uchiha Ao's chakra volume was now far greater. Ugh, ah. Anko, witnessing the punch, was caught in a terrifying gust that sent her and the snakes flying like kites, causing her to vomit blood upon impact. Hee hee. Is this the prowess of Konoha's ninjas? Uchiha Ao coldly mocked. Anko, are you alright? Just then, Asuma, Kurenai, Yugao, and Yuzuki Yugugo arrived. Goodness, a couple's gathering. Is it? If I weren't already engaged to a certain lovely lady, I might feel a bit envious, he quipped. This guy, cough cough. This is the bounty ninja Shana. Anko pointed at Ao. Shana? The bounty ninja? Asuma's expression turned serious. After all, the last time this individual acted, he had stolen the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Was he now targeting Naruto? Apologies, but I must ask you to stay, Asuma stated as the other three positioned themselves to block the escape routes. Currently, Konoha's strength has diminished too much for you to detain me, Uchiha Ao declared. Besides, what use is it to have numbers against me? With a crunch of tobacco between his teeth, Asuma exhaled a plume of scorching black smoke. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Heh. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Uchiha Ao anticipated Asuma's smoke to obscure the enemy, followed closely by the blade techniques of Kurenai and Yugugo, ultimately culminating in the genjutsu from Kurenai to ensnare him. Thus, Uchiha Ao unleashed a vast water release attack. What? He can execute such a wide-ranging water release in this location? Kurenai was astounded at the sight of the massive water dragon. It was known that performing water release without a water source was inherently challenging, especially for a large-scale technique like the Water Dragon Bullet, which demanded an immense quantity of chakra. In the next moment, these four somewhat inexperienced jonin were utterly scattered by the Water Dragon Bullet. Cough, cough, are you alright? Moonlight Gale quickly rose to assist Yuzuki Yuin, only to discover that despite the injuries, the opponent had clearly held back. They have vanished. We must promptly report this to Lord Hokage. Also, Gale and Yuin, you are to search for Naruto immediately. Asuma, rising and surveying the desolate scene, understood that the adversary had made their escape. Moreover, the recent Water Dragon Bullet had not been unleashed to its full potential, indicating that the assailant did not wish to make a mortal enemy of Konoha. He hastily expressed his concern, fearing that the enemy might abduct Naruto, leaving Konoha bereft of its soul-tailed beast, much like Takigakure. However, this was, of course, unlikely, as Uchiha Ao had merely employed the Water Dragon Bullet to obscure their vision, allowing himself to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport outside the village. Chapter 53. The bounty hunter Shana, Xia, and the Dragon Vein picking up the Flying Thunder God shuriken from the ground. Uchiha Ao gazed at the Zero-Tail technique, a manifestation of emptiness. As expected, this jutsu was developed during the second Hokage's era under the guidance of the Forbidden Arts Master, Tobarama Senju. However, due to its inherently malevolent and uncontrollable nature, Tobarama abandoned it prematurely, discarding the technique carelessly. Soon, the summoning beast of Shinong, a splendid golden parrot, arrived and, with its beak agape, swallowed the half-human tall scroll in one gulp. Then, in Shinong's voice, the parrot expressed gratitude as it prepared to depart. Uchiha Ao interjected. Do not forget about the artificial-tailed beast shell. The parrot chirped in its endearing tone. Lord Shinong is already making preparations, so please rest assured. Rest assured? Then enlighten me on his intentions, Uchiha Ao inquired. To my knowledge, Lord Shinong has already contacted Orochimaru and plans to engage in trade. The parrot replied before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Ao was left in contemplation. It appeared that Shinong was diligently handling matters. Trading with Orochimaru was reasonable, for as the foremost scientist in the ninja world, he surely possessed a wealth of research materials upon his defection, more than Shinong could ever amass on his own. Orochimaru as well. He remains oblivious to the fact that the soul extraction has severely weakened him against the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Ao muttered. Since Shinong had begun his preparations, Ao too needed to contemplate the Dragon Vein. He was confident in unraveling the Dragon Vein's seal. After all, it had been sealed by Minato Namikaze himself. And to unseal it, Uchiha Light had mastered nearly all conceivable sealing techniques. At this moment in Konoha village, Shana? Thankfully, Naruto is unharmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, puffing on his pipe. But if Naruto is not his target, what did he steal? An Umbu approached, stating, according to the intelligence team's investigation, the Zero-Tail technique has been stolen. Zero-Tail? What would this bounty ninja want with it? No, it must be that someone else desires the Zero-Tail technique. Hence the hiring of a mercenary, Sarutobi Hiruzen deduced, recalling his mentor's half-finished research on artificial-tailed beasts, a technique that was ultimately discarded due to its unreliability. And did you catch a glimpse of Shana's appearance? Asuma and his team stood before the Hokage's desk. Mitarashi Anko spoke first. He wore a mask and heavy armor, so I couldn't see his face, but he appeared to be a user of both water and wind release techniques, and he was exceptionally skilled in taijutsu. Asuma concurred. Indeed, and that fellow managed to execute such a vast water release technique near the Hokage residence. He must have consumed the hero's water from Takigakure to possess such formidable chakra. What about the Seven Tails? Was it not with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his inquiry. The group shook their heads, indicating they had seen no signs of the Seven Tails chakra. Very well. Send someone to the underground exchange to investigate who has placed a bounty on the Zero-Tail technique. Additionally, issue a bounty for Shana, raising the reward to 70 million ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, aware that they had no further intelligence to provide. He then dismissed them to recuperate. At this time, Uchiha Ao remained unaware of the bounty placed on him by the third Hokage. However, Konoha did not conceal this information. Rather, they publicized it, claiming that Shana sought to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki but was repelled by Konoha's ninjas. In Amigakure, concealed within a tower, Obito pondered. What could this bounty ninja named Shana desire? Initially, I thought he stole the Seven Tails merely for its power. But now he has set his sights on the Nine Tails as well. This warrants caution. Konan shook her head. I do not know. Last time, Kakuzu lost 3 hearts at his hands and expended considerable effort to find him, yet he escaped due to his space-time ninjutsu. The mention of space-time ninjutsu made Obito wary. It was his own space-time technique that allowed him to dominate before Nagato and Konan. Shall we take action against him? Konan inquired, sensing Obito's silence. After a moment of hesitation, Obito realized he lacked certainty. After all, White Zetsu had previously gathered intelligence on this individual but yielded no results. He was extraordinarily cautious. Upon reflection, Obito finally spoke. Let us try recruiting him. Since he is a lone bounty ninja, adding him to our ranks could expedite the formation of Akatsuki and secure a tailed beast in advance. Is that so? But Kakuzu and Haydn may not take kindly to this, Conan replied. Obito scoffed. If he perishes within the organization, it is due to his own inadequacy. Conan nodded. Very well, I shall personally recruit him. Otherwise, I will eliminate him. Agreed, Obito affirmed. As a man of action, Uchiha Ao continued to adopt Shana's persona as he ventured into the Land of Wind, specifically the ancient kingdom of Lulan. However, since he was unfamiliar with the area, he spent 1,000 ryo hiring a guide, currently seated in a carriage, listening to the guide boast. This man, in his 40s and weathered by years in the Land of Wind, regarded the figure of Uchiha Ao, clad in a red armor and donning an ominous mask, with curiosity. Such attire was exceedingly archaic, rarely seen since the Warring States period, though the Lulan tribe is now sparse in population and lacks protection from ninjas. I know that Sunagakure has long coveted their dragon vein. They are indeed under surveillance by Sunagakure. If you intend to confront them, impatiently, Uchiha Ao raised his head, casting a glance from beneath his mask, and spoke in a low voice, that is not your concern. Your duty is to transport me to my destination and then depart with your payment. Why yes, I merely wish to provide a warning, the man responded amicably, understanding the lawlessness of mercenaries. Days later, amidst a swirling sea of yellow sand, Ao finally discovered a modest oasis in the remnants of ruins. This was the once great kingdom of Lulan and its remnants. Sir, we have arrived. Please take a look. Dismounting the carriage, Uchiha Ao activated his Sharingan to survey the area. The remnants appeared accustomed to the presence of bounty ninjas. It was unclear how many had attempted to lay claim to the dragon vein. Ultimately, they either failed to unravel the seal or were eliminated by Sunagakure, leaving the dragon vein intact, but claiming more lives. Very well, you may leave. Uchiha Ao nodded, handing over the payment to the guide, who promptly departed. Appearing well-practiced in his trade, without delay, Ao made his way towards the heart of the Lulan remnants. The inhabitants did not intervene, for Sunagakure was watching over them. Who goes there? Two burly guards, armed with swords, shouted as they noticed Uchiha Ao advancing boldly. I am Shana, a bounty ninja. You must understand why I am here. Correct? Uchiha Ao declared, disregarding the guards. Once again for the dragon vein? But you shall not succeed. For your own safety, depart, a bearded guard warned. My safety does not require the concern of others, and what of you, my queen? With that, Song entered, oblivious to the two guards who were poised to strike him down, only to discover that they were rendered immobile, ensnared by two shadow clones that had stealthily bound them. Upon entering, Song immediately beheld two red-haired women. One, a woman in her 40s, still exuding grace and charm, and the other, a small girl of 3 or 4 years. It became apparent to Song that these were the previous queen, Sarah, and her daughter from the theatrical version. Before Song could utter a word, Sarah spoke first. Have you come for the dragon vein as well? I can lead you there, but whether you can break the seal and escape alive depends solely on your capabilities. Her cold scoff indicated a weariness born from numerous threats, rendering any further conversation unnecessary. Meanwhile, her daughter clung tightly to her mother, casting a glare of animosity towards him. In the theatrical version, the little one had proclaimed that despite the destruction of their nations, they thrived on the support of the people, an assertion that seemed utterly absurd to Song. Were it not for the imminent risk of the dragon vein erupting due to the forced unsealing, causing cataclysmic devastation, Sandhidden would have acted long ago, he mused internally. However, outwardly, he nodded and expressed, thank you. If I succeed in my mission, I shall grant you half of my reward, amounting to 20 million ryo. And I pledge to assist you with one matter free of charge. As one of the protagonists of the theatrical version, Song perceived a certain resemblance between Sarah and Hikari, both embodying the archetype of the tragic heroine, thus he had no qualms about offering his assistance. Yet, it was evident that Sarah remained skeptical. Nonetheless, her gaze softened slightly as she set her daughter aside and declared, regardless of your truthfulness, you are the most courteous individual I have encountered in years. Follow me. But do not let anyone else approach. Sarah seemed resigned to a fatalistic outlook, convinced that Song would inevitably resort to silencing her, wishing to protect her daughter from any potential harm. Song, however, remained unfazed, fully aware of his intentions and the course of action he would undertake. Chapter 54. Uchiha Ao and the Watergate Ao followed Sarah to the location where the dragon vein was sealed. Here, faint traces of the battle between the fourth Hokage and the time-traveling Naruto could still be discerned. It must be said that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were indeed formidable. The fourth Hokage had learned his sealing arts from his wife, and for decades, no one had been able to break them. Perhaps Sunagakure had a way, but their strength was too weak. Once the dragon vein was unsealed, they would risk offending Konoha. And there was also the looming threat of Kumogakure and Iwagakure rushing in to seize it. Sarah caressed the sealing stone wall, her eyes filled with nostalgia for her youthful days, especially memories of the fourth Hokage and the Naruto, who bore a striking resemblance to him. However, she soon regained her composure, clapped her hands, and commanded, by the decree of the law. Instantly, the dragon vein began to tremble from its tranquil state, and the fourth Hokage's seal emitted a blinding light. I have activated the dragon vein. If you possess the ability, unseal it. If not, I advise you to leave quietly. Once the dragon vein goes berserk, you will not survive, Sarah declared. Uchiha Ao remained silent and stepped forward to touch the seal on the dragon vein. It was indeed the Uzumaki seal, the 9 tails 8 trigrams sealing technique, a legitimate S-rank sealing art. He formed hand seals and commanded, 9 tails 8 trigrams sealing technique, release. His hands struck the stone wall, and the golden seal began to show signs of disintegration, much to Sarah's astonishment. However, Uchiha Ao soon halted his ninjutsu. He was merely testing his abilities today to seize the dragon vein. He first needed to create an artificial tailed beast shell with Shinone's assistance. It seems I can indeed accomplish this, but not today, Ao nodded, then turned to Sarah. I still require some preparations. Could you kindly watch over this for me? As he spoke, he summoned 2 million ryo from his ninja tool scroll and presented it to her, saying, consider this a deposit in advance. Though it may not be much, it should suffice. Sarah was taken aback. She had not expected a bounty ninja to actually offer money. However, her doubts about his identity were overshadowed by the realization that his ability to unseal the 4th Hokage's seal indicated he was a powerful ninja. Perhaps he could truly liberate the Lulan people from the oppression and surveillance of Sunagakure. After all, if this man were to seize the dragon vein, she and her kin would have no reason to remain here. Gathering her courage, Sarah asked, so, about your previous offer to help us. Rest assured. If I promise, I shall deliver. Uchiha Ao nodded. When I return to claim the dragon vein, I will assist you in relocating to a place free from ninja oppression. A land more prosperous than this, where you can start anew. Although his face was obscured by a mask, Sarah sensed sincerity in his voice, and she solemnly nodded in agreement. Thus, Ao and Sarah returned to the Lulan tribe. Suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted, accompanied by cries of surrender and frantic footsteps. Hey, what's going on? We are here to protect you. Without us from Sunagakure, you pitiful drifters would have perished long ago, shouted a group of 5. Their forehead protectors bearing the emblem of Sunagakure, as they brazenly exerted their authority over the Lulan people. Upon witnessing this, Sarah, disregarding her lack of ninjutsu skills, shouted, What are you doing? Oh, it's Her Majesty the Queen. Upon seeing Sarah, the Sunagakure ninjas instantly grinned. We are here to protect you. What if those with ill intentions were to disrupt the dragon vein seal and cause it to go berserk? By the way, where is that bounty ninja? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Uchiha Ao stepped forward and introduced himself. Bounty ninja Shinai, pleased to make your acquaintance. At the sound of this name, the previously arrogant Sunagakure ninja's expression shifted dramatically. 3 years prior, he had stolen the 7 tails Jinchuriki and breached Takigakure, completing missions with astonishing efficiency and disappearing without a trace. Some even whispered that the Shinai moved with the speed of the legendary Yellow Flash. Just days ago, Konoha had issued a bounty, claiming he had stolen a forbidden technique and injured 5 jonin. Have you set your sights on the dragon vein? You shall not succeed. The leader of the Sunagakure ninjas began to sweat, hastily signaling his companions to call for reinforcements. Impressive, isn't it? This is the first time I've seen Sunagakure so fearful. Sarah remarked. No, my strength is nothing extraordinary, but taking their lives would be effortless, Ao replied. Would you kill them for me? Sarah's heart surged with both old grievances and new enmity as she whispered the request. Very well, consider it a reward for your cooperation. Uchiha Ao nodded, then approached the Sunagakure ninjas with his hands drawn from his pockets. Don't come any closer. Do you think we're weaklings? The 5 mid-level ninjas of Sunagakure shouted angrily, deciding to stand their ground and attack first. Since you already know I am a speed-type ninja and still choose to engage, you seek your own demise. Uchiha Ao scoffed disdainfully, then hurled 5 shuriken imbued with his technique. The 5 ninjas rushed at him, attempting to encircle and assassinate him, but in the next instant, Ao's figure vanished. Just as they were about to intersect with the 5 shuriken, Ao appeared behind them. He swiftly dispatched the first ninja, piercing his heart, then teleported to the second, piercing his throat, followed by a strike to the temple of the third, the neck of the fourth, and finally the heart of the fifth. Then, bang, 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 bang. The 5 corpses, propelled by their own momentum, collapsed at Sarah's feet, all of this occurring in less than the blink of an eye. Not bad at all. Uchiha Ao caught the 5 shuriken midair, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he admired his clean and efficient execution of the 5 ninjas. With the ultimate prowess of his Sharingan, he could compensate for the 4th Hokage's judgment gap while simultaneously holding deep admiration for Minato Namikaze. Watergate had no Sharingan. He had to rely solely on his own judgment to determine how to maneuver and strike, an endeavor that required incredible combat experience and dynamic vision. It was worth noting that in less than the blink of an eye, Ao had teleported 5 times. Anyone with slightly poor dynamic vision would not only fail to kill, but would likely lose track of their own position. It appears that this Flying Thunder God technique is not only difficult to learn but also challenging to execute. This is already. Sarah kicked at the corpses of the Sunagakure ninjas, struggling to believe that these oppressors had been eliminated before she could even react. I mentioned I am Shinai, but it is not over yet. They seem to have sent out a signal. Reinforcements may be on the way, Ao stated. Then, I must trouble you. Sarah's respect for Ao grew immensely, realizing that her people would need his strength, and thus her hostility diminished. Let us see which Sunagake your lackeys are approaching, Uchiha Ao. Reveling in his triumph over the 5 mid-level ninjas, felt confident that Sunagake had no one capable of countering him at this moment. Even when the 4th Kazakage Raza personally intervenes, with his Susanoo activated alongside the eye technique, he could still be subdued. Soon, reinforcements from Sunagake arrived. A tall, slender figure emerged, boasting striking hair of alternating birch and green hues. Uchiha Ao recognized her immediately. She was the second strongest of Sunagake, the master of Scorch Release, Yukura. It was indeed the fabled beauty of the Hokage's back. Ao chuckled to himself. Clearly, the previous Nin had informed Yukura of his presence. As she did not hesitate to glance at the 5 corpses, her eyes blazing with fury. So, you are Shana? Truly worthy of your reputation. These 5 were dispatched with ease, Yukura declared, assuming a combat stance. But you shall find no opportunity against me. Is that so? I have heard such bravado countless times. Bring it on, Uchiha Ao retorted, activating his Manjiki Sharingan beneath his mask. Very well, do not blame me for what follows. Yukura charged forward, shuriken in hand, while her other hand formed the seals for her Scorch Release, overheating vapor. It was said that Shana was a ninja of divine speed. Thus, whenever Ao approached, she would immediately unleash her overheating vapor. However, this time, Ao had no intention of engaging her in close combat. He lamented that such a talented and beautiful kunoichi, endowed with a bloodline limit, fell victim to Raza's treachery just for the sake of peace. Moreover, after her demise, his own apprentice had the audacity to utter that one should merely focus on the future, disregarding her death at the hands of her fellow villagers. What manner of cruelty was this? I offered you a chance at life, Yukura, Uchiha Ao said with a smile, his Manjiki Sharingan fixed on her. A surge of potent ocular power surged towards Yukura. As she was compelled to track Ao's movements with her gaze, she fell victim to his illusion. Caught firmly within the grasp of the Manjiki Genjutsu. In an instant, Yukura's movements became rigid, her hand descending as she knelt before him, saying, My lord, I apologize for my transgressions. Chapter 55. Task and Reward. Sarah gazed in bewilderment at the female ninja, who had just moments ago been shouting threats, now kneeling as if she had been loyal for years. Could this be the spy arranged by Sunagake? Sarah pondered. Uchiha Song paid no heed to Sarah's thoughts, after all. She could not possibly defect to Sunagake. Thus, Song stated, You must protect them in Sunagake until I complete my transaction with them. Do you understand what needs to be done? Yekeng nodded, affirming, I understand. I have repelled you, yet you were unable to seize the dragon vein. Indeed. Uchiha Song replied with a nod of approval, then reiterated, Remember, if Sunagake orders you to lead a negotiation with Kirigake, you must immediately defect to Takigake and seek me out. Until then, conceal yourself, gather Sunagake's ninjutsu, and look for an opportunity to collect Rasha's cells. Do you comprehend? Yes. My lord, Yekong nodded before departing without a backward glance. She is your subordinate? Sarah inquired. Casting a glance at the Queen of Lulan, Song responded. She was not before, but she is now. You heard her. She will assist you until our transaction is complete. Without further explanation, he turned and left. Although there were no guarantees, Sarah felt a sense of confidence that this individual would uphold her promises. I hope my intuition is correct. With Yekong's assistance, there were no issues on Lolan's side. News had spread that the bounty hunter Shana had swiftly eliminated 5 Chunin in an attempt to seize the dragon vein but was repelled by Yekong. Consequently, Sunagake dispatched personnel to search for Shana, but they could not capture him and instead fell victim to his terrifying speed, likened to that of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, as he dispatched several Jonin and dozens of Chunin. As days passed, Shinnong's side began to show some progress. However, it was evident that the materials required for the artificial-tailed beast shell were anything but ordinary. Much of what Shinnong needed could be sourced from the Zero-Tailed Beast project. Yet one particular material, known as purple clay, sourced from the depths of the land of Marsh, was priced at a premium akin to gold. This material was genuinely rare. At least Song had not encountered it in the years spent on missions at the exchange. Shinnong was indeed adept at utilizing people. Yet what could one expect from a scientist? Upon receiving news from Shinnong, Uchiha Song mused that Shinnong's combat abilities were mediocre at best. Why squander energy enhancing his strength? Nevertheless, Song recognized that there was a place where all conceivable experimental materials in the ninja world could be found. One was Orochimaru's research facility, and the other was Danzo's root base. Should he confront Danzo or Orochimaru? Uchiha Song found himself torn. Attacking Orochimaru would undoubtedly be the easier option given his Sharingan's prowess. However, if he succeeded against Danzo, he would have the chance to seize Danzo's own Kodoame Tsukumi, Manjiki Sharingan, while he could utilize Impure World Reincarnation to revive Shursui. Such an overwhelming weapon should not be left for Danzo to wield against his own allies. After much contemplation, Uchiha Song ultimately resolved to confront Orochimaru. For now, the priority was the Dragon Vein. He must avoid any unnecessary complications, especially since Konoha had recently become wary after his previous actions. However, it was imperative to maintain Shana's Fade as a solitary bounty hunter, as this would lead others to believe there were opportunities to exploit him. allowing him to navigate both sides effectively. After all, once he exhibited any bias, he would risk losing resources from either side. Even though Konoha had raised his bounty to 70 million ri, they would not dispatch their ninjas to hunt him down. The third Hokage still believed Shana to be a mercenary working for money, and antagonizing a powerful ninja who operated on a pay-for-service basis would be tantamount to cutting off one's own retreat. Thus, Song promptly instructed Shinnong to issue a bounty for the purple clay. At the exchange, upon the entrance of a figure clad in vintage armor and donning a demonic mask, the bounty hunters within regarded him with envy, jealousy, fear, and even greed. Uchiha Song paid no mind to their gazes. After all, among bounty hunters, there were few who could pose a threat to him. Lord Shana, you have arrived. We have kept your tasks on hold for you. The exchange staff greeted him with utmost respect, as they revered strength, knowing that powerful individuals could complete more challenging missions, thus yielding greater rewards for them. Uchiha Song remained taciturn, feigning casualness as he scanned the A and S-ranked missions presented by the staff, while actually searching for Shinnong's posted task. Finally, he spotted it, an S-ranked mission, bounty for purple clay, with a reward of 500,000 RY. Given the rarity of this material, the reward seemed modest. However, this was to be expected. Shinnong's bounties were merely a formality, with the funds flowing seamlessly from one hand to the other without the need for excessive intermediary fees. This one will do. Note it down for me. The staff member raised an eyebrow in surprise upon recognizing the task, jokingly commenting, as expected of Lord Shana. You seem to be honing your skills rather than accepting this task for monetary gain. Song nodded non-committally, taking the task scroll. By the way, Lord Shana, the staff member suddenly called out, I shouldn't be saying this, but as a valued patron, I must warn you, someone has been looking for you. Looking for me? Who? Uchiha Song inquired with curiosity. Many sought to exploit him, yet few dared approach him openly, given his illustrious reputation in the ninja world. It's a woman, with short purple hair and a somewhat cold demeanor. Those around her seemed to address her as Lady Angel or something. Conan. Upon hearing the description, Uchiha Song immediately recognized who it was. The Akatsuki was searching for him. Could it be regarding the Seven Tails? That seemed unlikely, as the Akatsuki's tailed beast plan had yet to commence and was still in the fundraising phase. Moreover, even if they had expedited their efforts, the previous six-tailed beasts had not yet been collected. What business did they have with the Seven Tails? After leaving a tip, Song departed the exchange. Truth be told, he was not particularly intimidated by the Akatsuki's interest. Unless Nagato sent the 6 paths of pain, he could manage even against them, including Obito himself. Uchiha Song brushed his fingers against his eyes. Relying on his ocular techniques, he could alter the reality of Obito activating Kamui in the split second of attack. Through his experiments, he discerned that this ocular technique differed from Izanagi. It consumed chakra based on the intensity of the reality alteration. Enough of this. There was no need to dwell on it, as Nagato would never come at him with full force. With that thought, he exited the exchange, just as a paper crane in the sky appeared to scrutinize him with a lifelike gaze. Chapter 56. Conan of the Akatsuki. After walking several kilometers from the exchange gold house, Uchiha Ao initially planned to rest in a small town before heading directly to the sound village of Odogakure to investigate Orochimaru's experimental base. However, he abruptly halted, glancing back over his shoulder and uttering, "Come out, you sneaky individual trailing behind me." Such keen perception. It is no wonder he has recently gained notoriety as a bounty ninja. A calm, aloof voice, tinged with a hint of warmth, emerged, as countless pristine sheets of paper converged from all directions, coalescing before Ao into the figure of a woman with blue-violet hair and a mature, delicate visage. The attire of the Akatsuki, a red cloud cloak, immediately identified her as Conan, the organization's angel. At this moment, it seemed the Akatsuki was still short-handed, explaining her pursuit of him. Conan, as the HR of the Akatsuki, wasted no time and stated, as a lone ninja, I have come to invite you to join our ranks. Naturally, Ao could not reveal his awareness of the Akatsuki, for that would imply he had been investigating them, potentially placing him on their radar. Thus, with a composed yet puzzled demeanor, he responded, The Akatsuki? I have not heard of it. With an unperturbed expression, Conan replied, That is of no consequence. Whatever your desires may be, the Akatsuki can fulfill them, provided you are willing to join. Listening to her words, Ao could not help but feel that she was indeed the HR of the Akatsuki, painting grand aspirations. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse with her, he refrained from making a hasty move and instead articulated, Desires? My wish is simply to live safely and prosperously. Conan's expression remained unchanged. She had long grown accustomed to the outlandish desires of many she had recruited. Thus, she remarked, Is that so? Then you ought to join the Akatsuki. For only then will the divine be on your side. Such words could indeed lead one to believe in a grand promise. Resolute not to engage in frivolity, Ao pinched for shuriken between his fingers, mimicking the demeanor of novices ensnared by the Akatsuki, and stated, I see no divine presence here. Only someone wishing to have me work for free. However, you seem unaware that while my blade may be rented, it can never be purchased. So, shall we engage in combat? Very well, let the facts enlighten you. With that, half of Conan's body began to transform into paper, drifting towards him. Observing her lower half morphing into sheets, he noted how her paper wings allowed her to soar above like an angel. Conan's paper clones are troublesome, and currently, I possess no means to counter aerial attacks. Uchiha Ao murmured to himself, gazing upward. Come forth, this is the power of the divine, Conan declared, soaring above. With a flick of her finger, she released a paper shuriken, and an endless array of paper transformed into shuriken, cascading towards Ao like falling petals. In response, Ao hurled the 8 shuriken in his possession and formed a seal, exclaiming, multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. Instantly, the 8 shuriken multiplied into thousands, colliding with Conan's paper shuriken without yielding an inch. Yet, Ao's figure vanished from sight, and Conan observed him darting amidst the countless shuriken. His speed so swift that even her paper could not react in time. I see. No wonder he is likened to the yellow flash, Conan remarked, remaining unfazed. But this is good. Only through this will you qualify to join the Akatsuki. Let me witness how you evade my next strike. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Ao simultaneously activated the Flying Thunder God technique while forming seals. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of chakra gathered in his throat, erupting from the gap in his demon mask. With a brilliant and intensely scorching sea of flames, the space around them was engulfed, incinerating all of Conan's paper. Although Ao's technique lacked the might of Madara-S, his substantial chakra was sufficient to create a fiery inferno. In an instant, all of Conan's paper was reduced to ash. The range of this technique is vast. His chakra reserves are astonishing, Conan murmured. Despite having dampened her paper beforehand, it could not withstand such intense fire. Hence, she utilized the wet paper as a barrier, her wings flapping like a swift swallow as she escaped the flames. The surrounding paper then transformed into a massive spear, declaring, struggling is futile. Behold the might of the divine. The colossal paper spear, akin to the size of a building, lunged towards Ao. Very well. Allow me to showcase the power of the Flying Thunder God combined with the multiple shadow clone technique. Ao formed seals, and dozens of shadow clones appeared, each clutching a shuriken, hurling them at Conan. In an instant, these clones teleported beside her, dodging the massive paper spear while forming seals to unleash a vacuum wave. Wind style, vacuum wave. A multitude of vacuum waves coalesced into a net, ensnaring Conan and her paper. The sheer power of this technique took her by surprise. As the previous fire technique had already depleted much of her paper and chakra, and now this formidable wind net enveloped her. Ao remained unfazed. After all, he had consumed the hero's water, augmenting his chakra manifold. Though Conan was skilled, she was not particularly known for her chakra reserves. As the vacuum net constricted, it shredded countless sheets of paper, forcing Conan to execute paper jutsu to evade the onslaught. Impressive, you managed to evade that. Ao and his clones landed, addressing Conan in unison. Shadow clone technique. I remember this as a jutsu from Konoha, Conan remarked, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized each of his tangible shadow clones. Such is the advantage of a bounty ninja. I can acquire the techniques of any village at will, he responded, a smirk playing on his lips. Although Conan remained silent, she had noticed that his space-time ninjutsu seemingly utilized shuriken as a medium. Each instance of his teleportation occurred near a shuriken. It bore resemblance to the legendary Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, how could he possibly have mastered such a lost secret art? Unbeknownst to Conan, the Flying Thunder God was documented in the Sealing Book. Regardless, Ao was indifferent to Conan's thoughts. He had learned these techniques to utilize them. And even if she deduced his Konoha origins, it was unlikely she would suspect an 11-year-old Uchiha clan member. How about it? Shall we continue? Frankly, I have yet to see your bounty. Even if I were to eliminate you, I would receive no reward. However, if you seek death, I suppose I could expend some effort to oblige you, Ao said deliberately. Conan recognized that she might not be able to subdue him. He appeared entirely at ease. Yet, as the Akatsuki's HR, she was not one to surrender easily. Thus, she reconsidered her approach. It was evident that Ao was akin to Kakuzu, albeit far more formidable. She proposed, in that case, I represent the Akatsuki in offering you employment. What say you? This unexpected proposition left Uchiha Ao momentarily stunned. After contemplating, he realized it was indeed a viable option. Perhaps he could operate similarly to how Tobi, under the alias of Akatsuki, or the Eagle Team functioned, serving as an external member of the organization. This would allow him to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki while also leveraging their long-standing influence and organizational prowess. For instance, the whereabouts of wielders of ninja tools such as the Sword of Thor and the Needle of Long Knife remain elusive in the village of Fuko. Ah, who would have thought you were a person of reason? Very well, as a bounty ninja, I find no justification to decline a lucrative contract. After a moment's pretense of contemplation, Uchiha Ao nodded and remarked, however, payment must be rendered before each task. You need not worry about that, Conan assured him. As a prominent member of the Akatsuki organization, her wealth, stemming from the 800 billion explosive tags, could easily suffice to compensate him for his allegiance. It is settled then. With that, Conan handed him a small scroll, which Ao discovered contained the technique of the holographic body flicker. We will contact you using this technique when the need arises, Conan explained. Ao inspected it briefly before accepting it with a sense of inevitability. Understood. Chapter 57. The arrival of purple mud glue. What? The flying thunder god and multiple shadow clones? Could he be from Konoha? After hearing Conan's words, Nagato inquired with a hint of confusion. Well, I have my doubts, but I cannot be certain, Conan replied, shaking her head. Perhaps we could consult Orochimaru for confirmation? At that moment, Orochimaru was still a member of the Akatsuki. Although the entire organization was aware of his treachery, this request could still be made. However, Nagato ultimately shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Whether he is from Konoha or another village. What matters is that he can contribute to our cause. Getting tangled up in these trivial matters is meaningless. Understood, Conan nodded. And since he wishes to join the Akatsuki as a mercenary, there will be no guilt in eliminating him later for the sake of the Seven Tails. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Ao remarked after observing the hiding technique for a while, Conan is rather stingy. At least she could have sent me the original Red Cloud cloak to indulge in. As he lamented Conan's frugality, he continued his journey toward the land of rice. After resting for 2 days in an inn within the land of rice to recover his chakra, he began burying the flying thunder god shurikens in various locations. Each time he dealt with someone like Orochimaru, he would meticulously plan an escape route. As his strength grew, his fear of death intensified. After all, dying now would be akin to a sword saint not having the chance to unleash their power before being ambushed. Having carefully positioned the shurikens, he then set off for Otogekyure. In contrast to Konoha, Otogekyure was heavily fortified. Unlike Konoha's single massive wall, the entrance to Otogekyure was half buried underground, resembling a snake's den. At that moment, the 4 Otogekyure ninjas and Kabuto were still young and unaware of the talents that Orochimaru currently had under his command. He entered the village. In truth, even Ao understood that with Orochimaru's vigilance, he would have noticed Ao's presence near Otogekyure immediately. As someone with the most means of self-preservation in the shinobi world, Orochimaru would never leave his home unguarded, unlike Konoha. Not to mention Orochimaru's past actions, such as eliminating the 3rd Hokage in Konoha, or the incidents involving the theft of forbidden techniques, all indicated that Konoha, the foremost shinobi village, was a place where anyone could exploit its chaos. As he anticipated, Orochimaru was in the monitoring room, observing Ao, who was clad in a black armor reminiscent of the Warring States period and wearing a demon mask. A sly smile crept across his cunning face. He then quickly accessed the file on the bounty ninja named Shana. This looks remarkably like the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze. But when did that old man teach this technique to anyone else? Orochimaru muttered to himself as he skimmed through the information on the bounty ninja named Shana. Could it be that he stole the sealing book? Humph. That old man as security is indeed a shambles, Orochimaru thought, but he was not overly concerned about the possibility of this person having stolen the sealing book. After all, he currently possessed a complete version of the sealing book in his own treasury. However, Orochimaru was not one to seek conflict. His lifelong research aimed at achieving immortality to reunite with his parents in their next reincarnation. Thus, aside from the reanimation jutsu, he had no interest in time-wasting techniques like the Flying Thunder God or 8 Gates. Orochimaru-sama. Intruders. A bandage-faced Otogekyure ninja, adorned with a musical note on his forehead protector, rushed in and knelt before Orochimaru. I understand. Go intercept them. Orochimaru nodded, showing no intention of moving himself. He naturally wished to test this individual's strength to consider whether to include him as a backup for his reanimation. Yes. Upon entering the underground Otogekyure, Uchiha Ao felt as though he had stepped into a dungeon, with smooth concrete corridors branching out in all directions. Suddenly, a piercing ringing echoed, and figures appeared from all sides. Intruders in Otogekyure die? The leader shouted, brandishing dual blades that gleamed in the light, while steel wires reflected ominously in the darkness. Encircling Ao. Genjutsu? Heh. Uchiha Ao smiled broadly as he listened to the chakra-infused ringing. He opened his eyes behind the mask, revealing a kaleidoscope pattern reminiscent of 3 blades. Under the gaze of these eyes, no genjutsu could prevail. The kaleidoscope's power instantaneously countered and rebounded against the releasing Otogekyure ninja, causing the adolescent boy to stiffen and fall into his own illusion. Subsequently, Ao casually threw a shuriken and swiftly escaped the encirclement, gathering wind chakra around his arm. He unleashed a powerful punch, creating an intense wind pressure. F-ton, gale palm. This punch shattered the meticulously laid concrete floor, walls, and ceiling, sending the group of Otogekyure ninjas crashing to the ground, bloodied and defeated. Heh, Otogekyure ninjas are merely small fry, Ao remarked, observing the fallen ninjas sprawled on the ground. He then immediately dispersed his shadow clones to search the labyrinthine area. Meanwhile, Ao's true form advanced forward. Soon, chaos erupted throughout Otogekyure. Once the shadow clones dispersed, he understood why. The prison housing Orochimaru's experimental subjects had been opened by his clones. However, the commotion was swiftly quelled as a swarm of venomous snakes surged forth, biting the experimental subjects on their thighs and other areas, rendering them unconscious. A massive serpent resembling a python soon appeared before Uchiha Ao, parting its jaws to reveal the iconic figure of Orochimaru. Well, it seems you have no intention of hiding from me. I expected you to be a bit more cautious. Orochimaru boldly stated, exuding confidence in his strength, yet tinged with curiosity. And as a bounty ninja, are you after something of mine? In truth, Uchiha Ao envied Orochimaru, for he epitomized the ultimate survivor in the shinobi world. Thus, he looked at Orochimaru, speaking sparingly, purple mud glue. Instantly, Orochimaru's eyes widened in realization, I see. But why do you believe I possess such material? To this, Uchiha Ao remained silent, fixating his gaze on Orochimaru. After a moment, Orochimaru grew bored and remarked, all right, I do have it, but how do you plan to take it? Do you have confidence from that inconsequential Takigakure and the now-defunct Konoha? Your Flying Thunder God and multiple shadow clone techniques were also borrowed from Konoha, weren't they? Are you from Konoha, or? Uchiha Ao did not intend to respond to Orochimaru's words, for Orochimaru believed he had the upper hand. The identity of Shana and his past achievements were insufficient to intimidate Orochimaru, especially since the tale of his victory over Conan, who wielded 600 billion explosive tags, had not spread. Extending his hand, Ao declared, Orochimaru, hand over the purple mud glue. You are no match for me. Upon hearing such audacious words, Orochimaru was immediately filled with rage and let out a sinister laugh. It seems the Sannin have truly fallen out of favor. Anyone dares to speak to me in such a manner. With that, he raised his finger, and a massive python, as thick as a bowl, emerged from beneath Ao's feet, ensnaring him tightly. Although he is quite an arrogant fellow, his body serves as an exquisite vessel. Orochimaru sneered, now? Allow me to ascertain whether you truly belong to Konoha. With that, he stepped forward and forcefully removed Ao's mask, only to be astonished to find his own face staring back at him. What? This is an illusion. When did this happen? Orochimaru gasped, quickly realizing he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. The colossal serpent binding him was indeed his own. You are no match for me, Orochimaru, Uchiha Ao remarked, observing the spectacle that Orochimaru had been performing ever since he fell under the influence of his genjutsu. Hand over the purple mud, and we may yet collaborate, after all. You wish to exact revenge on Konoha from this very place, do you not? Ao continued. Orochimaru's eyes widened, then softened as he replied in a sinister tone, another avenger. Is it? Very well. Under such circumstances, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. With that, he opened his mouth and expelled a scroll inscribed with the words purple mud. It is truly reassuring to witness Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary three Nin, exhibit such reasonableness. Uchiha Ao mused as he examined the scroll, finding nothing amiss before stowing it away and departing from the Sound Village. Of course, Orochimaru was not being reasonable. The rules of the shinobi world dictate that strength reigns supreme. He recognized the formidable nature of his opponent's genjutsu, thus reluctantly offering this hollow promise as a means of retreat. Yet Orochimaru was mistaken. He was not an avenger. While he once felt trepidation at the thought of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he now harbored not fear, but rather anticipation. After all, those who traverse realms often prefer to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Given the current state of the Uchiha, even if he were to become the strongest within the clan, he could never ascend to the position of clan leader. It would be far more advantageous to allow Itachi to extinguish the entire clan, thereby starting anew as a king. In his heart, Ao mused. With the remnants of the Uchiha, along with the forces from Konoha and the Sound Village, he possessed sufficient strength. Securing the purple mud would ensure the stability of the dragon vein, and at last, he would be positioned to join the ranks of those like Obito and Danzo, sharing in the spoils of the Uchiha legacy. Chapter 58. The artificial tailed beast shell at last. The purple clay was delivered through Shinnong's summoned beast, the diamond parrot. Now, Song had no choice but to wait for Shinnong to complete the artificial tailed beast shell, preparing for the unforeseen eruption 2 years hence on a fateful day involving Itachi. Furthermore, he instructed Shinnong to negotiate a collaboration with the village of Fiziko in advance. Although Fiziko was notoriously insular, this partnership could be likened to the harmonious handshake between Song's left and right hands. When Shinnong cryptically mentioned to Fiziko's Jingshang that he was a subordinate of Uchiha Song, she readily agreed. However, due to the village chief's ongoing presence, the collaboration with Konoha was currently limited to technology and intelligence sharing. Subsequently, Shinnong commenced the production of the tailed beast shell, leveraging resources from both villages and those acquired from the Uchiha clan through dubious means. Over time, despite Fujitaka and the elders within the Uchiha clan turning a blind eye for the sake of Yayue, it was inevitable that Itachi would eventually uncover the subtle traces of their activities. Is that so? It seems that child is up to something. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself after hearing Itachi's words. Yes, but he has disclosed anything to me, and Izumi is also unaware of the situation, Itachi replied, lowering his gaze. Is he preparing for a rebellion against the village? I do not know, Lord Hokage, Itachi responded, his head bowed. Seeing Itachi's demeanor, Sarutobi felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Itachi was barely 11, caught between the village and his family. Yet, as Hokage, He had the duty to safeguard the village's security. Is that so? Itachi, you must resolve to make a decision, Sarutobi said. Upon hearing this, Itachi trembled. And after a prolonged moment, he managed to calm himself enough to say, Lord Hokage, may we discuss this when Sasuke enters the ninja academy? Understanding that Itachi had chosen the village, Sarutobi refrained from pressing too hard, responding, very well. As per our previous agreement, after you complete this task, we shall train Sasuke without bias. How about Kakashi as his guiding jonin? We will ensure he remains unaware of the truth. Yes, thank you, Lord Hokage. Itachi nodded before taking his leave. The more resolute Itachi became, the more composed his outward demeanor appeared. He glanced at the kaleidoscopic Sharingan nestled in the eye socket of the crow perched upon his shoulder, affirming his determination. Brother Shisui, I will fulfill your wish. Had Uchiha been privy to Itachi's thoughts, he would likely have exclaimed, Shisui merely wished to use Kodo Amatsukami to control Fujitaka and prevent a coup. While you intend to annihilate the clan. What, pray tell, are you safeguarding? Itachi-kun, over here. Izumi called cheerfully, bringing along lunch and 3-color dumplings. Kakashi, also an umbu, looked on with envy, remarking, ah, this is youth. Make sure to seize the moment, Itachi. Clearly, he was reminded of Lin and Obito. Ah yes, I understand. I must take my leave now, Kakashi-senpai, Itachi replied, seemingly distracted, unsure how to face Izumi's innocent and lively demeanor. I'm so sorry, Izumi. But I can only choose Sasuke. Unaware of his internal struggle, Izumi approached with a radiant smile, saying, you came early today. Here is your lunch and your reward, the 3-color dumplings. Itachi numbly accepted the dumplings, nodding, thank you, Izumi. With his resolve solidified, he would at least ensure that she experienced a life of illusory happiness through Tsukuyami. Half a year later, the Akatsuki, now operating discreetly, was in a phase of accumulating funds, making it impractical to spend money hiring him. However, Kakuzu and Haiden had learned that the individual who had once taken 3 lives from Kakuzu and had deceived Haiden had joined their ranks, seeking him out several times. Naturally, with the current dynamics, Kakuzu and Haiden's initial meeting could not yield any advantage for them against Song. At the very least, Kakuzu's speed would not allow him to leisurely perform the blood ritual in the presence of Haiden. In the original narrative, he had often wondered why the onlookers would simply wait for Haiden to complete the ritual, even if they were unfamiliar with him. Nevertheless, these details were of little consequence. For after subduing Shinnon, Uchiha Song made his inaugural visit to the base of the Sky Ninjas, a vast aerial Angkor-style fortress, exuding Southeast Asian aesthetics. Welcome, my lord, Shinnon greeted. Bowing slightly in anticipation, Song surveyed the stone-constructed aerial stronghold and inquired, is it truly airborne? Have you completed the zero-tail technique? Shinnon shook his head, no. I have devoted most of my time to your artificial-tailed beast shell. While I have made some progress with zero-tail, it is far from being operational. I see. Show me what you have, Song replied, nodding non-committally. Shinnon instructed a few Sky Ninjas to bring forth a massive scroll, towering at the height of a person. Song unfurled it, observing the intricate designs that adorned its surface. After biting his finger to draw blood, he performed a series of hand seals and pressed his palm against the scroll. Summoning technique, release. With a puff of white smoke, a somewhat abstract, purple-black, clay-like entity materialized before him, standing over 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, devoid of any discernible shape. Shinnon explained, you may shape it as you wish. Once the dragon vein is sealed within, its form will become fixed. Ah, there is a sculpting phase as well, Song mused. He realized he would need to carry it like Gaara, necessitating a portable design. Perhaps a gourd shape? That might seem rather derivative of Gaara, Song pondered, grappling with his indecision as he sat in contemplation of the most aesthetically pleasing form. Noticing the perspiration forming on Shinnon's brow, he recognized that his lord was displaying a rather childlike demeanor at this moment. My lord, please take your time to think. I have other duties to attend to. Disregarding Shinnon's thoughts, Song finally arrived at a decision after an hour or two. Since this is called a dragon vein, let us shape it like a dragon. How magnificent it would be to carry it like the king of the broad eyes. Song thought, immediately rising to take action. Thus, he formed hand seals, summoning dozens of shadow clones to assist in molding the large mass of black-purple clay. The passing Sky Ninjas watched in astonishment as the one who had commanded Shinnon's loyalty engaged in this playful endeavor. Through the keen observation afforded by the Sharingan and the dexterity of a ninja's hands, Song, with the help of his numerous shadow clones, successfully sculpted a vivid representation of a celestial dragon. Pleased with his handiwork, Song nodded and returned the creation to the scroll. Provide me with a flying apparatus. I wish to experience the sensation of being a flying ninja, he declared, recognizing the utility of the Sky Ninjas. Yes, my lord, several Sky Ninjas affirmed, promptly bringing forth a set of aircraft-like flying devices. As Song listened to the Sky Ninjas' explanations, he learned that these contraptions operated on chakra power, meaning that prolonged flight would leave the Sky Ninjas nearly depleted of chakra to perform ninjutsu. After all, no Sky Ninja wished to plummet to the ground, chakra exhausted, and meet a fatal end. Chapter 59. the spirit beast of the dragon vein, even after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The conflict between Sunagakure and Kirigakure persisted unabated. After all, these two villages, among the weakest in strength, found it easier to clash with one another than to contend with more formidable foes. However, the protracted warfare had drained both sides of their resources, with Sunagakure already impoverished, suffering greatly. Consequently, Raza resolved to seek peace with Kirigakure. As anticipated, the long-standing animosities made it impossible for those led by Yakumo to agree to a ceasefire. And Kirigakure even demanded that Yakumo must die before they would consider halting hostilities. Weighing the pros and cons, Raza deemed that the advancement of the village outweighed the sacrifice of a single prodigious ninja. Thus, he issued a direct command to Yakumo, instructing her to lead negotiations with Kirigakure, while simultaneously assigning her an undercover mission to assassinate her counterpart. Unbeknownst to Yakumo, this plan immediately reminded her of Uchiha Ao's earlier orders to her. Resolute in her decision, she concluded that it was time to defect. Yakumo, take your time preparing and say your goodbyes to Koyan, remarked one of the accompanying ninjas, his expression unchanged yet his words laden with implication. Yakumo cast a calm glance in his direction and nodded. Indeed, I shall. She recognized that Koyan would never condone her defection. Thus she had no intention of bringing her apprentice along. I need to leave the village for a while. I will depart once I return, Yakumo stated. The other ninjas did not oppose her. After all, as the second strongest in Sunagakure, her affairs were of considerable significance. And if she were to perish at the hands of her own, they would be more lenient. With a nod, Yakumo swiftly exited the village, making her way towards the Lulan tribe. At that moment, Uchiha Ao had just arrived at the Lulan tribe. Sarah, glancing at the man she had not seen in half a year, chuckled, I thought you would not come. Are you jesting? I never abandon my objectives unless they lose all significance, Uchiha Ao replied. Let us proceed to the dragon vein. Very well, Sarah said, embracing her daughter before standing to remind him, do not forget your previous promise. She could only prompt him thus, for ordinary individuals held no power against ninjas. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements, Uchiha Ao assured her, referring to Yakumo. That is good, I shall trust you this once. Previously, Sarah had received 2 million ryo from Ao, significantly improving the living conditions of her people. But it was not long before Sunagakure learned of this and forcibly seized many of their possessions. The original intent of Sunagakure was to render the Lulan remnants unable to survive, thereby compelling them to sell the dragon vein willingly, which only fueled Sarah's hatred towards them. Accompanied by Sarah, they departed the Lulan tribe, arriving at the ancient stone structure that sealed the dragon vein. Sarah formed hand seals once more, exclaiming, swiftly as the law commands. The dragon vein began to stir with renewed vigor. At that moment, Uchiha Ao unfurled a scroll, towering as tall as a man, and bit his finger to form seals. He then clapped his hands against the scroll, declaring, summoning technique, release. A vivid, purple-black divine dragon materialized amidst a billow of white smoke. Rising to his feet, he swiftly formed 46 seals before finally clapping his hands together, exclaiming, 9 turns 8 trigrams sealing technique, release. A deafening roar erupted as a tremendous wave of chakra surged forth, shaking the entire stone structure as if it might collapse at any moment. Hey, if you intend to collect it, now is the time, Sarah shouted. Less chit-chat. Uchiha Ao sensed that the dragon vein lacked the consciousness of a tailed beast. It was merely a pure aggregation of chakra. Thus, he formed seals once more, using the 9 turns 8 trigrams sealing technique to encase the dragon vein within an artificial tailed beast shell, as if drawing water from a pump. As the chakra flowed into the tailed beast shell, the dragon, initially purple-black, transformed into a resplendent golden hue. It trembled and swayed, adjusting to its new form, occasionally scratching its head and floor with its claws, even flicking its tail. Is this truly the dragon vein? Sarah asked, unable to believe her eyes as she observed the imposing yet somewhat endearing creature. No wonder your Lulan can control the dragon vein. It appears devoid of consciousness. Uchiha Ao realized, understanding how the character claiming to be in Lushan in the theatrical version could wield the power of the dragon vein. Raising his hand, the dragon vein instinctively responded to his movements, levitating as it coiled around him. Since the dragon vein lacks awareness, it will instinctively obey my commands through the summoning contract? Excellent. Uchiha Ao nodded, allowing the dragon vein to wrap around his left arm as if it were a part of his armor, letting out a bestial growl. With a mental command, the dragon vein commenced supplying chakra into his body, continuing until he instructed it to cease. Uchiha Ao was reluctant to become the host for the dragon vein primarily due to the fatal consequences faced by hosts when tailed beasts were extracted. He could not tolerate such peril. Moreover, acquiring the dragon vein as a summoning beast would grant him formidable combat power. So this is the dragon vein? Sarah observed with a complex expression as the foundation of Lulan fell into the hands of an outsider. Although she had long since relinquished hope of utilizing the dragon vein to restore her nation, her emotions remained conflicted. Uchiha Ao perceived the nuance in her gaze and remarked, do not dwell on it. This was never meant to belong to you. To be frank, it is astonishing that you survived the Warring States period before the fourth Hokage sealed the dragon vein. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of chakra possessed by Madara and Hashirama back then. Sarah, stirred from her reverie by Ao's words, huffed. No need for your concern. What now? Not wishing to tease her further, Uchiha Ao replied directly, rest assured, our people will arrive shortly. Upon returning to the Lulan tribe with Sarah, Yakumo indeed arrived amidst the vigilant gazes of the tribe's inhabitants, accompanied by a convoy of carriages. My lord, everything is prepared. Yakumo stated upon seeing Ao. Noticing the scar on her forehead protector, Uchiha Ao understood that she had defected, indicating that Sunagakure was indeed preparing for peace talks with Kirigakure. Yes, you have defected, correct? Then follow me. I will ensure your arrangements are made. Yes, I shall obey your command, my lord. Yakumo nodded and then directed the cart convoy to assist the Lulan remnants in gathering their belongings. As the second strongest ninja in Sunagakure, Yakumo possessed her own influence and assets, including several commoners who were her vassals, akin to the puppet master Sasori, who had subordinates providing him with intelligence. Chapter 60. Eliminate the pursuers. The remnants of Lulan have always been under the watchful eye of Sunagakure, and ever since Uchiha Ao intervened, Yukura volunteered to fulfill his directive to protect the Lulan people. Now, he found himself in a situation akin to guarding against theft, easily deceiving several lower and middle-ranking ninjas he encountered along the way. Soon, after nearly a day's journey, the caravan reached the shores of the Land of Wind. This locale was one of the few economically prosperous areas within the Land of Wind, with its port bustling with goods from various nations. However, due to ongoing conflicts with Kirigakure, trade routes had become perilous. Had it not been for the chaos within Kirigakure, the Land of Wind would have been rendered impoverished by severed trade lines. Lord Yukura, this is the fleet of Itujuru, which can transport your people across. A middle-aged merchant said, bowing deeply before Yukura, showing no sign of disrespect despite her being considerably younger. Indeed, ensure their safe passage to the Land of Waves. And your mission will be complete, Yukura nodded, then turned to Uchiha Ao and inquired, is this acceptable, my lord? Yes, Ao affirmed with a nod, addressing Sarah. The Land of Waves has no ninjas. Though small, it is sufficient for your sustenance. Even if there are underworld elements, your strength will suffice for self-defense. Sarah gazed at the unfamiliar coastline, feeling the sea breeze caress her face. Is that so? How splendid, she remarked, suddenly perceiving the exchange of the dragon vein for her kin's future as a worthwhile endeavor. She found herself regarding Ao more favorably and asked, what about you? Me? Should you still be concerned for my well-being? Uchiha Ao scoffed, rest assured, I will visit when time permits. After all, you are the heroine of this narrative. Then it's settled, Sarah replied, albeit confused by his mention of a heroine in a narrative. Thus, hundreds of Lulan remnants boarded the fleet, setting sail for distant shores. Yukura, when do you think Sunagakure will discover your defection? Yukura pondered before responding, perhaps in a day or two. The village is eager to conclude the ongoing conflicts with Kirigakure. Very well, then let us proceed to Fuzaku village. With this, Fuzaku can claim the lineage of the Shikutten bloodline, Uchiha Ao stated. He then contemplated whether Yukura's Shikutten was a hereditary trait or a skill developed independently, akin to the Doton of a Wagakure. My Shikutten? It is my own research, Yukura replied. It is through this ability that I stand as the second strongest in Sunagakure. Even the magnetic release of Rasha and the missing third are not hereditary, but rather acquired skills, similar to a Wagakure's Doton. I see. Then why not pass it on to your apprentice, Koyomi? Yukura sighed. Koyomi is hardly the image of a ninja. Her talents and chakra affinity are insufficient for mastering Shikutten. Uchiha Ao nodded in understanding, placing a reassuring hand on Yukura's shoulder. You must not let the Shikutten legacy fade. Also, please provide me with Rasha's cells. Of course. Yukura produced a small glass vial containing a piece of flesh immersed in nutrient fluid. Perhaps Shinra can create an artificial human capable of utilizing magnetic release, Uchiha Ao mused. Days later, Sunagakure announced Yukura's defection. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, incredulous, believed they were merely unwilling to surrender Yukura and dispatched Koyomi, Yukura's apprentice, to search for her mentor alongside Kirigakure's forces. Quickly, they obtained information from Itujuru, the terrified merchant who promptly divulged that Yukura had taken the Lulan remnants to the Land of Waves. He also handed over a note Yukura had left for him. Upon opening it, Koyomi recognized her master's handwriting, which chastised Sunagakure and Kirigakure, revealing that she was aware of their schemes and had chosen to betray Sunagakure, proposing a rendezvous for confrontation. Master, how could this be? She must have been deceived. Koyomi exclaimed incredulously to the accompanying ninjas. Silence. Sacrifice for the village is a ninja's duty, one Nin retorted, then turned to Kirigakure's forces. It seems intelligence has been compromised. Why not join us in eliminating this traitor? Kirigakure, eager to dispose of Yukura, readily agreed. No. I cannot bring myself to harm my master. Koyomi protested vehemently before fleeing, intent on seeking help from Nin allied with Yukura, while Sunagakure's forces paid her no mind. After all, Koyomi was merely a genin, Yukura's failure to take her along signified that she was of no concern to her former mentor. Thus, the combined forces of Tsunagekyu's ANBU and Kirigakyu's ANBU, totaling over 50, gathered. The location Yukura had designated was a desiccated riverbed plain at the border of the Land of Wind. Uchiha Ao and Yukura awaited their arrival. "Look, your kin have come to find you," Uchiha Ao remarked. "Humph, they are not kin. They are enemies," Yukura retorted coldly. "My lord, allow me to eliminate them." "Very well. I am eager to witness the power of Shikuden. However, I shall handle Kirigakyu's forces," Ao replied. Together, they approached the joint squad. "Yukura, you scoundrel! How dare you betray the village?" The Tsunagakure captain bellowed. "Silence. The true traitors need not be named. I never imagined you would unite in your pursuit of me. Splendid. Let us settle both new and old grievances." At that moment, Kirigakure interjected, pointing at Uchiha Ao. "That boy. Are you also an ally of this traitor? Very well. Let the Blood Mist village send you to your graves. They do not recognize me?" Uchiha Ao was taken aback, having believed himself somewhat renowned in the ninja world. Evidently, he had overestimated his fame. "My lord, be cautious," Yukura warned before charging toward her Tsunagakure compatriots. Several blazing fireballs, akin to miniature suns, materialized around Yukura, their intense heat capable of vaporizing a person in an instant. Shikuden, over vaporization. The battle rages fiercely, with the umbu of the mist surrounding Uchiha Ao, drawing their blades with intent. "You brought this upon yourself by opposing the Land of Blood Mist." For umbu leap from the skies, blades poised to strike. Uchiha Ao simply watches as they descend, casually tossing a shuriken into the air. At the moment their blades are about to meet him, his figure abruptly vanishes. To the eyes of the mist ninjas, Uchiha Ao seemed to disappear in an instant, only to reappear amidst them the next second. With a swift rotation of his legs, he delivers a powerful kick, snapping the necks of all four and sending them flying. "What is happening? Trap him with the mist technique. Everyone, follow my lead." The mist team leader shouts, urging his comrades into action. Mist technique. A dozen mist ninjas expel a dense white fog, a notorious assassination jutsu from the early days of the Hokage that even Kakashi has fallen victim to, effectively obscuring the vision of the Sharingan. Uchiha Ao remains still, gripping the shuriken, when suddenly a mist ninja lunges at him from behind. Once again, at the moment of contact, Uchiha Ao's figure vanishes, only to reappear instantly. The shuriken pierces the ninja's heart, dropping him to the ground. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Ao evades danger and swiftly eliminates foes. Testing his reflexes in the process, the mist realizes they are no match for him. The mist captain exclaims, "This won't work. This guy is too fast. Let us use a large-scale jutsu to take him down." Understood. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A chorus of mist ninjas inflate their throats and unleash terrifying spheres of water toward him. "Is this all you've got? How dull," Uchiha Ao remarks. Observing as the water spheres disperse the mist, he channels the power of the dragon veins swirling in his left hand, intending to let them experience the sensation of infinite chakra. The dragon vein complies with its master's will, pouring chakra into Uchiha Ao's body. He leaps into the air, hands forming seals as he proclaims, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." He unleashes a brilliant, lava-like fire technique against the oncoming water spheres, resulting in a clash that evaporates a significant volume of water vapor. How can this kid possess such a terrifying amount of chakra? Just as the words escape, a shrill scream pierces the air, echoed by others in the vicinity. As the steam dissipates, Uchiha Ao is seen extracting a shuriken from the back of the last mist ninja. His advance was not merely to create steam but to memorize their positions, allowing him to employ the Flying Thunder God for a direct assassination, while he could have used Susanoo to eliminate them. Uchiha Ao had primarily utilized the Manjiki for Genjutsu before obtaining the Eternal Manjiki. "My lord, it's done." At that moment, Yukura reports, her surroundings littered with the lifeless bodies of Tsunagakure shinobi. Uchiha Ao casts a fleeting glance and remarks, truly deserving of being the second strongest of Tsunagakure. "Let us be off. Now they won't dare to pursue you openly, even if they issue a bounty." Chapter 61. Yetsong of Fusic Village in Fusic Village. Yetsong gazed upon this small ninja settlement and felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Given her prowess, her presence in this village indeed felt impressive. She was a shinobi from Tsunagakure and had now joined Fusic Village. Uchiha Tsong introduced her to the village chief and Shizuka. "Please take care of her," he said. Yetsong nodded in acknowledgement. The village chief looked at Uchiha Tsong and remarked, "You truly live up to your reputation. I initially thought you were sent by Konoha, but it appears that is not the case. The current ninja world is quite perplexing. Rest assured, chief, I will assist Shizuka in transforming Fusic Village into a formidable stronghold." Uchiha Tsong replied with a smile. Shizuka nodded, brimming with confidence. "Well, although I am uncertain how you managed to recruit the illustrious Yetsong, it seems Shizuka has indeed struck lucky," the village chief declared before turning and heading back to his quarters. Uchiha Tsong smirked and said to Shizuka, "Let Yetsong serve as the head of our village's umbu. For now, we must keep her presence a secret from outsiders, or else Konoha may come seeking trouble. Shizuka quickly nodded. Understood, Songkuen. She then addressed Yetsong. I look forward to your guidance, Lady Yetsong. By the way, I recall Shizuka possesses wind and fire chakra attributes. Yetsong, do you think she is suitable? Indeed, I shall assess her, Yetsong replied, observing the young girl, who barely reached her shoulders. She appeared quite clever and hopefully more talented than her own apprentice, Koyan from Sunagakure. Next, Yetsong approached Fu, the host of the Seven Tails, nearly 5 years old. Fu had almost perfected her role as a Jinchuriki. The Seven Tails, Shomei, was acutely aware of her abilities. Sangdano! Fu exclaimed, leaping onto Uchiha-san like a playful monkey. Her lively demeanor was becoming more apparent. In the original narrative, she had established a flawless partnership with the Seven Tails from a young age. And now it was even more evident. Let us see how well you have trained, Uchiha-san said, grasping her waist and lifting her up. Hiki, just watch me. Fu grinned, and in an instant, a surge of powerful tailed beast chakra erupted, sprouting a pair of insect-like wings from her back and antennae from her forehead, allowing her to break free from Tsong's grasp. Apologies, Sangdano, but I have surpassed you, she declared, transforming into your tailed beast form. I see, Uchiha-san murmured, observing her transformation and acknowledging her strength. Now, allow me to introduce you to my new summoning beast. With a wave of his hand, the golden divine dragon on his left arm stirred to life, exuding a formidable chakra that clashed with Fu's. Wow, Shomei, what is this? Fu asked, her curiosity piqued by the immense chakra she had never encountered before. Even the Seven Tails took a moment to recognize it, manifesting its face with chakra to regard the dragon. Could this peculiar chakra be the dragon vein? Indeed, Uchiha-san affirmed, you recognize the dragon vein? It's only natural, given the ancient history of tailed beasts. The Seven Tails observed the dragon and remarked, I recall that this creature was summoned to the ninja world through some space-time ninjutsu long ago. The Sage of Six Paths referred to it as a lost child and advised us to ignore it. Space-time ninjutsu summoning? Uchiha-san pondered, glancing between the Seven Tails and the dragon, contemplating the implications. The name Dragon Vein certainly bore a distinct Chinese influence, and the incantation used by the Queen of Lulan, urgently as the law commands, was unprecedented in the ninja realm. Could it be a mere coincidence? Uchiha-san thought, recalling the modern weaponry on Pain's Azura Path, which was also a form of summoning from another world. This meant that while the Azura Path launched missiles, unfortunate overseers in that world would find their arsenal mysteriously depleted. Ah, but that bears little relevance to me now. Uchiha-san shook his head, dismissing the odd thought. Care to test your skills against my dragon vein? Hee. I wouldn't mind, but are you certain? Its chakra rivals mine. If we unleash our full strength, this village may not survive the encounter. Shomei chuckled ominously. How dull. Uchiha-san sighed, retracting the dragon vein. Fusic Village was one of his designated territories. He could not allow its destruction. The Seven Tails withdrew its chakra form, finally allowing Fu to speak. Hey, why won't you let me talk? Uchiha-san's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly grabbed Fu, tossing her onto the ground. Fu, you must not focus solely on mastering your tailed beast mode. You must also refine your ninjutsu and taijutsu. The immense chakra advantage of a tailed beast Jinchuriki should not be squandered. Ouch, you truly are Sangdano, Fu exclaimed, though her discomfort was overshadowed by excitement. Were you serious just now? I wouldn't take you so seriously, Uchiha-san replied, patting her head. Once Shinnong produced the Zero Tails, combined with his dragon vein and the chakra of the Seven Tails, he would be more than equipped. Is that so? But once I fully unlock the tailed beast mode, I will surely best you, Sangdano. Ah, ambitious, are we, Fu? He understood her character well. In the original story, her dream was to make 100 friends, though she met misfortune soon after leaving her village. At that moment, Yetsong entered and observed Fu's ease with the tailed beast, her surprise evident. Is it truly this effortless for a Jinchuriki? Yetsong, hailing from Sunagakure, was aware that the current Jinchuriki there, Gaara, had a far more volatile temperament than the Seven Tails, compounded by the presence of the erratic Raza. Thus, Gaara's situation in Sunagakure was quite unfortunate. Who are you? Fu inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar tall woman. This is Yetsong. She will be your partner and your teacher. Teacher? Is she even more powerful than Kumiko-sensei? Fu asked, skeptical. Kumiko-sensei? Yetsong's gaze flickered to the side, spotting a well-groomed woman in her 20s, dressed in the uniform of Fusic Village, kneeling nearby. From her chakra alone, Yetsong could tell she was merely an average jonin. Shizuka, ever polite, addressed the jonin who had accompanied her since childhood. Thank you for your service, but the responsibility of teaching Fu now falls to Lady Yetsong. Understood. As the second strongest in the village after the chief, Kumiko was acquainted with Yetsong, who seemed dismissive of the lower-tier ninjas from this small village. Truth be told, had she not been manipulated by Jinjutsu to serve Uchiha-san like Yetsong, she would have preferred to become a rogue ninja rather than join this place. Chapter 62, Preparations Before Annihilation. Thus, 2 years passed, and at long last, Uchiha Ao arrived at a moment he had once dreaded but now eagerly anticipated. However, before Itachi made his move, he received an invitation to engage in a spar at the place where they had once trained under Shursui. Uchiha Ao naturally did not refuse and made his way there, having already established an escape route within the village to ensure a swift getaway in any unforeseen circumstance. Upon arrival, it appeared that Itachi was alone, seated on a tree stump, clad in his umbu attire, his countenance somber as he seemed lost in thought. "Ao, you've come," Itachi said, standing to bow apologetically. Uchiha Ao waved his hands dismissively. No, I'm merely surprised. I didn't expect you to invite me. I thought your umbu duties would keep you quite busy." Itachi's expression darkened momentarily. "It's nothing. After Shursui's passing. It has been a while since we've had a proper spar, so I wanted to challenge you earnestly." Though Ao had trained with Itachi since childhood, he sensed the gravity in Itachi's demeanor this time. The youthful visage he once knew was now replaced by sharp, defined features, resembling the Itachi of his memories. The two exchanged shuriken, creating sparks in the air. There were no grand offensive jutsu at play, and Ao didn't even employ his flying thunder god technique. They were merely testing their foundational skills. After a dozen exchanges, a shuriken from Itachi sliced through Ao's sleeve, prompting him to retreat swiftly. As expected of Itachi, "It seems my fundamentals still lag behind yours." Itachi did not pursue but replied with a calm demeanor, "That is only natural. You have spent these years delving into ninjutsu, so it is only reasonable that your fundamentals have suffered." Typically, Itachi would have eased off at this point, but he immediately resumed his stance, indicating his desire to continue. "Itachi, are you serious?" Ao inquired, observing the three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's resolute gaze. "Yes, I wish to ascertain just how much our strengths differ." Itachi nodded. "Do not hold back, give it your all." In his heart, Ao mused, "Is he intent on gauging my strength before the clan's annihilation? Itachi truly is cunning. Very well, I shall indulge you." With a nod, Itachi watched as Ao flung several shuriken to various points in the battlefield, already accustomed to the maneuver. Promptly noting their locations. "Is that technique of flying thunder god yours, Ao? Or is it someone else's?" Itachi pondered inwardly. Having long suspected that the bounty ninja who had defeated 5 jounin without inflicting serious injuries was none other than Ao. After all, Itachi was aware that Ao had created a reverse summoning technique akin to flying thunder god that required no seals. However, Itachi refrained from disclosing this information to the village. On one hand, he believed he lacked evidence. If he spoke out, the village would demand an explanation, leading to potential rebellion, especially from Uchiha hate. On the other hand, Ao's restraint in not severely injuring or killing Akatsuki indicated that he had no intentions of opposing the village. With his Manjikyu Sharingan, Itachi was confident he would not be defeated. After all, Ao was a friend. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret as a remnant of his conscience towards his friend. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Ao, Itachi's thoughts were intricate, but even if he were aware, it would matter little. After all, what could he achieve by informing the third Hokage? He had already established a sufficient independent force outside the village. It must be said that human desires accumulate gradually. Initially, Ao merely wished to evade the clan's destruction. Then he yearned to escape with his family. Following that, he desired to thrive within the ninja world after fleeing. Now, his ambitions escalated to contending for the power of the Sage of Six Paths with Obito and Madara, vowing never to be subjugated in the ninja realm. Having completed his shuriken arrangements, he hurled 3 shuriken at different angles, his figure flickering amidst them. Catch him. If only I could use Amaterasu, Itachi thought, seizing the opportunity to draw his straight ninja blade and slashing forward. In an instant, Ao's left hand flung a shuriken behind him, disappearing just in time to evade the strike, only to reappear and deflect Itachi's blade. Next, his right hand crackled with lightning as he thrust toward Itachi's chest. Caw, 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 a cacophony of crows erupted, and Ao realized his lightning cutter had merely shredded 2 crow clones. Crow substitution quite impressive. When was he replaced? The gathered crows transformed back into Itachi's form, who remarked, "Indeed, Ao, your combination of flying thunder god and lightning cutter is extraordinarily potent. These techniques, by nature, are incredibly swift, and coupled with the Sharingan, they allow you to target accurately. Your strength has surely surpassed that of a jounin." "Heh, Itachi, are you not the same? You seem particularly earnest today. What is the reason?" Uchiha Ao inquired, feigning ignorance. Of course, it is because Itachi began but faltered, unable to voice the truth of potentially plotting against him. "Enough of this hesitation. It is not like you. Let us continue." "Very well. Is it so? You lack confidence in defeating him?" The third Hokage remarked upon hearing Itachi's report. "No, with these eyes, I can." Uchiha Itachi responded resolutely, observing Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of unease, yet he was immensely relieved, for both Itachi and Shursui were unwaveringly loyal to the village. "Out of respect for you, I shall not interfere." "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama." In his heart, Uchiha Itachi wished to shoulder the burden of this impending atrocity himself. Yet he knew full well that his current strength could not annihilate an entire clan single-handedly. Thus, after meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he promptly sought out another individual, Tobi, who called himself Uchiha Madara. Gazing at the masked figure before him, Itachi felt an unsettling discomfort, but he could not voice his concerns. After all, following the clan's massacre, his mission was to infiltrate the organization known as Akatsuki as a spy. So, have you encountered a formidable opponent? Tobi inquired in a low voice, holding great interest in both Itachi and this enigmatic Ao. Nothing of the sort. Ao is indeed a genius, but lacking these eyes, he is no match for me, Itachi stated, fixing his gaze on Tobi, as if contemplating how to thwart the plans of this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Oh, fret not. I am here to assist you. After all, I must understand the opponent that has you so worried. Tobi shrugged, suggesting no ulterior motives. Though he and Danzo had their sights set on Uchiha Heide's eyes, leaving only to see who would seize the opportunity. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Tobi suddenly ceased his laughter, stating, Danzo has issued a command to our Akatsuki organization. We shall act in 3 days. Truly, the benefactor reigns supreme. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a tightening in his chest. Understood, I shall prepare at once. Chapter 63. The transcription seal for survival. Upon parting from Itachi, Uchiha Ao hurriedly rushed home, his heart racing with an amalgam of excitement, tension, and perhaps fear. He could hardly discern his own emotions, feeling his heart pound fervently. Ah, welcome back, Ao Yatsuki. His mother, who was occupied with household chores, raised an eyebrow at his frantic demeanor. Mom, where's Izumi? He inquired. She's in her room, Yatsuki replied, slightly puzzled. Never mind, one at a time, Ao sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He approached Yatsuki, his gaze fixed intently on her, and said, Mom, come here for a moment. I wish to see your eyes. What are you up to now, child? Uchiha Yatsuki asked, bemused, yet she did not refuse. Instead, she graciously revealed her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, adorned with a 6-pointed star pattern. Gazing at the eyes that were intricately linked to his own bloodline, Ao sensed an insatiable yearning within his own eyes, a primal desire for evolution that the kaleidoscope Sharingan inherently possessed. By consuming the ocular power of this pair, he could attain a higher level of mastery. Yet, he had no intention of seizing his mother's eyes. Instead, he unveiled his own Manjiki Sharingan, which began to whirl, transforming into a pattern reminiscent of fan blades. Ao, your eyes, yours, Yatsuki exclaimed in astonishment, rising instinctively. However, Ao swiftly formed hand seals and commanded, transcription seal. In that moment, the essence of his Manjiki Sharingan was directly inscribed into Yatsuki's right eye. The transcription seal was one of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, enabling the practitioner to store ocular jutsu within another's eyes, setting specific conditions for its automatic release. For instance, on the original timeline, Itachi had inscribed Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes, allowing it to activate upon Sasuke witnessing Obito's true face. Though Obito evaded this fate due to the activation of his Anaji, Itachi's cunning remained commendable, managing to outsmart Obito even posthumously. Uchiha Ao had configured the release condition of his technique to activate when Yatsuki was gravely injured and on the verge of death, rewriting the grim reality of her peril. This served as a safeguard against the untimely activation of her ocular techniques. Suddenly, blood trickled from Ao's left eye, prompting him to cover it hastily. The reason he used his left eye was that, despite possessing only one ocular technique, its effects differed from Obito's Kamui. His right eye altered external realities, while his left eye reshaped his own reality. Yatsuki, alarmed, rushed to wipe his tears of blood and asked earnestly, Ao, have you awakened your Manjiki? Mom, I must tell you something. You must believe me. Yes, I will trust you, for you are my child, Yatsuki nodded. Itachi has sided with the village and will soon collaborate with them to eradicate the Uchiha clan in a bid to prevent a coup, Ao stated coolly, gazing intently at Yatsuki. True to form, even with her son's declaration, Yatsuki regarded him with an expression that suggested she wondered if he had been affected by his Manjiki. Ao, think again. Could it be that the 8th and the members of the Uchiha Elder Council have defected to the village? Besides, does the village possess the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Seeing the concern etched on Yatsuki's face, Ao suspected that, had he not possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, she would have surely assumed he was under an illusion. It was futile, after all. Who would believe that a mere 13-year-old could possess the power to obliterate the foremost clan of Konoha? Furthermore, he was the son of Fugaku, the clan leader and the next in line to lead. Yet, observing Ao's earnest demeanor, she eventually acquiesced. All right, even if this is a prank, I shall indulge you this once. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Ao, what did you just do to me? It's the transcription seal. I have inscribed my Manjiki technique. The 8 directions, within your eyes, Ao explained, astonished that his mother, as a Manjiki bearer, was unaware of the transcription seal. She truly seemed indifferent to such matters. Consider it akin to the effects of Izanaji. If your ocular technique cannot activate in time, and you find yourself facing death, it will trigger automatically. Understood, Mom. Yatsuki nodded solemnly, then seemed to recall something else, asking, can Itachi do such a thing? Of course, for he too has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. and the village has hired others to assist in confronting us. This revelation left Yatsuki astounded, not due to the village's collaboration against the Uchiha, but rather from the realization that her son's Mangeki was not an isolated phenomenon. When had the Uchiha clan amassed so many Mangeki? Should I inform Izumi? If this is true, it is far too perilous for her to be near Itachi right now, Yatsuki remarked. Ao shook his head firmly. Before Itachi makes a move, he will not reveal any vulnerabilities. Moreover, Izumi cannot evade this, he added, intensifying the brilliance of his Mangeki. Izumi must confront this. It is her singular opportunity to awaken her Mangeki Sharingan, and even you, Mom, must be prepared to sacrifice for her. Yatsuki's countenance, still imbued with grace, reflected her inner turmoil. She would not hesitate to sacrifice for Izumi. Even without such a safeguard, however, she was reluctant to subject Izumi to such a harrowing experience. She well understood Izumi's affection for Itachi. The girl had even discreetly inquired how a mother should act as a wife. Should Izumi witness Itachi's betrayal, her love would surely transform into profound hatred. Furthermore, Yatsuki felt that her presence alone sufficed. There was no necessity for Ao to engage in such perilous endeavors. However, Uchiha Ao shook his head resolutely. No, I must be involved. After all, Izumi's Mangeki was my plan, and I must contribute something. Of course, he did not voice the latter part of his thoughts. Well, after Izumi falls asleep, I must inscribe the transcription seal upon her. This is the first time I've expended so much ocular power, he mused. Noticing the blood tears that Ao had failed to wipe away, Yatsuki cautioned, Ao, do not exhaust your ocular power excessively. It will diminish your vision. Ao nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Mom, but I have devised a method to mitigate this side effect. Yatsuki's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, is there such a method? Yes. The legendary Uchiha Madara attained an eternal Mangeki Sharingan after merging with his blood-related brother, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Ao sat upright, feigning a casual demeanor as he spoke to Yatsuki. But that is merely a legend. However, if it were true, at least our family could muster a pair of eyes that would never succumb to blindness, wouldn't it? Yatsuki gazed at him and then suddenly broke into a warm smile. Oh, that would be splendid. I must remind Izumi to safeguard her eyes. But you, young man, must take responsibility for protecting both me and Izumi, understood? Yatsuki playfully clamped Ao's head under her arm, gently ruffling his hair with a chuckle. Oh dear mother. Your mood swings are rather drastic, Ao remarked, fully aware that Yatsuki was intentionally lightening the atmosphere, and he gladly played along. Since you're already aware, hurry along now. Seal your ocular technique within Izumi's eyes, Yatsuki feigned a petulant tone. Aren't you worried that this legend might be false? Pfft. You think I don't know you? I've even come to believe that Itachi would eradicate his own family. What is there that I cannot accept? Now go. As she spoke, she playfully swatted him on the backside. Thus, Song trotted into the room of Quan, only to discover that this fellow was actually dozing off. Well, it is fortunate. I was initially planning to use an illusion to make you forget about the transcribing seal I had bestowed upon you. But now it has become quite simple. Uchiha Song remarked, gently parting her delicate eyelids to reveal the orbs within. Transcribing seal. Chapter 64. The Night of Annihilation. The kaleidoscope of Izumi in the dark of night, with the wind howling and the moon high, it was a time for slaughter and arson. Although Itachi did not intend to set fire to anything, it was evident that he would take many lives tonight, including those of his friends, family, and loved ones. Clad in the garb of the Umbu, Itachi perched himself on a street lamp, while the masked figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara, Obito, stood beside him. Well then, how about a last glance before we choose our spots? Shall I take the west? Obito chuckled, knowing that the west was where So's home lay. Clearly intending to acquire the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi shot him a fierce glare, retorting, that is my destination. You should go elsewhere. He felt a strong urge to prevent the eyes of Hazuki from falling into the hands of this so-called Madara, who clearly harbored no good intentions towards Konoha. Furthermore, he wished to bear the burden of killing his friends and loved ones himself. Oh, how terrifying. Very well, I shall head to the other side, Obito replied, his form dissipating into thin air. Yet, he had no intention of relinquishing the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He merely wished to avoid trivial banter with Itachi. He knew that Danzo would eventually demand the eyes from him, and at that time, he would take action against Danzo. Itachi then leapt to the western side of the clan grounds, only to be met by two guards, Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Iga, both elite jonin. Itachi, returning so late? You should head inside. Uchiha Hakadai waved his hand dismissively, appearing bored. Forgive me, Itachi murmured as he regarded the two staunch supporters of the clan's coup. Suddenly, he drew his sword, swiftly severing their throats. What? Have you gone mad? They gasped, but in an instant, both Uchiha Jonin fell before him, unable to activate their Sharingan in time. Shaking the blood from his hands, Itachi turned to see two passing elderly Uchiha civilians, who, upon witnessing his act of murder, were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Itachi threw two shuriken, ensuring their swift demise. The chaos of Itachi's slaughter soon awakened many Uchiha civilians. Yet the majority attempted to flee only to be met with deadly blows from the root and Umbu ninjas guarding the clan's entrance. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan grounds have been completely sealed off. Additionally, all other ninjas have been ordered not to approach the Uchiha territory, and Umbu reported. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he nodded. He knew that individuals like Might Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma genuinely believed in the will of fire of Konoha. Should they learn of the impending massacre of the Uchiha, they would not only refuse to assist, but would actively oppose it. Thus, he resolved to keep them uninformed about the matter. Have Danzo keep a close watch. He knows the consequences otherwise. Yes, as Obito began his assault from the east, Itachi commenced his actions from the west, utilizing shadow clones to surveil the situation outside, which quickly alerted south. Have they finally arrived? Now, let us see my performance. I hope it won't be too painful, so muttered to himself. Itachi was acutely aware of So's prowess and understood that he could only rely on a surprise attack to eliminate him. Otherwise, the task would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, after cleanly dispatching any witnesses along the way, Itachi wiped the minimal blood from his clothing with camphor balls to mask the scent and steadied his nerves before arriving at the doorstep of So's residence. Upon gazing at the familiar setting, he hesitated not a moment and promptly rang the doorbell. Ding dong. As Itachi anxiously awaited, Uchiha So emerged, clearly having been roused from sleep. With a disgruntled expression on his face. Oh, it's you, Itachi. What brings you here at such a late hour? You're not expecting me to spar with you in the dead of night, are you? Itachi displayed an apologetic demeanor, softly uttering, I sincerely apologize, Sokoin. I hope I am not intruding. Is Izumi home? And where is Aunt Hazuki? I have urgent matters to discuss with them. Seeing the genuine urgency in Itachi's expression, So couldn't he help but admire that Itachi was indeed born to be a ninja. Had it been him, he would have stammered and resorted to a berserker mode, believing that as long as no one lived to witness his infiltration, it would qualify as a successful assassination. Of course, she is sleeping. What else would she be doing? So replied with a hint of annoyance, calling back, Mom, Izumi, Itachi is here. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp, cold shuriken pierced his back, eliciting an involuntary shudder from Uchiha. So despite his mental preparation, Itachi, what are you doing? He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he questioned Itachi in sheer agony. I'm sorry, Soka. For the peace of the village, I have no choice, Itachi replied, his expression wavering, yet he gritted his teeth. So's face fell to the ground. Not merely from the pain, but in a desperate attempt to utilize his own blood to activate the 8 gates and heal his grievous wound, leaving only superficial injuries. After struggling momentarily, he lay motionless. Itachi was well aware of the severity of his strike. A direct hit to the heart would surely be fatal. Not bothering to check, he entered the house, and as they had previously arranged, Hazuki descended at the perfect moment, only to freeze upon seeing Itachi with a bloodied shuriken in hand and So collapsed in a pool of blood. Half acting, half genuinely shocked by the sight of So lying in a pool of blood, the horror was overwhelming even for Hazuki, who had prepared herself mentally. South. Itachi-kun. What is this? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Itachi executed a body flicker technique, thrusting the same bloodied shuriken through Hazuki's chest. I'm sorry, Hazuki-senpai. But rest assured, I will not allow Izumi to suffer, Itachi declared coldly, letting Hazuki's body slump lifelessly to the ground. Having eliminated the 2 individuals he deemed most problematic, Itachi exhaled in relief. He then activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, just in time to see Izumi emerge from her room, clad in a thin nightgown. Upon witnessing her mother and brother lying in a pool of blood, along with Itachi wielding a bloody weapon, Izumi's mind went blank. In that moment, Itachi's kaleidoscope shone brightly as he exclaimed, Tsukuyami. Instantly, Izumi was enveloped in the illusion, destined to live 60 blissful years within the Genjutsu. Unaware of her tragic fate, Itachi gazed mournfully at Izumi, who was in a daze, collapsing beside Hazuki. He gritted his teeth and departed. Using such an extensive Tsukuyami drained Itachi's ocular power significantly. He needed to leave immediately to eliminate the rest of his family, and then inform Sasuke that he was a foolish little brother. Within the illusion, Izumi experienced the joy of marrying Itachi, surrounded by her mother, brother, and other companions who blessed her. Suddenly, the tomo in her eyes transformed into a pattern resembling 3 fan blades. Reversal seal, activate. The Tsukuyami illusion abruptly shifted, and she saw So and Hazuki fall to the ground, while Itachi transformed from a groom's attire back into his Umbu garb, holding the bloodied shuriken. Then, the Tsukuyami was dispelled. Izumi opened her eyes, realizing she was indeed lying atop her mother, and the horrifying images flooded back. How's this possible, Itachi-kun? Izumi clutched her mother, her hands stained with blood. Overcome with fear, her legs weakened, she crawled towards South So. Please, wake up quickly. We must save Mom. As Izumi cradled S, the latter's frail body trembled as she gazed at the bloodied and disheveled visage of S, forgetting even to weep. It was evident that half of the blood on S's face was her own, having been expelled earlier, while the other half was a consequence of the kaleidoscope's effects. Had the kaleidoscope not yet been activated? Perhaps it was due to her lingering disbelief that Itachi was the perpetrator. Held in Izumi's embrace, feigned unconsciousness, yet internally, she was filled with scorn. Just as S contemplated whether to provoke Izumi further, the door swung open. A group of root ninjas entered, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Izumi weeping over S. What is Itachi doing? Is he too soft-hearted to finish the job? One remarked. It seems we must take matters into our own hands. The group of Umbu glanced at the lifeless body of Yatsuki sprawled on the ground behind them, drawing their kunai with a sinister intent. Apologies, young lady. Blame Itachi for this. He is the one who slaughtered your entire family. Regrettably, we must clean up his mess by eliminating you and seizing your mother's kaleidoscope, which will complete our task, perhaps emboldened by their perceived victory. The root ninjas indulged in their banter, much like other villains. As Izumi absorbed their words, she finally connected Itachi with the figure who had slain her mother and brother. Why? Why was this happening? Bowing her head, as if drained like a desiccated well, she placed S's head upon her thigh and murmured, "This is the fate of your Uchiha clan. Perish." Just as a root ninja swung his blade towards Izumi's neck, he suddenly realized that his weapon remained sheathed, never having been drawn. Izumi lifted her gaze once more, her three-tomo Sharingan bleeding, gradually revealing a design resembling 8 petals. This was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Before he could utter a word, the 4 root ninjas found themselves inexplicably pierced by shurikens, collapsing to the ground with the sound of escaping breath. Chapter 65. The Uchiha Rebellion Mother. Song, you have returned. Observing Song, who stood up in a state of bewilderment, and his mother, who rushed to embrace him, Izumi felt her spirit and ocular strength reach their zenith, causing her to collapse into the arms of Yayuki. Izumi, are you all right? Let me see. Yayuki held the unconscious Izumi tightly, wiping away the blood tears that streamed from her eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Song examined his body, which was miraculously unscathed. Even the ocular power he had just expended had replenished. Truly a family with a broken ocular technique. I now have an inkling of the effect of Izumi's ability, Song murmured as he gazed at the lifeless bodies of the root ninjas. Given his restored injuries and ocular strength, it was highly probable that Izumi's technique resembled a form of time reversal. This is Danzo's route. It seems the village has indeed made its move against us. You carry Izumi, and I shall lead you all to fight our way out. Yayuki quickly dressed Izumi in a coat, and then instructed Song to carry her. However, Song shook his head and declared, "No, mother, you protect Izumi. I will eliminate the Umbu and root ninjas. They were sent by Danzo, undoubtedly seeking to seize your eyes." Yayuki initially wished to argue that a mother should not hide behind her child, but seeing Song's unwavering confidence, she could only hold Izumi tighter and say, "Don't be reckless. Do you understand? Have faith." Uchiha Song gave a thumbs up and then hurled a shuriken imbued with the technique out the window, immediately followed by a scream. His figure then vanished entirely. Outside, the root members, upon discovering that one of their own had been fatally struck by the shuriken, were taken aback. What? They haven't been dealt with yet? Damn it, Uchiha clan members are utterly unreliable. Song's silhouette reappeared atop the corpse, extracting the shuriken and counting the root ninjas, estimating there to be over 20. He chuckled. Danzo is truly determined. He has sent such a multitude. Silence. Do not speak disrespectfully of Lord Danzo. Die. The group of over 20 surged forward, unleashing a barrage of fire and water techniques upon him. They recognized this as the genius rivaling Itachi and had assumed he had perished at Itachi's hands, only to find him alive and thus unleash their full might to eliminate him. Witnessing this onslaught, Uchiha Song felt a rare surge of valor, to accumulate strength. To enable Izumi to awaken the Manjiki and to ensure our escape route is secured, I have endured for so long for this very moment. Let me demonstrate the power of the ocular strength I have preserved for years. As he spoke, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan swirled into the 3-bladed form of the Manjiki Sharingan. Subsequently, a skeletal framework composed of black chakra materialized beside him, along with a pair of colossal skeletal hands. Come forth, my Susanoo. The techniques of water, fire, wind, and lightning rained upon the skeletal frame, yet it remained utterly unscathed. In an instant, the skeletal giant transformed into a towering black half-skeletal figure, standing over 5 meters tall. Uchiha Song, protected by the Susanoo, gazed triumphantly at the root ninjas, whose expressions were filled with terror, for they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Ah, this is the ultimate sense of security. Uchiha Song exhaled in satisfaction, then waved his hand, causing the black giant to sweep its arm and send the over 20 root ninjas flying like mere insects, crashing them into nearby buildings. This commotion naturally drew the attention of those nearby, who rushed out amidst shouts and hurried footsteps. Upon witnessing the terrifyingly immense black skeletal giant and the corpses of the root ninjas, they gasped. Ah, that est Sankoin. Is that the legendary Susanoo? And those eyes? Could they be the Manjiki Sharingan? The Uchiha clansmen, astonished by the sight of Uchiha Song within the Susanoo and his eyes, engaged in fervent discussions. Despite having never witnessed a true Susanoo, the legend was well known among the Uchiha. Song disregarded their chatter and proclaimed, "The village has come to kill us tonight. Those who wish to die may remain here, while those who wish to live, follow me, and I shall lead you to safety." Then, another yellow Susanoo emerged with a fearsome presence from behind, as Yayuki, cradling Izumi, stepped into view. "Indeed. And the traitor among us is none other than the clan leader's son, Itachi," Yayuki exclaimed. "He just attempted to ambush us, and thanks to Tsang awakening the Meijiki, we were able to evade his attack." Although it was incredulous for them to accept that Itachi, the leader's son, had allied with the village, the sight of the root corpses and the two Susanoos convinced the already disillusioned Uchiha clansmen to place their trust in them. What could be more trustworthy than two Susanoos and two pairs of Meijiki Sharingan? Even if it were a ruse, they were willing to embrace the deception and rise in revolt. "Indeed, Lord Yayuki, Lord Song speaks true. We shall not sit idly by. If the village seeks to eradicate the powerful Uchiha, we shall fight them to the bitter end." The Uchiha clansmen shouted in unison, while the ninjas swiftly returned to gather their belongings, and the civilians, terrified, clutched their children and loved ones, closely following the Uchiha ninjas in search of safety. Observing the fervor of the Uchiha clansmen, Yayuki's expression remained somber, for she understood the strength of Konoha. She feared that while she and Song could protect some, they could not evade the entire pursuit of Konoha. After all, the Oil, Inuzuka, and other clans held no favorable view of the Uchiha. From the outset, the Uchiha coup was destined for failure. "Song, what shall we do now? We cannot flee with so many people," Yayuki voiced her uncertainty, looking to her son for guidance. Though he was merely 13, his actions thus far suggested he had been preparing for this moment. "Do not worry. I have been keeping a backup plan," Uchiha Song replied with a smile, then dispelled the Susanoo. He retrieved a scroll the size of an arm from his ninja tool pouch, placing it on the ground and unfurling it. Song bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and pressed it against the scroll, summoning Jutsu. In a swirl of white mist, a vividly alive golden dragon emerged. This was the dragon vein. "Come forth. I have kept you waiting," Song said as he patted the dragoness head. The dragon vein then gathered a massive amount of chakra, comparable to the tailed beast bomb. Bang! Instantly, this terrifyingly potent chakra sphere, or dragon vein ball, illuminated the dark night sky like a flare. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared, dumbfounded, at this unexpected phenomenon. "What is this?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of panic, as logically, the assassination by Itachi combined with the Umbu's intervention should not have caused such a commotion. The entire Konoha could see the spectacle, and evidently, it had awakened the entire village. In their homes, Kai, Kakashi, and others stirred from their slumber, their faces etched with confusion as they observed the unusual disturbance. Kakashi rubbed his eyes and remarked, towards the Uchiha clan's direction. "What is happening?" However, as they attempted to venture outside, the Umbu informed them that the Uchiha clan was in rebellion, and all ninjas were prohibited from acting independently until further orders from the Hokage. High above the village of Konoha, amidst the thick clouds, a formidable airship emerged. Within the cockpit, Shinnon gazed down at the village he had long yearned to exact vengeance upon, a fierce expression etched across his face. "At last, I have arrived. My gratitude to Lord Song for granting me the opportunity to avenge the Sky Ninjas." Countless Sky Ninjas stood ready for action, flanked by Yakura, Natsuki, and the female ninjas of Natsuko Village. The women of Natsuko Village beheld this powerful ninja village, one that was both familiar yet unattainable in strength, hovering beneath them. Their hearts a tumult of excitement and dread. The sheer incredibility of being entangled in a conflict between the foremost clan of the ninja world and the leading ninja village was overwhelming. Notably, the airship was not powered by the Zero Tail. Instead, it temporarily relied on the chakra of the Seven Tails. Yakura coldly commanded, "Let us proceed," ensuring Lord Song's safe retreat. "No need for your reminders. Sky Ninjas, unleash your retribution." With a decisive order from Shinnon, the Sky Ninjas spread their wings, armed with explosives and shuriken launchers, and began their assault on Konoha. Chapter 66. The Uchiha Retreat and the Unsealing of Uchiha Light having just slain his own parents. Itachi felt an overwhelming depletion of his Meijiki Sharingan's power after once again unleashing Tsukuyomi upon Sasuke. His body was severely taxed. There was no alternative. He had exerted every ounce of strength to activate Tsukuyomi for Izumi, and similarly for Sasuke, leaving his physique greatly diminished. He knelt down and placed the bodies of Fugaku and Mikoto side by side before glancing at the unconscious Sasuke, letting out a deep sigh. His face returned to its customary indifference as he stepped outside. Suddenly, it felt as though the entirety of Konoha had erupted in an explosion. What on earth is happening? Itachi gazed in astonishment at the commotion. The explosions were not within the Uchiha compound, but rather elsewhere. Concurrently, Obito, who was mercilessly slaughtering Uchiha clan members to collect their Sharingan, found himself momentarily taken aback. What are those objects flying in the sky? Were they part of my plan? In the next instant, an announcement resonated through the Uchiha district, booming with Hiate's voice. "Uchiha clan members, the village has struck against us tonight. And the traitor is none other than the son of clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. All surviving members, gather at the square immediately. I will ensure your safe departure from Konoha. Instantly, panic gripped Itachi, and even Obito sensed for the first time that events were spiraling beyond his control. Soon, the remaining Uchiha clan members emerged, horrified by the sight of scattered corpses in the streets, hastily gathering their families and belongings to converge at the Uchiha square. Regardless of the chaos, they held faith in Hate's Mangeki to protect them. This was also the reason for Tsung's insistence that his mother speak. Ah, it's Itachi. A passing Uchiha clan member, spotting Itachi brandishing a bloodied kunai, erupted in fury. Several Uchiha nin were poised to confront him. Itachi sighed and pointed his kunai at these nin and the multitude of Uchiha civilians present. Forgive me, but you must perish here. The honor of the Uchiha cannot be tarnished. Ultimately, only about 1/10 of the entire Uchiha clan arrived at the square, primarily consisting of those with some degree of skill and ninja expertise. Among them, Song spotted the brothers Uchiha Tetsu and Uchiha Th, Lord Hate, and Song, you too. Uchiha Song waved his Mangeki Sharingan at them. Those who have come here are fortunate. You must have encountered ambushes from the Umbu or route on your way here, correct? At this mention, the Uchiha clan members seethed with indignation. Most had lost at least 2 relatives to those assailants. As Song spoke, he noticed a dozen individuals activating their Sharingan, their crimson eyes fixated intently upon him. Our current strength is insufficient to retaliate against Konoha, but I can lead you to safety. When we possess the power to exact revenge, I shall return for you. If you wish to follow my lead, heed my commands. If not, flee or confront Konoha as you will. After a murmur of hushed discussions, silence fell, clearly. These individuals were not foolish. Then, several sky ninjas descended, carrying Uchiha youths. Sh. Riku, Mizuho. A few recognized these Uchiha youths, who had been taken by Tsong years ago under the pretense of forming a covert unit. They did not linger to converse with their families, but instead turned their gaze to Uchiha Tsong. Initiate. At Song's command, these Uchiha youths swiftly formed hand seals and chanted Sky Flow, guiding technique. In an instant, a surge of chakra connected this location to the Wukong airship fortress, gradually lowering the massive vessel to hover a few meters above the Uchiha compound square. Quickly, ascend. Uchiha Sh. shouted. The Uchiha ninjas shielded the civilians as they approached the ethereal chakra column. Upon entering, it felt as though they had escaped the bonds of gravity, floating until they reached the Wukong airship fortress. Inside, the orphans of the Uchiha refuge and these specialized Uchiha troops would naturally apprise them of the situation. Just then, Izumi finally regained consciousness. She looked at her mother, who held her tightly, then at Song, who was guiding the clan members away. Overwhelmed with emotion, she buried her face in her mother's embrace and wept. I'm so sorry, Mom. It's all my fault. Sure, it's all right. This is not your fault. Mother did not believe Itachi capable of such acts, and we owe our safety to you. So do not worry. Song will not blame you, Hate comforted her, explaining the circumstances. Once her tears had subsided, Izumi lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Mother, let me find Itachi. You still wish to seek him out? Even Hate felt a surge of anger. That child has allied with the village. If you go, he will not hesitate to kill you and remove your eyes. With her Mangeki Sharingan fixed firmly upon her mother, Izumi's expression was a mixture of despair and determination. No, I must confront Itachi. I want to ask him why he betrayed us. I will make him regret it, using these eyes. Izumi. Hate attempted to stop her, only to find herself inexplicably back in the same spot, as if she had not moved at all, while Izumi had vanished into the chaotic night. What? Izumi has gone to find Itachi? Song, who was originally focused on guiding the Uchiha's retreat, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The frenzied Uchiha were indeed difficult to manage, and he knew he must bring Izumi back at all costs. Fear not, mother. You should prioritize their safe retreat. I will go after Izumi, Uchiha Song declared, aware that the village's attention was drawn to the sky ninjas, leaving them temporarily unable to concentrate their forces against them. Be careful, Hate cautioned Song, gently touching her own eyes. Mother will keep your eyes safe. Unleash your Mangeki without reservation. Uchiha Song smiled broadly, his Mangeki radiating with excitement. Of course, as he exited the Uchiha square, he effortlessly dispatched several approaching Umbu, then formed seals, exclaiming, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, thousands of Uchiha Song appeared. You all go find Izumi. She likely won't rest until she has faced off against Itachi. Let her vent her frustrations. I will come to support her shortly. She will be fine. And what will you do? One of the clones inquired. Casting his gaze towards the horizon, Uchiha Song grinned. Why? It is time to unleash our Uchiha secret weapon. Little light, I am coming. The clones of Uchiha Song grinned in unison. You still remember that Light-chan is sealed away? Enough idle chatter, let us move. At the sight of lights sealing within the ruins of the warring states, the elite ninja Fuko Kumiko observed the time was ripe and called forth, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, Uchiha Song was summoned to this location. Lord Song, you have arrived. Kumiko bowed her head respectfully. Indeed, You have worked hard. Uchiha Song nodded, acknowledging her but not lingering on pleasantries. He approached the sealing site, summoning the dragon vein to provide him with chakra. 8 trigram seal, release. 5 element seal, release. With each seal undone, a diminutive figure gradually became visible beneath. The ancient and worn attire of the Uchiha clan draped over her figure, while her long, ebony hair obscured half of her delicate visage. Could this truly be Uchiha Hikari? As the seal was lifted, Uchiha Hikari gradually opened her eyes. With a deep breath, Zhang proclaimed, "Hikari, I am the one who grants you freedom. You may depart." As her vision sharpened, Hikari's expression shifted from confusion to animosity, her petite, beautiful yet pitiful form radiating hatred. Yet again, another Uchiha? Do you still wish to exploit me? In an instant, Hikari formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames upon Uchiha Zong, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." However, Uchiha Zong merely summoned Susanoo to shield himself from the onslaught, calmly stating, "No, Hikari, no one wishes to exploit you now." The sight of his Manjiki Sharingan momentarily stunned Hikari, but she soon activated her own. Perceiving her intent to confront him, Zong stepped back, saying, "I do not seek to exploit you, and the Uchiha you once knew is no more. You are free now, no one will use you again. Go forth and seek your happiness." "My happiness?" Hikari faltered briefly before her expression twisted with rage. "Is this yet another scheme? And Hikari? I have no name. I am merely a weapon of the Uchiha. I am Uchiha Nameless." Zong chuckled softly, replying, "Now you possess one. That is your true name. The Uchiha of the past has been obliterated. I discovered your existence within ancient texts and sought to liberate you. Yet this pales in comparison to the debts the Uchiha owe you. They have atoned with their lives, and I am no longer a true member of the Uchiha clan. Hence, you may leave and pursue whatever you desire. I must fight for my family's survival." With that, Uchiha Zong turned to depart with the female ninja in tow, while Hikari examined her body, realizing there were no restrictions or forbidden techniques upon her. She then gazed up at the long-lost moonlit sky. "Have I truly returned?" After inhaling deeply the fresh air, Hikari's expression became complex as she observed Zhang's retreating figure. She retracted her Manjiki Sharingan and suddenly called out, "Stop. Don't go." Leaping in front of him, she spread her arms wide in a gesture of obstruction. Zong maintained a neutral expression, though internally, he rejoiced. Having been treated as a weapon and a monster since childhood, Hikari would naturally warm to anyone who offered her a glimmer of hope and affection. "What troubles you?" "You are free now. I have placed no restrictions upon you," Zong said calmly. Gritting her teeth, Hikari replied, "I want to see if what you say is true. I wish to accompany you to witness the fate of the Uchiha. If you are deceiving me, then even after rescuing me, I will not spare you." To this, Zong merely nodded nonchalantly, "As you wish. I must go save my sister now." Chapter 67. Scold and run. Itachi walked past the recently fallen corpse, as Obito appeared before him with a sardonic tone, saying, "Itachi, what shall we do now? Who would have thought your mercy would lead to such consequences?" He mocked Itachi, clearly indicating that his Sharingan had not only failed to kill Izumi but had instead awakened her. Although Itachi did not witness it firsthand, he believed at that moment that only Izumi had the opportunity to activate Tsukuyami, thereby resurrecting the other two. I will make amends," he stammered. "Really? Yet there are troublemakers above. I wonder who they were summoned by." "Your beloved Konoha is being destroyed," Obito taunted, then sensing something, added, "Oh dear. Your little girlfriend has come looking for you. I wonder if she seeks to rekindle old flames or take revenge." Itachi lifted his gaze, and indeed, Izumi was there. Her face smeared with blood, the once charming visage now devoid of its former innocence, her dazzling Manjiki Sharingan glowing fiercely in the night. Obito felt a surge of greed at the sight, yet he refrained from acting, instead inquired, "Itachi-kun, do you need my assistance in dealing with her?" The response was a kunai piercing through his skull. "How frightening. If you disagree, couldn't you just say so?" Then I shall merely observe." Obito feigned retreat, leaping into the shadows. He was reluctant to engage Izumi recklessly. The powers of her Manjiki Sharingan were unpredictable, and although his Kimyui rendered him immune to physical attacks, it could not counter Genjutsu. Izumi stumbled forward, stepping over the corpses of her kin without pause, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Itachi. They halted mere meters apart, exchanging no words, yet each could perceive the other's intentions through their eyes. Itachi pointed his kunai at Izumi, while she removed the lead plates from her body, brandishing a shuriken. "Itachi-kun, did you truly do this?" "The Itachi I know would never." Izumi's voice trembled with disbelief, but before she could finish, Itachi coldly interrupted. "I did, including you and Sakuen, and Izumi-senpai as well. But what a pity, it was you who saved him, wasn't it? With your Manjiki? It seems I have been too gentle with you. I will rectify this error by killing you first, and then them as well. Rest assured, I will bury you all together." Izumi's body quivered uncontrollably, and upon hearing Itachi's final words, her eyes widened in terror. The overwhelming power of her gaze activated her Manjiki Sharingan, and she let out a chilling scream. "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." In an instant, Izumi unleashed the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, her chakra surging and her speed reaching its peak. Her petite fists, empowered by the 8 gates, struck fiercely at Itachi. Ugh! Even in a state of physical exhaustion, Itachi narrowly dodged a punch that cracked the ground beneath them. Yet the onslaught did not relent. She roared with fury, continuing her relentless assault. The fierce winds from her punches and her long, powerful legs became terrifying weapons. No. If this continues, I will have no chance to defeat Izumi-senpai and Sakun, Itachi thought, his eyes fixed on Izumi as he shouted, Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames ignited on Izumi's thigh, and Itachi was confident in the potency of this supreme offensive technique. However, Izumi showed no signs of abating her attack. With a flicker of her manjiki, she coldly declared, Moka Hanakage. In an instant, the Amaterasu flames that burned on her leg returned to Itachi's eyes. And that very kick connected solidly with Itachi's handsome face, sending him flying several meters. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupted from Itachi. It was the first time in many years he had been struck like this, lying on the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, Obito, watching from the shadows, was equally astonished. What is this effect? Why did Amaterasu vanish? Izumi offered no opportunity for Itachi to recover, as she formed hand seals and shouted. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Flames engulfed Itachi, but from within the inferno emerged a crimson Susanoo, its massive hands swinging down towards Izumi. In response, a white skeletal giant appeared next to her, clashing with Itachi's Susanoo. The collision of the two titans reverberated through the air, shattering nearby buildings like mere toys. Both combatants within their respective Susanoos were bloodied, yet relentless. Itachi gritted his teeth, fixated on Izumi, while she gazed at him with frenzied eyes. The clash of these two giants produced a tumult that surpassed even the attacks of the airborne Nins. Kakashi and the others, lacking aerial ninjutsu, could only rely on the Oil Clan's insects to counter. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, unable to resist any longer, rushed to the Uchiha compound. Witnessing the terrifying battle of the two giants. Is this the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Sarutobi was left in shock, while Danzo, touching the bandage over his right eye where Shirsue's Sharingan lay, commanded, Sarutobi, act immediately. Their stamina is waning. We must seize this opportunity to take them down and eliminate Uchiha Izumi and the remaining Uchiha clan. Very well, you go ahead. Sarutobi, now resolute, nodded at Danzo. The root ninjas charged forward, preparing to employ the 4 purple flames formation, the sealing array that had previously ensnared Sarutobi, to trap the two giants. This formation not only confined Itachi and Izumi, but also began siphoning their chakra, gradually deteriorating the two titans back into mere mortals. Once again, the former lovers found themselves in a brutal exchange of blows. Izumi flipped over and straddled Itachi, raining down punches upon the face she once adored. Die, die. Having expended most of her chakra, Izumi seemed numbly lost in her assault, shrieking as she disfigured Itachi's once handsome features. Yet suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her abdomen. Itachi had plunged a shuriken into her. With a forceful shove, Itachi pushed Izumi away, gasping as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. After regaining a semblance of stamina, he prepared to deliver the final blow to the battered, tear-streaked Izumi, who looked like a chaotic mess. Huh, finally succeeded, Danzo smirked, ready to claim this unexpected Manjiki Sharingan. But just then, the 4 purple flames formation abruptly dissipated. Why did you interrupt the chakra? An enraged root ninja shouted at the one responsible for the sudden disruption of the formation. I didn't, nor do I know why. I was continuing, A kunai sliced through his throat, and Uchiha Ao appeared behind him, saying, Thank you for taking such good care of Izumi. Now, allow me to take care of you. In an instant, he eliminated the root ninja, swiftly tossing 3 kunai at the other 3 members, killing them in quick succession. Then, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Itachi's face, sending him crashing dozens of meters away into the rubble. Apologies, Itachi, that kick must have hurt, but it pales in comparison to the pain you inflicted upon me with that dagger. Uchiha Ao grinned as he picked up Izumi. Izumi. She weakly grasped at his clothing, murmuring, Sister. I'm sorry. If you feel remorse, then live well, Uchiha Ao replied, gripping her hand and using medical ninjutsu to heal her wounds. Is that the flying thunder god technique you possess? Tobirama observed the method of murder that bore a striking resemblance to that of Minato Namikaze, and he spoke coldly. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi also arrived at the scene. Witnessing these 2 high-ranking officials from Konoha, Uchiha so finally experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if he could unleash everything he had suppressed. He lifted Princess Izumi and grinned. Indeed, I have always said, what are you 2 old fools still doing alive? You didn't even notice that I've stolen the Book of Seals. After publicly revealing the long-held secret before the parties involved, Uchiha so felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ignoring the extremely displeased expressions of Tobirama and Hiruzen, he continued loudly, Let me tell you, Konoha's downfall was orchestrated by me. The plan to attack Konoha, I was the mastermind behind it. The remaining survivors of the Uchiha clan have all been relocated. If you let me go now, Konoha will face tremendous trouble in the future. Listening to So's arrogant and sarcastic voice, both Hiruzen and Tobirama could not help but take action. After all, Tobirama still held love for Konoha. He understood that if this cunning individual were allowed to escape, whether he leaked the details of the operation or returned to seek vengeance, it would be unbearable for Konoha. Leave him to me, Tobirama said, leisurely lifting his eye patch, revealing a kaleidoscope pattern resembling a three-bladed shuriken in his eye. Serve me, young Uchiha, Koto Amatsukami. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha So had been waiting for this moment. In an instant, he activated his technique once more, throwing a shuriken that appeared before Tobirama in the blink of an eye. Tobirama was taken aback, realizing that he had still been keeping his eyes closed. Then came a sharp pain. The Koto Amatsukami kaleidoscope was suddenly seized from his right eye. Thank you for your generous gift, Tobirama. Until we meet again, I shall return to claim your life, old dog. Uchiha So laughed heartily while holding Izumi and wielding Shursue's Sharingan, then vanished from sight. Of course, he did not teleport to the Yugo airship fortress, but instead brought Izumi to Uchiha Hikari's location. It's done. Now you see, don't you? The Uchiha clan has been reduced to these remnants. You may choose to leave on your own or join us. The choice is yours. Hikari waved his hand and replied, I will go with you. Since the Uchiha has repaid its debt to me, I wish to reclaim what I have lost here. However, do not expect me to be used as a mere weapon. Of course, for I am the strongest Uchiha weapon and the new clan leader. You may simply behave as an ordinary Uchiha clan member. Uchiha So chuckled, ruffling Hikari's hair, only to have her swat his hand away. Meanwhile, Obito stared in bewilderment at the situation that had far exceeded his expectations. It was only when White Zetsu appeared with the unconscious Itachi that he regained his senses. Oh. I did not anticipate that the Uchiha clan was so full of talent. I initially thought that little brat was just an ordinary child. Yet he managed to thwart our plans, Obito remarked defiantly, but it doesn't matter. It does not harm our overall strategy. And having another enemy for Konoha may not be a bad thing. Take Itachi away. Chapter 68. Plans and the Eternal Kaleidoscope upon the ancient air fortress of Angkor. A colossal remnant of an unknown civilization, the survivors of the Uchiha clan, numbering perhaps 300 to 400, wandered in a state of shock. Their bodies marred with blood and dust, casting fearful glances at their unfamiliar surroundings. Just yesterday, they were the illustrious clan of Konoha. And now they found themselves like lost dogs, a stark contrast that would etch itself into their memories. In this moment of bewilderment, their gazes turned toward Uchiha Hazuki and Uchiha South So. Is Izumi all right? Hazuki asked, rushing over to catch Izumi, who So had just brought back in his arms. She's fine, just exhausted from chakra depletion, Uchiha So responded with a smile. After all, she is a girl, having already clashed with Itachi once. She'll be more composed next time. Hazuki sighed as she observed Izumi with her eyes tightly shut. Sigh. I merely wish to live a tranquil life as a housewife, watching you both grow and eventually start families of your own. With so many eyes upon me, I truly do not know what to do. Do not worry, leave it to me, Uchiha So reassured her. Huh. You've always been full of clever ideas since childhood, but I never anticipated you had so many, Hazuki replied with another sigh. What should we do now? Do not fret, I have already found a place, Uchiha So said, calling out to Shinnon. Thus, Shinnon hurried over, eager to speak. Yes, please. Allow me to express my thoughts. I have dreamt of restoring the Sky Ninja Village, and with the help of Lord So and everyone here, we can surely revive the Land of Sky and the Sky Ninja Village. Sky Ninja Village? Uchiha Yakura interjected with a cold gaze. Was it not destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War? The Land of Sky has ceased to exist. At the mention of this, Shinnon's face twisted with disdain. The Land of Sky had been subsumed into the territory of the Land of Fire, and even they could only cling to survival beneath the ruins of what was once the Sky Ninja Village. Uchiha So clapped his hands together. That has settled then. However, if we are to establish a village there, how shall we procure funds without the support of the daimyo? Yakura furrowed his brow, knowing well the importance of financial resources. For the weakness of Sunagakure stemmed from its poverty, which hindered the training of shinobi. Fear not, we can seek sponsorship, Uchiha So suggested, glancing at the map. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers would surely not wish to remain a mere vassal of Konoha. If we can secure his sponsorship, he would likely welcome the assistance of the foremost clan in the shinobi world. Indeed, even though the Uchiha clan was nearly decimated, the remaining members were formidable shinobi. And with the emerging prowess of the Sky Ninja, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers would know how to proceed. Lord So, what of us? Asked Nakatsuki Shizuka. Though Nakatsuki Village may not rival the larger shinobi villages, we too can offer our assistance. Though Nakatsuki Village lay within the Land of Fire, it did not rely on the funds of the Land of Fire's daimyo, existing instead as a self-sufficient small village. Even Konoha could not extend its influence over such a vast territory. No, you should remain in Nakatsuki Village. However, we can arrange for a long-term alliance between Nakatsuki and the Uchiha clan. With fewer than a few hundred Uchiha left, we cannot hope to rebuild our population without outside support, Uchiha So explained. Shizuka nodded. However, whether it be through marriage or alliances, we must adhere to the customs of Nakatsuki Village, Lord South. Of course, emerging from the operating room, Shinnong wore an expression of disdain. To think that a mere eye transplant would require the expertise of a renowned medic like himself struck him as trivial, akin to asking Einstein to solve elementary school problems. Uchiha so opened his eyes, revealing not only the 3 tomo of his Sharingan, but also the pattern of a hexagram. As he felt the once exhausted ocular power begin to replenish, a profound calm enveloped him. He had envisioned a surge of excitement upon acquiring the legendary Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Yet in reality, he felt an unexpected serenity. "Mother, are you well?" At that moment, Uchiha Hazuki stepped out as well, her eyes transformed into another pair of Meijiki Sharingan. I never anticipated that clan head Fugaku had already awakened his Meijiki. He truly hit it well, Hazuki remarked, brushing her fingers over the eyes that once belonged to Fugaku. Indeed, while Uchiha So's thousands of shadow clones were searching for Izumi, some had also been dispatched to collect Fugaku's Sharingan. Since no one was aware of Fugaku's Meijiki, including Obito, who assumed it was merely an ordinary 3 tomo, the chaos of the Sky Ninja's attack on Konoha, coupled with Izumi and So's battle against Itachi, prevented anyone from retrieving Fugaku's eyes. In a way, it was fortunate for him, considering that in the original narrative, Fugaku's Meijiki was likely deemed an ordinary 3 tomo by Danzo, and subsequently consumed. This ocular technique, no wonder Fugaku was so cautious. "I, too, wish to refrain from using such a technique," Hazuki declared, shaking her head and closing her Meijiki. Fugaku's ocular technique, known as Shinto Shindai, allowed him to foresee potential outcomes of future events. By activating the technique, he could perceive the probabilities of success and failure, which likely explained his reluctance to instigate a coup. After predicting his odds against his son and realizing he could not defeat Itachi, he opted to concede without further ado. "Well, that is rather trivial. What in this world guarantees success?" Uchiha so chuckled. He, along with Hazuki and Shinnong, exited together. On the expansive deck of the Angkor Air Fortress, Uchiha Izumi sat with a somber expression, her once innocent and lively smile now absent, replaced by a gloomy demeanor. Beside her, Uchiha Hikari leaned against the side, the two forming a duo of despondent young girls. Hazuki hurried over. "Izumi, how are you holding up?" Izumi lifted her head upon seeing her mother and younger brother, a faint smile breaking through her sorrow. "You're back. Mother, your eye's not a scratch on me after all. I am your mother," Hazuki replied playfully, adopting a tone reminiscent of a mother teasing her children. "Humph." Hikari glared coldly, though a flicker of envy shone through her indifferent gaze as she turned to leave, only to be halted by Uchiha So's grasp. "What are you doing? Do you wish to perish?" Hikari retorted, frowning. So, however, paid no mind to Hikari's aloofness, recognizing her as a quintessentially proud Uchiha. He approached her with enthusiasm. "Mother, this is Hikari, Uchiha Hikari." "Hikari-chan? Hiki, what a lovely child, just as adorable as Izumi." Although Hazuki was puzzled as to why Uchiha so introduced this unfamiliar child to her, her maternal instincts recognized the deep-seated yearning for affection and camaraderie in Hikari's eyes, causing her to crouch down and affectionately pat the girl's head. "What are you doing? Don't touch me so casually. I am an Uchiha, a monster. Aren't you afraid?" Hikari protested, shaking her head to dislodge Hazuki's hand, though she made no actual move to push her away. As the youngest Uchiha to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan, Hikari had, from an early age, yearned for the familial bonds and friendships she had never experienced. Seeing her display of bravado only ignited Yu's maternal instincts. She swiftly pulled Hikari into her embrace, laying her head beside Izumi's on her chest, and gently remarked, "You are undeniably adorable. A girl should embody the essence of femininity, do you understand? Now, let me take care of both you and Izumi. It's beneficial for two children to share their thoughts and feelings." Clinging to their mother, Izumi gazed at Hikari with an indifferent expression, while Hikari pouted with defiance. Yet she did not resist, and seemed to acquiesce helplessly. "All right, Ao, this is a private moment for the girls. Please step outside." Yu waved her hand at Ao, reminiscent of a young girl displeased with someone eavesdropping on her conversation with a close friend. "What on earth? I'm already over 30. Ao exclaimed. "Mother, I am only 29. Yu retorted, giving him a playful kick. Chapter 69, The Village of Blood Shadows within the Grand Hall of the Daimyo's Castle in the Land of Rivers, the Daimyo. An unremarkable middle-aged man observed the two ninjas before him with a vigilant expression, while engaging them in conversation with a hint of curiosity. It was indeed astonishing that Konoha, which prided itself on the will of fire, would resort to such actions. The daimyo spoke in a somewhat effeminate tone, traditionally referred to as official language. The two ninjas conversing with the daimyo were Uchiha Ao and Yitsong. They had come to address the recent uproar in Konoha, where Sarutobi Hiruzen accused them of orchestrating a coup, prompting Konoha to strike first. Uchiha Ao, a young genius ninja with the legendary Meijiki Sharingan, and Yitsong, a tall and serious figure who had defected from Sunagakure 2 years prior, were both formidable warriors that the daimyo had never encountered. For the Land of Rivers, which lacked a ninja village and depended entirely on Konoha for protection, their presence was undoubtedly fortuitous. However, before proceeding, the daimyo felt the need to exhibit a semblance of propriety. Thus, he covered his mouth with a fan and remarked, "While I hold immense admiration and sympathy for the Uchiha clan, the Land of Rivers has always relied on Konoha to fend off invasions from the Land of Wind. To accept you would be." Before the daimyo could finish, Yitsong erupted into laughter. "Sunagakure? That hollow shell of a village? Loza is merely a fool with no foresight. I shall return and personally exact my vengeance upon him. Indeed, I have heard of your might, Lord Yitsong. Your scorch release is feared even by the hidden mist," the daimyo acknowledged. Growing impatient with the daimyo's diplomatic maneuvering, Uchiha Ao stepped forward, saying, "Your Excellency, state your terms plainly. Although the Uchiha have faced calamities, our strength remains intact, and there are nations willing to accept us." "Ha ha ha, Lord Ao, you are indeed forthright. Very well, I shall be candid. All I ask is for your assurance that waging war against me is tantamount to waging war against you. Moreover, your ninja village must prioritize fulfilling our commissions and protecting me," the daimyo replied with a smile. Uchiha Ao nodded. "If you are willing to support us, we shall certainly consider you a priority for our protection. This includes the Land of Fire, my lord," the daimyo added. "Should the Land of Fire retaliate, your village is obliged to help safeguard the territory of the Land of Rivers." "Naturally, I swear this by the honor of the Uchiha," Ao affirmed. Upon hearing this, the daimyo's face lit up with joy. "In that case, I warmly welcome you, and am prepared to carve out a piece of my territory to grant to you and your kin, the name of which you may choose." Subsequently, the daimyo provided various documents, household registrations, and funds to Uchiha Ao and Yitsong, sealing them within scrolls for their return. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly? "What name do you intend to bestow upon the village?" Yitsong inquired as they ran together. "Let us not rush. We shall decide upon our return," Uchiha Ao replied, glancing at Yitsong. He had forcibly controlled her with the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. But he knew that facing others like Obito or Itachi, who possessed similar abilities, could lead to instant defeat. Thus, he resolved to employ the technique of Kodo Amatsukami as a safeguard. Summoning the dragon vein, Ao revealed a divine dragon whose left eye bore a crimson Manjiki Sharingan. After obtaining the eye from Danzo, Ao contemplated the best location for such a weapon. Ultimately, he decided it would reside within the dragon vein, whose vast chakra could perfectly preserve the power of the Manjiki. "Yitsong, behold it," Ao commanded. Kodo Amatsukami," he bellowed. In an instant, Kodo Amatsukami shattered Ao's illusion and reconstituted Yitsong's will. "Ah," Yitsong moaned softly, lifting her head to say, "I see now. Such is the power of the Uchiha. Truly impressive." She regarded Ao with admiration, yet without any hostility. "However, you need not waste such a technique on me. After confirming that Loza intended to sacrifice me, I had already resolved to eliminate him." But Uchiha Ao shook his head. "No, you do not understand. You are rather impressionable. Without Kodo Amatsukami to solidify your resolve, your apprentice's words could easily sway you back to Sunagakure as mere cannon fodder." "Words? My apprentice?" Yitsong exclaimed in disbelief. "When did she acquire such skills? And how dare you say I am impressionable? Who is unaware of my ruthlessness?" "Haraha." Uchiha Ao merely smiled, leaving Yitsong seething with frustration. Before long, Uchiha Ao and Yitsong returned to the remnants of the Sky Ninja's territory, which had once belonged to the Land of Sky, but was now part of the Land of Fire. "What say you, Lord Ao?" Uchiha Tetsuhan, an esteemed Uchiha Jainin, inquired respectfully, sensing the gravity of the situation for their clan's survival. Ao displayed the funds sponsored by the daimyo, piling them for all to see. "Remarkable. Truly, the daimyo is generous. We have never encountered such wealth in Konoha. Indeed, Lord Ao is to be commended. Patriarch Fugaku would never dare demand such a budget in Konoha, leaving our clan weakened and depriving many potential ninjas of their rightful paths." "Exactly. Lord Ao is the true patriarch. With ample funds at their disposal, they could secure territory and resources for survival, enabling training for ninjas, something Sunagakure lacked, which had rendered it feeble." With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Ao declared, "I hereby announce the merger of the Sky Ninja and Uchiha clans to form a new ninja village." There were no objections from the others. Though Shinnong posed a question, "My lord, what of the Land of Sky?" "Fool, once our ninja village rises, the Land of Sky will surely be revived. Or do you wish to exhume the corpse of the long-deceased daimyo of the Land of Sky?" Uchiha Ao rebuked. "Oh, that is not my intention," Shinnong replied, knowing well that the Land of Sky had long vanished, its people having forgotten their homeland over the years. "Be patient. Once we rise with the support of the Land of Rivers and reclaim the territory of the Land of Sky, you shall be its daimyo," Uchiha Ao assured him. "Truly? Thank you ever so much, my lord," Shinnong exclaimed, prostrating himself in gratitude. "And what shall we name our new ninja village?" Yitsong inquired. Uchiha Ao surveyed the assembled Uchiha and Sky ninjas, contemplating before declaring, "The eyes of the Uchiha are forever awakened in bloodshed, and we now carry the weight of deep-seated enmity. Thus, our village shall be called the Village of Blood Shadows. The name resonated deeply with the Uchiha, who eagerly nodded in approval. What a splendid name. Is not the name of our Sharingan synonymous with blood? Then our objective is to annihilate Konoha and exact our vengeance. Is it not? Uchiha Tetsuhan asked excitedly. Naive, to think of merely targeting a small village, Ao chastised, pointing to the map on the table. Consider this. Since the Warring States period, the ninja world has been rife with countless nations and dozens of villages. In such chaos, is this not a betrayal of the great Mistering? No one recognized who this Mistering was, but a few began to grasp Uchiha Ao's intentions. The ambitious present were instantly enraptured, their eyes gleaming with fervor. As denizens of a powerful nation, how could they settle for mere dominion over a small territory? They yearned to demonstrate to the ninja world the true meaning of sweeping across the land and unifying the realms. Thus, Uchiha Ao proclaimed loudly as he slapped the map, I shall lead our blood-hidden iron cavalry to conquer vast territories. Chapter 70. The beginning of village construction. The Uchiha rebellion inflicted tremendous damage upon Konoha. Whether due to the assault by the Sky Ninjas or the resultant power vacuum left by the Uchiha, Konoha's already scant strength was further exacerbated. In the original timeline, aided by Obito, Itachi stealthily eliminated the entire Uchiha clan. Although this resulted in the loss of a formidable clan, there were no additional casualties. However, this time was different. During the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that not only Itachi and Hayatsuki, but also Ao and Izumi possessed the Meijiki Sharingan. At this juncture, a month had passed since the Uchiha uprising, and the areas devastated by the Sky Ninja attacks were beginning to show signs of recovery. Yamato had yet to reveal himself from the roots, and thus Konoha was relying primarily on the aid of craftsmen from the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves for reconstruction. Within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat grimly in his chair, distributing wanted notices to Kakashi and the new powerhouses of Konoha. This is the Hokage-sama, Kakashi remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed at the notices. As a firm believer in the will of fire, both Kakashi and Guy found it difficult to accept such a turn of events within their village. Old man, what on earth transpired? Why did the Uchiha suddenly rebel? Asuma, the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke bluntly, showing no regard for the situation. What kind of tone is that? The Uchiha have long harbored intentions of rebellion and have allied with the remnants of the Sky Ninjas to attack Konoha. What more is there to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, visibly displeased. We cannot allow such a dangerous enemy to roam freely. Kakashi, Guy, Anko, you three must form a team, travel to the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Mist, as well as our other allies, and request their assistance in tracking down the remnants of the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, he handed over a personally written letter, promising various ninja villages assistance, particularly to divert the attention of the formidable Hidden Cloud away from the weakened Konoha. He directly promised that if the Hidden Cloud succeeded, they would be granted a pair of Meijiki Sharingan. Though he was aware this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, Konoha's dire situation allowed for no other considerations. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied, his head bowed, with Guy sharing a similarly sorrowful expression. At that moment, a member of the Umbu entered. Hokage-sama, there is a letter that requires your attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it with curiosity, only to be infuriated upon reading its contents. The letter clearly stated that the Land of Rivers had officially severed its protective ties with Konoha, entrusting its defense entirely to their new ninja village, the Blood-Hidden Village, and its leader, Uchiha Ao. What is it, Hokage-sama? Fearing for Sarutobi Hiruzen's health, Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly inquired. And nothing, there's no need to pursue it. Simultaneously, the other ninja villages received this news, particularly the remaining 4 major villages, who could hardly contain their mirth. The longtime adversary of Konoha, the Hidden Cloud, saw Raikage laughing uproariously in his office, much to the exasperation of his secretary, Mabui. Haha, did you see this, Mabui? The fools of Konoha not only have to contend with their own ninja clan, but have failed to do so. Raikage guffawed at the announcement from the Land of Rivers, which declared the cessation of their alliance with the Land of Fire. Yes, but what shall we do now? Mabui, ever the composed and astute secretary, asked. Well, I certainly did not anticipate the legendary Meijiki to manifest so suddenly in 3. No. For pairs. The Uchiha clan is truly terrifying, Raikage remarked. Fortunately, Konoha does not possess even one now. Mabui, take some gifts and forge connections with that little Uchiha. I suspect he would be interested in creating disturbances for Konoha from the south. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki shared a similar assessment. Although this newly established ninja village was still in its infancy, the sheer number of Meijiki Sharingan on paper already surpassed that of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand. In the territory of the Land of Rivers, near the borders of Konoha and the Land of Sky, a lush forest had been systematically cleared, with the felled trees repurposed as building materials. Uchiha Ao could hardly have imagined that the first task following his acquisition of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan would be to utilize Susanoo to cut down trees. His complete Susanoo towered nearly 100 meters high, wielding a straight sword as its weapon. as the prototype of the blood-hidden village. His Blood Shadow office building was naturally among the first constructed, albeit merely a 3-story structure. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan members were notably excited, for this was a village wholly their own, liberated from the constraints they had faced in Konoha. Yet, while they reveled in their newfound freedom, Uchiha Ao sat in his novel office, observing his surroundings with curiosity. After all, in his previous life, his highest position had been that of a sanitation committee member in middle school, a role that involved tirelessly cleaning. Ao, Lord Blood Shadow, please take a look at the design for our village's forehead protector. Uchiha Rin, a young girl about a year his junior whom he had appointed as his secretary, presented the designs with anticipation. With no alternative, the village boasted many powerful ninjas, but when it came to management skills, none surpassed this girl who had been helping manage the Uchiha orphanage since childhood. Oh, let me see, Uchiha Ao remarked, recalling the many forehead protector designs he had sketched while following various anime in his previous life. Now, it was finally his turn. Rin presented him with dozens of designs, each more diverse than the last, even featuring the Uchiha clan crest. Naturally, he could not use the Uchiha crest, so he selected the simplest and most direct design, a straightforward vertical sword symbol. This one will do, Uchiha Ao declared. Understood, Rin nodded, securing the chosen design before adding, Sir, I have heard that Konoha is gathering its allies and the other 4 major ninja villages to encircle us. Uchiha Ao's eyes narrowed slightly. With the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he felt much more confident in his abilities. However, apart from Obito and Nagato, there were still 2 individuals he regarded with caution, Reikage A and Inoki's Dust Release. And how have they responded? Rin pondered before replying. Well, only the Hidden Sand has reacted the most positively. The Hidden Mist has ignored them, while both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone not only refrained from participating, but also sent people to congratulate us on the Uchiha's reconstruction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Hidden Sand likely believes they can defeat us alongside Konoha and subsequently claim the Land of Rivers. As for the Hidden Mist, poor Kurama Yagura is beyond hope. While the other 2 ninja villages are undoubtedly dreaming of taking a bite out of Konoha and would never agree to ally with them. Uchiha Ao stood, stretching lazily. It seemed the situation was settling, and there was no reason for concern. Hey, Lord Blood Shadow, where are you off to? Staying in the office is rather dull. And can a ninja truly be a ninja while cooped up in an office? Henceforth, Rin, you and Shernon, and Yezakura shall handle village affairs together. You are a talent. Do not squander your energy solely on ninjutsu, Uchiha Ao declared as he dashed toward the office door, addressing Uchiha Rin. You are an asset. Do not waste your potential on mere ninjutsu. What are you saying? I am not useless. Rin protested, but Uchiha Ao had already made his exit. As the founder of the village and its most formidable warrior, Ao's residence was naturally the first to be constructed. It sprawled over 2 to 3 acres, featuring a spacious villa complete with a courtyard and a training ground, marked in the center by a large Uchiha fan emblem. Passers-by greeted him casually, hardly pausing before hastening inside. I'm back, Ao Uchiha proclaimed, only to be met with the irritable voice of a young girl. Why are you shouting? You're making a racket. Upon turning, Ao saw Uchiha Hikari, dressed in a slender black dress with her hair neatly arranged, biting into an apple with a haughty expression. Oh, Hikari-chan, you seem to be in good spirits, Ao remarked with a smile. How can you tell, you fool? Hikari retorted, though anyone could see her mood was exceptionally bright, perhaps the best she had experienced since the age of 3 when she lost her parents, awakened her Mangeki Sharingan, and was regarded as a monster and a weapon. Now, after being sealed away, she was living her best life. Welcome back, Ao. Izumi descended from the 2nd floor, her demeanor considerably more somber. Yet, she exhibited some liveliness towards her brother. What is the matter? I'll accompany you. Ao nodded. Well, our village has just been established, and it seems Konoha is conspiring with other ninja villages to attack us. Fortunately, aside from Sunagakure, the other villages have ignored them. Therefore, I've decided to take Yakura to Sunagakure and create a ruckus to show them the consequences of provoking the Uchiha. At the mention of Konoha, Izumi's expression darkened. She nodded in understanding. Got it, I'll go with you. No, you and Hikari-chan should stay in the village to protect Mother and the village itself. Currently, Sunagakure is not worthy of facing the 3 of us with our Mangeki Sharingan, Ao Uchiha replied with a cold smirk. Izumi frowned. For her, mother and brother were paramount. Losing either would transform her into someone like Obito, yearning to create a world with them, joining the ranks of the Akatsuki. Then I shall take my leave. I entrust the village to you, Ao Uchiha said, bidding farewell as he departed. Izumi and Hikari exchanged glances. Before Izumi spoke up, could I trouble you? Hikari, feigning thought with a proud demeanor, scratched her head and finally said, fine, in light of him rescuing me, I'll lend him a hand in secret. Chapter 71. Sunagakure as a neighboring nation to the Land of Rivers. Sunagakure has long coveted its splendid natural environment. It is worth noting that Sunagakure has become so destitute that even a prodigy like Jiraiya, renowned for his self-created 7-day breathing technique, is unable to become a ninja. When Raza, the the Kazekage, learned that the Uchiha clan had established the blood-hidden village in the Land of Rivers and severed their alliance with Konohagakure. He felt a mixture of surprise and concern. His worry was not unfounded. He was contemplating whom to target. Despite Konohagakure's weakened state, they still possessed formidable clans such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inazuka, making them a significant force. Although the blood-hidden village was formed by the remnants of the Uchiha and the Sky Ninjas, it should not be underestimated. Ultimately, Raza resolved to ally with Konohagakure to divide the Land of Rivers. However, Sunegakure's ninja ranks were not only sparse, but also lacking in elite combat power, with Raza being the sole exception. Following the defection of Yakumo 2 years prior, they had lost their remaining bloodline limit ninja and second strongest warrior. After pondering, Raza said to Maki, "Alas, is it possible to summon Granny Chiyo for assistance?" Maki, who had effortlessly defeated a notable figure known as the Gale, looked troubled and replied, "Kazekage-sama, Granny Chiyo has not intervened in village affairs for quite some time. It is unlikely anyone can persuade her to return." Granny Chiyo was not someone Raza could command, and he could only sigh in frustration. Very well, it seems everyone is in the same boat. But we have our secret weapon. Raza immediately thought of his son, Gaara. As a father, he was indeed peculiar. Despite knowing Gaara's instability as a Jinchuriki, he insisted on provoking him under the pretext of testing qualifications. Regardless, he intended to throw Gaara into the Uchiha's midst, reasoning that even the Uchiha, no matter how powerful, would find dealing with a rampaging tailed beast rather troublesome. Raza rubbed his eyes and said, Maki was astonished by his plan. "You intend to treat our village's only Jinchuriki like a ticking time bomb? How do you expect to retrieve him afterward?" Raza disregarded Maki's concerns, resolutely instructing him to notify Gaara to prepare. Reluctantly, Maki complied and sought out Gaara. At that moment, Gaara, who had already been subjected to a life-threatening evaluation by his uncle Yakumo, was acting erratically. Temari and Kankuro, his siblings, dared not approach him. Their only privilege was to remain unharmed by Gaara's unpredictable outbursts. "Let Gaara out," Maki requested of Temari. She and Kankuro exchanged fearful glances but remained silent, glancing apprehensively at the room where Gaara was confined. Before long, Raza was ready, donned in the Kazekage's robes, accompanied by the remaining elite of Sunegakure and the sealed Gaara as they prepared to set off to Konohagakure to discuss their alliance. However, unbeknownst to the ambitious Raza, two individuals had infiltrated his village. "Ah, this is your village? How pitiably impoverished," remarked Uchiha So, clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, donning a hastily crafted blood-hidden village forehead protector and a straw hat obscuring his face. He smiled at Yakumo beside him. Their ease of infiltration was largely due to Yakumo's intimate knowledge of Sunegakure's defensive weaknesses. Many of the defenses had been designed by her own hands. Yet even after her defection 2 years ago, the village had failed to update its security measures. Yakumo herself wore a revealing outfit, over which she donned a slightly ill-fitting Warring State-style armor. Her admiration for Madara's armor led her to adopt this vintage style as the village uniform. Akin to the vests of Konohagakure, the Akatsuki's red clouds, and the revealing attire of Sunegakure. Recollecting her childhood in Sunegakure, Yakumo scoffed. "Indeed, this wretched place has always been impoverished. Kazekage Raza is a fool. This time, I shall turn him into a lifeless corpse." "Ah, look, Raza is about to depart." Uchiha So chuckled, suddenly pointing toward Raza's entourage. Upon seeing the Kazekage, adorned with a wind-patterned straw hat and flowing robes, Yakumo gritted her teeth in hatred. "When do we strike?" she inquired. "Now," Uchiha So coldly declared, discarding his hat. Their primary objective in Sunegakure was to establish dominance and displace it from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi nations, paving the way for their blood-hidden village to take its place. Additionally, he harbored ambitions to seize Shikaku and Granny Chiyo's forbidden technique of reincarnation. "Very well, let us proceed." With a swift motion, Uchiha So and Yakumo leaped before Raza's group, instantly raising alarms among the Sunegakure ninjas. Maki and his companions shielded Raza, who recognized Yakumo. "You, Yakumo, how dare you return?" Maki exclaimed, astonished. "Ah, what is there to fear? If you dare plot my assassination, be prepared to face my wrath." Yakumo retorted icily, manifesting several blazing fireballs around her. "Ah, it's Yakumo's fire release. Run." The mere mention of her name sent Sunegakure's lower-ranking ninjas into a panic. However, Raza remained unfazed. He was confident in his ability to suppress Gaara with his magnet release. He regarded Yakumo dismissively, stating, "Yakumo, sacrificing oneself for the village is only natural. Yet, how dare you betray us? You could have been revered at the memorial stone, but now you shall be eliminated as an ignorant traitor. However, I have been unaware of your whereabouts for the past 2 years. Where have you been hiding?" Raza, unfamiliar with Uchiha So, ignored the youthful figure, assuming he was merely Yakumo's disposable pawn. Yakumo, infuriated, pointed to the vertical sword emblem on her forehead protector, declaring, "Look closely, Raza. This is my new village. Remember it well. This is the forehead protector of Blood Hidden." She stepped aside, allowing Uchiha So to take the forefront. So waved cheerfully, "No need for formality. I am Uchiha South." Initially, I intended to extend greetings as a neighboring nation, but it seems you are intent on opposing us. What a pity. That boy is Uchiha So, the one who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, the one who obliterated Konoha alongside the remnants of the Sky Ninjas? The others gasped, quickly glancing skyward, fearing another assault from the Sky Ninjas, as Tsunagakure lacked aerial defenses. Kazekage-sama, do not engage them here. Immediately contact Konoha, and lure them outside the village before we strike. Maki whispered urgently. Raza nodded, removing his Kazekage hat, adopting a congenial demeanor as he said, Ah, you jest. Tsunagakure sympathizes with your plight. And our visit to Konoha is merely a customary engagement. If you do not mind, why not accompany us to Konoha? Rest assured, I shall assist you in reconciling with Konoha and dispelling any misunderstandings. However, even so, Rasha dared not approach and remained perpetually prepared to close his eyes to evade the direct gaze of the Mangeki. The unprecedented release of so many Mangeki has prompted the entire shinobi world to commence their studies on its lore. Yet, Uchiha Ao turned to Yakura with a smile, remarking, You, the village leader, are not without wisdom. At least you recognize the necessity of uniting Konoha against us. Yakura merely smiled in silence, fixating his gaze on Rasha. Subsequently, Ao addressed Rasha, stating, There is no need for mediation. I have come to request that your village relinquish the titles of the 5 great shinobi villages. For it is the Uchiha who rightfully deserve the title of Hokage. Upon hearing this, Rasha's eyes narrowed, his expression becoming rigid. Do not presume that Tsunagakure is easily intimidated. Uchiha stray dog. Rasha bellowed, his hands sweeping as countless grains of gold sand erupted from the ground. The other ninjas began to shield the civilians as they retreated. For magnet release is a vast area technique that cannot be lingered upon. Humph, Susanoo. Uchiha Ao remained motionless, and soon, the upper half of a colossal black skeletal figure materialized beside him, safeguarding both Yakura and himself. With the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, not only could he wield ocular techniques at will, but more importantly, he could freely employ Susanoo to unleash a cataclysm. Chapter 72, Light Versus. Abito as the radiant golden sand enveloped the black half-body Susanoo. The boss had already fled, yet the girl Uchiha Hikari, clad in a deep blue Uchiha clan robe and sporting neatly arranged spiky black hair, remained seated, calmly savoring her dango. As a secret weapon from the Warring States period, such petty skirmishes utterly failed to pique her interest. Given her proud disposition, she was unlikely to offer assistance voluntarily. Besides, the chakra emanating from the sand seemed to be at the level of an elite J-nin. However, due to the formidable nature of the magnet release, it could barely be considered on par with a Kage-level threat. Humph, do they really expect me to intervene? Hikari remarked, propping her chin on her hand, before abruptly shifting her gaze to another corner. What is that? A surge of potent chakra caught her attention, imbued with a mixture of Uchiha and Senju essence. Much to her displeasure, in her past as the Uchiha clan's secret weapon, Hikari had engaged in fierce battles against the formidable forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. At that moment, Abito and Zetsu were observing the battle from the rooftop of a sand village building. Zetsu, grinning at the black Susanoo standing firm amidst the golden sand, exclaimed, Wow, is that Susanoo? It appears his ocular power remains intact. He must have acquired the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Abito remained silent, aware of how the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was activated, a secret originally meant for Itachi and Sasuke. How could this individual have uncovered such a mystery? What do you think? Should we seize the opportunity to take his eyes? Zetsu urged. Very well, let's also capture the one-tail. For now, we must keep our intentions hidden from the Akatsuki, Abito replied, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a tempest of black flames erupted from below, transforming into a swirling vortex that engulfed them both. Zetsu was instantly reduced to ashes, while Abito narrowly evaded the attack, using Kamui. Abito pondered in confusion. Isn't that Amaterasu? Has Itachi turned against me? A petite figure landed a few meters ahead of him, revealing not Itachi but a girl strikingly reminiscent of a female version of Uchiha Madara. Her expression one of haughty defiance. Are you also from the Uchiha clan? Abito inquired, noting the forehead protector from the hidden grass village adorning Hikari's brow. Worn as a headband akin to Sakura's style, Hikari regarded the man masked in swirling patterns with a huff, muttering to herself, Well, I don't know what you are, but defeating you will make this trip worthwhile. After all, my mother's cooking is quite exquisite. With that, her eyes transformed into a swirling three-blade pattern. Another Mangeki Sharingan? Abito found himself bewildered. When had the Uchiha's treasured eyes become so commonplace? Hikari showed no hesitation, her hands swiftly forming seals as she puffed her cheeks and declared, Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Instantly, 2 colossal fire dragons roared toward Abito. As expected, he completely disregarded the fire jutsu, suddenly phasing behind Hikari to seize her head, intending to cast her into the Kamui dimension. Yet, in a mere instant, Hikari deftly reacted, bending slightly and delivering a powerful kick to Abito's chin. The resounding crack echoed as half of his mask shattered, sending him flying. So that's how it is? Space ninjutsu. Hikari remarked coldly, observing Abito's trajectory. But your battle experience is too lacking. With your skills, you'd merely serve as cannon fodder in my era. Oh, damn it. Obito lay amidst the rubble of a building he had crashed into, rubbing his swollen chin in astonishment. Even the legendary Minato had taken several exchanges to uncover his Kamui's secret, yet this girl, appearing to be only 12 or 13, had discerned its flaw with a single strike? Before he could process this revelation, Hikari was upon him in an instant. Her petite foot imbued with terrifying chakra aimed at him. Obito hastily dodged, but Hikari relentlessly pursued him, executing a seamless series of taijutsu attacks, undeterred by his space-time ninjutsu. Frustration mounted within Obito. He had never encountered a ninja who could disregard his Kamui. As he evaded her strikes, he bided his time. At last, when Hikari's balance faltered after a kick, he seized the moment to counterattack. However, in the next instant, Hikari executed a spinning kick that struck Obito squarely in the back. Pooh! Hikari scoffed. Your intentions are so transparent that I didn't even need to activate my Sharingan. You fell into my trap so easily. Obito lay on the ground, incredulous. Mentally cursing, where did this little monster come from? Her reflexes and combat experience are akin to that of an old veteran. Although he understood that Hikari's relentless assault was forcing him to reveal his abilities, he had believed his timing to be flawless. This once he do, I need to retreat. Obito resolved, recognizing that he needed more information on her. If she could defeat him without even utilizing her Manjiki, he could very well be in grave danger. Trying to escape? You won't get away. Hikari immediately discerned his intentions, her Manjiki flaring as she declared, 8,000 spears. Hearing her voice, Obito wasted no time activating Kamui to retreat. Back in the safety of his dimension, he exhaled in relief, removing his mask to catch his breath, only to discover a pattern resembling the girl's Manjiki etched on the back of his hand. Suddenly, he felt his chakra being uncontrollably drained. Ah, what is happening? Obito cried out as his chakra was voraciously consumed, and moments later, he succumbed to exhaustion and demise. Yet, he soon rose again, albeit with one of his Sharingan rendered blind. Panic surged within him as he glanced at his hand. Fortunately, the mark vanished upon his death. This is not good. In the Sand Village, Hikari absorbed all of Obito's chakra, realizing he had perished at her hands. The replenished chakra compensated for the loss of her ocular power. She then gazed at Uchiha Ao, still engaged in battle with Rasha's sand, her black Susanoo proudly towering above. Now I owe you nothing, do I? I should tell Hazuki about this. Perhaps I can trade it for some eel rice? Unbeknownst to Uchiha Ao, one of the great villains of the Hidden Leaf had just been effortlessly dispatched by Hikari as he reveled in the embrace of the golden sand, thinking, I must turn Rasha into a puppet. This skill is simply too useful. With her chakra replenished, her Susanoo transformed into a complete form, towering hundreds of meters as a formidable armored warrior. Ah, this! Rasha exclaimed, utterly astonished at the fully realized Susanoo, a foe far beyond his golden sand's capabilities. In an instant, the black giant's fist came crashing down, shattering Rasha's defenses.